It looked we got Squall in the house. Let's go ahead and
Oh,
put her on.
yay.
Hello.
Hey Squall, how you doing?
I'm doing all right today. How's everybody?
Doing pretty.
Doing excellent. So I'm sorry you're having to have surgery tomorrow. I
Well, I
hope
don't
it.
know if it's tomorrow. They just called me today and told me that I'm going to be needing to have the surgery. So, um,
Oh, goodness. I never like to hear that.
I
Surgery
know
always.
I don't either.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I'm sorry. Sweet Pea, which link did you the link to what? I'm happy to drop it.
Oh, I think it might be to your channel. Maybe to your
Oh.
channel.
Okay.
Also, if you guys don't mind, if you have time mods, maybe drop Squall Titch link too, because I know you do some coverage on Summer Wells, some gaming too, right? I seen you gaming.
Yeah, yeah. That's originally what my Discord and YouTube was for. It was like, for the kids in my family. I would do private servers, and then I went to Discord to steal game codes to, you know, make more zombies and stuff like that. And I've never used Discord for anything other than going and stealing game codes that they put out
That's
there for us to
funny.
steal. And um, I got the Amber Alert for summer, on the 16th, I believe it was. And I was actually gaming at the time that it came through. And we all looked and, like, oh, we've got a Amber Alert. I never leave the house hardly. So, I would just let, everybody else know, look, that's in Rogersville. And it was a few days after that I watched the WJHL, and the second that I heard that she was missing from Beach Creek, my world stopped.
Did you have an experience with Beach Creek, or did it just kind
N-
of give you?
nothing happened in Beach Creek, but I knew that was where Frank was born and raised.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you immediately kind of had a thing there. Can you
Your mind went immediately to Frank Light then.
Yes,
can
and at the time I thought he was still living in Kingsport, though. I did not know about the charges that he had gotten, because my experience was in 2013.
How far away does Frank Light live from Summer?
And really quick, I just want to point out. So what we're doing right now is this is, I guess, an alternate theory, and it would be an alternate POI, a different person of interest in the family. And since I'm really new, do you mind telling us kind of how you're doing? Who it's Frank White, a guy named Frank White, he's a registered sex offender, and his
Yes.
wife kind of brought him up to the limelight because she just that's just where I'm at, making sure I got it right.
Um,
Yeah. And there's
it,
no hard accusations in regard to Summer whatsoever. It's just something that came
right.
up. And
Okay.
it's Frank Light, as in light bulb.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Frank Lott. Um,
So what happened to you in 2013, if you don't mind? If that's something you don't want to share, I totally get it. You can
um, I
say it
went.
was just a really bad experience and
It was a bad experience, and the time of my life, I did not report it. Because I thought, one of the things I thought was about his family, because his family, there's like a lot of people are scared of them. You don't go into that holler that they live in, any of them, unless you're invited. Um, they're a roughneck group. There are a lot of them in that family that are really good people.
hmm
I do want to make that clear, but the ones that are bad are bad.
and that's often the case, not saying not using a broad brush here, just so people know, we're talking about a specific individual and just,
Yes.
and isn't
This
there's
is
a whole
this
light holler, isn't there?
Yeah,
Isn't there a
there
light?
is
Yeah.
a lot holler and there's also a lot road.
Okay. Okay. So
So
if that
there's like,
gives y'all any,
Established people.
yeah, they've been there since the
oh,
1800s.
for generations.
Yeah. And what
Um,
happens is, I'm sorry, Squab,
oh,
I
you're
want to
fine.
give them some background, but what happens is usually one individual buys a large piece of property years and years, centuries ago. And then as they have children and those children have families, they'll build a house on a on the property somewhere. And then it ends up, that's kind of why there's so many family ties in those hollers. But yeah, okay, go ahead, Squall. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. To start at the beginning with Frank, I met him in the late '90s, uh, at a bar in Kingsport, which is now shut down. It was called the Hogwild Saloon. Um, when he was like probably 21 at the time, and he would come in there and get to drinking, and he would start bragging and stuff, and bragging about being from Beach Creek, because Beach Creek is a rough area and everything, just with the certain people that live there and everything. And I
Mhm.
remember one occasion, and this occasion he told me that there were like talking about caves and stuff up there where they could hide bodies and everything, and that
Oh,
they took him up there, and they put a horse in this hole. The horse was like chopped up in three pieces and shoved down in the hole. And
oh,
I asked him, I was like, well, why did you all chop up a horse and put it in a hole? And he was like, oh, they did it to teach me a lesson. I was
teach
like,
them
well,
a
what?
lesson.
I was like, well, what in the world kind of lesson were you trying to learn? And he just like did this shit eating sinister grin and wiggled his eyebrows and turned around and strolled off with his beer in his hand, you
Wow.
know. And I was just like, well, that was creepy. you know.
Yeah.
I do know that during that time, like on Thursday nights, a lot of times he would babysit for women, and well, so they could go to the bar on ladies' night and stuff.
That's scary. Who would volunteer for that? I mean, honestly.
And everybody would call him Uncle Frank.
Ew.
Fast forward to 2013, we had lost touch for quite a while and reconnected on Facebook, and we had been messaging, back and forth. And, it was like close to the holiday. It was like right around Thanksgiving. And I got to put my dog out.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. And again, thank you everybody who's coming in. I see Gonzo, Cindy, True Crime Investigates coming in. Some of my favorite people. Thank you.
But
Um,
I didn't live. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh no. I thought you were putting your dog out, so I was just trying to fill in the time. You're good.
Okay. Um, it was the holidays, and I wasn't living in Tennessee at the time, but I come to Tennessee, to deliver some Christmas presents and everything early and everything. And I figured, well, it's late and he's been wanting me to come by and catch up, so I'll stop by. And he said that I could crash because it was kind of late at night and I still had a long ways to ride. And so I did go in with the intentions of drinking a few beers with him and everything. But before I got finished with my second beer, I don't remember a whole lot. I remember bits and pieces, just like flashes
Do you
throughout
think
the
you were
night.
do you think you were drugged?
Yes, I do.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry, Squall.
the
That's
next
scary.
morning, I woke up. He had me tied to his bed, and he was trying to feed me scrambled eggs off of a plate that he had. He was sitting on the side of the bed, and he was wanting me to call him Uncle Frank and pretty much beg him for a bite of food.
That
Oh my, that is a
wow.
whole other level of just strangeness and
Um, yeah. I told him, I was like, I'm not hungry. I gotta pee. I gotta get up and I gotta go pee.
right,
And he gave me like that same grin, that he had given me, a lot of times, way back in the past when he was talking about, bragging about being from Beach Creek. That little, I
right.
mean, if you know him, you know what kind of grin I'm talking about that he puts on his face. Well, he walked out of the room and then he came back in with a diaper and grabbed my legs and I started kicking and screaming. When I started screaming, he was like, just like, chill out, I'll let you go. I'll untie you. Just hold still. And he untied me and I went off the side of the bed onto the floor and my clothes were piled up. They wasn't like folded up neatly, but they were, just kind of stacked neatly there. And I just like grabbed them. And whenever I stood up and I was trying to push past him, because he was then standing, between the bed and the wall, I was trying to push past him and I saw a camera on a tripod at the foot of his bed. And I asked him, I was like, did you effing record me? And he was like, no, no, no. And I went running down his hallway and I went around the corner and I had to back up into the hallway a little bit because his son was sitting there eating scrambled eggs, watching TV.
What? His son was there?
Yes.
How old
Wow.
was his son?
Very, very young. I don't think he didn't look like he was old enough to be in school at that time. But,
Oh my
it
goodness.
You know, when victims who have went through something similar as yourself, they hear you speak out and trying to do something about it, it probably helps a lot of people. And you didn't have to come up and share, so we respect you a lot and we got your back. So
you
thank
know
you.
the thing is, it's just, I had blocked it and put it out of my mind because, I was like, well, what am I going to tell the cops? I started screaming and he let me go. He untied me. I came here with the intentions to drink. And then
Right.
I was, thinking about his family and, I was scared of that.
Yep.
And then on the day that I heard Beach Creek on WJHL, where Summer was actually missing from, not Rogersville, but Beach Creek, it just, all of that came back. I hadn't thought about it for years. You know,
Mhm.
I mean, since 2013, I had not thought about it. I had just, I talked to my best friend after that happened, and we just kind of laughed him off as being some weird, strange freak.
Mhm.
And I just went on, and then it came back, and I'm just my thing with that, is if there were anybody out here, if you ever have something to happen like that, don't hide it, don't suppress it, because if it comes back out, like it has with me, and he's the neighbor of a missing child, I don't want anyone to go through the hell that my brain has put me through.
Yes. I was
Just
gonna
all of it coming back, and it's like during the time that it happened up until before Summer went missing, I had blocked it and I was fine
Mhm.
and didn't think about it, but it just, all of it came down on me at once, and I was just, I couldn't breathe. I started puking. I was shaking. I called TBI immediately. I got off the phone with him. I looked him up on Facebook and I saw that his posts had stopped in 2018, but he had a lot of religious posts where he started going to church at a place in Kingsport called Shades of Grace.
Shades of Grace.
They, um, I'm all for churches helping people that, are sinners
Yes.
in need, of turning their life around. But they cater to the drug addicts that are really, that the
Mm.
homeless drug addicts that are homeless
Mhm.
because of the drugs, that will not absolutely refuse to do anything.
Mhm.
Um,
I see.
and there are lots of pedos in that church.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Squall,
after
oh, sorry, go ahead.
after I saw that that had stopped, I looked up the registry in Kingsport and he wasn't on it. Then I looked up Bluntville thinking, well, he might be in jail, and he wasn't, registered in Bluntville. And then it was just like this big old knot came up in my throat, and I said, let's go to Rogersville. And there he was on Light Holler Road,
Wow.
on Grady Light Road, actually, is the address. And I mapped it, and it's 2.3 miles by road through the
To some,
woods. Through the woods, it would probably be, you know, a lot less.
yeah.
And the horse trails, they've got horse trails all over those mountains. And I find out later on that the night that Summer went missing, the Light family searched on horseback. They searched on horseback for Summer.
It was Oh, so it was the Light family that was on horseback. I knew somebody was on
Yes,
horseback, but I didn't know who it was.
it was the Light family that
Wow.
searched on horseback.
Squall, when I'm not speaking for you, but from my own experience, when something really traumatic happens and you just kind of move on, and you suppress it and you just move on. And what I realized is that whenever the trigger is, when it does come back on you, it comes back on you with all the details and the feelings that went along with it that really, you don't allow yourself to think about when you're suppressing it. And
Hmm.
so I don't know if it was like that for you, but I can't imagine being in having gone through what you went through and then having this realization with Summer and the area, the Beach Creek area, and having to deal with your own emotional stuff related to that and your past trauma. And then add on top of that, when you speak your truth, you've come under a lot of attack on social media. And
Oh, yeah.
so how have you been able to like deal with that, because you're getting it, every which way but loose, from your own experiences, and then what other people, as they re-traumatize you essentially.
I pray for God to let me dissociate from the comments that are thrown at me, like an armor of God between me and the hate.
Hmm.
You know, um, right now without God, I wouldn't be doing it, and I wouldn't be able to talk, I don't think.
Yeah.
Um, whenever I came out about my story, what made me come to YouTube and start YouTube was, I had posted in one of the Facebook groups, and they all would delete me and block me from the groups for posting about him.
Wow.
And
No, no, I'm sorry. Do you come out and do you say, this is the guy who took Summer, or did you just come out and say, look, this is a person of interest living close, and this is what he did to me? You did that, and then they kicked you out. Like, how did
yes,
this?
whenever I talked, because his niece was in those groups, and she would come on and attack, and not only me, but Frank's ex-wife. She would attack her too, and things would get deleted, and then I would get blocked
Yeah.
because it's I don't know how to describe it, but it was okay. But then one day someone sent me a screenshot of one of those groups where they were saying that I was Don Wells, accusing
Yes.
me of being Don Wells, and that I was throwing Frank under the bus to, distract, I
Right.
guess. And
Hmm.
that's when I finally, I just snapped and I came to YouTube and I said, this is my voice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be stepped on. I'm not going to be squashed out. People are going to hear me, because nobody that has been throwing hate on the family knows Beach Creek the way that locals around here know Beach Creek. And I noticed that it wasn't only happening to me, it was happening to other locals that absolutely got torn apart. Like the Mr. Phillips put on there that the search dogs had found a child's feet footprint on his property, and that they hid on it for summer scent.
Oh, now who's Mr.
And
Phillips?
he is a neighbor in the community that lives on Beach Creek Road.
Okay.
And they found a footprint on the back side of his property behind a little ridge. And the police went to him and talked to him and collected shoes from him, 1 shoe each for each of his kids, and took
Mhm.
them back and sized them up with the bare footprint. And the footprint was not any of the sizes of his children's feet.
Oh,
It
wow.
was a lot smaller, and the dogs hid on it. But the problem was a lot of searchers had already went through there, so there was a lot of adult feet print already. And then the dog went and found that one footprint, but that one footprint was in the middle of all of the other searchers' feet prints. If that makes
Wow.
sense. If I described it right. And they found the second child's footprint about 300 yards away from that one.
Was it the same size footprint?
Yes, the dogs hid
Oh,
on it. The dogs hid on it for summer scent, and the I guess the sheriff's department, they called it physical evidence because the dogs hit on those footsteps.
and they did report that in all their reports that in her description, they say she may be barefoot. I bet that's where they got that maybe.
Yes,
Do
Is
you
Bless
mind?
this mess another local or see,
I believe so. Yes, I
I'm so
think
new to this
so.
community, so
I've only learned about Bless This Mess here the last few days. I did not know that she was like local.
okay. See, one thing I know you're about to say something, Piper. I'm just hopping in really fast.
No,
One
go for
thing
it.
like about I know everybody knows about the leaked recording of the chase and the theory of Summer still being alive or whatever. And I wrote that off so quickly because of, it was recorded without in a sleazy way, so I didn't give merit to it. But the truth is, I've heard that locals actually talk, and locals might think this, locals might think that. So you being a local, I'm really interested to see what theories the locals have, even if they're not your own. I guess if you would, you know.
The locals are the ones that I speak to, unless they're lying to me, they are 100% in support of Don and Candace, but they're afraid to come out and talk. I have talked to 9 other victims of Frank's as well, and they're scared to come forward like I have because, they've got little ones in their family, and they've got grandparents and stuff that live over in Beach Creek, and just they're too scared. But the ones that are in support of Don and Candace, they're scared to speak out because they see the hate that I'm getting. They see the hate that the other locals that have spoke out
Mhm.
have gotten.
Jody Sue's getting a lot of hate.
Mm, have you seen the videos that I found of Jody Sue before Summer went missing?
Yes, I did.
I didn't see him, but I got to say I just she definitely doesn't look well to be on camera doing this, so that's all I can say. I think she's I don't know, her getting hate, I don't know. I'd probably agree with that though because she seems like she might be a good person who doesn't know exactly what she's doing or getting into, but I
She
don't
said
know.
some Yeah, she said some pretty terrible things. Um, Something about if the kids put one toe on her property. What
She
was
would
that?
throw him off a cliff.
Yes.
Hmm. Yeah, never see
She
I'm too new. Yeah, I don't know about this.
she made the statement, and while she was making this statement, she used her hands in like a choking motion, like, you know, she said if a neighbor's child was too loud or screaming or crying, that she could not take that GD stuff and everything, and she made
Yeah.
them and said that she would shake the child till it was dead.
Ugh.
On another video, she said that talking about her health problems and everything, and if she had a baby now, and if something was wrong with it, she would smother her own baby with a pillow. She
Oh,
talked about hate, the hate that she had for the neighbors that moved here from out of town just because they inherited property and now they're trying to sell it off. She said someone in Beach Creek was fixing to die.
yeah, there's a lot of territorial stuff in those hollers with
And
land.
these videos that I put up, there I have more videos, but I had already put these up because Jody Sue had started saying, trashing me and putting out lies on me. And I told her, I was like, don't force me to defend myself.
Yeah.
And she kept on and she didn't stop. And I got death threats on because of her. And, I had not done anything at this point. And when I got the death threats, I was like, all right, I'm going to put these out here before somebody kills me.
I remember when you put those out, and yeah. Who were the death threats from?
Uh, I think they were from her, honestly. I think they came to my Gmail,
Uh-huh.
and I honestly think that they came from her.
Wow. That is really strange. I've not really formed an opinion on her because sometimes it seems she's really sincere, and and other times it seems like maybe she
Yeah.
changes. She's not consistent. Let's just put it that way.
Well, when
You
Don
know.
Don was on the one of the last lives that Don was on, he he mentioned that Jody Sue and her ex Andy did sell drugs up there, and those were the drug dealers that were on Ben Hill Road.
Well, we know that for sure because she got arrested for it, and they had there's the arrest record says like something about a drug habitation.
A habitat, a
Yeah,
drug habitat where
like a drug house, basically.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
So
that they were caught with over 10 pounds and under 70 or something like that.
I was gonna ask, is this story allegedly just, regular run of the mill get some drugs, or is this going into that hillbilly mafia thing? Because you came in a little bit later when we talked about
I
that.
I don't know anything about. I've not. Today was the first day that I heard of the Cornbread Mafia as far as the summer case goes. I remember like back in, I think it may have been the early 90s. I think I was still in high school, so it would have been late 80s. Uh, there was somebody that was renting from a relative of mine, and they came in and they arrested him because he was like a part of the Cornbread Mafia. And
Yeah.
he had moved to that town that I was living in and rented off of a relative of mine, and they, found him and came in and arrested him.
What do you think of Ronnie Lawson? Somebody asked in the chat, Kelly S.
I've only lived in Churchill, so I can't really, you know, as that's the closest that I've been to Ronnie Lawson being sheriff, and I think he became sheriff after I lived there in Churchill
Oh,
many, many, many
okay.
years back. And I do know
Yeah.
that whenever he became sheriff, whenever he first became sheriff, that's when like the 2013 Hawkins County drug kingpin roundup happened. And a lot of roundups started happening. Not enough. I mean, there's still
Right.
drugs out there and everything.
Right.
And I think, when he had the one interview and he was asked about like the drug dealings and stuff going on in Beach Creek, he kind of said it with a smirk that they were no longer there at this point. And then
Oh, I remember that.
when then asked about the scream, he did that same smirk and
Yep.
said that it was unfounded.
Yep.
Um,
Okay, so really quick, we're still talking about light.
we're
No,
talking
now
about Ronnie Lawson
Okay,
and
so Ronnie, so And when he's saying this about the scream, was he saying this to Jody or to somebody else?
He
Or
was saying
The
it to the
press.
media. He was saying
Yeah.
it to, I think it was WVLT. I might be wrong.
okay,
WJHL maybe?
so
I think it was
remember
actually
me.
WVLT because
Oh, okay.
I
Can
think
you guys
WJHL is scared to ask her any questions.
do you guys mind giving us a quick breakdown? Because as far as I know, Jody Sue, my opinion or what I picked up is that the truck that was reported, she didn't initially, but she did say that she saw it, and then she said she heard a scream. Can you give us a rundown on what she alleges that she
Sh-
saw? Or
She alleges that she saw a red vehicle. She did not give a description of the type, like the make or the model, but she said that it was a red vehicle and it was not like the candy apple red of the Subaru. She said this one was like one that had kind of older, maybe it was a maroon or had lost its clear coat.
Yeah.
okay.
And
And I've
She said
seen a
the
couple of
tire.
videos because one she said there was even like a ladder rack without a ladder on it, right? Or
she
no?
said that she had seen that on occasions before Summer went missing.
Oh, okay, yeah, the days leading up, right? Okay.
Yes.
That vehicle that day she saw on June 15th, she also said she made specific mention of the tires not catching like the Wells vehicles do when they go up the hill.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
with the driveway, I've been there to the property. I've been to Candace and Don's, and I visit with them. I took them some flooring that we had that I was wanting to do a table with the laminate wood. I took that to them. I took them some paint that we had that we didn't need. Um,
And what I was
I
wondering if
took some scrapbooking stuff. I printed off over 300 pictures for her and bought her a scrapbooking kit because I
Mm,
thought that was going to be a healthy hobby.
right.
And then Jenna came out and absolutely degraded her for smiling, getting lost in the memories of those pictures. And I was
Mm,
sitting there with her that day that she was doing the scrapbooking, and Jenna was on the phone with her. And before Jenna called and after Jenna hung up, Candace was showing me each and every picture. She was going through them and she was telling me a story about each and every one of them. They
yeah.
are her memories. And
Mhm.
she was decorating the scrapbook, and she just I just wish that people could see the look in her face, the look in her eyes, and Dawn's both. That was the same visit that Dawn called her from work, and he did not know that I was there at the time. And she's like, "Oh, that's my husband." And she reached down and touched her phone, and she was like, "Hey, baby." And he was like, "Baby, I can't do this anymore." He goes, "I can't find our daughter. I can't find Summer while I'm stuck here at work."
Oh,
He's like, "I can't do this anymore. I can't look for Summer." And she grabbed the
mm,
phone, and her face went distorted like it did in Dr. Phil's. Her face went into that shape, and she grabbed the phone and ran outside. And
wow.
it's just until you sit down with them face to face, because these cameras
Yeah.
don't do justice until you sit there face to face,
Well,
and
yeah.
it's you get a better.
And the other thing is, it seems like those are more genuine experiences like that you witnessed, Squall. And the camera, all the streaming and stuff seems to catch them at night. It's late.
Yes, and
And
Don's at work for 10 hours a day, and he's there by himself, because he works by himself, unless she goes to work with him now, because he just can't find anybody that's not strung out and won't steal to work with him.
right.
And he's there with his thoughts all day long, and
Yeah.
he can't, spend all day talking to authorities and
Hmm.
detectives. And when he comes home, he's been at work all day with just him and his thoughts.
Right.
And he comes home and he needs somebody to talk to.
Yeah. To
And
vent.
yes,
Hmm.
and he's not going to stop talking until he finds Summer, until Summer comes home. He's just not going to. He's looking for his daughter, and he said one day, he said to me, he was just like, if it's hell that I have to go through, it's hell I will go through to find Summer.
You
people
know,
just don't. People just it kills me because people just don't. I don't know.
I will say this, without Donald Wells, people wouldn't know who Summer is. They may
Amen.
call it the Dawn Show, the Candace Show, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, what's it done? It's made people start looking at the situation and
Right.
looking at it from their own life experience and their own perspectives, which is great. And not everybody's going to agree.
Well, I only copied part of your radio. You did say you're
Cancel. We got there's upper end traffic going on right now. We have non-emergency status scheduled on our channel. I'll be on here for just a minute.
Hey guys, hope you can hear me.
Central surprised they come to the door. Had to get under his head.
We are listening to the Hawkins County scanner. There is something going on. I don't know what the address is they're at, but I did get a message saying that there was something going on in the scanner. So I've been listening to it for like 10 minutes, and there is an incident going on where a female is afraid that a male is going to shoot himself. They have asked the mother to come outside, and the mother came outside, and the male refuses to come out. Says the last thing they just said a few minutes ago was the male says that he's not going to come out, and if he does, he's going to have a gun to his head. I do not know the address because I tuned in late, and unfortunately I don't think I can rewind on here. I think we have to wait for that section of audio to be uploaded. But it's on Ben Hill Road. You heard it, Rebecca? I did not hear if it's the Wells. I just tuned in like 10 minutes ago, and I have not heard. I didn't hear the beginning. Hi, Jenny Penny. I didn't hear the beginning. So as soon as there's like a 15-minute gap that we can pull up, we will. Okay, that's great that several channels are live. That's wonderful. I didn't look at any other channels. I went live when I heard what was going on here. So I don't know if the female is still in the house. Exactly, Serene. The scanner's playing right now. Right now it's quiet. Okay, cool, Jude. Go watch it there then. Here we go. I hear some action. Just listen. Holy. Playing my audio? Oh, well, I'll strike her when I get done then. The nerve of people. She can't figure out how to broadcastify herself. It's okay. Right now we're listening to Broadcastify. This is the Hawkins County scanner. This should show you exactly how incompetent she is. But At any rate, I heard them say, I got a message. There's something going on the scanner, right? They were like, something's going on with Candace on the scanner. And I was like, So I started listening like 12 minutes ago. Can you turn that off? It's really distracting. Go ahead and turn that off, please. It's distracting. Hold on. I got to shut the door. Okay. Sorry about that. Hang on. Let me get my earbuds back in. All I can hear is her damn voice out in my living room. I'm ready to put needles in my eyeballs. So anyhow, someone messaged me, said something's going on with Candace on the scanner. So I pulled up the scanner. I've been listening for like 12 minutes. And I heard that there was a female that was concerned that a male was going to shoot himself. Then it was quiet for a few minutes. Then the next thing on the scanner was they wanted the mother to come out on the porch. Then they said the mother had come out and that the male refuses to come out and that he's only going to come out with a gun to his head. That is the last thing that I heard. And I still have it playing. No, I plead the fifth. I agree. I don't know if they're even on Ben Hill Road. I know there's people in here saying they heard it. I did not hear that. But I can tell you that the scanner has jumped from 50 people when I tuned in, and it's now at 122. So we're just going to sit here and we're going to just wait and hear if we get an update, because the police officer asked dispatch to keep an open line with the mother. You've been listening to Music City? She was wondering what was going on. Yeah, we don't know. I did not hear myself that it was at the Wells. But as soon as the rest of this Broadcastify, every 15-minute increments will upload on their website. And since I have a subscription, I can go in there and I can get those archives. So as soon as that is up, probably at 10 o'clock, I don't know how quickly they upload them, but as soon as they're there, I will play it. We will go back and play it. Yeah, I know. She's just the woman she's useless. I did not hear anything about the boys and being questioned. I do not know. Well, they may call it a porch lipstick. I don't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't know. He does not know.
No, I'm not, Jude. It's fine. So something's going on, yes, in Hawkins County, you guys. I don't know if it's Ben Hill Road. Like I said, I will break in the archives when those are available on Broadcastify. Oh. Christy, just to give you guys a quick update, we are listening to the Hawkins County scanner. I got a message that something was going on with Candace on the scanner. So I turned it on. I listened for like 12 minutes before I went live because I wanted to see what was really going on. And they said a female was afraid that a male was going to shoot himself in the head. Then they had like a little few minutes. It was quiet. And then they came back and asked, they said that the mother was going to come out on the porch. They wanted the mother out on the porch. And they wanted the dispatcher to keep the mother on the phone and keep an open line with her. And they said that the male refuses to come out. And the only way that he will come out was with a gun to his head. So I don't know if this is on Ben Hill Road. I don't know. I know a lot of you are saying you heard it. I can't confirm that because I haven't heard that yet. But with everything that's going on, everything that's gone on in the past week or two, you know, with the charges out in Utah, everyone coming up to Tennessee, there's a lot of pressure. They're under pressure. Mother Coconut says, for those boys' sake, I hope it isn't their parents. Yeah, Amy Lynn, if you can see if the archive is up already, then I'll go play it. Mandy T, my granny used to listen to a scanner. Oh, she'd always just have it on. Queen Virgo, yeah. Hey, Janice. Hey, Datset. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Amy Lynn, cool. If you let me know if it's up, I will go into the archives and play it. I just don't know how quick they get those up there, but it is still active scene. They have not said anything since they. Hold up.
My time's number, please.
I don't think she meant the boys would be necessarily going back, but maybe to know that, you know, if it ended that way.
Dispatch 2135 on scene 2138. Complaint number 1036 1036.
Hi, Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl.
10-4. Head on up to 111 Mountain View School Road. 111 Mountain View School Road. Car is backed into four-wheeler in the driveway. They just need to report with insurance.
That's a different call. The 111 Mountain. That's a different call. Are you close, Justice? Hey, Michelle. Hey, Ashley Oaks. We're listening to the Hawkins County scanner. We don't know who it is, but I got a message saying that there was something going on and that Candace was mentioned on the scanner. So I listened to the scanner for about 12 minutes. And in that 12-minute time frame, I heard that there was a female that was worried that a male was going to shoot himself. And then they asked the female or the mother to come out on the porch. And then it said that the male would not come out and he was only going to come out with a gun to his head. And that was the last thing that we've heard. But I didn't hear the beginning of it. Yeah, I don't know. Is anybody live with Jody Sue? I don't know her. But she would definitely know because they said they had the house surrounded in the very beginning. Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean anything, Dr. Malmo. She said she thought Don had to give up his guns. Don didn't even get in trouble for having a firearm and being a convicted felon last fall. So she's laughing, making fun of what? Someone said 165 Ben Hill Road. Isn't that the address of the shed? I got a message, you guys, the other day that said the address of that the shed used to have its own address, and that the shed has a basement. I don't know if that's true or not, but they said that shed had its own address and it was, I think, 165.
Hallmark and Venmo cards make gifting a cinch. Choose a card for any occasion.
Is that true? Jody Sue doesn't live there anymore. Where does she live? Yeah, I heard 165 is them as well. Because look. Oh my God, I'm going to throw up. Did you guys really hear it say 165? Because I don't think this is funny. You're going to go back? Go back where? We don't know. We don't know if they are at the wells. How do you know Shed doesn't have a basement, niece? How do you know? 165 sure as frick looks like their house to me. You're going to tell me that's not the Wells property right at the top of that hill? Dude. No, 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 no. This is their original house is 110. 165 is Summer's house. What? So 110 was down.
Which is, you know, unexpected. But it's great because it kind of is crowdsourcing everybody's unique perspectives and maybe will result in finding Summer.
Right.
And
Um,
I'm glad that he does. You know,
I just wish
I
he went
hate
to
to
the
see the
panels that
pain.
I just wish he went to the panels that, you know, would support him.
Right. That's the thing. And then it, you know, it's hard because who do you trust, you know?
So far, just about every friend Candace has made since Summer went missing. Not all of them. They've all turned around and stabbed her in the back
Yeah. Now,
and came
doesn't
out.
she has that friend Dale that goes and visits? Is that
Yes,
she still
she's
visits, right?
as far as I know. Yes, they're still on good terms.
That's good.
And then
Because
she's got
Candace needs support as well. Regard, okay, no matter what camp you're in, if you think the Wells know something, did something, don't know anything, had nothing, you know, whatever camp you're in, at the end of the day, you have to still have empathy for the people that are involved. And, you know, you can clearly see that Candace is struggling, you know,
oh,
she's
absolutely.
sad, and Dawn is struggling
They're
too.
both they're both
And
they've been
yeah,
pushed. I mean, on top of the trauma of, you know, not knowing where Summer is and losing their voice, that was a dark place to begin with. But
right.
social media has just pushed them into this big, deep, dark pit.
you know, I really, really like I like to think of myself as like an empathetic guy and really caring, but and as an alcoholic and an addict, when I have somebody maybe do something bad to me or just something I really don't like, I try to think, oh, well, you know, maybe they're a sick person or they're like this or they can't stop. But like when lost my wife and she was pregnant, it's like, oh my God,
Oh
it's
no.
almost like I didn't even need AA. Like I just quit drinking right away, like because I wanted my family back. Like, how is
Yeah.
it? Like I don't get when people are saying, you know, I would be using too, I'd be drinking too, but they still have their boys. You know, I just don't, I can't get my head around it why they would still be drinking or using, and that's on the opposite side of that, I guess. But
Well, they are only drinking now. I have seen papers where they've passed drug tests.
Oh, that's good.
They have been passing their drug tests, and I've seen that paperwork.
That's good. Yeah. And, you know, if people have been drinking for a long time, I'm not giving excuses either. I mean, I'm not trying to enable, but if people have been drinking for a long time in large amounts, um, they n- a lot of times will need a detox program where they can be safe while they come off of, you know, the
Well,
alcohol. I don't know if that's
they can't leave their property because every single day they've got people harassing them on their property.
And could you imagine the talk though, if they did go into a detox program, everybody would drag them.
Yeah.
It's like, you can't win for losing.
That's it, exactly.
Yeah. What do you mind? We were talking about Frank Light earlier, but you mentioned his wife had come out, and I was kind of mentioning that earlier, but I didn't know the details of his like the charges that he got. Do you know what they were?
Um, I can get screenshots and put them in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
He had 10 court continuances. It was 50 to 100 charges of CP of the photos.
Okay. So
Uh,
10 charges. Did they happen to find any of like you wondered he had that tripod when you were there. Did they find anything
I
that
was told that the images were in that room. That the images. Now I've not talked to her. She's probably wants to cut my head off too. But his sister was actually the one that called the law on him because
Oh,
he became homeless. I think is what his ex-wife said, and he moved in with his sister, and his sister was doing his laundry and found 2 thumb drives. She thought that they were thumb drives with their mother's funeral pictures from the funeral and everything on them. So she took them to her computer. I don't know if it was like a laptop or desktop. She just took them to the computer and plugged them in. And I reckon she just freaked out. I'm sure I would have freaked out. I don't know,
yeah.
how she reacted. But she contacted her husband immediately, and her husband was the one that called the police. I've got a screenshot of the police report as well, or a
Wow.
picture of the police report.
Okay, really quick, I just want to try to address the questions as they come in. One of them was, is there any way we can straighten out any confusion with who turned Frank in? Someone says it was his sister, not his wife. Just throwing that out there if we can touch on it.
His sister and her husband called the police. The police responded, and while they were there at the house collecting the thumb drives, Frank walked in. When Frank walked in, they talked to him and asked him what are on these, and he hung his head down and said, "They're inappropriate."
Yeah.
And his wife didn't know. Now, these images, were they images he took himself?
I have
Or
I have been told that the images were from the bedroom that I had my experience with him in.
really?
Yes.
Now, and the wife didn't know this was going on?
She did not know what was going on until he got the charges.
Wow.
And she said that she had suspected, that he wasn't right in the head and that there were some issues, and that was why she had left.
Wow.
And
That's scary.
she actually had, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she left him before my incident with him.
Okay. So before, because your incident was in 2013.
Yes.
Okay. So it was
I mean,
before
I
that.
might be wrong on that, but I'm wanting to say that they had already split up just before the same year, just like right before I showed up.
Okay. All
Mm,
right.
Squall, so you don't have to say like where exactly you are, but are you in Hawkins County or like in a neighboring county or just wondering?
It takes me 25 to 30 minutes to get to their house.
Oh wow, yeah, so that's shorter than it takes me to even get across town here, so pretty damn
And
close.
if it was like bird's eye view, it would probably be 10 to 15 minutes drive, but
Mm. And Martin
Yeah.
Smallwood in the chat makes, thinking, reading my mind. Been watching the Wells case from the beginning. Still have no idea what happened to Summer. Who's responsible? I was gonna ask you, other than this light, do you kind of roll with other theories or contribute to other theories or try to look outside the box, or in your heart and your mind, are you
yes.
pretty sure you like know what happened?
In the beginning, I was dead set on Frank. And then I learned about Jackie Dobbs, and that kind of eased my anxiety some.
Yeah.
And then people started reaching out to me about Jody Sue, and I brought her up on my panel. I was the first YouTuber, I guess. I guess you could say I'm a YouTuber creator. I don't know what we're called, but I brought her up and did an interview with her, and then she told me she told me something about needing money because she had to get away from Voldemort, aka Andy.
Right.
And I told her, I'm not in this for monetization, and I've seen what have happened to others when they've raised money on YouTube, and I am not about that. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be responsible. I don't have the health or the time or the mentality to go through all that crap. And she was like, well, that's okay. I'll just go to where the numbers and the money is. And then I think it was like a day later, I asked her, I was like, well, a lot of people are wanting to talk to you and they have questions, and, will you come back up on my panel? She was like, no, that's okay. I'm about to go bigger.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
about to speak louder. And the very next day was when she was on her way to the safe house in Johnson City because they went and rescued her.
423 Chase.
Yes, that's the very next day after that was when all that happened. And I didn't even know none of that was going on. And I was like, well,
Wow.
what in the heck? What happened? And then all of a sudden she told me that the law was driving by, shining lights on her, spotlighting her, that they had followed her over there. And I was like, what do you mean? Like Hawkins County is like left Hawkins County and followed you to where they moved you? And she's like, yes. She's like, and they've told the law over here. She's like, it's not Hawkins County law. It's a law over here that's shining the lights on me because Hawkins County gave them the heads up. She's like, they're all intertwined. And then 423 Chase, he came out about, whenever she started bad mouthing him, and he showed his receipt and everything about her, saying all that about the police following her and everything and all of that. And I was like, oh my gosh, and I started thinking, I was like, because she started shading hate to me after she went to them, and I hadn't done nothing to her. And I started going back through her Facebook, and I was like, well, I'm going to go back to the beginning when Summer went missing, and I am going to watch every one of her videos. So instead of like scrolling down her page, I just clicked on videos and I scrolled all the way down, and I was like, oh my gosh, where did all these come from? Has she been this busy? And I clicked on one, and it was like in 2020.
Oh,
So
wow.
I clicked out, and I mean, she had so many videos on there. I mean, I'm talking like what she does now is the year leading up to Summer's disappearance was equivalent to what she's, done there the first month after Summer went missing. Or,
Wow.
you know,
She seems I don't mean this in a judgy way. She seems very paranoid. Like I've watched several of her videos, and one of them, she was at a store, she saw a truck, and then she thought the police were following her, and then they weren't, and it was really strange.
yeah, that's what got me curious, and to go back and watch her videos, and I was only planning to go like, to the day that Summer turned up missing and start from
Uh-huh.
there and watch them all again. And I clicked on a couple, and I'm just like sitting there, and it's like I had to get my headphones and put them on and like just turn the fan off, the heat pump off, and just listen because could not believe what I was hearing.
Right.
I was sitting here like, she's talking about Dawn and Candace hating them
Well,
because
now
Dawn.
she's talking about it again because then she seemed to kind of support them. And then now she's gone back to, at least in the last video I saw, kind of throwing them under the bus.
Yes, yes. Candace told me before Summer went missing that Jody Sue has only been inside her house one time, and that was when Summer was born, and she's got a picture of her holding Summer. She said, other than that, whenever they came over, Jody Sue never got out of the car, ever.
It seems to me, and I could be wrong, that some what do you say it? Some YouTubers or some panels might let Jody Sue on more than others, or they might endorse her more than others. And some of those channels are very not, they're against the parents. Maybe she's building a relationship with these other creators and just kind of listening to them a lot, maybe.
Maybe.
I I think that has a lot to do with it, and um, I know in the videos before Summer went missing, I've been in a violent relationship, bad toxic relationship before, and I don't know any man that would sit in a car as quiet as he was while she rambled on and on and on.
That always amazes me that it always it always
For
comes to a shock. It comes as a shock to me when all of a sudden I realize there's somebody in the car with her. She'll refer to somebody. She's been going on and on for, a really long time and you don't hear anything. Then all of a sudden she'll refer to somebody in the vehicle and it's like, "Oh my goodness, there's somebody in there?"
her kids and her ex at the time, it wasn't her husband. She was never married to him.
Oh, she wasn't.
And the
Okay.
property, the property doesn't even belong to him or her. It belongs to his parents.
Okay.
And it just the DV didn't add up. So it that was kind of shocking to me. And then the energy that she would put into hating the neighbors
Yeah.
in those videos, I found very disturbing. And she kept on and on. And then finally, I defended myself by putting out the one video, and then she kept on. So I released 5 more. And I had already sent them to TBI. Then they got in touch with me and told me, well, don't release any more of them, please. And I was like, okay. And they said, go ahead and take your time and send every one of them. If you have to do it in multiple emails, or if you accidentally send, duplicates, just send us all of the drives. And I did
Right.
that. I did that. And so I can't put any more of them. I don't want to get in trouble with law
Yeah.
enforcement. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
want to put those on there. But
Mhm.
it the hate and everything that she has in her is for years.
Wow. She really was very, very serious about the land issue as well, I noticed. And
Hmm.
very confrontational with Dobbs.
She claims that she has health issues and she can't get out and do much mobility wise. But if you go to those 5 weeks before Summer went missing and watch those videos, she starts talking about how she got out there and surveyed Dobbs's land on that cliffside by herself, walked through it and stuck the flags down in the ground and everything. And it's just like, well,
Yeah.
wait a second. Whenever I started hearing that, I was like, wait a second. I thought you were hardly able to move,
Right. Right.
you know, like
And
how,
another thing was when, I don't know all the goings on behind the scenes with other creators and all that. So I'm speaking probably out of ignorance here. So excuse me in advance. But it I thought saw where 423 Chase had helped her out and gotten her to a safe location. But then she started on one of her videos saying like Chase had people spying on her and stuff. But my
like,
understanding was Chase had people like kind of watching. She had asked them to watch her car or something.
well, if you watch last night's video, like everybody that she has come in contact with since Summer's disappearance, she has started hating on them and thrown them under the bus. Every single person.
Huh. Wonder what
Uh,
that's all about. Does she just want to, I don't know. I don't want to accuse her of anything. That's so weird.
she says in one breath people are trying to shut her up, and then in another breath she's saying that us creators, all the creators that brought her on our panel, forced her to do it. And I've got screenshots, people reaching out to me, and then whenever I messaged her finally, she was like, "Yes, can you put the word out tonight so we'll have a bigger audience?"
Oh goodness.
So she was wanting it. I mean, she was wanting it. Nobody forced her to do anything, and she went to the, I don't get along with the other panels. She went on because of my stance
Mm-hmm.
and my opinion that the parents are innocent,
Mm-hmm.
but she sought them out purposely and intentionally to go onto that panel when she found out that the fundraiser with because it was the night they started the fundraiser, I believe.
Oh, yeah, that got really huge, didn't it? I don't
Yeah,
think they meant for it to get that big. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
people are still
interesting.
doing videos every day about fundraisers and stuff instead of summer.
Yeah, it's crazy,
Any
that whole
what
situation.
I know we kind of got a lot of good info in there about Jody. I just really wanted to get back to the Dr. Phil episode today onto the pretty much like how the Jerry Springer at the end he has his final thought. I kind of felt like the final thought of this show was that there was deception from both of them. What do you guys think? If the parents are innocent, they could be deceptive. Do you think they're atypical, like some people are saying, and that they just have weird behavior, or maybe just get your guys' opinions on what you think?
because I've met them and I've been up close to them and not been in the interrogation seat with them, if that makes any sense, because I don't ask them questions. I don't, you know, and I just see their, I guess what you would call their baseline.
Right.
I feel that if that atypical means, just their personality and their baseline is odd all the way through, I think that's what it is. I feel like Candace does dissociate because as a mother, what would you want to think, is your child never going to put her arms around your neck again? Or if she is out there and alive, what's happening? What do you want to believe as a mother? And after this amount of time, she doesn't want to think about one or the other.
Right.
And it tears, and when she does, I have noticed, whenever I have been close to her, whenever that does come over her, she shows lots of emotion. I mean, she does cry and she slings the snot and she cries hard.
Yeah. Well,
And
we have seen that. I
um
think people have a problem with, I mean, to answer Graz's question, from my viewpoint, is I flip flop. To be honest, I go back and forth all the time. One minute I think, well, that's really strange. They must have something to do with it. And then the other minute I think, well, I don't know, you know? So I haven't really formed a hard opinion. I'm just staying open to everything because I don't know. I'm not in the situation like Squall is. You definitely have better insight.
they've got people, Candace has people whispering in her ear that, you know, well, did Don do this? Did Don do that? Did Don do this? And then Don has people whispering in his ear, well, Candace did this and Candace did that and Candace did this. And they're both being told, you better flip on them now and save your own hide, And so
Hmm.
that's not making it easier for them, for people to be
Right.
whispering in their, each other's ears that each other's guilty. And they believe in each other. They honestly do believe and have faith in each other, but just with that constant whispering in their ear, when somebody comes out and says, and they would expect that interrogation answer, do you think Candace, was involved, like with the doctor, with the behavior panel, I meant, They
Mhm.
felt that there was slight deception. I don't think it was so much deception as all of those whispers flooded his head while he was answering that. Does that make sense?
Well, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because subconsciously, you can't control the thoughts that come up, you know. So all those questions that people have essentially planted there is kind of what was running through his head when he was
And
answering.
they've not been just questions. They've been straight out accusations and
Yeah.
convictions. I mean, a lot of people have already convicted them. You know.
Yeah. I know at
So
one point I really thought Candace knew at least maybe what had happened or knew that something happened, but I just go back and I just don't know.
with her response today, I think, the same thing happened with her. When they asked her, "Do you know who took Summer?" Or "Do you know what happened to Summer?" Can't remember exactly how that question was asked. And she paused and closed her eyes and everything, because she sits at home and she works with the um, private investigators, and she works with all of the other people that are doing the business type dealings with Summer's investigation, trying to find her. And she's hearing these questions like, well, do you think so and so could be involved? Do you have any information on this? Like, whenever she watched the Jody Sue tapes, she called me and she said, "What in the
Yeah.
is this shit?"
Yeah.
Because, and that was the moment that she told me that Jody Sue never got out of the car, never called her. Jody Sue never babysat. She said that she did take pictures for Jody Sue one time, but Jody Sue was inebriated and she had fallen. It was not abuse, but on that particular instance with the photos that she
Right.
put out. She said that after Summer went missing, a few days after Summer went missing, it took Jody Sue 4 days. Everybody talks about, Jackie Dobbs not posting a picture of Summer. It took
Yeah.
Jody Sue 4 days to post a picture of Summer on her Facebook.
And she was there.
And she was there.
I would have
And
been posting that night probably, just, if my neighbor's child was missing.
yes, that's what I'm thinking. I would post 20 pictures and I would tag every single friend in my friend
Yeah.
list.
Yeah.
I would tag everybody, whether they liked it or not. They can untag themselves after I tag them, but towards the end, I'm going to tag them.
That's an interesting point, Squall. I hadn't really thought of that.
And after Summer went missing, Jody Sue started calling her every day. And Candace, when she started thinking about it, she's like, well, she's always asking me who comes up here all the time. And she was also, Jody Sue was also doing that in regards to find out things about Andy, whether Andy had been there. If you listen to Jody Sue's video last night, Jody Sue says on there that she's got eyes on that holler and she knows everybody that comes in and out of Candace's.
Yeah, she even mentioned a trail cam. And what was she talking about? Dawn walking around at night? What was she talking about?
I think she is making that up, personally. She is trying to say that Dawn would come over and peep in her windows at night.
Well,
And
that's what I thought she was saying. But she was saying it in such a roundabout way. I wasn't certain.
yeah, and she said that the kids would come over in the middle of the night and steal food.
And
Well, I
she'd
can
act like
tell,
she was asleep and let them steal food.
right. But she was
So
so
weird.
hyper vigilant at the same
Right.
time. But I have seen probably 2,000 photos sitting there at the table with Candace, and they don't have like a pantry. They don't have cabinets in their home. They've got metal racks like you would see in a garage with tools and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they use as their cabinet for food and everything. And every picture I saw, I mean, they've got more food in their house in those pictures than I've ever had in mine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah. And she's acting like they're starving.
Yes, and so many of those
Well, they're
pictures.
probably like my kids. She probably had all kinds of snacks over there, and I don't buy that crap. So my kids never want to eat what I have in the house.
Oh man, guys, see, I agree that even if there's some things that like social media and ethics and journalism and even people like Fox and NBC, I don't think you should be able to treat people like that if they're a suspect or whatever. But on the same
Yeah.
token, I do see that these things have to be investigated and everything looked into. And AJ has a good point about the Cleo Smith case in Australia being a good example, and not just of
Yeah.
being, wrongly convicted, but there's other examples like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a lot of missing children cases examples that,
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
they've had all those stings recently in Eastern Tennessee with child uh, predators, I'll just say, soliciting minors. I don't know
Um,
if you can say,
those
but
stings have been going on for a long time.
yeah,
They're nothing new.
I saw that it was like a 12-month program that they had done, and they busted a lot of people, but it's just strange. It's really strange. There's so much of that in that area.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's in every area, though. It really is. It happens everywhere.
Yeah.
So I'd like to. I think I'm gonna get out of here pretty soon here. I wanted to ask you guys maybe a couple of questions, maybe just talk a little bit before we get out. Do you
Sure.
maybe have your own? I know you're just like me. I flip-flop, and that's what makes it hard about covering this case in particular,
Yeah.
but maybe you guys might have your own theories. You might be able to tell us what you might think. As far as whether you think you may know, exactly how it happened, or just general theories, or however you feel.
It as far That's a tough question, Graz. It puts you on the spot because you don't want to accuse anybody. So just keep in mind these are theories, of possibilities.
Yeah.
But the I think I have a couple on a list, and of course, one of them is that she was abducted. Um, and I don't know if it was by someone in the holler or if it was by somebody related to Don and or Candace or grandma in some way. I have no idea. I can't speak to that, but of course, that's the obvious theory. Um, the other theory is that, there was an accident, the whole accident theory, that we've heard 1,000 times. And, they freaked out and didn't know what to do and didn't want to lose their other kids. And then I guess the third theory is that I hate to even say because it sounds so awful, but I, I just wonder if Candace knows something just because of the way she has behaved. And so I'm not certain if that's just how she behaves. And I know Squall has said that it is kind of her baseline, but I haven't seen for myself in context, so I can't say. So I have to still keep that as a possibility in my mind that, maybe she knows something. And I'm not saying she did anything, but knows something, or she wasn't watching as closely as she said, and more time passed than what she's really saying, something like that. But um those are the theories that I kind of throw around. Also, the whole, is Don a confidential informant, and maybe somebody's trying to send him a message. Squall, did you happen to see that part when I talked about that?
The confidential informant?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Don has a federal Bureau of Prisons number that originates in Utah, but he doesn't have any federal prison stays that I saw. And so I just postulated, well, what if, he turned confidential informant and somebody is trying to get back at him and he's scared to say that that's the case, or maybe the police are making him not say it. I don't know. That's a
Right.
possibility. So I have so many theories, and I'm so afraid to offend anybody,
I
by saying them.
I thought that website thing was debunked as a hoax back then. It was like Chasing Truth debunked it, because at the very
Which
bottom of that page, I believe it was like, you've been had or something, or gotcha.
the which one?
The federal,
The Federal Bureau of Prisons?
yes.
Really?
If that's the same one, if that happened, if that was the one that came out right after the prank phone call to Mary.
No, this is legit, because there's like a whole bunch of addresses. Federal Bureau of Prisons, Washington, D.C., and it's a BOP.gov address.
Okay.
I'm
I would
looking
have
at it right now on my screen.
I would have to see that website then, because I've never seen that one.
Here, I'll put the link in the chat so anybody can go back and look at it if they'd like. And you can look at it too. And what I did was just looked him up by name.
Okay.
There we go. All right. And I know Graz has to get out of here. Do you have what's your theory, Squall?
All I can say is that I feel in my heart that Candace and Dawn are 100% innocent. When you ask, like, if somebody asks them, do you know what happened? They've got things that they cannot talk about. They're not allowed to talk about it.
That's what I'm sensing. That's kind of what I started gathering the other day. Also,
And
Dawn has an
because
Indiana tie that I found.
I don't know anything about that one either.
Yeah, it's on. I have a video on my page. I streamed a long stream, but it got copyright. It got taken down for a song, and so what I did was just restream the important parts that showed the documentation that I had found. Yeah, he had been arrested in Indiana in 2010. So there is an Indiana tie, if there's any merit to what 423 Chase says. But I know you say, in your heart, you feel.
And there are the potential suspects. I've got to be careful how I say this. There's a lot of potential suspects out there in Beach Creek that have been looked into that would have motives. There has also been one theory, because of the way that Jody Sue was screaming, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." When Candace
Yeah,
came out of her driveway, and saw Jody Sue. Jody Sue saw her. Jody Sue was in the road right there at the bottom of the dog trail when Candace came out of her driveway, and Jody Sue was screaming, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
that
That.
was one of my theories at one point, because it was so coincidental. She says she hears a scream at 4:42 or whatever it is, and then Andy calls her at 4:52, says he's going to be 30 minutes late getting home, and then he shows up just as the police show up.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that kind of what you're getting at, Squall?
I don't want to say that she did do it. Just
Yeah, of
there's
course.
been so many things cross my mind after just watching those videos of her before Summer went missing. You know, her son is an adult. Her son is 19 years old.
Hmm.
You can't rule people. They have not ruled anybody out. That's what Ronnie Lawson has said, and TBI has said that they have not ruled anyone out. You know,
Yes.
I do know for a fact that their devices, they got their devices back, and you know, and if anything was on them, just from experience with the Joe Clyde Daniels case and the Evelyn Boswell, both of those are close to us, and with Tennessee, and if they got one inkling of deception, they would have been arrested. And with Don going to jail for the DUI and then the violation of probation, we drove his truck home that night. Me and my man, we sped out there and met Grandma. She gave us the keys. Cause she had sped down to the truck, and we passed the cops on our way.
Okay,
And
so you and Grandma were the ones who, because they said they released it to family.
yeah, well, Grandma got there to the scene while the cops were still there and got the keys and guarded the truck. And then, when I was, because I watched it happen on Doug's channel. And so I started calling Candace immediately. And then she was on the phone with somebody. Then she called back, and I was like, "Are you okay?" She was like, "I need help." I was like, "What do you need?" And she was like, "Mom took off. I think she's at the truck. I don't know if she's made it down there yet or not. And we need somebody to drive it home." And I was like, "We're on our way." And we
Yeah.
went and got the truck and we drove it home, and she had to run down the hill and jump in and drive it up the driveway because I was spinning the rubber off the tires trying to get up because it was piss pouring rain.
Oh,
And it
yeah.
was all wet, and I couldn't get it up the driveway, his truck up the driveway. I was
It
like,
had been
well,
raining for like a week at that point too, because we
yeah,
got a bunch of rain too.
but
Yeah.
they would have, if they had of any inkling that they were guilty, that was their moment to keep him.
Yeah.
They've had a
They let
lot of
him out
moments.
so fast. And that's what another thing that makes me wonder if he's a CI and the
No, they gave him a hardship bond.
yeah.
Because
Yeah, but
he's the only income up there on the hill. He's pays child support. His daughter's missing, and
oh,
his wife is she's got lots of health issues. I'm not going to speak on any of them,
yeah,
but she does have a lot of health issues. And so on the hardship, they let him go home. But if it was, there would be no such thing as a hardship if there was a crime such as doing something with his daughter.
right,
They would have wiped all the hardships off the board.
right, right. Yeah, so
Hmm.
you sound like me. So you just have so many possibilities running through your head that you probably change every day or it's like me.
The only thing that I have stuck on to 100% is that Don, especially since the day that I met them and talked to them face to face and sat here and cried with them. It's just you don't get a bad vibe. You don't get no creepy vibe. You don't. At least I don't. And
Yeah,
I can't see it. I see that they're hurting. I see that they listen to everybody. They look at every message. They answer every phone call because that might be the one that they need. So they
right.
cannot not look at messages. They cannot not answer that phone. They can't, not do that.
I've tried messaging both of them, and at the very beginning, Um, and then once again, maybe a month ago, I didn't want to like really hound them or anything, but they never got back to me because just wanted to.
And
I just sent messages of support, and
I think Candace is worried about letting something slip that law enforcement has told her to keep private.
Oh yeah.
Because if it was to get out, then the potential suspect would be tipped off.
Yep. Yep.
And she knows more of those tips and stuff. She does not let Don know about them because
he talks so much.
He talks so much, yeah. And he also, when he found out about me and my incident with Frank, he went to Frank's house, and they came out with guns and met him.
Oh Lord.
So
Wow.
yeah, she has to be very careful what she says in front of him because he will.
Well, he's already said he'd kill somebody if he found out who it was. I mean,
He said that in the very beginning, and everybody started hating on him for it. So then he started talking about, well,
99, that's not even possible. This is the Wells property, you guys. I'm looking at it. Mm-mm. Yeah, I don't want anybody to kill themselves. It's not funny at all. But 165 is showing me right here that is the Wells house. Who's J and B? Oh, is that Jody Sue? Okay, well, 165, watch. We're going to do directions. And is 110 going to take us to the bottom of the hill where the damn shed is? They own all that property, you guys. They own like 11 acres. That's a lot of property. Yeah, see, the freaking 110 is at the bottom of the hill. Y'all are crazy, man. No, I'm telling you, we're looking at it right now. 110 is the damn shed. Look, it's right here in front of you. Google Maps. I mean, I'm not going to discredit Google Maps and say they're wrong over a YouTube channel. No way, because I'm looking at it right here.
The proof is in the pudding, if you will.
Candace just called you. Wait. Donna Watkins. Candace just called me from Messenger. It is not at their house. You know Candace? Donna? You know who Candace? She called you? Okay, well, maybe Google is wrong, but it's still, the opposite, right? Hey, Lizzie. It's still, I mean, even if it's switched around, that would still be their property. You know what I mean? Hey, Kristen. I wish you could. The story of the year. What does that mean? Oh, that's the trailer. You're right. Okay. So Don and his ex-wife lived in a trailer down at the bottom of the hill by the shed, I think. You know what? Yes, it would. It would have another address. She said it used to have an address. Don used to live at the bottom of the hill in a trailer with his ex-wife. I remember hearing that now.
35.
Hold on. Don't drive over there yet if it's 25 minutes. I would hold off, Justice.
Same for he's talking to us at the back door now.
He's talking to them at the back door now. Did you hear that?
He had the gun in his right hand last time we seen him.
Donna, is Donna still here? How do you know Candace? Yeah, he said he's at the back door now. So hopefully they're going to save this person. Even if it's not the Wells, gun in right hand. Oh my God. Let's hope that they save this person and get them help.
Up behind the cruiser back here.
This is kind of an active scene here. So they said the guy is at the back door with a gun in his right hand. But I don't know if Donna knows Candace. I don't know. I mean, could Candace say like, "Oh, hey, it's not they're not here." I don't know. I would think if this was her husband, she would be upset. Hey, Cher. I would think if this was her husband, she would be upset, right? She wouldn't be like calling people going, "Oh, it's not done." I mean, you wouldn't think so. Amy Lynn, I'm so sorry. I really am so sorry. God, that's got to bring up some feelings for you. Okay, I'm not going to argue about the property. I haven't even heard what address they're at. So let's not argue about the property right now, okay? Because that's really not the point. Let's not argue about the property. There's a guy literally with a gun in his right hand wanting to take his own life.
52.
Is the road still closed on Mountain View? I don't remember if they've ever fixed it or not.
10-4. You shouldn't go up that far. Should be right there on the corner.
Or so I can get to it from Mountain View.
10-4.
Want America one more time?
Cher, can you try to call him?
111.
Yeah.
No, I don't think BK's at the Wells. I think BK's in bed live or something. Well, they had a call on Mountain View. I don't know if it's the same one. They had 111 Mountain View. That was something about a four-wheeler being stuck, but I don't know what the address is for the guy with the gun. Let's wait and see what Cher says. I did ask if she could call. I mean, okay, let's see. I don't know where Mountain View is. I'm going to look. $11 miles. Oh, you guys are so good. Okay, Mountain View is the car backing into a four-wheeler. So I don't think that's the same call. I think that's a different call. But whoever it is has a gun in their right hand and they're at the back door. I thought maybe I heard something about the patrol car, but I don't know if that's if I heard that correctly. Has anyone checked the Broadcastify archives? Is Digger here? Oh, Logan's mom. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Oh my gosh, Amy Lynn. She said, my daughter's best friend, only 12, took her life on November 16th. 12? Croc Rock says they have a trailer surrounded on the rewind. I did hear that. Can you go back before then and see what address they went to? Megan, it may not be. It may not be. But nonetheless, it was brought just a fan. Your 10 minutes. Wow. Just a fan. Would you, I like your profile picture, by the way. It's funny. Would you mind sending me an email? If you put exclamation point email in chat, anybody can do it. It doesn't have to just be the moderators. Anybody can put that and it'll pull up the email if you need the email. But if you could send me an email, that would be great. Digger, can you check the archives to see? I've been on listening to this for 37, probably about 45 minutes now. Can you see if you can find what address they're at? Okay, sorry. I'll give an update now. Kelly Wright, what are you talking about? She said, if this is Don, shame on y'all. Okay, so anyways, I got a message that there was something on the scanner. Oh, it's not working. Shit. Okay, well, I'll just type in my email. Where's Sherry? Everyone that is close by, they're heading there now. Didn't they say they have the road closed? Mountain View Road was closed. What, Mrs. Hippie Lynn? Sherry Pope, how do you know it is not?
339.
You heard on the.
Just get advised. Just get advised. Everything's going to be 10-4. We make contact with subject.
All clear.
You can open up the radio on the premise.
All clear.
10-4.
I don't think it was them.
Normal radio traffic.
I mean, I can't say that for sure, but he's unarmed. So thank God. Who? PGDA? Who's that? Who dat? Someone called and talked to Don? Jody Sue. Hi, Jody Sue. I've never met you before, but thanks for coming in. My name is Jay. We were just listening to the scanner. I got a message that there was something going on the scanner, and they said they heard the name Candace. So I tuned in. I listened for about 12 minutes or so, and I heard there was a female that was.
I do have EMS on standby. What do you want me to advise them?
So they're asking EMS to stand by, I guess. But anyways, they said that there was a female that was worried that a male was going to shoot himself. And then they asked the mother to come out on the porch. And I immediately thought, oh my gosh, could it be Grandis? And then they said that the male refused to come out and would only come out with a gun to his head, and that they had the trailer surrounded. So thank you, Christy. Christy pops in. with some facts. So it was
38.
413 Whitaker. Well, at least, okay, it's a man named Billy. Oh, thank you guys for checking that out. Jody Sue, before you leave chat, can you clarify something about the 110 and the 165 Ben Hill Road addresses? Are they both Don's? What's the scoop with that? If you can let us know really quick. It didn't sound like a prank to me. I'm not sure. I mean, he just said the male's unarmed and that was that, you know? I'm just glad nobody was hurt. Like my heart's pounding, you know? Well, I'm not doxing anyone. I just said Billy. See ya, Jody Sue. Yeah, I definitely don't think that was a prank either. But nonetheless, you're ignorant, Benny. I thought you were going to be nice. I just heard you like an hour ago say you were going to be nice. Didn't last long. True Crime with Eve. Yeah, this guy was having a mental health crisis, takes meds for mental illness, and it seems like they're diffusing the situation. Hey, Benny, why don't you go
Do you like to twirl?
up on out of here? Since you blocked me on your channel, I actually went in there and said hi to you. Hey, Audra, how are you? No, we're not gonna talk about anybody else's mental health. Yeah, Olive, this is for you.
Roberta,
Benny just likes to
Do you like to twirl?
with Don, doesn't he? Hey, broken dishes. Blast that thumbs down. Mother coconuts, you're fine. I don't even know what you said. It's confirmed. Yes. 100% confirmed. It's not done. So
339.
hang on, let me turn this off since it's irrelevant now.
You can go ahead and have the
And
clear.
I love how
Apologize for taking a minute.
Benny's it's ignorant, but people were streaming it because they were interested, right? Benny. Play Misty for me. Jay, if I may, okay, Justice Janny. Jay, if I may ask, are you going to the protest in January? That would be a hard no. Any other questions? Because I'm going to get off here. I actually really thought something was going on. And twirl and swing. Nasty.
that's correct.
Bye, Trudy. Bye.
These nuts.
Sorry, but when things happen on a scanner in a county that's not very populated, and we're just waiting for these two to do something fucking crazy, you're damn right, Benny Keys. We're going to stream the scanner. So get used to it because it might happen again. It might just happen again. So anyways, thanks guys for tuning in. And as always, we will keep our eyes and ears on this case, and we will bring you anything that we get, as soon as we can possibly get it, and we will either debunk it or dig into it deeper. So
we'll just let God handle it. And then he got smashed for that. No matter what
Right.
he said, no matter what he says, he's going to be hated on.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. And it's a shame, really. It is. I was interested in, like, I was hoping what they would do with their channel is maybe just come on like once every couple days or, whatever, and just, hey, no updates, and, or, we got this or that, or this is what we've done, or not them personally, but, this is what's going on. And, just like little updates so that they weren't
Right.
on people's panels. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. But, well, I really appreciate you sharing what you did, Squall,
Me
about your
too.
own. Yeah, it takes a lot to come out and tell a story so traumatic and
But I,
personal.
I, I do want to say that my suspicions of Frank have lowered
Well, he
since.
had an alibi, didn't he?
I do not know.
Oh, okay. I
I
thought
do not
Don.
know.
I thought Don said at one point that he had an alibi, that Frank Light did, but I don't know. I'm
I don't
probably
know.
not remembering properly.
But I just know that, since I have been involved and I've heard of the other suspects that are closer, there's even one theory that I'll go ahead and say this, that maybe someone, because Jody Sue and Andy were selling drugs and everything, maybe her daughter was supposed to have been the target and they went to the wrong house and got Summer instead.
Oh, see, those are the kinds of things you don't think about if you have tunnel vision.
Exactly. We always keep it open. Yep. Keep it
Yeah.
nice and open.
But
And
that
then,
has
yeah.
been a theory, and with Jody Sue screaming, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," it's like, well, what are you sorry about? It.
Yeah. Well, guys, this was a great show. I really enjoyed. It's been
Thank you so much for inviting me up.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Graz, for having me.
No problem. You're a great co-host, and Squall. I hope you have a good luck with your surgery, and maybe you can come back on soon because it was nice to talk to you and hear your information. And thanks for sharing it with us.
No problem whatsoever. And I'm going to try to be a little bit more active. I can drop the Jody Sue tapes in your Discord. I think I did, maybe, but I didn't put them on the Summer Wells one.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Yep. We'll get more active and talking there. Alrighty.
That's awesome. Thank you. I'm in there too, Squall. My name's Piper.
Okay, nice to meet you all. Thank you
Nice
for
to
having
meet
me
you.
up.
Thank you
Yep.
for coming up, but no notice or anything. Thank you so much. And thank you, Graz, for having us. We kind of took over your life.
No, it was good for me. I could sit back and try to listen. It was good.
You
So
get two ladies chit-chatting, and you never know.
yeah, I'm a lucky guy.
Never
Lucky
get a
dude.
word in edgewise.
Alrighty. Well, I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you again. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you
Bye,
so much.
Squall.
Bye bye. Thank you, everybody.
Bye bye.
Hey, guys. Thanks for coming and watching. And this was a stream over on Real Chill Graz. For some reason, the information I put in the description did not flow over from Restream. So after this video is uploaded and processed by YouTube, which has taken over a day for other videos. Hopefully this won't take that long. But once it's processed through YouTube and it allows me to update the description, I will. And I'll put in the link to the original video that I streamed, and also a link to Graz's channel and to Squall's channel. I appreciate everybody chatting in the live chat. People had lots of great things to say, and every opinion is welcome here as long as it's respectful. I think it's important to keep an open mind and consider other people's opinions. There have been times when I've just immediately, I guess, discarded someone's opinion, and then later on thought about it and thought, they could have been right. So it's always good to keep an open mind. And let me see some of the chat. Autumn Moon says, glad to come across your platform, CSI. Good voice and articulate. More importantly, no drama or negativity. We try to keep the negativity and drama to a minimum. Thank you, Autumn Moon. Pretty Sweet Pea. Back to say bye, Piper. Skinniest tree so I could choose the least ugly. Oh, that's so funny. All right, you guys. Thanks again for coming. And I will be back with more videos and more discussion on the Summer Wells case. I try not to overdo it with the case only because we don't have a lot of new information, and sometimes it's not productive or it's not good, I should say, for me to only focus on one case because I get tunnel vision. So I do try to still keep other cases in on my channel as well, and keep other missing people and people's world so that they see them, they know about the cases, and could maybe help out. There was a case on a young girl, Aaliyah Scheibel, who went missing out of North Vegas. And I had done a video or two, I think maybe, on her. And she was recently found after, I think, 8 or 9 months of being gone. So that was great news. I did put a short video up of that, and YouTube took the music out, said it was copyright stricken, even though I just used generic Microsoft music. So who knows? It was a little frustrating, but it's there. And if you want to take a look at it, Country, hey, it's about time you get on here. I know, now I'm getting ready to get off. Yeah. All right, you guys. Well, thanks again for coming, and I'll see you all real soon. I love y'all. And remember to love each other and love yourselves.
Yes, is Captain Tim Coop available?
He is at work today.
Oh, okay. I was just calling.
Got to answer any questions you got.
Okay, yeah. Yesterday was the 15th of May, of course, and that's been 11 months since Summer Wells has been missing. And we did a lot of work, donations and stuff from a lot of our subscribers to increase the reward fund. And we were just kind of wondering, the year mark is coming up. 6 months or 5 months ago, they extended it for 6 more months to where it would expire in June 15th. Is that still the case?
Guys, who's speaking?
Yes, my name's Scott. I'm just local.
Local. You said your subscribers were the ones donating, so I was just wondering what kind of organization you were with.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel, and we had a Summer Wells Reward Fund Marathon,
Gotcha.
and the last three big donations that y'all got for it, the WJHL reported on, uh, that was a contribution from everybody that's interested in, bringing this little baby girl home.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll write your information down, and I'll let Captain Tim Coop know, and I'll get him to get back in contact with you.
Yeah, we knew, originally that it was going to go to the center down there in Mossheim. I believe is where it was supposed to go to. But we were just wondering if it was going to be extended again since Summer hasn't been found yet, or if there was any talk about it, anything, along those lines.
Right. So your name's Scott. What's your last name?
Age, I'd kind of like to stay anonymous as far as, putting my name out on, internet and stuff.
I'm just trying to get your information so I can let Tim Coop know who to call back and who to get a hold of.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Hang on just a second, and I will give you that information.
Okay. And just if you just him to give you a call back when he's available, and you can kind of pick his brain about it and get some more information.
Perfect. That sounds great.
All right. Hope you have a good day.
Okay. You too. Thanks for all y'all's work as well.
Are you still there?
I am.
So sorry about that. I had a few doors I had to handle.
Oh, you're fine. I've been following the Summer Wells case, and of course, here in a couple of days it's going to be 2 years that she's been missing. I just saw on Mobile Patrol and VineLink that Fred Hill apparently got arrested today. Says he's there in Ural's jail. It looked like he got arrested for possession of methamphetamines and maintaining a dwelling where narcotics are sold. Looked like he had $2.5 million bond on each charge. Is that?
The bond is false on my record. The bond is different over here.
Oh, it's smaller on your record.
According to this record, unless they're missing a zero, they might have put the pinpoint in the wrong location because my bond
Okay.
here reached
25,000. Okay. I was just wondering because that's a lot, to have a bond that big. I was just wondering if you could share anything about that, or.
The only thing I know is the number I have on the bond.
Oh, I mean, like as far as how much he got caught with or anything like that.
Nothing on that matter I can share.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if it was just, I saw those bond there. Well, it was for each charge, and I was like, good grief, has he got like $5 million? I mean, what do you have? Like a tractor trailer full of meth or something like that? I was like, Lord mercy.
All I've got is what he was charged with and how much his bond is.
Okay, good deal. Man, I wish you could tell me it had something to do with Summer going gone.
No idea.
Right. Well, I appreciate you all working hard down there and getting that off the street. That's selling poison to kids around here. So he's where he needs to be, snatched up into jail instead of out there selling it dope. Killing all these.
Problem, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I said, no problem, sir. The officers do the best they can.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it for sure. And you have a fine evening. Thank you for answering my questions there. I appreciate you.
No problem. You as well.
Uh-huh. Bye bye.
Sheriff's Office.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just a concerned citizen. I saw again on the news this morning that Don Wells had another domestic violence charge. Well, not a charge, but another domestic violence call up to their house on the 19th. Just a couple of questions. I was wondering, why is it just getting reported today?
So reports came out today. We don't send reports out every day. They go out twice a week.
Okay. Is there any way to find, I mean, I would pay to find out how many 911 calls have actually been made up there to the Wells concerning domestic violence and stuff. They're getting in a huge amount of trouble. And it seems like there's no accountability from the sheriff's office. There's no accountability from his probation officer. He's been on probation since April 11/29 of probation, and he's violated it.
As for calls, 911 calls, you would have to check with dispatch for that. As for any details regarding a case, that cannot be given out. It's all under investigation. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, but do you see my point on why I'm asking?
I understand your point, but there's far more to this than meets the eye.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming that everything's on the up and up and, you know,
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's just definitely, it's raising a whole lot of questions because a lot of people are seeing.
Well, you know, just because your wife says that you did something doesn't necessarily mean you did it.
Well, certainly.
Because it goes both ways.
Certainly,
Now,
yeah.
there's more to the stories than what you get.
Right. Certainly.
But I assure you, no one is getting preferential or special treatment. I assure you.
Okay. Well, it seems like, you know, I was under the understanding that if there's any kind of domestic violence situation.
Well, sometimes domestics are simply he said, she said.
Right.
You know?
But aren't they supposed to like separate them or something for the night?
They did. You don't have all the information.
Okay.
And you're hearing partial stories, so.
Well, I'm just hearing what the news is reporting is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know Don or Candace or anything. I'm just hearing what WJHL is telling me. And if you keep up with the local news, you know, Jeff Bobo's reporting and Ansley Daniels and Bianca from WJHL. And if you keep up with the local news, what you see is a lot of law enforcement activity at the Wells house concerning the Wells, and then you see court dates, but you never see any charges, you never see any action taken by the judge, you never see any arrests made. I mean, I understand that there's stuff going on behind the scenes. My question would be is how much stuff can actually be going on behind the scenes to where they can continually keep having calls.
Sir, I cannot give you any information further than what you already are hearing on the news.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I'm not trying to be mean. I hope you understand that. It's just you know, it's a concern. You know, we got a 5-year-old little missing baby girl, and they even messed up on the news, said she's been missing since early 2020. I mean, it was June of 2021.
June of 2021, June 15th.
You know, so It's just, it gets frustrating. We got a poor little missing girl
you,
gone
you
in
have
our
no
area.
idea. You have no idea how frustrating it is.
Oh, I could only imagine. Bless your all's heart. And please don't think that I'm fussing. It's just, you understand. You understand.
Well, we're doing everything within our power. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, I appreciate your time, and I guess I'll just hang out and see what the news reports, and keep my fingers crossed that we're going to see some action, and this little baby girl's going to get some justice, and her brothers too.
I hope so.
But I thank you, and I'll let you get back to your work. Thank you for everything
good
that you
day.
do for us down there. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
I know you'll always be with me, but I can't shake the heartache.
Hey, hey, hey. How's it going, everyone? How's everybody doing tonight? I'm good. How are you, Susan? TT, Kim Holmes. What's going on the YouTube streets? Anything going on out there tonight? Happy Friday, D. It's not really Friday here, but it is technically Friday, so I'll be celebrating Friday on Sunday. I just thought I would pop in and see what everybody was doing tonight. Anybody got big wild Friday night plans? Hey, Music City Mom. I had some articles I was going to look at and everything, and I closed out all my tabs by accident. So I'm just sitting here now like I want to take a break. Oh, it's kind of a good day. It's always good to have a broken caliper fixed. Woohoo! Hello, juniors. Oh my goodness. I was scrolling through YouTube for the last couple of days and I saw a cat fight on Ernie's, I think it was. I saw him letting a couple of women go at it. Oh no. Well, you've got to have at least some kind of satisfaction knowing that you did it yourself, and you was probably cussing the whole time you was doing it until you got cleaned up. But now you can kind of sit there and say, "I did that. I did that." Now I hear you. I did some dishes earlier today, and I think that's about the extent of what I'm getting done today. I've got a load of laundry in there I need to hang up. I saw that. I saw that. It kind of upset me because Chasen has been planning CrimeCon and everything and got to go to Vegas, and she finally gets there and it's like everything, I don't know. It's never ending, is it? Yeah, we talked about that, Music City Mom. I don't understand why people, I don't know, do the things they do. That's that right there, that everything that happened with Cam and Chasen and that lady, that is the reason why from the get-go I have said that I will not do any fundraisers for anyone, and I won't even be the middleman on doing it. And I've told all my viewers, if you feel in your heart that you want to send somebody money, send it directly to them. Don't go through other sources to get it to them, and send it straight to whatever charity is there. Don't do middlemen. And most of the time, they are good, the middlemen that are raising money. But every so often, there's that bad apple, and then that bad apple ruins it for everybody. That's the way it is in everything in life. There's lots of judges out here, a lot of them. I did not cracking cases today's live. No, I did not. I did not watch them today. I've been working on game server today. Yeah, it's the way that I see it, and I hope no one takes me the wrong way. If Cam fell off the wagon and went back to using drugs, what in the hell does that have to do with finding Summer to these people? Why does that matter to them? Why is that important to finding Summer? How does that make sense what I'm saying? If Cam did. I don't know if he did. I don't know if he didn't. It's none of my business. But, like what I'm saying is none of my business. It's really none of anybody's business. If he fell off the wagon, offer him prayers, offer him support, especially if you're a recovering addict yourself. Especially if you're a recovering addict yourself and you see a fellow addict in need or something, rather than putting them on blast, do you think that's going to help them? If you're a recovering addict, I mean, yourself, it does not take much to trigger you whenever you're addicted and struggling with addiction. So why are you going to create a scene? I don't understand people. I just don't. Oh, I'm trying to send somebody a message real quick. But that shouldn't have anything to do with the Summer Wells case. What somebody that has been covering Summer Wells does in their personal life, it has nothing to do. Yes, it's been. I'd seen some kind of rumor flying around about it a couple of times and or something, and I just, it. I didn't really pay attention to it. I kind of like one of those things that goes in one ear and out the other, because that has nothing to do with Summer. That has nothing to do with any of these missing people whatsoever. All of all of a creator's subs are adults, and in the beginning, I was pissed off at not all creators. I mean, but I was, y'all know the creators I'm talking about that are piggybacking off of Summer's case, and that irritates me. They sit there and they scream, "Oh, it's my constitutional right, my freedom of speech." But at the same time, they're stripping somebody else's constitutional rights, saying that they need to be locked up immediately and interrogated and kept in custody until the truth comes out, and it's like we don't know that they even know anything. I have a phone call that I don't want to play it in the way that it is, the form that it is, and I don't want to edit it either because I know how people will go off and bash on the editing part. So I am going to make that phone call again with only the specific questions that were answered and the ones that, I got the response that, you know, that they were not permitted to say due to the integrity of the investigation. I'll just leave those questions completely out because I don't want people reading into them and everything, if you know what I mean. Um, okay, do you want to change your name, honey, if you can? Wait just a second. I got somebody coming up. I'm going to, if you're listening, I don't know if you're listening or not. I'm going to just go ahead and send you another link. I don't know. Try it again, but don't use your real name unless you absolutely want to. Better. No way, just in case something is said and everything. That way she has some sort of protection. But yeah, yeah, it's definitely. But if somebody asked me, to watch them, Cam's videos and make an opinion, and I was scared to do it, and because the way that these YouTube streets are, it's saying devices not connected. They will need to connect their mic before you can add them to the stream. Okay. Connect your mic and mute. I sent you a message, chicken on a stick, if you're watching. if you can hear me. But yeah, even in scenarios like that, like whenever you talk to somebody behind the scenes after you've been up here as a creator, and I don't consider myself a creator. Well, I guess I am because of the gaming and stuff too, but I'm not a true crime. How's that? I am not a true crime YouTuber creator. That's not me. Not this one, this group that I'm seeing in front of me. That's, I don't consider that. I, I don't know what. It's just, yeah, I don't want to do that. Okay. But, I don't want to, tell somebody my opinion backstage and then it get dragged all over YouTube streets. So it's really hard, you know. But yeah, it's all right, let's see here. I'll have to do this. I'll have to kick her again. She's got to get a different headset. I came in late as well, I think perhaps trying to contact somebody with specific direct questions. This way the audience won't get confused or sidetracked with an in-between conversations. Right. We were talking about photosynthesis type rashes. And if anyone knows like for a chemo rash, skin rash, if anybody knows like a good thing to use for that, any kind of ointment or anything that will give relief to someone with a chemo rash, we're looking for maybe something that would help. I think I might have a guest tonight. She's wanting to come up, but she's having a little bit of technical difficulties and stuff. She's got to get her a headset. It's working. Udder butter, like you can get that at the feed and seed store where you get like feed for your livestock. They have those little stores in the US anyways, has a stuff called udder butter. I don't know if it would work for that type of a rash or not. I know it does not. I'm allergic to the sun, and so I get like a photosynthesis similar to what the chemo rash is. but with a few differences, because the chemo it is induced by having the chemicals and the toxins from the chemo in your system that creates that chemical reaction. And I know that, like, I would take a prednisone pack of steroids uh uh like 7 days, I think, or 10 days, I can't remember. Oh, they get painful, Susan. They really do get painful. Well, I had some good links up and I lost them, and I'm just disheartened now. And I had just cleared my history too, and it's so they're not coming up in my history. Uh, Not even on those individual tabs. I'm such a nitwit. But yeah, there's a place, for stuff to happen and a place for stuff not to happen. And a Serif healing ointment or a cortisone cream. And Miss Sharp says, thank you for the suggestion of utter butter. I tell you what, I'm on StreamYard right now, and I've got the rest of this month, and I already deactivated my account when I after Summer went missing that she talked about that. I don't know which one it was, but I know it was before, right there, right out when Summer went missing, in one of those videos before or after. She was talking about her son turning 19.
I didn't know he was that old either, because she makes it seem like he's 4.
She does. She really does. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If Cam did, I don't know if he did. I don't know if he didn't. It's none of my business. But like what I'm saying is none of my business. It's really none of anybody's business. If he fell off the wagon, offering prayers, offering support. Pissed off at not all creators. I mean, but I was, y'all know the creators I'm talking about that are piggybacking off of Summer's case, and that irritates me. They sit there and they scream, "Oh, it's my constitutional right, my freedom of speech," but at the same time, they're stripping somebody else's constitutional right, saying that they need to be locked up immediately and interrogated and kept in custody until the truth comes out. And it's like we don't know that they even know anything. I have a phone call that I need to. I don't want to play it in the way that it is, the form that it is, and I don't want to edit it either because I know how people will go off and bash on the editing part. So I am going to make that phone call again with only the specific questions that were answered and the ones that, I got the response that, you know, that they were not permitted to say due to the integrity of the investigation. I'll just leave those questions completely out because I don't want people reading into them and everything, if you know what I mean. Um, okay, do you want to change your name, honey, if you can? Wait just a second. I got somebody coming up. I'm going to, if you're listening, I don't know if you're listening or not. I'm going to just go ahead and send you another link. I don't know. Try it again, but don't use your real name unless you absolutely want to. There. No way, just in case something is said and everything. That way she has some sort of protection. But yeah, yeah, it's definitely. But if somebody asked me, to watch them, Cam's videos and make an opinion, and I was scared to do it, and because the way that these YouTube streets are, it's saying devices not connected. They will need to connect their mic before you can add them to the stream. Okay. Connect your mic or unmute. I sent you a message, chicken on a stick, if you're watching. If you can hear me. But yeah, even in scenarios like that, like whenever you talk to somebody behind the scenes after you've been up here as a creator, and I don't consider myself a creator. Well, I guess I am because of the gaming and stuff too, but I'm not a true crime. How's that? I am not a true crime YouTuber creator. That's not me. Not this one, this group that I'm seeing in front of me. That's, I don't consider that. I, I don't know what. It's just, yeah, I don't want to do that. Okay. But I don't want to tell somebody my opinion backstage and then it get dragged all over YouTube streets. So it's really hard. You know. But yeah, it's all right. Let's see here. I'll have to do this. I'll have to kick her again. She's got to get a different headset. I came in late as well. I think perhaps trying to contact somebody with specific direct questions. This way the audience won't get confused or sidetracked with an in-between conversations. Right. We were talking about photosynthesis type rashes, and if anyone knows like a for a chemo rash, skin rash, if anybody knows like a good thing to use for that, any kind of ointment or anything that will give relief to someone with a chemo rash, we're looking for maybe something that would help. I think I might have a guest tonight. She's wanting to come up, but she's having a little bit of technical difficulties and stuff. She's got to get her a headset. It's working. Udder butter, like you can get that at the feed and seed store where you get like feed for your livestock. They have those little stores in the U.S. anyways. Has a stuff called udder butter. I don't know if it would work for that type of a rash or not. I know it does not. I'm allergic to the sun, and so I get like a photosynthesis similar to what the chemo rash is, but with a few differences. Because the chemo it is induced by having the chemicals and the toxins from the chemo in your system that creates that chemical reaction. And I know that like I would take a prednisone pack of steroids, uh, uh, like 7 days, I think, or 10 days. I can't remember. Oh, they get painful, Susan. They really do get painful. Well, I had some good links up and I lost them, and I'm just disheartened now. And I had just cleared my history too, and so they're not coming up in my history. Not even on those individual tabs. I'm such a nitwit. But yeah, there's a place, for stuff to happen and a place for stuff not to happen. And a Serif healing ointment or a cortisone cream. And Miss Sharp says, thank you for the suggestion of udder butter. I tell you what, I'm on StreamYard right now, and I've got the rest of this month, and I already deactivated my account when I went to OBS, and I'm kind of starting maybe to wish that I hadn't. I don't know if you can invite people if anybody knows anything about OBS. I don't know, streaming. I'm having problems with it. Hey, Sweet D. Aquaphor. Maybe that would help. I'll have to write that one down and see if maybe it will help with me. Let me send another message. All right. How are you doing, Sweetie D? I said Sweetie D because you said lovely and Sweetie. I was reading it, and it turned into the words. They're transformed with the words that I was saying. I've been feeling kind of poo lately. The last few days. I'm too serious. It's just the fatigue is real. Boudereau's butt paste. I've never even heard of that. Boudereau's butt paste. Oh, it's okay, sweetie. I was wanting to come on yesterday and everything, and it's just everything that I touched goes all to pieces. I tried to bake a cake, and well, actually a Swiss cake roll, and it fell apart. So I kind of made a stack cake of all the pieces that fell apart, and it turned out really good though. No, she's jotting every one of these down. She's going to try them all. Susan said on the Boudereau's butt paste, it was the best cream for rashes, even with the kids. Right, we can always look up the ingredients on them. That's weird. Stated we can't be around petroleum jelly products. I think a long time ago I heard somebody else having an issue like that. I can't remember none of the details. It just kind of rings a bell. It kind of sounds familiar. I don't think you've told me about that either, so it's not from you. But it's just like a long time ago. I think it might have been a patient in a nursing home. I think maybe it was a patient in a nursing home. But there's something weird about that. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember if it had anything related to chemo or what it was. I can't remember nothing. Just remembered somebody could not be around like Vaseline and stuff like that. Are you doing well, Sweet D? I hope everybody in here is doing well. Susan asked, do they have a latex sensitivity? Oh, that sounds like fun. Waiting to kayak down the river. That water's still quite cold though, ain't it? I would wait till after Mother's Day, after the last frost at least. That way the ground is not, a little bit warmer. Even the water's a little bit warmer after Mother's Day. That is something that I always learned, something growing up. It was like planting the garden, Daddy setting the garden out and everything. It was always wait till the day after Mother's Day, and because typically that's like the last, there's no more frosts after that. It's usually safe, so to speak. Oh, wow. Nobody's presented that problem out there and talked about it. With all the free speech and everything, you would think that, some people, might be interested in doing something like that, like talking publicly about their diagnoses and things like that. Hey, chicken on a stick. Everybody say hello. How are you doing today?
Good. You can finally see me. I finally got in.
Awesome. She's in. Everybody, chicken on a stick here is local. And me and her have been messaging for quite a while.
That's a month.
For quite a while.
Yeah.
We've chatted and stuff, and she just showed some interest in wanting to come up and have a chat. And how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I have a bit of a cold. Are you doing okay?
I'm doing pretty good today. I don't want to complain too much because it can always be worse.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Give me 1 second here, okay?
All right, go right ahead.
I'm sorry. I have these horrible allergies, and so like every so often I have to cough, and it's
It is that time of year. I've noticed every time they mow, I get it in the back of my throat.
Yeah.
And it's
And
like
everybody thinks you have COVID, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like it's the like a scratchy feeling in the back of your throat, and it's like I want to take something and reach back there and scratch.
I talked about that today. I was drinking a milkshake and I was like, wonder if I could, but yeah.
Yeah, we would be getting some looks for sure if we tried to do that. Oh, what was it? Fast Times at Ridgemont High, where they're sitting there in the cafeteria with the carrots.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
I don't know why that image came to my head. It's just like that's the image I got. I'm bad. My mind's in the gutter. Oh, so I'm not going to try to, put any words in your mouth or anything, but I'll just give you the floor a little bit if you want to,
Okay,
don't
I mean, like,
don't
it
too much in,
here.
on your personal self. Don't describe who you are or anything. Don't say anything that will give you away who you are too much. To
Right.
protect yourself and your family. But go
Sorry,
ahead.
my phone was cutting.
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting. I'll go ahead and let you have the floor for a little bit.
It was my phone. It just cuts in and out. You know how it is, the signal. But yeah, I'm a local. I know a lot of parties involved. God, I don't know what else to say.
Which parties do you know personally, like that are involved?
Well, like JS and A. I've never met the Whales. Mostly JS and A.
Yes.
Family.
JS and Voldemort.
Yeah, Voldemort.
Okay. Right.
I'm locals. Basically, everybody is really we all went to school together. And
You're breaking up just a little bit. There's like a little bit of pinging going. There's a little bit of pinging going on. You're like breaking up.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
You know, like, did you get that? You know, like everybody around here knows each other, and they've been together for a while.
Yeah, they had, I think since high school, hadn't it?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly how old JS is, but Andy's a little older, and yeah, since high school. So like, the DV and all of that is that's nothing new, and I don't even know how to say that without sounding bad. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And
Well,
it's like, okay, you know, with this Johnny Depp trial going on with Amber Heard and all that, it's not one-sided. It's mutual, and it always has been. I mean, I believe even if you ask her mother, you know, why would her parents and people allow Andy to go to her brother's funeral if he was such a bad dude?
So Andy went to her brother's funeral.
He did. He was a pallbearer.
Wow. So I guess I don't know what happened there. I mean, I thought he wasn't, according to her, he wasn't allowed around her and stuff. But I also think that she broke that restraining order herself because she had messaged him from what I was told, and this is hearsay. And I will say this is hearsay, but she messaged him for SEX, and that broke the restraining order. They said, well, if you're going to message him for that, then we don't feel like you are exactly in fear of your life, maybe.
Well, that's pretty accurate. And she online, it's like you would think that she was in a safe house somewhere, or the way she portrays it. She's at her mom's house, or at her grandma's property.
Yeah.
She's surrounded by people.
I mean,
people, that her family. So I don't know. It makes me mad.
So if anybody has questions and everything, they can put those questions into chat.
Okay, I don't know that I can. Oh, I just now accessed the chat. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I can even see chat.
A lot of times it's best, if you don't watch chat, because people they do like to attack.
Well, I mean, and that's okay, But yes, if there's a question that I could answer. Yeah, she could get herself in trouble, and I'm pretty sure that the police had a talk with her, about that. I think that it was more than that she would even go by his parents' house and always with the kids, have the kids go in and ask for money or whatnot. And I don't know. I don't even know if they still have a restraining order or like what the cops have decided, because when both parties, are initiating, that's a problem.
Yeah. Some families are like that. Some people are like that. It's just like I don't know. They get off on it. It gets their hormones in overdrive. They just get. Some of them, it's a turn on.
Did you see the video? Her talking to her daughter in the gas station parking lot.
Yes, I saw part. I didn't get to sit down and listen real close, but I was taking care of something at the time. But I had my headset on, and was
Well, she
listening.
was like a giddy teenager talking to her, and I mean, to her daughter. I mean, like a giddy teenager, probably because Andy had been avoiding her for so long because he didn't come home for weeks, before Summer went missing. So, that was going on for a long time. I don't know if you remember, if you had access to her Facebook, there was like daily rants about Andy. And I think that she
Yes.
took those down.
Yes.
But she would
Those,
follow me around to, the gas station, work, I think the Waffle House across the street. And it was pretty crazy.
well, I thought she was trapped on that hill, is what she would say, that she was like
Well, she
without
didn't
a vehicle.
but she drove anyway.
Oh, she just didn't have a driver's license.
She never got one, like until maybe, I don't know, maybe this year. But, it's that remote that, somebody could just, drive around without a driver's license for years and not get
Yeah.
pulled.
Wow. But I've had other locals, tell me lots of things and stuff about Jody Sue, and even Don himself said that, well, excuse me, I didn't mean to say her name like that. JS, um, about traffic going in and up and to the bottom of their driveway and out, back and forth all day, every day.
Right.
Is there anything that you want to?
I mean, it was common knowledge with people who lived around here.
That they were selling drugs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So it's just in my mind, hearing that right there, that puts in my mind, how many more suspects does that put on the list? Because there's a list of customers that need to be looked at.
And the places they would go to get such, Could you remember we talked about the travel?
Yes, we have talked about the travel. What kind of drugs were they selling? Oh, I lost her. She fell off. I don't know what happened. She's out in the boonies, so. But I don't know what happened. We all live in the boonies out here, so bear with us.
Yeah, I got cut off.
Yeah, I was just telling them. I think was like I had just read the question, what kind of drugs were they selling? And I looked up and I was the only one on the screen, and I was like, wait, where'd you go?
I mean, like, weed, just crap like that. But then, also prescription um, medications is a big deal around here. And, she had cancer. I mean,
Right. And
it's crazy to think that somebody would take their medication like that and sell it. I know it's crazy to think, but some people do.
Yeah. And we know that in the videos before Summer went missing, she admitted that she was not taking her medication. She's like, oh, I got it. I get my medication, but I just don't take it.
Yeah.
So that.
Lady.
And they would travel out of town. They would do a lot of traveling and stuff.
Yes, extensively. I mean, like, okay, so Washington, Michigan, some beaches. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they went out west. And they had, partners they hung out with that, they would all go together, like trade the vehicles. That was crazy.
Wow.
When I say partners, it's like friends, but are they friends or are they partners?
Right. And it happens a lot. They call it the highways. They when the TBI and everything, whenever they start cracking down and stuff, they kind of name the highways, and they come out and they'll even tell the general public, hey, if you're traveling these roads, be careful because we've got high traffic of drugs coming back and forth where people are going to Florida bringing them up, they're going to DC and bringing them down.
Yeah.
And I think it's like crazy that they do that, because then the people that are trafficking the drugs are like, oh, they're watching these roads, let's take these roads.
Right.
It's like, I can understand, for the public safety, if they want to, drive a different route because there's a lot of drugs going up and down that road. But
yeah, like going out there and you see people who are living, like on Ben Hill in the Beach Creek community, you see people who are living in impoverished conditions, things aren't so great. Some of those families, maybe they do cook meth or, whatever it is, I don't know. But, there's plenty of people out in the same area that are just super nice, wonderful people.
yes, there are a lot. There's more nice people than there are the
bad.
low life.
I would
Yeah.
think so too, yeah. That's why those people always stick out. And then, like something happens. I don't know.
Do you know if her son has a license and able to drive his mom to get groceries?
I do not. it's interesting because I had a friend who had a falling out with him over a car for her son, or a car he gave their son. But no, I don't know. But from where they live, it's just a hop and a skip up the road to the grocery store. But then again, too, he shouldn't be driving around without a license.
Right. Absolutely not. I heard that he got his license, and in one of the videos, again, going back to just before Summer went missing, she said it was her son's 19th birthday stuff that she was dealing with in one of those videos. It might have been actually the video after Summer went missing that she talked about that. I don't know which one it was, but I know it was before, right there, right at when Summer went missing, in one of those videos before or after. She was talking about her son turning 19.
I didn't know he was that old either, because she makes it seem like he's 4.
She does. She really does.
No, we talked about that the other day, or I heard it, and I asked my buddy, and he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh wow!" And so the girl's getting up there too.
Yeah. Do you know? I've been told by other locals that Jody Sue does not want her kids in school.
Yes.
She's had issues a lot with that.
Yeah. Okay. So, where they lived in Rogersville, I'm not exactly sure what school they should have went to, but I think they went to Cherokee. So that was pretty. I don't know. That was a thing, at least for a while. At some points, she's homeschooled them, and exactly what that means, I don't know. I know at times they have been enrolled in Sullivan when they stayed with Andy's folks, because that's the area that he lives in. But so the eldest one was probably about to graduate about the time he'd probably been his senior year when COVID hit, and school got all crazy and everything. Then I get it, but from someone I know who is close to them, she very much encouraged him to not go to school, to just quit, and he did. And his papa was so disappointed because he's like, get your diploma and get the hay out, go to ETSU, live on campus.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like no college because she didn't want him to.
Yeah, I mean, she'd never say that, but your mom, or like we have children, so what else are you gonna do? I would have had him do homeschool. I would never be like, okay, you can quit.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I wonder. Makes you wonder if there's more to the story.
Yeah, I don't know, but like there was so much rage of her getting back at Andy because he left. That who knows what was concocted, or I have no clue.
Right. There was another creator here on YouTube that had started talking with Andy on the phone for a little while, and she covered a lot of conversations that she had with him on her panel, and it's just he basically said it was the same that you're saying, that the DV was 2 ways and everything, and he said he wasn't proud of it. He felt bad for the things that he did, and that was why he left, was to get away from that toxic environment.
Well, it wasn't going to stop, and honestly, his friends are supportive. And I know it sounds crazy because you would think, I don't know, some people would think that he would be a person who had no friends, but he honestly has good people in his life who care about him, who are like, good job, like, let's move on, next step.
Right. Do you know if her son has a bad or a good reputation?
I don't, but it's like he wasn't really anywhere in public, like in school that I knew of, to form that, or like I don't know anybody he's friends with. I don't know anything about her kids. Maybe she doesn't know anything about mine either, but it's a small town,
Right. My first thought as well, the unknown customers are suspects too. Absolutely. So I just think that, if you're, in my mind, if you're selling drugs and you've had customers at your home on the day that the neighbor's child turns up missing.
Well, wasn't she supposed to have all these trail cams?
She alleged that she has them and that she did have them, and she alleges that the discs in them got stolen.
Wow.
The
Everything
SD
gets
cards.
stolen, or it's always something. Yeah, with her.
Magically, those SD cards disappeared.
I mean, we could have predicted that, but
she's blaming it on Dawn. She's saying that Dawn came in the middle of the night and took the SD cards, but I don't. The things that she said about that I heard her talking about on that, it was just, you could tell it was all gibberish.
I mean, I don't know him, so I can't like really comment on him and say, like, yeah, I know him, but because I don't. But he just doesn't seem to be like he would be the most computer savvy type person.
No,
Or,
he
even, trail
even with the
cam.
trail cam. I've been around in person
Uh-huh.
and talked to him and stuff, and he's a drywaller. And I don't know, some of y'all may know what I'm talking about. You may be up in your age and everything. It was like there was something I needed on my truck done, and he told me to call the shop and find a shop, and I'm like, well, it's an easy fix. And he looked at me and he says, I'm not a mechanic, I'm a machinist.
What?
Like I'm a machinist, I'm not a mechanic. Like where he works at, he can do anything and everything in that plant where he works at, but when it comes to cars, he don't know the first thing about a car.
Okay.
And it's like that's pretty much Don. He is a drywaller.
Mhm.
And when it comes to tech stuff, it's like, he's got an Android phone. I
Is that
mean,
bad?
no,
I
it's
mean,
not
it
bad.
is fine.
It's not bad. But what I'm just saying, it's just the typical person that's not tech savvy, and
No, I
it's
understand. That's true. That's
I
100%.
don't see him being like what you said, savvy enough to go up to and find a trail cam and take the SD card out of it and walk away. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
It's far fetched.
very far fetched.
And Candace, I don't think neither.
Yep. Candace wouldn't be able to do it. I mean,
See, I've never met her either. But seems like she does have some things going on, and has difficulties this period. So
yes, she won't admit to it or anything, and she does have mental health issues.
I mean,
And
we
until
don't. I have mental health issues.
right, I do too, and there's nothing wrong with it. But until she addresses those mental health issues, she's not going to be able to conquer her addiction.
Oh, so
Because she's using the addiction
you
to
don't have to feel
right.
okay.
She uses her addiction to alcohol to comfort the symptoms of her mental illness.
Well, she just seems so pitiful, like she cannot be alone. And I mean, I don't know.
Codependent.
Yeah, maybe she has like panic attacks and stuff like that. And being out there would be a little scary. I mean, especially because she's not from there. But yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, and people just they don't realize the type of other people that have never been mentioned. They're straight at the family, and they don't even and they're putting other witness slash suspects on a pedestal and everything. And that person had a lot of suspects coming to her house because they're coming up there to purchase drugs.
Well,
They
I was like, is it okay for me to give like my opinion?
absolutely. You're just make sure that you say it's your opinion.
I mean, it is completely my opinion, and it happened from day one. Okay, when she said Beach Creek is like a small community that no child has ever been taken from there, I'm pretty sure she's true because like I've never heard of any youngins getting. I mean, it's so you have to know somebody to be out there, else you wouldn't be out there. And people are quick to if somebody gets in their driveway, check it out because you just I don't know. There's also bears out there, but so Summer went missing. I was just a little ways down the road, but I have children as well. Children that I had told that day to go play in the woods, and then I thought, oh my God, like. Like what if that had happened to me? But anyway, it keeps going on. Days is going on, and she's not being found. And it's like everybody's checking their properties because that was one thing that I must have did. Seemed like so many times the sheriff's office asked people out there to just check their property, and so we did because it was a little girl, and oh, I don't know.
A little baby.
Yeah, and then like so.
In the beginning, I think it was Tim Coop that said, somebody else was talking to me about this just a few days ago. Tim Coop said, whenever you're checking your property, keep in mind that we are talking about a 5-year-old child that could be somewhere that she could fold up the size of a laptop.
Yes, and crawl into like underneath your house, in your spoke house, your outbuildings,
Yes.
I mean, you just didn't know. So, that was something that was very big on my mind. And, but I knew because, I live in this community, the Jody Sue drama was going on. But I thought, oh man, I bet you they're like flipping out because, as Jody Sue has said 5 million times, they dabble with things. She's like, Andy's got something on him. Andy's got something on him.
And she's mad she couldn't have it on her.
I guess, but
that's the way it looked to me. And when I saw that video, I was like, well, she's jealous. He's got something on him. She's mad that he might have something on him. She ain't got nothing on her.
Yeah, it was crazy. But so I kind of, we all like, I have a close friend who's very close with him. And I'm like, so what do you think? And he's like, Andy and everybody in the community said that, like Andy's shady, but Dawn was like super shady. And, like if Andy's calling Dawn shady, he has to be pretty shady. So, like everybody from day one was like, they sold her or they traded her. And, I really latched onto that. I don't know so much anymore.
Well, what's changed your mind?
I know that JS does the thing that she does to get attention and possibly money. And I ain't even hating. You know, like if she needs to get that money that way or whatever. I mean, I hate that she's using Summer as a cause. If she wants to lie about her domestic violence and all that shit, people won't listen to her. That's their business. But I mean, I don't know. She was so mad. She had so much rage. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But does she seem suspect? Yes. I would be suspect for her than I do Andy, and I don't know if that's wrong. Because usually women don't kill.
Right. Are there any other locals that are suspect of her that
Are
you
you
know of?
Are you kidding? At the same time, everybody says she's just bringing it on herself, and she is.
Yes.
But that's what happens, I guess, when people kill people, they can't not talk about it. You see on the Datelines and stuff, they bring attention to themselves. I don't know.
They do. Sometimes they do, and sometimes it's just they go and tell somebody else. Just.
I know. That's the thing that eats me up. I feel like maybe 20 years from now, we're gonna be watching a Dateline, and it's gonna have this stuff, and it's gonna be like, oh, if I would have thought about that and that, or if I would have checked that and that more. Like, who does she communicate with that is, or who do any of them communicate with that's not in this state, or that would hide a kid or take a kid, or
Right.
I mean, any of them. I guess Dawn and Candace have their ties to like Utah and Wisconsin or whatnot. But what else is there?
Well, Jody Sue said before Summer went missing that she was so sketch of Dawn and Candace that she started running background checks on them.
I kind of doubt it, but.
But that's what she alleged when out there somewhere in all of her stuff. I don't know. Drop a 1 if you've heard Jody Sue say that she was sketch of Dawn and Candace and had started doing background checks on them.
Okay, someone's asking, do we know what kind of vehicle her mother drives? And she does drive some kind of red truck.
Yeah.
You would assume, surely, law enforcement would have done. I mean, because her mother drives a red truck. I mean, because that was one of the things that was addressed so much. Surely they know.
Hello, Milan Rouge. This one, she's chicken on a stick's not an expert. She can't answer that, but she can give her opinion on why she thinks the scent dogs were under Jody Sue's feet when they had them out there tracking Summer scent.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that happened.
Yes, she said it herself. I played it the other day, which what I did when I played it the other day, it was, I think I want to say Shay's Safe Place. I had a short clip of her saying it. Or just she had put a video out on that. But yeah, she claimed that the search dogs came to her feet and alleged that the reason that they did that was because of her dogs being out. But
I don't know. That just seems like she's implicating herself. in my mind, it's like, what? But then the fact that like it actually happened, that's even more crazy. I don't know what to think about that, but I do know about the big dog they talked about, the Mastiff that she had. It was chained up. The one and only time I was ever there, it was chained up. But I had heard her talk about that dog, I don't know, for years before. And it was a big mean dog, but they had it chained. But that was when I was there. It was more than probably 2 or 3 years ago.
Right. Do you know where that dog is now?
I do not. And that's kind of, we're both animal lovers, and so that kind of, I don't know. I suppose her mother could have been at the house that day. I mean, I suppose her mother could have been there any day. I don't really know.
Right. McBro says, who brings out your dogs when you know they have search dogs out, yet you go into the creek to hide your scent? Right. She was so intellectual about the scent dogs and how they act and everything.
I do remember the videos where she talks about washing in the creek. Okay, now I have a couple of theories on that, like, because I was just like, what is she talking about? Especially the one about like, come find me in the woods. You got to be able to keep up and be in the dark or something like that. I'm not even sure, but I think the creek was mentioned then, or maybe another time. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Did they have running water?
I don't think so. I don't know. The wells do. The wells have well water.
Okay. I was under the impression that they did not, and that they all went to Andy's parents to do, that kind of thing. So maybe they don't have running water.
I'm reading comments, so.
Okay.
Yes, she inserted herself.
I mean, it's kind of like going on the news, the scream. It's like, okay, the buzz was so big, the hype was so big the day that Summer went missing. That night, the next day, checking properties, everybody checking everything. Like, why didn't you mention the scream then? I mean, it was at least a week or two later.
Right. She didn't say nothing to the public. I think she said that she did tell law enforcement the night Summer disappeared. The evening Summer disappeared, I think she did tell law enforcement that evening. She just didn't come out and tell the public for a while.
Okay, I didn't know.
She did not come out and say that publicly because I believe she was told not to, as that was, could have been pertinent to the investigation at that time.
Right.
Kim Holmes says, could her mother been at the house that day talking about Jody Sue's mother?
I mean, I assume
Yeah.
anybody did.
Anybody could have been there.
But I was thinking that the police did the cell phone research and tried to rule everybody out.
I don't think they searched her phones. They did, because she has said that they did not take her phones.
Oh. And someone asked that Andy's folk, they don't live near Beach Creek. Well, I mean, it's actually their property, but where they live is probably like 4 miles away. It's on Lone Star.
Right.
Was she the one who said that she saw the red truck?
She said that she had seen a red truck, but it was not from her, the one that law enforcement talks about.
Yeah.
Was seen by someone who drives as a part of their job, that was traveling through Beach Creek working that day.
Okay.
But Jody Sue has said that she has seen the red truck and that the driver is, well, this was many months ago. I don't know if the image of the driver is still, imprinted in her brain. But she said that she had talked to somebody about a sketch artist and was wanting to do that, and nobody ever did that for her.
Well, that is like a tragedy because, I mean, anything at this point.
Right.
Because it seems like they have nothing. You would think they would take anything and, go with it.
But Jody Sue says that she talked to them, told them that, she would, do that, and nobody ever did that with her.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people dropped the ball, with this Summer situation.
Yeah, she just said, I don't know if this is the one you was referring to a while ago. But yeah, they live 4 miles.
Roundabout. They live on Lone Star Road. That's not like doxing, is it?
I think everybody pretty much knows already. Just people don't look at the maps and, pull them up. And it's been said before. Jody Sue has even said it. So.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Jody Sue has said it a lot.
Shay is bringing forth some very good points. That I was very shocked when I watched the video today. I mean, I'm shocked. I was like, wow.
And she also did she say that on video that she refused for her property to be searched? Has she actually come out and said that in video?
That I don't recall. Isn't that Jody Sue?
Yes.
And would it be like Andy's property, like
Yes.
there, her cabin?
Where they were staying at.
That I do not know. I mean, I feel like that I've heard that, but I can't be 100% sure. So
I've heard a lot of people say that, and she even told me that nobody searched her property for the first 48 hours, and then when they did come up there, she walked around the property with them, and that they did not search the entire property. That's what Jody Sue told me.
Wow.
And I was hoping that she would say that when I had my first interview, her first interview with her on YouTube. I was hoping that she would say that. At one point, I said, how do you feel about the performance of the local law enforcement that evening? Trying to lure her into saying that, but I didn't want to try to put words into her mouth, but she never talked about that.
Yeah. Well, see, I wasn't close enough to see on the same things. You would hear about them, but because everybody just lives right down the road from one another. But there was an alert one day, and Candace had to go to one of the churches that was like the command station or something. And I think it was the day there was the reward or something. But it was all very dramatic.
There's another local in chat right now. Andy's parents live right across from my road. Yes, on Lone Star.
Oh, I'm familiar with that road. Good people. Everybody out there's good people.
Right.
I mean, for the most part, there's that.
Right. There's bad apples everywhere. I mean, it's every field, every religion, every race, every profession. There are bad apples. Every neighborhood, every family. There's a bad apple. And you can't judge everything based on one person. or 2 people or even 10 people in a neighborhood, depending on, how big the neighborhood is.
Right. I mean, and we're lucky here, everybody communicates with everybody, so it's kind of like everybody knows everybody's business.
Yes, Shay has brought some very good points across here. That's what me and Chicken here with Stick was talking about just before I started my live. We were messaging and everything, and she messaged me and said that they would put out some more videos. Her and Crystal Crime Time. Yeah, I've got so many of them on my brain right now. I just can't believe the drama that has surrounded this case. It's unreal.
Well, I mean, the missing child, I'm pretty sure that probably brings out the worst in everybody. But so many people's stance, I don't understand. I don't understand Candace and why she can't, I don't know, even, ask for a safe return or act like she's mourning, or I don't even understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Don being in jail, I kind of assumed, Candace would feel safe to talk, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Somebody's sending you some love. Hello, local December.
Hello, Muscles and Mascara. That's an awesome name.
I like it.
She looks fit too.
I wish I was fit.
Me too.
Oh, oh, you're a local also.
Wow.
I want to do something. Do you
Thank
care if I
you.
drop a link? And
I'm sorry?
I said, you want to share this live with other locals if they want to come up?
Yeah.
We'll just have a local powwow tonight.
I mean, I think that would be okay. Yeah, that would be great.
If any locals want to come up, grab the link. What do locals feel about Fred Hill credibility?
Fred Hill.
Fred Hill's the one that lives there on Ben Hill. His daddy shot and killed a man in the neck, and he shot and wounded a man in the neck.
Recently?
This has been several years back.
This is something I've never heard about. Fred Hill.
I'll pull up the link. Oops. Okay, I think I've got it. Is it showing there? I want to pull us off, but make that bigger. Fred Hill Jr. The man who shot another man who was supposedly standing in the driveway. Wait. There we go. Don't do this to me. I hate Rogersville Review. The way they do that. Crap. Let me go find a better article. Rogers Review does that crap all the time. Your gunman in Fall Branch man's shooting is a convicted felon. Do you recognize him? Oh. Do you recognize him?
I don't.
He had dropped from the stream. We'll listen to the article.
Rogersville, the alleged gunman in a shooting that took place last week on Ben Hill Road in the Hawkins County community of Beech Creek has been arrested for being in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Fred Hill Jr., 39, 167 Ben Hill Road, Rogersville, reportedly shot 44-year-old Roy Fanning of Fall Branch in the throat February 24th during an early morning altercation in front of Hill's home. In a report released Monday morning, Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said the investigation revealed that Hill did in fact shoot Fanning with a firearm, and that Hill has felony convictions in October 2011 in Virginia involving the use of firearms. Hill was charged with unlawful carry or possession of a weapon, a Class E felony. More on Hill from the Kingsport Times News.
Next article.
Delta 8, a hemp-derived cannabinoid with a mild intoxicating effect similar to that of marijuana.
Okay.
Okay. You're going to be disappointed. I don't know anything about this.
That's all right. At least you're honest, and at least you don't make stuff up.
No.
So, that right there speaks volumes about a person when they don't know something. They don't sit there and act like they do know all about it when they don't.
No. Yeah. That's one thing that really frustrates me is the misleading, the cliffhanging, say what you got to say.
Yeah. Yes, that's I don't either. I think, what he said to law enforcement is the only part of what he said that, was important because we lost her again. She fell out again. That's anything that he says to a YouTuber, that late at night that, after YouTubers have been up there relentlessly, going up there relentlessly. Jax, what are you doing? Get down. He is pushing my recliner halfway across the room so he could get up on the cat's shelf and get the cat's treats.
Yeah, typical feline.
But I mean, you've got to admit, even there is, this is a case about a 5-year-old missing girl. But it's like trying to live your day-to-day life, and there's people that's been out in the middle of the road screaming through bullhorns and shit like that. It's
Yeah, I missed that. I mean, like, of course, I read about it in the paper and saw it on the news and whatnot. But I mean, what is that madness anyway? What is that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, of course, I think anyone could say, or I mean, but okay, it's my opinion. It's my opinion that whoever did that, did it to like get likes or ratings on their thing, and I don't really
Right.
think that it would help.
Well, Ziggy, the creator Ziggy, went up there after dark and spoke with him, and she recorded the conversation. And he was like, "Well, I saw a pile of bones up there earlier." He's like, "They're probably deer, but you never know." She was like, "Oh, can I go see them?" And he took her up there too. They did not call law enforcement. She did not say, stop and think like, "Hey, this could actually be something," and just went trotting right up there and to the potential crime scene and took photos of it. And it was pretty, and to put them on YouTube and to relate them to a 5-year-old, knowing that they're deer bones. Ziggy, what Fred Hill said to her was, it wasn't all that great, but you got to consider, they're getting tired of these YouTubers.
Yeah, I mean, especially
But for Ziggy to take it and throw them bones on YouTube was
that's pretty like what
despicable. I mean, that's just disgusting.
What if that had been somebody's missing child? I mean, that would just be I couldn't imagine.
Jody Sue, people love drama. People love drama. I just heard a boop boop. I can't hear you. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I don't know what happened.
Oh, thank you, Rena. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Shay, safe place. How are you? I've dropped a link there. Hang on just a second if you want to come up.
Oh, yes, please do.
Okay, there you go.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm reading comments and everything. And
I was just thinking that
Oh, no, you're still there. We're still here.
Oh my God, tell me I don't sound like her. I mean, of course I do because I have an accent.
No, this is chicken on a stick. I don't know what happened to our names. Why they're not on there. Let me try this.
No, McBro, he thought I was JS.
McBro, you did not think she was JS.
But we do. I mean, I have a thick accent. All of us around here do.
But you don't talk nothing like her.
I'm not sedated.
even when she wasn't sedated. Oh. I'm going to have to take the dogs to put them out. But Shay's safe place, if you want to grab a link, I dropped it there. I'll add you if you have any questions. But what are some of the other things that locals suspect?
Well, I mean, they're really hard on Dawn and Candace. I mean, for sure. Even from the church, I have no idea what they were thinking. I mean, a lot of people think, she's dead.
That's hard.
Yeah. And as the seasons change, people are like, like when fall came, I'm sure every hunter who's like really, like, I don't know. You don't want to find something, in the woods.
Right. But they're vigilant for more than just deer this year.
So a lot of people predicted, like when come fall, she'll be found, and then she wasn't, and winter, and now we're going on to spring.
Right. Okay. Shay's safe place is behind in chat, but absolutely muscles and mascara. That's all right.
Yeah.
My opinions, I still believe that, innocent until proven guilty. I don't see how with the timeline. Everybody else is saying there's holes in the timeline and everything. And if you knew these roads around here and everything, and if you just knew Candace at all, I don't see it happening. I just don't see Candace and Don and Grandma being involved. As far as my opinion of what happened to her, I really don't have any one that outweighs another anymore because there are so many suspects that I know of that has not even been brought onto YouTube.
Yeah.
And then on top of the ones that I know of that YouTube doesn't know of, and all the ones that have been brought out on YouTube, there's all of these that nobody's ever even heard of. Like all of the tree trimming crews, we don't know their names.
And how's that? How does that happen this day and age that like they don't know who exactly was there, or at least a roundabout?
Well, law enforcement does.
Okay.
Law enforcement does, but the general public doesn't.
Okay.
And I have told people, do not chase these tree trimming crews down. Do not go up approaching a group of men holding chainsaws, standing beside a tree chipper. Just don't do it.
I just can't imagine. I mean, anything I read in the paper or the news, I cannot imagine approaching any of those people and being like, "Hey, you know that thing that you did? You want to chat?" Like, I would
Yeah.
be scared.
Yes,
But
chase Crystal. I am too. Absolutely.
I see. She believes Summer's still alive, and I kind of lean towards that as well. And
Did not know that he named the other property where the footprints were found. Did he say what property they were on? He's given exact locations of the footprints. See, that right there, it's like you go back to the beginning. You've got 3 adults that all 3 people passed a lie detector test, all 3 of them. You've got 3 boys that have not come out and indicated that any of the 3 adults that were residing on that property have done anything. The footprints are evidence that she was away from the property on foot, somehow or another on foot, whether she was set down or whether she was walking or running. There's the footprint evidence. But there was a neighbor that got a recording of a bear in the beginning, and it was very close to the Wells residence. It's come from a very reliable source. I don't want to say who my source is because I don't want to lose my source, but a very reliable source that in the beginning, on the very evening that Summer went missing, when they did not find her within the first 4 hours, they were thinking a bear got her.
oh wow, okay, so probably somebody got some camera footage or something, which happens, often.
Right. And that is the reason that they didn't set up roadblocks and everything, because they just assumed it was
The
her
bear.
walking off and getting lost. They thought that they did not think anybody removed her from that property. So they, were concentrating on getting the radio towers in. They were concentrating on getting more radios in. They didn't even have enough radios for the search personnel.
Yeah.
I mean, just it was just so much shit. I mean, just basically that's what it was shit happening. It was like they could not do their job. I mean, it's not really fault of their own. A lot of the things, law enforcement, because they don't have the resources and the
Right.
finances. So I'm not saying it in a bad way.
No, but it's almost like the stars had to align perfectly for it to go off the way it did.
Yes. And I'm trying to he named Sharfie's girlfriend's house where the other footprint was.
You see, I don't know about those people.
He's the one that whenever Bullhorn Betty and all of them were up there in the road screaming through the bullhorns.
Yeah.
He was the one that came down the road. He used to work as a correctional officer, and his son was arrested like less than a month before Summer went missing for CP.
Okay.
Hang on just a second. Come on. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I gotta get my dogs for barking.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to say too that my family aren't Freemasons. I'm not sure about the Bernards.
Oh God.
I mean, not
There,
that anyone thinks it's
I'm
good,
not
but, you know,
going down that Freemason route. I don't believe that. I don't believe in that stuff. I
I'm
mean,
just
yeah,
like, yes, but you know,
I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's related to this at all.
when I dare say that, like, they're probably not, because I don't even think I knew what a Freemason was until I was in high school, maybe.
Thank you, Dee. If you want to, you can email those to me. And Cold Case Crystal, if you want to grab a link, you can. Yeah, Trigger Crimes has the video of the
Bear
bear
sighting.
sighting.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay.
Yes.
I mean, so,
But
you know, that happens, but, you know, I still can't, like, for the life of me. I mean, I don't know. I like, has either of your kids ever went missing from your side, or like any of your kids, anybody, you know, like,
absolutely, I had to call the law on whenever my son went missing, and he was found in a toy box. He was buried in his toy box, and a firefighter actually came out of the house with him. They had me sitting and right in the middle of the yard. They were all around me, questioning me, asking me questions. My head was spinning. I was like crying,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it's like they were asking me questions, and I'm just like sitting there looking at them. I can't talk. It's like I'm just sitting there, and it's like, and I'm not going boo hoo hoo kind of crying. It's just like the tears were rolling down my face, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm like trying to think, like, how did this just happen? You know, it was like, how did he get that door open? How did he get out? Who
Mhm.
came in? Nobody would have come in.
We're
You
like,
know,
yeah, what exactly? No, I have been
you
in.
know, and it was like I'm trying to process the questions, and at the same time, I'm trying to have an answer for them so they can help. And it's like I ain't got no answer, so I'm just like sitting there, not saying a word to them. And then the firefighter comes walking out of my house with him in his arms, and he's like got all these
Oh,
lines all over him where he fell asleep on his toys, you know, and all he had on was a diaper, and he had
mm,
half a hot dog in his hand.
oh my God. I mean, I've been there, like, okay, we moved, and my son, my youngest, he was 3 or 4, and, we were moving stuff, and he got mad because I told him no more iPad, and, he vanished. I mean, and I'm like, "Oh my goodness, where is he?" And we're in a new neighborhood, and I mean, I did the thing, 'cause when you were talking about them blocking the cars, I was screaming for him in the house. I was running around outside. I ran down my driveway. There was somebody coming down the street, and I stopped the car, and I told them, no, they couldn't go, that my baby was missing. I had called 911, you know, they were on their way. He was, like, 2 houses down, the street.
Oh goodness.
But, you know, it scared me to death. I mean, like, I just, you know, I don't see how anyone could be. It's like you said, you're not consolable. You know, it's like, I don't know. So I don't. Candace and Dawn's reaction is just so underwhelmed.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that I feel like they know something.
A bear attack would not necessarily leave evidence, because what you have to consider is did Summer, like for example, did she follow the dogs off of the hill and then get lost and end up further up in the mountains, thinking she was running up the hill to her house and running up another hill up there, another one of those ridges,
Where
you
get
know,
dragged off.
and thinking that was her ridge and it wasn't her ridge, and then became at that point a victim to a bear attack. You know, the bear attack does not mean, you know, that it happened per se right there at the back door of the Wells house. Just saying, Summer could have wandered off and become victim to
Right.
a bear, and that's what police were believing in the beginning.
See, that just like, but in a way, I mean, it's legit. I get it, it is legit. But at the same time, I would not be happy with them just looking in the woods for a bear. I don't know. You know, I
Right.
don't know.
I'm hoping. EquiSearch came up on a bear while they were searching also. Yes, they did. I'd have to go back and look. I've got it all written down somewhere what the original radius was, but we're not. I don't think that we know for sure. Like, we'll never know exactly where has and has not been searched. I don't think that we'll ever know that answer. Where did she go? I just clicked on Crystal to bring her up. Let me drop the link again. And then she disappeared. And Shay's safe place. If you want to come up, you can. Anybody wants to come up, they can.
So 4.6 mile radius. I mean, starting at wonder where, like, we're out on Ben Hill
Probably, you know, with 110 with their house being the center
in the
point.
center. Yeah.
And you know the terrain down through there. There's no way that they could have searched every nook and cranny in that
No.
ridge, in them ridges. There's no way.
That's one of the things that is like, I don't know. It's pretty frightening. But it's true. It's like you're so far out there, and something could happen, and you know, like maybe nobody would ever find you. I think about that sometimes. You know, like when I'm walking in the woods
Yeah.
because
Well,
it's so remote.
I know we've got, you know, it's not unknown for somebody to wreck and not be found for weeks and weeks and weeks
Hmm.
on some of these roads and stuff. that we have over here in the Appalachians. I'm not saying in Rogersville, because people will run and say, well, nobody's ever wrecked and not been found in Rogersville. I'm not talking about Rogersville per se. I'm just talking about the terrain.
Yeah, you don't go too far, and it is.
And that's a whole car
spooky.
on the side. That's a whole car that drove off the side of the road and nobody sees it for how long,
Right. Or they
And
find a body like in a field that they didn't see because the grass would grow up so high.
yep. And then they go over it 4 or 5 times, and then the 6th time they find it.
Yeah. People always say, like growing up here, that like the mountains is a place that you could disappear. It's like apparently, I've never known anyone to disappear there except Summer.
So the Dion Koontz, is that who you're talking about? He was too, no evidence, but still the sheriff was tracking a bear in that case.
Okay, how many locals have seen bears in the area? I've seen bears. Like my husband will go outside and holler at them because they just like come to go in the trash. So bears are prevalent, but they usually stay away from people.
There she is. Are you there? Oh wait, she's on. Oh, she might be muting herself. You're on mute.
Me?
No, Cold Case Crystal.
Okay.
I've seen lots of bear here, but I also used to live like right on top of a ridge. Similar. Well, not similar to similar to Don and Candace with the way that the trees are all the way around the house. That's the way it was where I lived at. But we didn't have neighbors. Our closest neighbor was like 2.5 miles from us.
Yeah. I mean, it's like that in the country.
Right. And we had lots of bears. Lots of bears.
I just saw that where she was offered a sketch artist from YouTube. JS, I guess.
Yeah. And she didn't take that up.
I mean, I don't understand what's there to lose.
I've seen bears on Beach Creek, Lone Star, Grassy Creek, and Gum Spring. Yeah, there's lots of bears down there. There are a lot of bears down there. I don't know if anybody's, seen any pigs down there, but I know that there are pigs in these mountains.
I have not seen any, but I've heard.
Yeah, they are around. I know if you go like closer, like around Sneeville and the Virginia, up where the Virginia Tennessee border is, and like right in there, and where the Kentucky, all 3 of the states meet right there.
Yeah.
If you go up in there, there's lots of pigs in that area.
Wow.
There's up that, right in that area. I've seen them in Kentucky, just right across the border in Kentucky. Hogs are bad on Horton Highway.
There's coyotes as well.
Horton Highway area, is that like is it closer to the is it Van Hill? Belton?
Kinda. Baileyton.
Yeah.
The Gum Springs,
because that's really not far from, I mean, if considering how wild animals travel and everything. But I don't think a pig, I'm talking about the carcass, about
yes.
That bullhorn Betty put up there.
Yeah, the local hunters.
Huh?
I was just seeing where it said local hunters, and I was like, yeah, the local hunters, people talk about it, like they don't want to, nobody wants to come across a body, but it's a possibility.
Like I was saying with the bear, it doesn't necessarily mean a bear was on the Wells property and got Summer there. Summer could have, wandered off behind her dogs. I was at the Wells house, and I've talked about this numerous times. But me and Candace were outside, we were chopping weeds, and, we were cleaning up the driveway right there, right in front of her front door. That way we could widen her driveway out so people would have room to park, a little bit better when they came up there. And it was actually a lady that was up there. She's been on my panel. Her name's, she was a true friend on my panel. She left that day, and the dogs, chased her down the driveway. They didn't bark or nothing. They just ran down the driveway quiet. And it was just a little while later, like maybe, I mean, I don't even know how long. It could have been up to 20 minutes later. It could have been as few as 5 minutes, but those dogs started going berserk. I mean, they were squealing, they were barking, it was like bloody murder going on. And me and Candace just like looked at each other, and her eyes were just so, I think that she's got it in her mind that something like that happened to Summer, and she does not want to talk about that as a possibility. She doesn't want to imagine it, and she pushes it out of her head. But those dogs were down there doing that, and I said, "Let's go get them." I was like, "I'll go with you. We got these hose." And she was like, "We are not going down there. I'm not going down there." She was like, "That's like probably a bear." The
So she
dogs
was
came home.
afraid to go in the woods.
She was afraid to go in the woods.
And then is that like, and so she wouldn't go down there with you guys to check that out?
Well, it's just with me. She wouldn't
Okay.
go down there to check that out. When the dogs came back up there, one of them was cut. I mean, it was just a perfect claw mark, like from its ankle all the way up underneath its, up to its armpit on its front. I want to say it's its front right paw
Wow.
leg.
So it got by something.
And they were all bloodied, muddied, wet, but there was only 3 of them that had actually open wounds. And we were trying to wipe. She had towels and blankets, and we were trying to dry them off and everything. And she said something about medicine on the cuts, and I was just like, "Oh, I've got some like Neosporin." It was Equate Neosporin, generic stuff. And I took it with me because I'm going up there with the intent on helping her clean and pick trash up out of the yard and stuff. And if I got cut, I wanted some Neosporin.
Yeah.
And I just happened to have it with me. And it was like so it's like people say that, she doesn't take care of the dogs and everything. And I think back to that day and I'm like, no, you just don't understand. You know, she was concerned about the dogs, but she was also, you can't go down there and fight a bear.
Right.
You can't. You just don't go fight a bear. Hang on just a second. Come on. Come on, Jax. You can go ahead and talk. I'll be right back.
Okay. Huh.
Well, as soon as I said that, they came in the door. But she did show concern. She did want, show like she had the thought for putting medicine on the dogs and stuff like that. But there was something. What it was they fought with down there, I have no idea. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. But we sure heard the dogs, and their wounds were. I mean, they were some very long claws that caused them wounds.
Oh man.
I don't know if Cold Case Crystal for ignoring her when she comes up or what. This time, if you come back up, I won't ignore you and I'll let you talk. If anybody wants to grab a link and come up. Yes, they cache their food. They say bears will grab their prey and shake and take it to a den or off somewhere alone. You would think there would be drag marks or something, but with all those dogs on property, could cover it. And it's possible it didn't even happen on the property. It's possible she followed the dogs down to the creek, and where the dogs were at the creek that day when I was up there, and they got attacked because they were wet and they were muddy. So they were definitely in the creek when they fought.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And, just, you can barely hear me. Can you hear me now? Is that better? But, it is a possibility, that she followed the dogs off and then got taken by a bear. We don't know everything that law enforcement found.
No. Rena, I can try to check and find out. I mean, I can ask, and if anybody knows, like I said, not many people have any secrets here. If their dog got sick or something like that, people would hear about it, or they had to rehome their dog.
Right.
But I can ask. I don't personally know. You sound like we're talking into a can with a string.
Does it?
I don't know.
I don't know why it would be doing that. I don't know why it would be doing that.
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it through mine. I have no idea. Yeah, I remember hearing that too. Someone said that Jody Sue had to take her dogs to the vet the day after Summer went missing. They had to get their stomachs pumped. Was that because they had been poisoned or something? I remember something along the lines of her alleging someone poisoned her dogs.
Okay, like I think I remember her going on about her dogs or something getting poisoned. I would assume the dogs. The pumping of the stomach. First I've heard.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, McBro, I remember hearing something about it. Oh, no. McBro. I didn't block you, did I? Okay. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Helen. That was, I believe, Shay's Safe Place put that up. Oh, Shay's Safe Place. Thank you. You can come up if you want to, hon. Yeah, Megan screams. She's definitely said that the dogs do hold the key, but yeah, about I do vaguely remember something about her dog. Something about she thought somebody poisoned her dogs
I
after
thought it
Summer
was,
went missing.
yeah, remember there was videos where she would talk about Dawn lurking around and she could tell by like the gravel footsteps and
Yes. Was she talking about the dog being poisoned in that video?
perhaps. But it was around that time, I think.
But yeah, I do remember vaguely. I don't remember all the details, but I do vaguely remember that. I'll say vaguely because I don't remember all the details.
Right.
It was Shay's. Yeah, I've restreamed Shay's video because the last live that I had. I don't know if you saw that, Shay. Thank you. Don't strike me, please. But I had never heard that before. I don't know how that one got by me. But it's like it takes an army, to go through her videos, and I think that's why
Oh,
she's
yeah.
doing it. I think that's why she does what she does is to make people chase after her, and that's how she gets her views is by saying off the wall shit.
And then the cliffhangers, like it's a
Yeah.
bunch of off the wall shit, and she can't talk about it. She'll tell you more. Like, I don't know.
Well, Candace doesn't see me as a friend anymore. She's still got me blocked and everything, and we did have a little bit of a fuss. I told her what I thought, and that's between me and her, and I was just telling her she needed to straighten up, and she needed help, and she needed to she needed to quit doing a bunch of the shit that she was doing because she would not get her boys back acting that way. And I wanted, I just I wanted to see. I don't like seeing families torn apart.
No, and it's horrible that it unfolds in front of everyone. It's like,
And the fact of the matter are, there are addicts in this world, and I think there's nothing better than seeing an addict win. And I've got that hope, and I've still got that hope that Summer's alive. And I don't like talking about the bear theory because if the bear theory is correct, then Summer's no longer with us. If someone took Summer, there's a 50-50 chance she's alive.
right. If she was in the woods or something like that, there's 0. I don't know. It tears at your heart, and it gets in your head because then you start thinking if she is alive, maybe it's a really good thing, or maybe like she's in horrible conditions, and it just really.
I have nightmares about her being alive. I know. I just, you don't know. You sit there and you're like, you don't know what's worse.
Right. I didn't know C at all.
I did not know Candace before the disappearance. I met her in August. Well, I was talking with her before August, but we met face to face in August. Let me put it that way. We had never met in person until August. It was after Summer went missing, and I reached out to her. Yeah, somebody needs to find her. Yep, she didn't want to confuse the dogs searching, so when the water didn't work, she blamed it on the dogs. Her dogs. She blamed it on her dogs when the water didn't work. Well, no, she blamed it on the people handling the dogs for bringing the scent dogs to her, and her knowing that her dogs would, whatever.
Something about that whole thing. I'm just like I'm shocked that Summer ever went to Jody Sue's house. I mean, maybe it did have. I mean, I can't say that it didn't, but she doesn't seem like the inviting babysitter. Like, hey, I can watch your youngins.
Right.
And they lived not super close together. I mean, I don't know.
Well, Candace said that she didn't babysit.
Well, that's what I have heard as well. That she didn't babysit. That she was never over there. That all of that was just hoopla.
Candace said the few times that Jody Sue did come onto their property. She never got out of the vehicle. She
Mhm.
always stayed in the vehicle. She said there was one time and one time only that Jody Sue got out of the car, and that was when Summer was first born. She came in to see Summer when she first brought Summer home. The second one was Jody Sue staggered over there drunk, wanting Candace to take pictures of the DV where Andy hit her and she fell and slid down a hill.
Okay.
And those are the only 2 times that Jody Sue has been on Candace's property.
Okay, that was what I was assuming and heard. Now this is a question. I don't know if Shay is still here. If that's where I heard it was on Shay's safe space, I'm not 100% sure. But the video with her holding the shirt and she was like flipping out. That was Summer's top. Or did I get that wrong?
What is it now?
It's like the video. And she's
Jody
holding the
Sue.
shirt. Yeah, she's holding the shirt, and I was assuming. I didn't really look. I didn't watch the video like all the way. That it was Summer's, and she was talking about like things that she was doing with Summer, or like Summer being over at her house, and I mean it was just like it was, and she was crying.
Was it Summer's shirt or was it the shirt that she wore that she searched for Summer in?
Okay, it could have been that
Hey,
because
Crystal.
I didn't know, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I just saw that and I thought, in the hell, but I mean, she really went into some detail about the time she spent with Summer. Summer coming over there, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Folks, I just want you to know this is a prime example of boony Wi-Fi right here.
Yep.
I've did everything but ask for the Lord to come down and hook me up to Wi-Fi tonight for some reason.
Again.
I'm going to go on mute because my dog, I'm going to let y'all have the floor for a minute because he's rolling on his back and roaring. So I'll just go on mute and everything. That way y'all can talk.
So I've missed a little bit. What was we talking about Jody Sue?
Well, I'm a local, and just we were just chatting about the whole. We were just talking about the video where she was. Or what was she talking about? I don't know. We've just been talking about a lot of things, Jody Sue.
It has always struck me odd that Jody Sue was looking for Summer before Jody Sue knew Summer was gone.
I can't explain the timeline. I mean, I don't know anything about that.
I mean, I don't think she had anything to do with it, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But
yeah.
I do think that she craves the attention from it.
Oh, yes. I mean, you could pretty much, I mean, I'm no expert, but come on, we could like diagnose her with like several personality disorders. I mean, just from watching a couple of her videos.
I tell you what, I have a hard time. She talks in circles.
Oh,
so it's like everything's a big secret, and
yeah, and you're like, it's like you're supposed to know what she means, even though you don't know what she means, and
I mean, if you want to keep things just plumb secret, that's fine. But why go to YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I didn't want people to know something, I wouldn't get on YouTube and hint to it.
Right.
That's what I couldn't understand is why did she come and go on YouTube? And I mean, I've got screenshots. I saved those where people were reaching out to me saying that Jody Sue was asking them to, put us in touch with each other. And so then I messaged her and I asked her if she would ever want to come on live. And she was like, yes, when can we do it? I mean, she was in a hurry.
Wow.
To go live.
Well, I mean, I think she liked that intention.
That's what she was wanting. I didn't have the numbers that she was looking for. And so she went bigger. And she told me, and I've got the screenshot where she told me that she was fixing to speak louder. Jax, I'm going mute.
So she didn't think that like what your channel was big enough, and she wanted a larger platform.
Yes, and she left immediately. It was like the very next day she was on in the chat room on the live of the marathon on Scott and Penny Trick on Commentaries. I don't know who was live, but that was the very next day she popped up in their chat, and then the day after that she was live, and I guess headed to Johnson City to safety. If that's what you want to call it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Though she's always talking in her videos, one thing that is repeated several times is YouTubers are doing this for cash out, money grab, clicks and views. But the thing about it is she's always mentioned money somewhere.
Yes.
She can't do one live without mentioning money.
Well, I've heard that when people ask things like, like it pops up here, people will ask a question or something and say like, we touch on that subject. I've heard that when people do that, she like puts up the thing to pay or whatnot.
Well, now, the one thing that has bothered me most in this case And I do. I believe in innocent until proven guilty. I'll always be like that. But so many people have come out saying, I'm the Will's friend, but yet they recorded them. And then there was people that came out that were friends, like H's parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. And they're all saying, well, we saw them abused. If you saw them abused, you are the problem.
Exactly.
I mean, everybody's saying, I saw her hit them. Don was giving the kids drugs. Well, if you saw that go down and you didn't call the police on them, you are the problem. You are 50% of the reason Summer's missing.
Well, I agree 100%. I do want to clarify on that note. I've never met any of them. Yeah, Jody Sue and Andy, but as far as Candace or Dawn, I have never met either of them. I didn't meet Summer. And I had no idea that, it was going on. I mean, it's so bad to be part of a community that mess of stuff is going on in, and nobody has a clue.
Now, I guess some of the interviews that I've heard is like, one of the big ones is when JLR and Molly Golightly and them caught Allie, Sherry, and the great grandma on the sidewalk. And I think it's Sherry, Allie's mom, was saying that Dawn had molested her grandkids, and she thinks, and then she follows it by that. Probably, I think. Well, don't throw stuff out there if you don't know 100% without a shadow of a doubt.
Right.
I mean, I can't stand the thoughts of anything like that on Summer's name without proof. Now, I'll be the first one to say, if they're guilty, they need punished to the fullest extent of the law. But as far as something that isn't hearsay, we haven't got nothing showing that.
Absolutely agree. 100%. That's it.
And I mean, I catch a lot of hate for saying that, but I mean, are they winning Parent of the Year? No. But there's probably about, hundreds of other people that aren't winning Parent of the Year also. But that don't mean they killed their kid. That don't mean that they sold their kid.
Right.
There's a lot of things, that can be, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you would kill someone, especially your own child.
Exactly. I just
don't know at this point.
And if this case has anything in abundance other than liars, it's shady people.
For real.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of that for sure. And YouTube doesn't even, they don't even know. I don't even know. But the ones that I do know that I haven't talked about publicly, it is disturbing. People only think what they've heard so far is disturbing. But the stuff that I've heard on other potential suspects, and some of the stuff that I've heard on the suspects that people have touched on, that they've just not, the information that they've not found out, to put out there. Dawn and Candace look like angels compared to some of these things.
Well, I mean, yeah. It kind of goes back to or in my mind, it goes back to, Lady Jody Sue, not saints, I don't know. What if they knew that like she was next door unattended to? I mean, that's a perfect target.
Yep.
I'm not accusing and saying that's what happened, that I know that. I don't know that.
It's a possibility, and we're 10 plus months and it's still no Summer. Everything needs to be dug into.
Right.
And you ladies would know better than me on this, but did on that road, it's my understanding that Summer and Jody Sue's daughter are the only young females. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge, I agree.
And there's a lot of RSOs. So I mean, I'm no expert or anything, but would that not kind of I don't know the words to put. That would make her a target.
Yes.
And I mean,
absolutely.
have people been checked out? I don't really know. Because we really don't get a lot of details, from law enforcement, which I get it, but that's just one of the things we don't know.
We don't. And there's just
Rail Sharp, I thought Jody Sue was crying and talking about her own daughter in relation to the shirt. And yeah, that was right. I was wrong, thinking it was Summer's shirt. Sorry, I just wanted to.
Okay.
Now, Squall, who, I've talked to you away from YouTube. You know who one of my number one
suspects.
And I still feel like that. I mean, there's something that just gives me the coat chills about that in particular person. But
I'm
And
reading chat.
you don't have to say anything.
What is it?
And so I'm interested to know like who it is because but I don't like as far as subjects or suspects for me. Jody Sue makes herself very suspicious every day. And then of course the parents, and then the next people I think of is the drug people.
It's if I could squeeze any information out of Jody Sue, I would. If there was any information out there that I could get a hold of.
And I mean,
I think Jody Sue should at least make a list if she cares, if she truly and honestly cares about Summer Wells. She would make a list of every one of her customers, whether they were there that day or not, because they have been up there and they have heard those kids playing up there on that hill. They have possibly seen those kids down in the road. We don't know. But every one of her customers are a suspect because they have been up in that holler.
And I mean, okay, like say so, let's say, somebody went there and, bought some weed or something and, saw something.
I mean, fuck weed. I'm sorry, but fuck weed. This is a 5-year-old little girl.
Yeah. The important part aspect of it is not going to be the drug aspect. It's going to be like, where's Summer?
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're not going to give a shit about the weed at this point.
Right.
They won't even give a shit about a pill or two, or they're worried. They want Summer. They're not going to give a shit about your drugs. They want Summer.
You want to sit alone and, kill yourself? Go ahead. But, that's, I don't know. Like I said, one day, Dateline, there's going to be the missing link.
Yeah, Jody Sue auctioned off the T-shirt she was wearing the day she was searching for Summer.
No.
Yes, she did.
But now she's not about money.
No, not at all.
The bid got up to $16 and she got mad.
Well,
do the locals know that Jody Sue is doing everything that she's doing?
No, I don't believe so. Because okay, you live around here, so you kind of know we are in like the retirement community,
Yes. I do not know anyone from my day-to-day life before Summer went missing that follows Summer Wells on YouTube. The only stuff that they know is what they've heard on local media and nothing else.
I never heard anything about it. I didn't know she had a YouTube. I mean, I don't even a YouTube. I didn't No, but so most of the people around here, they're not too on the internet. And Summer, her case hasn't made a big presence in the news. I mean, it has somewhat, but not like other cases. Not like the Gabby Petito case.
Now, when I went down there in February, one thing that really, really surprised me was the lack of flyers that I actually did see.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a flyer.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Do you know where I started seeing flyers? At the end of Ben Hill Road, and then that humongous one that's on the Wells property. But
Okay.
I mean, and I need to clarify, I did not go to the Wells house. I just tried to retrace their steps back in February.
Yeah.
People will be saying I've been up at the Wells. I have not.
Right.
But now the things that I'm thinking about. Okay, we got the red truck, right? It was supposedly reported by somebody that was on that route that day, correct?
Yeah. Hey, I see you.
There's a particular person that's been all over YouTube that could have been in a position of a job that would have been on a route that day. I'm not saying they were, but with their job, they could have been. And I'm not seeing very much said about them being the suspects. Shady, yeah. Fraud, yeah.
Yeah, the fraud thing. That's another thing that I don't know how well, she's wiggling around that. The whatever monies was sent to, I think my understanding right now is when she asks for monies, it's like a PayPal or a Cash App or something like that, and it goes into her son's name because she gets like a disability check. And maybe other assistance, and so she puts everything in her son's name. But the funds that were earlier, like when she was in the first DV situation, or the first one that people in the internet world came and helped her, or I guess that she ever reached out for help in.
Now, that is one thing that I believe her on. I mean, she may have gave as good as she got, but I do believe her. One thing that stands true with somebody that's been abused is they they tend to always try to protect their, and I don't quite get it that she's walked away and she still protects him. But if you say anything about Andy, oh, she's mad as far. So she still protects him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get it. I mean, I don't get her, but I get what you're saying.
Which I'm not the type of person that I would ever question somebody
Chris,
having DV against them. But
I've been in the same vicinity, say party area, and with them and the DV, and it's rough.
I came in late, so I may have missed something. And then when I did show up, I had to fight with Wi-Fi.
yeah,
So excuse me. I mean, forgive me, but
there
you're
is
local.
something that
Yeah.
she is local. There is something that I wish I could tell you about what you were just speaking on, like your number one suspect.
You still got me on Facebook?
Yeah.
Send me a message on there.
And I have, let's see here. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you both a message.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'll be able to check mine. Well, yeah, I could run in there and check it. I have my whole setup here because this had to help me out.
But now
I
the
will let
person.
her,
Oh,
I will
I'm
let
sorry.
her tell you. I'll let her tell you if she wants to.
Okay, do you want me to go look?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I don't want to say it because it was not out of my mouth. It was out of someone else's mouth. And she knows the person who said it. So I will leave this up to her.
Okay.
I will do that much dignity and respect for the person that it's coming from. That way, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make sure because I'm not 100%. That person was online buddy. That helped, right?
Huh?
That person that you were talking about was an online buddy of hers that helped.
You're breaking up.
The person that we're talking about is one of her online buddies that helped her.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't want because I know it been by a different name.
Right.
Have you sent me a message? Oh,
Not yet. Is it okay if you can
okay.
share what you know about that if you want to? If you want to share that, you can.
Me?
Okay. I mean, I just
Yeah.
didn't want to mention who.
Oh, I was talking to Chicken on a Stick.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I was confused.
So the person that we're thinking of, or that we're both talking about, they knew each other before online. They knew each other.
Your suspect and Jody Sue knew each other.
Yeah.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes.
Well, now you can ask Squall. Squall, did I not mention some stuff that come out afterwards a long time before of why this person is a suspect with me?
Yep.
Well, I mean, you might be right on the money. I don't know. But I just knew that like they did. And like so when that thing was done online, it's like, wait, because it was explained to me. And then when it was explained online, I'm like, but then he went and like they went somewhere together. And
Yes.
everybody was like, yeah. I was like, well, then what happened? Well, then she got mad about something. And so I guess that's when fake feds or whatever come on and she like, I don't know, had to get out or I don't know. Like, but that went bad for whatever reason.
Well, I thought it was, to me, it's fishy that this particular person is looking for Summer. And then all of a sudden on panels. And then we know what happened after that. And they disappear. Come back, get caught again, and disappear. And I don't know if Squall even wants me to mention who my suspect is on her channel, but to me, all that looks extremely bad.
Yeah.
It's a touchy subject with that one, with the war that's been around that one.
Yes.
I don't know anything about that person very much. I mean, at all. Except and it's funny because I told her a long time ago, and we put the pieces together, kind of.
Well, and another thing is we all know how the Carly Trent thing turned out. they found her, but if somebody thought
One
that they
hint.
could do something,
One hint. I'm replying to Music City Mom. She was asking for us to give them 3 hints, and I said I'll give y'all 1 hint, and it's the only hint y'all are going to get. So we won't say any names. All right, keep talking.
but if somebody, okay, come with me on this.
You just
Yes, you know how I feel. But if somebody thought that they could get a reward, especially after seeing how the Carly Trent thing turned out, for finding a kid, then the reward is going up. It's going up more. And only one thing prevents this person from actually collecting that reward themselves.
Well,
They would have waited till it got higher to try to collect. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You are right. But I'm just curious. Hasn't the reward money been donated now?
That's a good question because I do.
You know, I haven't heard hide nor hair about that reward now.
I think that they might be like, maybe if it wasn't a year, she wasn't paying. But I may be wrong.
Because, well, it was at 6 months when they were going to donate it, and they continued it for another 6 months. Not until a year. Okay, so it will be. And that's my problem. As long as that fundraiser is, or that fundraiser, that let me get me a drink. Hang on.
Oh, the shirt video was days.
Here.
I'm sorry, you cut out her. I did one.
I had to go on mute. I got choked and I had to chug some sweet tea. I had to put some sugar back in my veins.
BB Diamond is like at McBro. She stayed with him until July, August, from what I understand. Wait. I'm sorry.
Who stayed with who?
I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. It says BB Diamond, and it's like at McBro, and I'm on my tiny phone.
Yeah, see, McBro.
Somebody stayed with somebody.
Sorry, but if you read her post, she was getting evicted in September. She was packing before summer got gone from her texts. And she makes you wonder.
Oh, okay.
And then BB, she stayed with him until July through August. From what I understand, she went back to Ben Hill Road after she went to the fundraiser / motel for a short while. Oh, so she, after the restraining order, and I heard something along the lines of that.
Oh, she stayed with Andy?
Yeah, well, I didn't hear that she went back and stayed with Andy. I heard that well, that goes back to the question I had, about her messaging Andy for sex.
Yeah.
After the restraining order, and broke the restraining order. So that was something, but she was evicted. It was in September that she moved from Ben Hill.
Okay.
And she had the restraining order paper on her
Oh,
Facebook,
mm-hmm.
and that showed the eviction date. That showed that she got evicted at the same time that she got her restraining order. So it kind of backfired on her.
It did. It really did. And where she put her address.
So Andy was not staying with Jody Sue for weeks before Summer went missing, and he had just come back to Jody Sue, and then Summer went missing.
Well, yeah, it was kind of like that. And let me tell you, he would say like that she would get up at like all throughout the night. I mean, walking the property line and like just being absolutely, off the chain. And he had to sleep because he had to get up and go to work the next day.
Well, I can see how that would be. Did he say why she was doing it? Was it drugs? Was it because of her illness, or was she always that way?
I really don't know, but I kind of took it like that's just how she was. It was like, whoa, dude, I'm sorry. Like.
Yes, I'm dropping the link again.
I think Shay like that it wasn't on her spot. I didn't see the video there.
The one where she auctioned off the shirt, or the one where she was crying? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Drop a 1 if you can hear me. Okay, I think it's Boomy Wi-Fi. If you want to come back up, Chicken on a Stick, I'll drop a link again. Yes, she did. She was mad at the world. She was mad at everything. Crystal, can you hear us? We can't hear you. That is 100% true. Nobody else can talk about him but her. She gets, in fact, she gets mad if you talk to about anybody in Beach Creek. She gets really ticked. But it just, I don't know. If anybody wants to grab a link and come up, you're more than welcome. But there are a couple of other locals that's been thinking about coming up and everything. And okay,
Okay. Can you hear me now?
we can hear you now.
Phew, this might be the good Lord's way of saying, Crystal, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. Maybe it is. Yeah, I heard Dolly Vision's coming here now, and Benny called him and wants to take him out in the woods. And yeah, I heard about that. Are you still there? Can you hear us? You're on mute. I don't know if you're on mute for a reason or. I'm going to unmute you, and if you want to be on mute, mute yourself back. Because I don't know if it's at my end or your end. It won't let me, so. It says you chose to mute yourself. All right. Oh, Dolly Vision is another creator. He's rather funny, and he's got some sense about him. Yeah, all of the drama, every bit of the drama is ridiculous. She doesn't like people talking about her potential customers. There's a lot also that's not being said about Jody Sue as well, because if it can relay into the investigation and stuff, things like that, they're not going to be talked about. Oh no, don't give up. Yes, prayers that they speak out for Summer. But I just think that if anybody is in the little following of Jody Sue and everything, ask her if she has turned over all of her customers to TBI, and tell them that her customers could have taken Summer. She had people coming up to her driveway to purchase drugs. She had people coming up to her driveway to purchase drugs. So ask her. She doesn't have to tell us. Tell her we don't want to know, but we do want to know that she has turned it over to TBI. Ask her if she has turned that list over to TBI.
and if not, turn it over.
Exactly. You know,
Squall, from the times that you've talked to Candace, does she ever give you the indication that maybe Summer did go a little further than what she claimed, like Pastor Swing?
she never talked about anything about Summer wandering off. She always, stuck by her guns on Summer would never walk off of that hill. Now, being up there on that hill, the places that Summer would go to and play at were out of eyeshot from the camper door. She had a little place, and even right there in the Chris McDonough interview, I think, when Candace opens the back door and goes out, and she's like, and she used to have her toys right here and everything. She always played right here on this spot for some reason. There's just like a little bit of an embankment there, just a little grassy spot and everything right outside that door.
Have you talked to Candace since Ernie was in the picture?
No, I have not. I have not talked to Candace since the first week of January, I think it was. I will have to go back at my messages and look to be exact, but I'm thinking it was like the first week of January. And she had actually blocked me for a little bit, and then she unblocked me for a couple of days to get information that Benny put on his channel. And so I blocked her. Because I wasn't going to play that game.
No, I don't blame you.
I kept myself out of that drama.
No, I don't
Checking
blame
the
you.
stick, try it again. Let me. Oh, okay, she said she's going to try and reconnect with another phone.
I tell you what, the internet ain't being nice to nobody tonight, is it?
No, it's not. I don't reckon.
Now, he had a live tonight saying something like, Candace breaks her silence, but I'm sorry, I can't listen too long, but I didn't see nothing with like, where he had recorded her or showed any receipts that she had broke her silence. It just kind of sounded like he was talking about what she had said to him, but still that falls right back to hearsay.
Right. Basically, I do know that, locally, people that are closer to the case have heard law enforcement, say that Don was cleared because all of his alibis checked out. And there was, with the evidence and stuff that they have with, Summer being out and about that day, and everything he said in his timeline checked out.
And now, when the investigator spoke and did his interview and mentioned all the data that they had went through, he mentions GPS.
He does.
I mean, and I don't know if Grandma's truck had GPS on it, but I would assume he is talking about that Subaru.
I believe he is, yes.
So to me, that, in so many words, that says, we know where he was because we checked the GPS.
Yep. Can you hear us checking on a stick?
I can hear you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's what I call Booney Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
We all live in the sticks, evidently.
Yeah.
But now, recently, well, during Summer's case, the one thing that changed for me is I wanted to be able to make a difference. So, and let's be honest, we can do videos all day long.
Yeah.
But that's not finding her. And from what I've seen in the last week, the only thing that majority, now not all creators, but a lot of them are just going for the throat, and I'm not about that. But what me and my husband did, and we prayed about it, was we entered foster care.
Oh, wow.
You would be amazed during the trainings and stuff what all you find out that you can really kind of decipher through this case with as far as CPS goes. For one thing, they haven't been arrested. I mean, they wouldn't just, if they were doing hardcore drugs and giving it to them kids, they should be in jail.
Correct.
Yeah.
But they were just removed.
Well, I mean, I don't imagine them giving it to the kids. I mean, do you?
No, I'm just talking about.
People have accused them of giving it to the kids, though.
Yes. And they've even made videos about it.
Yes.
Okay.
Disgusting. They have photoshopped the pictures of the kids to make it look like they were abused, like severely physically abused.
Yeah.
They have done all sorts of nasty stuff. And one of the things that I'm wanting to point out to people, Chicken on a Stick is local, but she does not follow all of the YouTube drama. She watches pretty much the facts, and she keeps her eyes on the local that keeps talking all the time.
Yeah.
So when it comes to a lot of things that have been covered on YouTube with the YouTube drama, she's a local. She's sticking to the facts. She's not into that crazy, bizarre world.
And speaking of that, which I've mentioned this to Squall before, Chicken on a Stick, but I mean, I love that name, by the way.
I do too.
I live in Kentucky. So the terrain is not very different than Tennessee. Matter of fact, I just live over the border.
Right.
But one thing that has always stood out to me, and I mean, I did go through her interview with True Crime Commentary and the ones that Squall had on her channel. She says that when she would hear noise over there, she didn't think of Summer. It was normally the boys.
Mhm.
And then she talks about the odd scream.
And
Then
she knew it wasn't the boys, but
and she also said that she got a text from Andy. And I mean, I know this isn't verbatim, but I mean, I'm making Jody Sue's story smaller. But
Right.
she got a text from Andy. He was going to be a little bit late, but she went to the end of the driveway anyway because she could fool with her flares.
Right.
And she hears Candace yelling. And then she goes back to that earlier scream. Well, at the earlier scream, she said when she heard screams, she didn't think of Summer because Summer usually didn't come down that far. She thought of the boys. But she jumps into the creek and says she's getting in there to keep her scent down. Okay?
Yeah.
And she still has not talked to Candace. She still has just heard Candace hollering for Summer. Now, when I take that situation and I put it to where I live, which is very similar terrain to Ben Hill Road. I mean, I've got two humongous hills in front on both sides of me. I've got a neighbor that's got 5 kids. I can hear them playing, and I mean, I love it actually, but I can hear them playing all day long. If I hear her hollering at one of them, and it sounds like a panic holler, and it has disturbed me enough that it's got my attention that I would jump in a creek. No, that's not where I would have went. I'm going to go up that hill and see if one of them babies is hurt.
Yeah, why wouldn't she go
I'm
up
not
with it?
immediately assuming somebody's missing.
Right.
and automatically assuming the search dogs are going to be there, so I've got to get the scent off of me in the creek.
Yes.
Yeah, that is just, I don't know, that's crazy.
And then she comes out, and I don't know how I missed it, but Shay's safe place put a clip out there that, the scent dogs hit at her feet.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely can't. I have no explanation for that.
And when I went back and I was listening, and I mean, I made detailed notes on that interview and was going to go over it on my channel, but then I thought better of it. But because it would take forever to try to decipher, if you want me to be honest with you, everything that she says. But in those first videos, she says, when she's talking about the property line, she says, for some reason, I was chose to find the, paraphrasing, to find the property line, map it out.
Right.
And she stumbles over those words, which gives me the impression, because in so many words, she tells who she's kin to. She says the road's named after him. Well, it's Hill. We all know that the other neighbor is last name Hill. She even goes as far as to say an uncle. Now, I don't know if it's him or his daddy, but
have to be his dad.
They're kin to Andy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And you can figure that out if you listen real close to those first interviews that she did. But
a lot of them up there are kin by blood, and if they're not kin by blood, they're kin by marriage.
Yeah, and like especially that ridge where they own land. Andy's mom's and Arnold, his dad's a Bernard. Both of their families own land on opposite sides of the mountain, and then they married. So, there's a lot of land and a lot of cousins.
The Bernards own property on both sides of the ridge behind Ben Hill Road.
I get the impression this is the first time they trusted her with a project like that, from just what she said.
I don't think that they even trusted her with that. I think she was doing some craziness because there is no way that Holly and George wanted them to acquire land. I mean, because the land wasn't even in Andy's name. So I mean, like, this whole business making
Jody Sue tried to buy the property that Dobbs bought before Dobbs bought it. She said somewhere that she made
a cash
offer, and it was refused. And it was like she was bent out of shape. She wanted to buy that property.
And the day that the cops was called, she says that Andy left her there with Dobbs, and that, in so many words, she tells him, if I see you anywhere around the window where my daughter's room is, to do anything other than mow, we're going to have a problem. Why does your mind immediately go there?
Right. Okay, so the offer and all of that stuff, I don't think any of that like transpired. Like, I don't think that she put any money to anybody with cash. She might have like verbally asked, if that could have even been hypothetical, but I could about guarantee there was no contract or no like anything on that. That's just her being crazy. That's just her like doing a bunch of drama and putting it on YouTube. Just like when Andy didn't come home and she was like in the gas station parking lot, going crazy. Chasing Andy down. I mean,
oh my goodness.
Squall, now, that, I just sent you a message on Facebook.
I think she craves attention. I think she has a big tendency to stretch things, because everybody says on videos that, some of the videos I've seen, well, Jody Sue seems like she's been the one to not change their story. But to me, she is the one that has changed the story the most. She started out totally defending Candace and them, and said, well, we weren't real close. And then she goes to being close to Candace to the point that if the kids needed bandages, they come to Jody Sue's. But now evidently she lost that knowledge when it come to her own self being bandaged up, because then she went to Candace to get pictures and stuff took of her. I mean, that's not just a neighbor that you wave at when you pass by. That's somebody you're having a lot of interaction with. But in the main beginning, she come across, in my opinion, to me, she came across as someone who was given the impression that, well, we were neighbors, but we really didn't know each other.
Well, and then, like, you know, she talked about, which I had mentioned this before, babysitting Summer. I mean, like with the video where she's holding the shirt, she's babysitting Summer, and she would see Summer at the door, just all these memories of Summer, and she's crying. And I think this is the first time that I've ever really seen her, you know, break down. But I mean, she was just all upset about that. And it's like, lady don't even like kids. Like, she didn't babysit Summer, you know.
And she made it obvious she didn't like kids by the videos she put out before Summer went missing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you know, she was just, and the same thing with the whole Andy's real estate, you know, stuff. That's just a whole thing about her. I mean, Andy had like no interest in it. She just wanted something to go on about. I don't know if it was Facebook or YouTube then, but she had like a few months where she would like stalk Andy and like find him at Waffle House in the gas station and things like that, and just go own and own and own like about him because he wouldn't come home.
Well, now I'm gonna be honest with you. From what I've seen on just on YouTube, and I don't know the woman personally, I don't think I want to come home either.
I absolutely wouldn't want to come home.
I second that.
I feel sorry for them youngins.
Well, me too, and especially I watched that video today, and it was just, it's so disturbing for
I
her.
couldn't watch it all. I had to stop. You don't do that to a child.
No, she confides in them like, you know, like they're besties, and then she's like, no matter what, you know, like you stay away from your father.
What?
Yeah.
See, when did that happen? Why would you tell your kids that?
Or be careful around him. Like,
whose was that on? That was Cole.
It was not Shay's.
Crystal.
Yeah, it might have been
Prime
Crystal.
Time. Is that it?
I think so. Yes.
No, I mean, you don't do that. Now, I gave birth to 4 kids. Okay. My first kid was with my first husband. We did not see eye to eye, but I'd be doggone if I'd sit down in front of my child and talk about him. That's grown up stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, and he is a grown man now and got a kid of his own and another one on the way. And I still do not dog his dad to him. That's his dad.
Yeah.
Okay, someone said the pics she posted saying DV injuries were actually from a car accident.
Do you remember me telling you that like a long time ago?
Yep. I remember you telling me that a long time ago.
Reservoir Road, I think.
Oh, so those pictures was actually from a wreck?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, folks, you can't believe everything you see on the YouTubes. my heart is shattered. I can't believe what I see on the YouTubes now. I'm just picking. Somebody will take that and run with it. But
right. But you know, that goes to show that I don't run and tell everything that I know, because I've known chicken on a stick here will tell you that I don't talk about everything that I get talked to about.
Right.
Well, I know that. I know that because what was it? 2.5 months ago, we was talking about the suspect that I had in mind.
Yep, we were. And
I believe in return, you've told me stuff you've never seen on my channel, right?
Correct.
And you won't. I mean, to me, now, don't get me wrong. It's why I would have said, I know where Summer is. I'd have been on that. But I'm not talking about that. People turn your words on YouTube so much anymore. You got to watch really closely what you say. But no, we was just talking about theories and stuff in general, but neither one of us has mentioned it.
I'm trying to make sense of this. She was fighting Andy's dad for an estate lady named Grant.
That I don't know 100%.
I don't know what that means.
But I mean, she never had no claim to nothing, because, you know, like, it's not like they had a house there, or, you know, and I mean, when her cabin was removed, you know, from the property or whatever, or they were trying to charge the mother-in-law was like, you know, you all didn't even ask me to put this here, you know, that was her. But, you know, and they had it removed.
None of it makes sense.
BB Diamond, I completely agree. The way I've always seen it is, and I'm just clearly speaking with my own child here, and he don't get on YouTube. Is not even in his realm of anything he's interested in, to be honest, unless it's finding a way to fix some vehicle. But I raised an intelligent kid,
Mhm.
and he is more than capable of seeing the faults of his dad. I do not have
Right.
to put that in his mind. He can figure it out.
Right.
And I mean, when he was young, a small child, I mean, when promises were made and then promises were broken, and like anybody that has raised a kid in a split home probably knows what I'm talking about. There is too many times that you're sitting on a court step, pretty much lying for the other parent when you're co-parenting. And it's not because you're taking up for that other parent. It's because you don't want your child hurt.
Right. The brick house in one of the WJHL videos where Jody Sue and Andy lived.
That was actually in front of a church.
She poisons the kids against Andy. Sad. Andy also mentioned that he had validation on being at work during the time of the disappearance. I kind of believe him.
I 100% believe that Andy was at
Yes.
work.
And one of the videos that she made, I never understood when she was like acting like Andy had seed Summer's body.
Yeah, and told one of the kids or something like that. And then I think after a while, like she keeps telling the kids that and keeps telling the kids that, insisting it, and then they start saying it too, just like the scream. At first, there was no scream. Then she heard a scream. Then not only did she hear a scream, but her and her youngest or her eldest heard the scream.
Well, my thing is this with that. Even if it was true, I mean, let's say it was true, and he did say that to his kid. You repeating it and putting it on YouTube. I don't care if you don't put your kid on camera. You can't tell me that your kids don't know how to work YouTube now. Come on.
Well, they say that the kid. Well, I mean, I guess she doesn't go to school now, but she's getting picked on in school, and it's like, reckon, like, because people, I mean, even at her brother's funeral, people's like, why don't you stop doing this? Like the charade, on YouTube or wherever they matter,
I mean, even if that was to scare the kids, and that is mental abuse.
It is.
You are repeating it and continuing the mental abuse online.
Well, the video that I watched today, Crystal's channel, it was her repeating the abuse. She said that her dad had pulled up and was doing something, and the girl is saying, no, he isn't, or he's like, blah, 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 and he's gained weight, and this, that, and the other, and she's cussing her and cussing and telling her that she's wrong, that she didn't see this, and that, I mean, crazy.
And see, if I get on a panel, there's no kids in my house, not around. Like right now, my kids aren't home. Like I said, my oldest son, he's grown, got a family of his own. My daughters stay all night with a friend. I mean, haven't got no foster kids here. I don't care to talk. But now I'm not going to sit down in front of kids and talk about stuff that kids shouldn't be worrying about.
100%. I mean, who does that? And puts it on her, if I die, if anything happens, if I, don't be around your father alone, or, just crazy.
It's insane.
And that's also drop begging. I'm sorry.
That's a good term. I've never heard that used before. I'm going to use that, dry begging.
It is. I mean,
it is.
That's code for I'm real sick, send me money.
And she has our underage children to take care of. I wonder if she has any bills. That's my question. I got a lot of questions like that.
Well, I mean, I have been through my share of tragedy. I have been through my share of sickness.
Mm-hmm.
I've buried 2 kids. I buried my mom, my dad, my sister. I fought cancer. I'm not putting none of that on my kids' shoulders. I do not. If I can help it, they are not going to bed worrying about me. It's not their place to. I'm the parent. It's my place to take care of them and worry about them.
You're 100% right. I mean, you're 100%. I mean, because as good moms, that's what we do.
I mean, come on. If I had a bill I couldn't pay, I wouldn't be telling my kids about it. What are they supposed to do?
When she even has those kids go and beg, Andy's people for money, trying to get money for different things. And like keeping the car, that was a big deal.
I mean, if somebody wants to get on the internet and they want to rattle on about this, that, and the other, that's fine. But man, don't get on there and bring your kids into it. I mean, and from the way she talks, wasn't her daughter friends with Summer?
Well, I mean, I guess if she was babysitting her, 24/7 and seeing her all the time and feeding her and, clothing her, but probably she didn't know her from hardly Adam's house cat, because I believe them kids sat in the house and didn't go nowhere or do nothing, especially when they go to school.
I love that Adam's house cat.
I mean, I feel bad for them for that. Like I grew up out there, and it's hard. Like not having the internet, and I don't know. It's a different world.
It is. It's a culture shock for anybody that comes down here.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's to
Your
come down
mouth.
here and visit is one thing, but to come down here and actually live on that property and not be able to just go anytime that you want to go because gas is expensive and you ain't got money or you ain't got a vehicle. And it's like in the city, you've got at least Ubers. There's not even taxis around here.
Well, and their public transportation, as crappy as it is, but like Andy's dad wanted him to go to school. That would have been the best thing ever for them to live on campus and learn public transportation and like learn.
Hmm. Get out of Beach Creek. Get out of the boonies.
Yeah. Get out of
Or even stay in the boonies, but have a decent job. At least have a decent job in the boonies and not be, drawn into the world of selling drugs for a living.
And if you stay here, or if you stay, that's what'll happen. Unless you you got to get a job somewhere. You got to work either at the Eastman or something like that, or you got to do something different. But you can't just
or break your body down in a factory.
Right.
Yep.
And another thing, and I just want to put this out there, but doing foster care. A while back, there was a video made that was kind of pointing fingers at the Wells kids that one in particular may be involved. Well,
I don't like
in that same
like
that same interview, this person also states they saw all three kids together on the same video chat. Let me tell you, there is no CPS going to put a kid that they think is responsible for harming another kid in a home with other children, even their own siblings.
That's true.
So
that is true.
So, I mean, to me, that kills that theory. The second you come on and you say you saw all three kids on the same video chat, you killed the theory. I mean, they're not going to put.
Who said that one?
BK. In the same one where he was going over the list of stuff that was supposed to have been took, which I still think that's a receipt of return. I think that's stuff they returned back. I may be wrong, but from Jump Street, Candace has said there was a Canon camera and a smart TV that was took. Correct? Right. Neither one of those was on there. Candace has said from Jump Street that those items was not returned.
Correct.
Now, when my uncle was murdered and they took things in his vehicle because that's where he was killed at, when they brought those items back, my dad was the next of kin to him, and they gave him a receipt of returned items, and he had to sign off that they gave those things back to him. I think that's what that is. And if we want to think about all the items that was on that list, who was the kid that went, and we ain't going to name it, but that went with Dawn to Utah? Now, for the last almost year, well, in 16 days, it'll be a year, we've heard every creator talking about how nasty that house was. She wasn't a housekeeper. Well, if you're going to go with that line of thinking, and I'm not saying it was spotless, it wasn't, but I mean, I reckon law enforcement had flipped that house, 7 times? But
more than that.
Then what's the chances that maybe, just maybe, that was a bag that went to Utah that never got unpacked?
Oh, wow.
I think it's definitely a possibility, and I think it's more probable than anything else.
I know that Candace told me that TB took a lot of clothes for the scent dogs. They told her they were bagging some for future searches just in case. That was on separate occasions that they took clothes. They took clothes like at the original search, and then they came back, like, I don't know if it was a day later or 2 days, I don't know. They just came back and they bagged clothes and told her, we're taking these that way because we've not found her, but if we have to have future searches, we need to preserve a scent. So it was like immediately at that time, immediately that told me, immediately at that time, law enforcement knew that there was a very good chance within that first couple of days that this was not going to be solved anytime soon, because they took stuff for future searches. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I've never been involved in a search like that to where they've came in and took stuff. So I don't know what the procedure is. Do they automatically do that quickly?
I mean, I have no clue.
We lost her.
But she was talking about a list or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there is a list that Benny got his hands on.
That's
And
one of the things that I do know.
he did not have permission to post that to the internet. I'm thinking that there are laws against that if he does not have permission. Um, anyways, but it's just like there was a size of a pair of jeans that was size 14. What I knew about the bags is Candace did not have any bags with her that day because she was not expecting to go and do anything. But these bags were ones that were used whenever the kids and her would go on outings, like whenever they would go fishing, whenever they would go swimming, whenever they did go to Gatlinburg or to Bays Mountain or to wherever, just it was those type of bags, and but she didn't even have those with her on the day. They just took them for scent reasons. And just typical investigation, but they've not found anything, with that to conclude to where Summer is, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
It is irrelevant.
But, it has a little bit of interest value.
Yeah, of course. But, if it was a bag, if they ask her, what do you use this bag for? And she's like, oh, I just take it with us when we go fishing and go swimming. And they're like, well, here, let's take it. And, we might find evidence of something on it, someplace where they've been. But, to see, because forensics are incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can find where a person was killed at by a single leaf or just a smudge of dirt that is on their body, you know.
Yeah, it's truly amazing. Yeah, interesting comment.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I've heard that too.
Yeah. That is strange, And when I got away from my abuser, I did not want to call up for that. There
Well,
was nothing in me. I found him very repulsive, and
people can do some things and be the best looking person in the world, and then just do something and they're just ugly, and you are repulsed by them, and some people do that.
Right.
And I think that's how I would be. I mean, that's how I've been with people who weren't violent with me. I can't even imagine.
It doesn't, I guess people are different. I don't know anybody.
Well, let's reset it. Let's see how long it lasts this time. I was just talking away.
Oh, man.
But I mean, see, with the bag thing, seeing as Candace isn't Betty Homemaker, it could have been a year. It could have been 8 months that was in that bag, and they took it out of suspicion. I mean, I don't think it points to any kid.
Right. It was a multi-use bag that she took. That she didn't have it with her that day because they hadn't planned on going anywhere other than to the doctor and back home, and things got a little sidetracked with Hunter. So she didn't have the bags with her that day. But that's what she would take places whenever she would go swimming with the kids or take them fishing. She would throw snacks in it and stuff like that.
So when she took Grandma to the ER that morning, she didn't plan on going swimming.
I don't think she did.
I mean, she said she put that swimsuit on her at home. Is the reason I'm asking.
Right, but she wore the swimsuit like regular clothes, though. She wore it whether she would go swimming or not because it would be hot, and the swimsuit was cool.
Yeah, I remember in the one interview that was on the news or whatever, and she was talking about she would put her in the swim clothes, sorry, because she got hot, and then of course later she got cold. That's why they put on the pants.
She got cold after she went swimming, which is normal with with the lake over there. If you've ever been to Warriors Path, I've been there.
Yeah.
And I've waded in it and everything, and you do get cold in the waters around here if you go swimming.
Oh yeah.
Your body temperature drops. I mean, it fast.
Especially if you're wet, and I mean, you get into a vehicle and the windows are down. I mean,
your hair's wet, your body's wet. Yep.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's things that's been said by the parents too that don't add up. But I think that it is an injustice to Summer to just look at them.
100%.
Absolutely. I mean, I've gone over so many suspects with people that message me locally, and it just, some of the stories that come along with it are just absolutely unreal. I
Now,
mean, unreal.
I mean, just from what I saw and on YouTube, uh, and been able to research myself, I mean, there is a lot of shady characters in this case. Now, I
Without,
will say
oh
I
yeah,
keep going back to the same one, but
No, I agree. I mean, it has its, I mean, a lot of shady characters. I mean, like, and people so off the grid in different states, moving around.
yeah,
and there's people that come down there. Like I said, I went down there, and it wasn't my first trip to Rogersville. Don't get me wrong. Actually, I'll be honest with you. My first trip to Rogersville, me and my husband back in, I guess it was about 2000, 2001, we decided we was going to go somewhere for the weekend, and we ended up in Rogersville. And I mean, no disrespect, but I thought, oh my goodness, where are we? This spur of the moment trip. We couldn't find a motel. I mean, we ended up coming down a little back road to even get there, coming in from Morristown. And I was like, how far from home are we? Because I don't think we're going to find somewhere to sleep on. Not here. But I did. I went back down there to kind of get an idea of how long it took to get from one place to the other.
Yeah.
And I was down there 24 hours. I cannot tell you what it's like in Rogersville. Now, given I don't live but a little over an hour away, but I can't tell you what it's like to be in that neighborhood, not on a daily basis, not out going there one time.
Right.
And you get a lot of people that go down there and they just look and they're like, oh, okay, well, now I understand now. No, you don't. If you don't live there, you have no clue. That's like
yeah.
that. I mean, it took no time for Hawkins County Humane Society to straighten up something. And that's one thing with the police in Rogersville that I don't understand. The Humane Society, they say bull crap. They called it out. They made a post about it. They let you know there was 7 dogs up there. There's still 7 dogs up there. This is probably a dog that's been hit. I mean, little things like that, you would think, without giving details, that
Law enforcement could come out and
yes,
debunk.
yeah, instead of getting on doing interviews saying, no, there ain't a big drug problem. Well, I'm sorry, Ronnie Lawson, but I can do one Google search and tell you you're lying.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If there's not a drug problem, then you've got a whole lot of people that you need to let out of jail, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
it makes me feel bad as a society because, we need to do better. I mean, with the whole community, because I think of like, all the 50 million churches around here taking, like food and stuff to people. Those kids should have been on somebody's radar.
Well, and if everybody that says they saw those kids abused really saw those kids abused, they should have reported it. I mean, when Bullhorn Betty and them went down there and they pulled 911 calls, do you know what I didn't hear? I didn't hear nobody saying there's child abuse up here.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
And the kids stayed there after those officers left.
I mean, so
if there was any danger, they would have been taken when the officers were up there.
I was shocked that they left them for so long. It's like, okay, for one, but at that point in time, they didn't go on YouTube every night and like show everybody how drunk or messed out or whatever it is that they would get, But then after they did do that a time or two, it's like, well, you cannot leave children there.
And I mean, yes, that house is a mess. I couldn't have lived in it, okay? And I wouldn't have had my kids living in it. But one of the first videos that they showed us during our classes that we had for foster care, it explained that there is a lot of kids that live in a dirty home that's loved.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now I'm not saying kids should be able to stay in a home that's just dangerous and, filthy, stuff like that. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, is we can't say that they were being abused because of somebody's housekeeping.
Right.
I've known kids.
There's a lot of stories, local stories, where the law and CPS will go in and they will remove kids because of the filth in the home.
Yes. And like I said, in this video, it was talking about a dirty home. There's a lot of loved kids live in a dirty home. I'm not talking filth. I mean, I'm trying to take in the fact that, yes, the house had been flipped 7 times. But there's nothing about that says they abused their kid.
Exactly.
And you see a lot of people on substances that abuse each other, but don't abuse their kids.
That's true. I mean, I'd say abuse was prevalent in the house,
There's a lot of talk about she was starving the kids. Whenever I went up there to clean, talk to her and hang out and clean, I can tell you she had shelves full of canned food. She had cereal. She had all sorts of stuff, and it was not new because they had dust on the tops. So it's like, and I was there in August. So if it was like stuff that had been brought up, after Summer went missing, the dust would have not been on the top
And
of
in
these
the
cans
country,
and on these boxes and stuff. And there was they had a deep freezer plumb full of food.
and
And so, for the Jody Sue saying that, that she never had food for him and stuff. Shit, they had more food than I have.
and it's not in the country uncommon for kids to be barefooted.
No, barefoot,
I grew up.
dirty, especially in the summer.
I've got a nephew, honey, that, you got 4 set young to wear clothes. You're lucky if you don't see him in his little underwear running around. And I have seen my sister now. She is very good with her kids. And her husband's a pastor, but go to church and be up in the choir, and here come his little 2 legs walking. He's done stripped right dead in the middle of church.
Oh,
He didn't want no clothes on. So, they kids have tougher feet in the country. I'll just say that, because I can remember when I was younger, I could run on gravels barefooted. I
Me
didn't want to wear shoes neither.
yeah, I like to climb the banks, and it's like slate rock stabbing me. Like, I don't know how I did it, but
Yeah, now if I walk to go to the mailbox, I've got to have my shoes on. There ain't no way I'm going to walk in the gravel in the driveway. But I can remember having foot races with cousins and siblings on gravel barefooted.
yeah.
And we stayed in the mountain. Now, you can't do that now. But when I was younger, we stayed in the mountains. And people would say, you come home when the street lights come on. Well, doggone, we didn't have no street lights.
Yeah.
We lived 5 miles back in the holler.
Yeah.
You come home before it got dark, or you was walking in the dark.
Yep.
You better be inside of the front door catching lightning bugs when them lightning bugs start shining.
Oh, yeah.
You better be in shot of the front door. That was it.
And my granny used to have this, whippoorwills. They make that sound, whippoorwill.
Yeah.
My granny would say, if you hear them whippoorwills, you done know you've stayed out too long and you're going to get one. And we knew to get home before the whippoorwills started telling us we was getting a whipping.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. It's definitely a different upbringing than what it is in the city and even in big towns.
Or suburbia, any suburban, area. It's totally different.
It's nothing. Girls hop in a bush and pop a squat just
Yeah.
as quick as a boy will pull it out. And,
Well, you had to hop in the bush. When I was growing up, we didn't have indoor plumbing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that still don't have indoor plumbing today around here. They
you
still don't.
My property out there has a well,
Yes, she has a stove in the home.
Yeah.
She does have a stove.
I can't. That's the one thing. This is the first time I've actually used my phone because it didn't use as much internet as my laptop, and I can't see comments. Period. But one thing that gets me with this case, I guess worse than anything, is all the people that's come out of the woodwork. I was her friend. Well, you were recording her from day one, and then you say stuff like, "Well, she's just a laughing all day." Well, who was helping her laugh, honey? You was on the phone with her.
Yep.
Then you got Jose. Okay, Jose says he come there in the winter. He knows that because it was cold. But now him and Andrew was walking from one motel to the other. Why they wasn't using their phone? Because I do know you get service at the motels in Rogersville. I don't know, but still, they were walking from one place to the other in the sun in a tank top, and they got sunburnt. But people ain't seeing through that. Which was it? You know whether it was cold or if you got a sunburn.
Yep. True. Wasn't very reliable.
Now, when I first heard him, it did kind of give I was excited like everybody else because I thought, wow, we're getting to hear some things that we've all.
Yeah, you always have to go back because the first time you look at the good stuff, you look at what you want to hear.
Yes.
But then you go back and you listen to it again, and you start hearing all these things you didn't hear the first time.
And I'm sorry. Now, I don't know Don Wells, but what I've seen online, nobody pulled his daughter out of the shower with him. I'm sorry, the fight would have happened that day.
Yep.
Because I don't see him as somebody that lets another male come into his home and start telling him how to father and parent and be a husband.
That's absolutely not going to happen.
He's too controlling for that. Candace didn't even get on YouTube till after Don went to jail.
No, I've got something to say about that. If we go back and look in the beginning, Candace, there are pictures of her hanging up flowers. She was going to the prayer vigils. She was in the parade. She actually was on Chris McDonough. She had made an appearance on WJHL. And then all of a sudden, she stopped. She shut down.
I think she got burnt.
She shut down when Tim Mullen walked in.
Now, see, I don't know much about him. seems like another shady character, especially if he's trying to be
I
media
can
manager for Michael Vaughn case. But
I can understand how people might see him as shady and, everything, but in my opinion, he is no different than anybody that has come on here monetizing for summer.
that's true.
I don't see any the only difference I see is he is not talking publicly. He just went straight in the front, right through he just walked right through the front door on them.
I mean,
As opposed to all the other creators have to just get neighbors and suspects and, disgruntled ex-friends and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Tim just walked straight through the front door and tried to control the narrative from there. And he teamed up with Benny so he could push people out of the Wells house that he was in fear of them taking videos and pictures and pretty much doing what they're doing now, degrading the Wells on the way that they live. He tried to protect the Wells by putting that disclosure out there. And everyone that has been up to that property, well, I haven't. And I know a few others that haven't, so not everybody, but a lot of people that have been up to that property, what have they done? They have done nothing but degrade the way that the Wells live. And Tim was actually trying to protect the Wells from that happening. He's eccentric. I don't like him. I mean, I don't. But, is he involved in Summer's disappearance? I don't think so. He's like a creator on YouTube that has been sucking the money out of it. But, he went a different route. He's retired. He's old, getting up there in his years, and he's thinking, well, if I can make this happen and be a good media manager and everything, I might be able to do something for the good, and go forth and of course get paid from somebody. But you know what I'm saying? I don't think he was.
Yeah.
I just
Well,
he was another vulture, but had a different narrative.
I mean, it's complete speculation, but the whole thing with him trying to be the media manager for the Michael Vaughn case,
Yeah.
I'm just
Like I said,
that's what I'm referring to.
like
as
I
far
said,
as
I think he's just, because he's got a history of doing little skits on YouTube, and those little, maybe he thought, I'm going to make a YouTube channel and become a YouTube star, and it didn't work out. He tried something else, it didn't work out. So now he was, like I said, no different than any other creator on YouTube. He just walked right through the front door though. And he didn't, what upsets me is he didn't make real media interviews happen, like conferences. That's what he was all about, the Hollywood type media and not local news. The ones that needed to hear it locally, because I'm telling you, local people don't watch for Dr. Phil.
no. Well, I'll be honest with you. The only reason I watched him is because they were going to be on there.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
And
now
the behavior
panel, I have watched before.
Oh yeah. No, I watched them on YouTube. But then when you look at that too, you've got to think, if they were guilty, then 3 people needed full polygraphs. And like I said, I can't see the chat, so I have no clue what's been said. But yeah, I know that polygraphs are not admissible in court. But I guarantee you, if on Dr. Phil would have said they failed it, that would have been a completely different thing. All of a sudden, it would have been, well, they failed the polygraph. They're lying. I mean, if it goes one way, it should go another also.
Right.
They'd had to fool the behavior panel. They'd had to fool Dr. Phil, Kingsport Police, Sullivan County, Hawkins County, TBI. I just don't think they're, and I don't mean this to be degrading, but I don't think they're smart enough to do all that.
I agree. I don't see it happening. I mean, I've been to the property. I've met Dawn. I've met Candace. I've met Grandma.
And
I've got the details of the timeline.
And
and it's not that there is a gap in the timeline. It is a situation where they have been told, don't
that
tell
they can't
everything.
tell everything.
You don't tell everything.
Now, I don't know. Like I said earlier, I just got to thinking, because I went back and I watched some older stuff about the Carly Trent. And, immediately they were mentioning rewards.
Immediately.
Yeah. And then thankfully she was found and safe and all that. But you take somebody that's seen that and knows that, well, maybe they'll put up a reward. What in the world is to stop them? especially if they knew that other person. And I personally, and this is my own opinion, I don't think that Summer wouldn't have followed a dog. She is a country kid. And
Yep, she would have followed a dog in a heartbeat.
I mean, so who's to say she didn't? Who's to say she didn't follow a dog right down that trail and she became a crime of opportunity? I'm not saying somebody was stopping that house just trying to get her. But what if somebody just happened to see her?
All right.
I mean, and like I've said before, and I'll say it again, if they are guilty, they need to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. But if we don't look at everybody, we're doing a injustice to Summer.
I agree. I don't want to say a quick cash flow even. I think he just saw it as something that, he wanted to partake in to help families try to preserve dignity of pictures and stuff. I mean, pretty much like what he said, you've got to know what to listen for and everything when he's talking about it. He did want to protect them, but at the same time, he thought, this is my pro bono one, and I will move forward from here. And whether or not he would offer to charge the other families or not, or eventually do monetization on, his own channel of some sort of the journey, you know what I'm saying, and be monetized that way in the future. I don't even think it was something like a quick cash flow. I think it was something that he was thinking about doing for the long run and doing for the actual families and behind the scenes, making websites and videos. More, does that make sense?
Yeah. Then also there's another person that looks really, really sketchy in this case, and it's the very person that went missing when Summer did. Jackie Dobbs.
Yeah.
I mean, he goes through all that trouble to get that land. Cops has been called out. He'd set up makeshift tent down there. I mean, and then just move away and never come back and check on it. That makes no sense.
Well, I do know that before, like, it was so weird. Before the December search, Jackie Dobbs did call not only local law enforcement but other search and rescue of professionals that were going to be searching, and he gave them permission to search gave him permission to search the property. Like, so he is somewhat, still communicating. And is that the word to say? He's still as well as far as before December.
Still cooperating.
Yeah, still cooperating and communicating.
I mean, I don't know. To me, there is just way too many people. I mean, people that are really good suspects to just narrow it down to the parents. Another thing that I always thought was really, really odd is Jenna makes friends with them. Jenna gets mad. Jenna's not friends with them no more. They go to the Dr. Phil show. They're told that Summer possibly was spotted.
Excuse me, sorry about that. I didn't mean to burp in everybody's ear.
But they're told that Summer was possibly spotted. And who was the person that possibly spotted her? Jenna.
Jenna wanted to go on Dr. Phil.
Now, let me tell you something. Georgia is a big state. Somebody just had the worst luck ever to be walking in front of probably one of the only friends or ex-friends that Candace Wells has in Georgia with her kid. I do not think that was a coincidence. I think it was to throw her off while she was on that show.
I do too. I agree. Jenna was wanting to go to Dr. Phil with her as her friend.
Of course. I don't understand how people can go into people's lives and choose to record them, take screenshots of their messages, and say that you were their friend because you generally wanted to be there for them. And then, I mean, if you thought they were guilty, sure, turn it to TBI. But the second you brought it to YouTube, you weren't worried about finding Summer. You were worried about publicity. Because if you had die-hard evidence, you wouldn't take it to a creator on YouTube.
I agree. I agree. And if you have die-hard evidence and you take it to a creator on YouTube, you've likely killed a child.
Yes. And you can't claim that you're just wanting to find that child. You're just wanting to bring her home if your instant thought would be to take it to YouTube. If I found evidence tomorrow, and I have a channel, it's not a big channel, it's not monetized, nothing like that. But if I had evidence tomorrow that led to where Summer is, you would never see it on that channel until they've got that baby safe. Not happening. And if it turns out to be not so good evidence, why am I putting it on there? What's the point if it ain't to start drama?
Yep. Jackie Dobbs was run off by Jody Sue and all of them. They even went looking for him at the night, or looking for him the night he left and went to the motel. Right? Didn't they? They said that they couldn't find Jackie Dobbs at the motel that night. That was the night of the 14th going into the 15th. Because Jackie Dobbs, my problem is Jackie Dobbs, the law was there and everything. I don't think he would the very next day go up there after the law was called on him the day before. I think he was one of the final pieces to make it the perfect storm.
And we've heard it called that 100 times.
Yep.
It was the perfect storm.
Yep.
But now I have a hard time listening to her videos. I mean, like I said, I went through those first ones with a fine-tooth comb. I took notes. I watched, listened to stuff she stumbled on and stuff like that. But I mean, she's had some lives where she just slept. I don't know about you, Squall, but I got better things to do than watch a woman sleep.
Yeah, I ain't doing it.
This house don't run itself. I can't sit and watch somebody sleep. And when I do watch her, I speed her up.
I guarantee you Jackie was running from Jody Sue. I bet you anything.
Yeah, that would have been the smart thing to do.
Well, the one neighbor did say that he had to draw a gun on Jody Sue to get her to leave his property.
Yes, I remember him saying that with JLR. And, I mean, haven't there been a lot of stuff that's come out about his son as well?
Yeah.
But now, I don't know. It always goes back to that one person that wants a whole lot of money, seems like. You know what I mean?
There's just so many. I mean, and then it's even possible, that what law enforcement thought in the beginning is still on the table too, that she wandered off and become a victim to the wild.
Yeah, and there was a kid that wandered off that made it like 3 miles, something like that.
Yeah. And what was it? How many days? Was it 3 days and 5 miles later?
Yes, and it was a toddler.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
Yep. And he stripped all of his clothes off, and they found him. And he followed a dog off. 2 minutes, he's gone. 2 minutes, he was gone. And it took him 3 days to find him, and it's on relatively flat ground.
I mean, I'm no lawyer. I'm no investigator. I'm nobody really. But the only thing that I would possibly be is a potential juror. And I'm sorry. You can look right at people say, why don't they just go ahead and try them? Well, look at YouTube. Look how divided it is on who thinks what happened.
Yep. The same thing would happen in the jury box.
Yes, it would, and it would be thrown out. I mean,
and everything's hearsay. Everything at this point basically is hearsay.
And a lot of people go with a hearsay and they make it a fact. And I'm sorry, but hearsay is not a fact.
Thank you. Absolutely not. If hearsay was a fact, we'd all be.
Oh my goodness.
We'd all be up on death row.
The one thing I refuse, without evidence, even give credence to, is that Summer was SA'd, or that she was trafficked out of a building. I mean, and I'll be honest with you, it worries me about people's minds that can think that somebody took a kid to a building and was selling her.
And that started with Chris M. Chris M. came up with that.
I mean, if you can, that's scary. I'm sorry, but that is scary to think that your mind is going there. When I first heard, I remember exactly where I was when I first saw the Amber Alert. I was on the road with my husband. He's a truck driver. And I remember the first thing that I thought was, well, this is probably one of the cases where the non-custodial parent has took the kid and not returned it. because we see that a lot. One thing that's never hit my mind, as far as, until after they were talking about it, was that somebody was taking her to the shed and selling her.
I can't even. I hope they sleep with the demons they create.
The one thing I refuse to do is put out a bunch of speculation and wild theories that them boys or Summer may stumble upon. Look at Dawn's first interview. What did he say the boys were doing? Watching YouTube.
Yeah.
They watch YouTube, people. They're seeing this craziness, no doubt.
That's sad.
And I can only pray that those boys are in protective foster care of where they don't go to public school.
Wait a second. I've got to address my Where's Summer 1-800 TBI find? FBI card team has not said that.
Well, what have I missed?
Where's Summer 1-800 TBI find said that FBI card team has said no abduction or kidnapping. They have never said that.
They said everything was on the table. That it isn't really pointing to, and I'm paraphrasing, abduction. But they haven't removed it either. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that somebody went up there and they just sat in the bushes waiting for Candace to come home with Summer.
It is possible, though. I've been there, and it is possible.
It's possible, but to me, it's more probable that Summer wandered off and became a crime of opportunity. Squall, how many RSOs are they in that area?
Too many.
Last time I looked, there was like 13 within 3 miles.
Yep. There's a lot. There is a lot.
And people, that's the ones that got caught. I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
The report is nowhere for police. With a picture of packing. Oh, like the police report where they came up there that day when Jackie Dobbs was camping. I think somebody did find that 911 call. Someone did get that and put that out there. I'm almost certain. Somebody put that phone call out, that 911 call out.
And I'll tell you something else that's real bad in the mountains when you live in them. It's nothing but coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
Coyotes is a pack animal. They travel in packs and they attack in packs.
Very similar to a dingo. The Lindy Chamberlain story. I'm not so sure that one would be able to carry off a 5-year-old without leaving a mess. But if that child was way up in the mountain or something, it's hard telling.
And I mean, another thing that bothers me with this case is it is a small town. And I'm sorry, but in small towns, there's still crime. The problem is a lot of them aren't ever solved.
Yeah, we've got lots of missing in our area, in our region. In East Tennessee, Knoxville is pitiful.
Well, I mean, just pretty close to me, not too far. You got Jennifer Bailey. She was murdered at Pine Mountain State Park. That was in August. It will be 32 years old. She went for a jog at the fat track. She didn't come home. Her mom reported her missing. When they found her car door was still open. Now, this is at a national park, people, where people go, tourists come. Her car door was still open, so they searched the park. I spoke with one of the searchers on that case. Where they found her body at, they had searched that place several times. So it's believed she was murdered and brought back to the park and put in an area that had already been searched. Less than a year later, her cousin, Greta Henson, was murdered in Middlesboro, Kentucky, not 15 minutes from where Jennifer was murdered. In 1986, her killer was nobody found out who did that. My uncle, in 1987, was shot and killed. Nobody has ever did time for his murder. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's stuff like that scares me with this case. I've seen it firsthand, and I've seen it all around me where they just don't get solved.
It is.
And I'm sorry, back then in 87 and 92 and 90, those cases, there wasn't a whole lot of internet access. So it wasn't a whole bunch of people just messing the case up, and they still didn't get solved. Now you've got all YouTube throwing out this, that, and the other. And trust me, a lot of these channels, if they did come across hardcore facts, is probably bringing it to YouTube before they take it to TBI. And if they do take it to TBI, they ain't giving it time to even be investigated before they do put it up on their channel. It's not right.
I
That
agree
stuff is
totally.
harmful to the case.
I agree.
I mean,
I was on Putter Patrol. But yeah, you can't just one of the things I think about a lot too is, what you said, your uncle, and nobody has ever been brought to trial for his case. And I know I've got people, friends and one family that has, there's never been any justice. Where are the people that's responsible for their deaths? Who are they killing now? Are they killing more people? Are they snatching more kids? You can search on Google and just say fugitives in Appalachian Mountains, and it is very possible for somebody to hide out in these Appalachian Mountains and never be found.
Yes.
And they're not going to
Now,
be they're not going to be like walking up and down the Appalachian Trail. They're going to be living, the true off grid.
yes, be living in the mountains. And like with my uncle, I recently went and got the court transcripts from his trial. The man, now, and this is where it really, really bothers me with small law enforcement, small town law enforcement. The man that was tried, one of the pieces, now, mind you, of evidence was part of my uncle's skull was on this man's shirt.
Oh my
The
God.
gun was found in his drawer. It wasn't just my uncle and this man on that cemetery that night. There was 2 other people there. When he went to trial, they had him life in prison. 14 days later, a technicality got it thrown out. Double jeopardy. The man that was tried, he's dead now. But, I mean, my uncle, he had kids. He has a daughter to this day that she asked one question on the news. When it was like 24-year reunion of my uncle's death, she asked one question. Why did you kill my dad?
Wow.
That was, she just wanted him. Write her a note. Send her an anonymous email, but let her know why you killed her dad. She never got no answers. There's no closure when there's no answers, when these cases go cold. That is why my name is Cold Case Crystal. Is because my uncle never got justice for his murder. Was he a perfect man? No, he wasn't. By all means, he wasn't. He was on that cemetery that night selling marijuana. But he didn't deserve to die.
They said that they are looking into foul play as well as abduction and the very real possibility that Summer walked off. Why I don't know what I don't understand the people in comments a lot of time why they have to continue to argue and argue and argue, and I don't understand it. It's done. You're wrong. You need to go and listen to them again, get you some reading comprehension and some just word comprehension, and go and listen to TBI again.
Just a second, okay? Just a minute, let me see if I can find that.
All right.
I'm going to mute for a second, Squall.
Okay, I just unmuted. I was sitting here taking a drink. Yeah, people, they don't have, I don't know, just they need read. Our schools have gone downhill. Or is it just like a trait that people have at all ages and it's not just a younger generation thing? An Amber Alert goes into effect when a child is considered to be in danger, and a child of 5 years old just missing and not having an adult companion is in danger. Amber Alert, it CARD team are the federal agents, special agents that are trained in abduction and kidnapping. Don't know what it looks like. You would have to ask them. Ask them what? What are you talking about? because the baby has not been found. The 2-year-old baby that was thrown into the Mississippi River that the father has already confessed to doing is also still on an Amber Alert. It's because the child is still missing. Even if it's just going to be a recovery of a body, they're not going to give up hope that the child is alive, and they're going to continue to have Amber Alert until the baby is found. Period. I'll be right back. Hang on.
Okay, I'm just looking for something.
Asked what kidnapping or abduction looks like. If it's witnessed, that would be evidence, like video footage. There was just no evidence. Nobody left anything behind if they abducted. Just, a lot of times it's video footage. There's different things, that I don't know how to answer that question. Okay. I'm back. I had to eat a little bit of bread so I could take some medicine.
I think I found it. Just a second.
Okay. I don't even know what she was looking for, so I got a little lightheaded, so I had to take some of my medicine. Is you good? Okay. But I mean, there's different ways that they can tell if an abduction occurred. By evidence left behind. The evidence, it can vary. There's, no one specific description of how abduction or kidnapping happens. Yeah, there's the story about the baby, the dad killing the baby and the mom and throwing the baby in the river. That's, I just, since day one, I've believed that Don and Candace and Grandma are all innocent, and I still feel that way. And I have tried to, look into the theories that everyone puts out, and I have tried that, and I did not come back with anything that made me believe with any theory and every theory that I've heard. I just don't see any possible way that it happened, and that's from spending time up there on the property and with Don and Candace and Grandma. It's just, it's questionable, yeah, and I can understand why people would question it. Sometimes I wonder, I ask myself why I don't question it even more like other people do, and I'm like, probably because I just, something in me just tells me that that they're not responsible. And I can probably eat my words, and if I have to eat my words, I will. But at the end of it, I didn't, accuse the parents wrongly of doing something horrible to their daughter.
I mean, can I see where people suspect the parents? Yeah, I can. I've went down those rabbit holes too. And like I said, if they're guilty, they need punished to the highest extent of the law.
Right.
But what factual evidence do we have right now? And when I say factual, I mean stuff that is solid proof, not speculations, not hearsay, not my great grandmother told me that her next door neighbor that used to live next to him 10 years ago said. I mean, what have we got from reliable sources? I mean, I've seen a lot of. I've seen a lot of speculations out there, but to back that up, and like I said, no, Summer, Dawn and Candace are not going to win Parent of the Year. They're not. And I'll be honest with you, I see her on some interviews, and I just want to shake her and say, "Wake up!"
Yeah.
No,
I
but
do
still,
too. I do too.
that doesn't mean she did anything to her kid.
That's so true. People don't.
And I just never want to be one. Okay, at the end of it, if I'm wrong, and if hardcore evidence comes out tomorrow, I mean, I'll admit, okay, there's evidence. It's pointing to them. Let's see how it works out in trial. Because if they're guilty, they need punished. But at the end, I would rather be the person that says, you know what? I didn't stand at the end of a hill screaming with a bullhorn. I didn't spend 20 hours on the internet putting out false information. I didn't clip interviews and make them look worse. I'd rather be that person that wasn't badgering a family that could absolutely be innocent. I would rather be that person. I mean, that's how I feel about it. I'd rather be the one that says, well, I was wrong. They need punished. Than to be the person that possibly pushes somebody into a depression they can't come back from.
Yeah.
Mental health is real. And there is a lot of abuse that goes on YouTube.
It's like the mental illness that I have seen in comments and in creators is just unreal to me. And for us to live in the United States and have our freedom and to see what kills me the most are the ones that say lock them up and interrogate them, don't let them go until we find Summer. That's communism. But they scream free speech.
And
they scream free speech, but yet they're communists when it comes to, convicting the Wells before there's any evidence. And it's communist. It's communism. I mean, what else is it?
Well, I have never seen such ugly, vile, inhumane things be said about anybody else than I have seen in this case. I mean, there's some that says that they should just off themselves. Really? That's how you see that? I mean, I've seen these comments in people's chat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How is that justice for Summer? No, if they are guilty, I want them to live every day with the torture of it, behind bars. And I'm telling you, they're not kind to people that hurts kids behind bars. If they're guilty. If they ain't, whoever did it should. But I wouldn't advocate for anybody to hurt themselves.
That's sick. That's just pure evil. That is just pure evil right there.
I don't, and if you notice, and I mean, during this case, when it slows down and nobody's getting no, I mean, when the wheels ain't on the internet, I'll just say that. When they're not on YouTube, it never fails. It happened back in November. It's happening again right now. These creators go after each other. They go for the throat. They go real life on each other. You know why? Because they ain't got nothing to nitpick about the whales. They're not on YouTube. They're not up on panels running.
That's true.
That's why they're going after each other. They've got to keep them views up, people.
They can't go out
I
and
mean,
find new content.
we
They
live in
cannot.
America.
Yep, they can't go and get their own content. They have
And in
to create content, which is all fake bullshit and drama.
yeah, fake fights. I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand that. I mean, there's too many. I'm sorry, but Summer ain't the only kid missing. There's other missing kids out there too. Instead of fighting each other, how about you report on them? The facts, that is. I mean, not speculation, but the facts. And I believe that if people can't keep their speculation out of it, like these high theories. Now, I'm not talking about not looking into stuff. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is just downright lying, being malicious, putting stuff out there because you know it's going to hurt somebody else.
I mean, even bullshit like the Wells dog traces back to Waco. I mean,
oh my goodness, I ain't heard that one, thank God.
I think that was WCIA or GG or
Oh,
one of them.
oh, okay, okay. Is it one of them that blows up pixels and looks at speck of dust in that pixel?
Yep, yep. And takes people's videos that have nothing to do with Summer's case, or much less don't even live in the state, and puts it up on their channel and calls it the deep state.
Yeah. Matter of fact, the first time I ever went on a panel was over some accusations like that, and the lady was just repeatedly saying that she's dead. You people can just get over it. And I'm sorry, but I'm not willing to give up my faith that Summer's still alive. I have faith that she's alive, and I'll keep that faith until I know differently. So stuff like that triggers me. I don't even want to go there. I don't want to think of that.
Yeah.
Is it a possibility? Well, I've got common sense like the next person does. But no, I'll hold on to my faith. I'm sorry.
Like, I mean, law enforcement, I mean, I promise you, they're looking into everything that comes in. They're not leaving any stone unturned, but, I think that they are really set on believing, in my opinion, I believe that they think she's in that mountain somewhere.
Come on, boy. Gotta let my dog out. Come on.
That's what I feel.
There you
And if
go.
I listen to them,
I know one thing. I know that whatever I put out or whatever I say,
Jamie Wilson, the NDA didn't come along till after Jamie Wilson. Actually, the NDA didn't come along till after Dr. Phil. If I'm not mistaken, it was after Dr. Phil. It might have been just before Dr. Phil, actually. I can't remember. I think it was in October the NDA came out. But no, excuse me. Yeah, whenever Jamie was up there doing his videos, the NDA did not exist at that time.
And another thing is people grieve differently. I mean, like I stated earlier, I have buried 2 kids, my mom, my dad, my sister, and in every one of those circumstances, I myself grieved differently. My boys passed away in 2005 in a house fire. Some of you know that, some of you may not. But my husband was put on life support and flown out and put in a burn unit. And he was in that burn unit for a week. During that time, I went through so many different emotions. Instantly, I was angry. Now, me and my husband, I mean, he was, at that time, he was the youth pastor at the church. I led choir, worked with youth there at the church. I mean, until my house burned, I would have said, yeah, I've got a lot of faith. And then that day, I felt myself mad at God. And when I got to, because it was over 100 miles away where he was flown to, but when I got to the hospital, they wouldn't even let me in the room with him because he was that susceptible to bacteria and stuff where he was burnt head to toe. And one of my family members, and I love her with all my heart, but she come up to me and she said, he's a merciful God. And I got angry. I looked at her and I said, where do you see the mercy in this? We have nothing. I've lost my kids. I don't know if my husband's going to live. Where do you see the mercy? And that was my instant feeling. And I remember coming back to the house, to my parents' house, and I told my aunt and my mom then, because my mom was alive, I said, I don't think I'll ever be able to lay down and go to sleep again. I woke up the next day and the Bible was opened. And the very verse that I saw, first off, was God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and of a sound mind. And from that moment on, I clinged with everything in me. I clinged to my faith in the Lord. And it brought me through that. And during that time, I mean, I was at the burn unit with my husband. I was coming back to my hometown to make funeral arrangements. This happened on a Sunday. Around Wednesday, they told me he's probably not going to get out. So, because I was holding off on my kid's funeral for my husband to be there beside of me. And I remember going straight down to the chapel and I was praying. I said, Lord, you said you wouldn't put on me no more than I can bear. And I still wanted him to be able to be at something so he could have closure. So I even put together a small funeral at the hospital. And we went to that. But that day they let him out of the hospital. That day of his the funeral service that was at the hospital, which was on like a Saturday after that Wednesday, they said he was fine to go home. Now I've been praying for him to be able to be at the funeral with me, for him to go home with me. And then I started questioning. I was like, what do you mean he's able to go home? But he was. And during this whole time, though, I was making funeral arrangements. And I had the mind to do that and get back to the hospital. And I can't accredit that to anything except for God helped me get through that. And it didn't feel like it was my life. Whenever people says time heals all wounds, they don't know what they're talking about. Time makes it real.
Yep.
And then you create a new normal. But when you lose a loved one, that instant that you lose them, it isn't real to you. It's real when you're home and you're by yourself. It's real when your everyday routine is completely thrown off track. That's when real kicks in. And I felt so, I don't know how to explain it really. It was like I was watching myself go through the motions and it wasn't me. Now, later on, yes, it hit pretty hard. But during that time, I had to find a way to get a new home to live in because we lost everything.
Oh, Lord.
And like I said, had to make sure my husband's treatment was right at the hospital. I wasn't going to leave his side and then come home and make funeral arrangements to bury my two babies. One was 3 and one was 2. And I held it together. And like I said, the only thing that I can say that made me hold that together was God. Because I look back on it and I'm like, how did you do it? And then when I lost my sister, I was a blooming mess. It wasn't that my sister meant any less than my boys, because, I mean, that was my kids.
Yeah.
But with my boys, I had to be strong. If that makes any sense whatsoever. With my boys, I knew I had to be strong.
Completely. You had to be there for them.
And like I said, and when my mom, she had battled cancer 3 different times. I beat it all 3 times. She had diabetes real bad and started taking dialysis. And her kidneys failed while she was at dialysis. She coded. When she passed away, I was the only one there with her.
Oh, wow.
And then a year after my mom passed away was when my sister died. She died
I'm
from a
so
blood
sorry.
clot.
You've been through it so rough. That's
A year after my
unbearable in
sister
my
died, my
mind.
dad died. So
I'd be a bloody
I mean,
wreck. I would
and
be.
all of
I would
those
be wrecked.
losses hit me in different ways. You know what I mean? My mom was the one that would, me and my mom was real close. She was the one that would be like, now, Crystal, you got to do this or you got to do that. You know, keep your wits about, like when the boys died, she's like, you can't break down now. You're all these kids have. Because like I said, I had 4 kids. And at that time, my oldest son was 5. The one next to him was 3, which passed away. Then there was a 2-year-old and I had a 6-month-old. Now, today, I have my oldest son and my youngest, which was my daughter. The 2 that passed away was the 2 in the middle. And my mom was that person that would say, now you got to hold it together. These babies need you. My dad was that person I could lean on. I mean, he was like my best friend. I could just talk to him, and you know. And my mom, she was that strong person that she always had an answer for it. You know, if you had a problem, my mom was the first person to try to help you out. She took everybody's worries on herself. So they were completely different, and I grieved them different. Like today, if I'm needing somebody to talk to, I miss my dad. If I'm needing somebody to lean on, I miss my mom.
Right.
And so just with that, I mean, with the losses that I've experienced in my life, every one of them was different. So I can't sit and say I would be doing this or be doing that in the Will situation, because if you're not in that situation, you
have no
can sit
idea.
back and say what you think you would do. But as far as
Right.
what you would do, you have no clue.
It's kind of like if you can compare that to like a lot of times when things happen and catch you off guard, and and I know everybody does this, and it could even be like something as simple as a conversation. And later on down the road, you think back like, why didn't I say this? I should have said this. The real me would have said this. Why didn't I say that? Or why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? It's because you really don't know. You think you know yourself, and then later on down the road, you're like questioning, like, well, why did I act that way? Because you never know how you're going to act. I mean,
No,
even
because if you would have asked me,
sometimes you do things that you even question yourself, like, why did I do that? You know,
yeah,
that's
yes.
like you don't know what you're going to do if you're in that predicament.
And in that same sense, I've got to where I can talk about it. I can't fixate on the house fire. I go into complete PTSD. But now my husband, August will be 17 years. And my husband still can't hardly even say their names. I mean, and it's not because he loved them any less or any more than me. We went through the same thing, but we grieve differently.
I imagine he probably has some sort of guilt on him too.
Yes, we both. I mean, both of us do. You think,
yeah,
when you go through something like that, you think of everything. What if? What if? I was the first to wake up that morning. We lived in a single wide trailer, and I instantly reached over and shook my husband and said, "The house is on fire." And when he opened the bedroom door, that complete bedroom covered in smoke. There's been 100 times that I went back and thought, well, what if we didn't do that? I mean, and the what ifs will kill you. They will drive you crazy.
Yeah. You can't do that to yourself either, because you won't be able to grow. You won't be able to go on. I can't.
And I have been through a lot, but I'm here to tell you, I'm very blessed. I cannot say woe is me. I am a very blessed woman. The home I live in, I mean, the down payment comes from people's love that live in the community. Some people I don't even know. I've got 2 wonderful youngins. I mean, my kids are my world. My family is close. I mean, I generally feel like people care about me. And I mean, I still got the Lord when nobody else is here. I've got Him to talk to. My husband's got a good job. I don't have to go out and work. I did for years, but I don't have to. So I'm a very blessed woman. We can't always just look at the things that has happened to us in life and just dwell on that either. Because if you did, you'd stay in the valley.
I agree. And it's in the beginning, Benny used to go on about atypical, being a person being like atypical and mental illness. And he narrowed in on Dawn and Candace's mental illnesses and their behavior types and everything, and he played on that. He absolutely played on that in keeping the stuff that he has done to Dawn and Candace. It's just the wounds of Summer going missing and the boys being taken is just, it's just got to just keep those wounds wide open, and it's enough that Summer's not been found. That's enough, but they just keep pounding and everything, and it's disgusting. I don't understand I don't understand how Benny's mom can sit right there beside him and support him. It's disgusting.
The bashing, the screaming, I can't do that. I mean, now I have listened to his channel. You kind of have to, because he was up there. You know what I mean? But
I've
I
not
encourage
listened to him.
anybody, when they listen to
I
anybody.
I knew he was going to be up there. I knew he was going to turn on him. I knew what his plans were, and I told Candace what his plans were.
We
And
called that 2 months ago when we were talking.
yeah, and I tried to tell her, and she didn't want to hear it. So, you just got to let them do their own thing and learn. You can't force her. I mean, she's a grown woman. Nobody can force her to do anything. She does what she wants to do. And
there's been a lot of people.
At the same time, she is codependent, and everybody knows that. She does have other issues, and everybody knows that. I mean, it's not a surprise. You know what I mean? But they
Yeah, I
fixate
think
they fixate on that, and they know how to manipulate her to make her think that they are on her side. And all the while, all they're doing is trying to dig for information to make her look like shit.
and at the
And
same
when
point, at the same time, you would think she would catch on by now, man. Even with
yeah, but
BK, he's not the first one.
but that's going along with the mental illness. I mean, I know he's not the first one. He's not going to be the last one either, because what she has is a mental illness, and they are exploiting her and her mental illness. Is what they're doing.
Well, I mean,
And
that's what
she
I'm saying. He's not
she's
the
not
first one. She's
right, and she's not going to
she's
learn from it though.
longing for like no. I mean, and
You
if
got
you
to
notice,
understand, every one of these people have entered her life and told her, "I'm going to help you find your daughter. I will be the one to help you find your daughter," is what they're telling them. Every one of these creators that have talked to Don and Candace have told them, "I will help you find your daughter. I'll be the one to help you find your daughter." And so they talk to them. You know,
well,
they're smart, but at the same time,
Candace,
they're
if you hear this, nobody on YouTube is going to be able to help you find your daughter.
nobody on YouTube.
I mean,
I
no.
told them that in the beginning. I said, "I wish I could help you find your daughter, but the only thing I can do is, help you keep your daughter's name out there." And, it was like, I can't remember the exact conversation, but something came up. And she said that somebody was wanting Dawn to bring her up on her panel. And she said that she would never go up on chairs. And I was like, I can't remember, detail, word for word quote and all that. But, I said something like, well, if you ever wanted to go on mine, I'd let you up. But, I, would let you know that, I would have mods in there and everything. And we wouldn't talk about anything except for summer. And she was like, well, she's like, I'll go on your panel. She's like, I don't care to go on your panel. She's like, just let me have a few drinks before I do. And I was like, no, you don't need to be drinking on YouTube. I said, you don't need to have a few drinks and go up, so she can't talk without that liquid courage. If that makes sense. Without that liquid courage, she can't do it.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that Candace is an alcoholic.
Yes, it is safe to say that. And the night that she did come on my panel, she messaged me to send her a link. And I said, are you drinking? And she was like, no, I'm not drinking. So I sent her the link, and she came up, and they were drunk. I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, that's spitting. Somebody she needs to teach him not to spit everywhere. Yeah, oh my goodness. That's a pet peeve of mine anyway. So, I mean, people's walking there, man. Don't be spitting right in your garage. But
yeah.
My thing.
Tracking it in the house. And
yeah, my computer actually it's decided it's going to run off a little Wi-Fi for a little while, looks like. And about Rose being somebody saying that Rose was still alive. I said that.
Yeah, that was
my thing is
came out way back in the beginning and debunked way back in the beginning.
No, this was recent. There was a recent
I know,
one
but
they were going over.
It was the same one though that they thought that she was her cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Well, you know that woman ended up going to jail, right? She had a warrant out for arrest. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
My thing is this: in foster, because of the law was able to find out where she was and everything. I reckon speculation. I mean, just going by what people were saying, because of all of the stuff that was being put online. But anyway,
what did she go to jail for?
Just to go through foster care. I have no clue. I don't know. I don't see how that would even be helping find someone really to look at a cousin's picture and think that she's Rose. I think it was done innocently in a way. I think that the creator was kind of used by her mod. And I may be wrong, but that's kind of what it looked like. But in foster care, to be a foster parent, not only me and my husband, but my daughter had to have a background check also. This woman has adopted 2 kids. How would she adopt kids and go through that background check and hide who she still is? I mean, to me, that should have been enough right there to say, hey, no, that's not Rose.
Yeah. But
I mean, my understanding, and I could be wrong, I've not looked into the Rose thing very much. My understanding is Candace and them didn't even live in the same state when Rose went missing.
They did not live in the same state.
And from everything I saw, Summer didn't. I mean, Rose loved her kids. Why would she run away from a relationship and her kids and adopt 2 other kids? And I mean, if we're putting it into the Summer Wells case to try to save maybe Summer, but leave her kids, none of that makes sense. I mean, that's why I say it don't help find Summer,
Right.
focusing on a relative that looks like Rose. I mean, if there was anything pointing that it would help Summer, I'd be all for finding out if Rose was still alive. But to my knowledge, and from everything that's been put out, they didn't even live in the same state. Don never even met Rose. Am I wrong?
As far as I know, they never met.
Well, I mean, from everything that I've seen, they never met. So
Right. Jax, Junior, leave your brother alone. The cat's attacking the dog. He keeps attacking his tail,
But-
and well, it started with the tail, and they've been back and forth through the house chasing each other. But
So
yeah,
what
I
are
agree.
some hardcore facts that we have in this case? We've got the investigator. He says that they have collected all kinds of data, including GPS, telephone records, and cell phone signals and all this stuff. So we've got
And
that. We've got Ronnie
that, and there's
Lawson
no
said that they
arrests
did.
made yet. So
Yes. And we do know now that they passed the lie detector test, the polygraphs.
yes.
We know that the 911 call was made at what, 6?
6:26.
Let's get it 6:30, around that area.
6:26, I think.
We know that after 12, the
We know that
swimming video was posted to TikTok.
We know the dispatch call was questionable because the first time that the female dispatch officer spoke out, she said that the mother had went for a walk. Later on in the call, the officer asked back, you advised that the mother went for a run, and she said yes. So just right there in that phone call, she said that she went for a walk, and then she turned around and said, yeah, on the question, she went for a run. So like, which is it, a walk or a run? There are 2 different things,
Well,
and come to find out, the way that it was played in the 911 call, she didn't either. She just walked across the driveway to her mom's camper.
And right at the beginning, it was reported on the news that she was last seen walking away from her house.
Yes.
Now, we can say that that was a mistake. We can. But 10 months later, again, it is said she was seen walking away from her house. I mean, why is that in there? That has always bothered me. They retracted some things from those early.
But they did not retract the fact that she was walking away from her house. Or the part of it that, they didn't
And
retract.
it was said not once. And it was said not once, not twice. But it has been 3 news interviews now that has stated that. And the latest being at 10 months. So they're not making a mistake putting that in there now.
No, they're not. And everybody in the beginning was saying it was a mistake.
Like
well, the creators on YouTube.
They did the
Creators on YouTube were saying it was a mistake.
I mean,
yeah, Detective Pruitt's annoyed with a lot of YouTubers. He's very annoyed with
you
many
can
of them.
see that. I mean, he said if they really want to help, we have applications for certified individuals. That's pretty much saying if you are not certified, get your nose out of this case.
Exactly.
Y'all are making a mud hole out of it. And they may have meant, Kathy 117 says, I think it was meant she walked from her mom to her house. But they're not saying that. They are saying she was last seen walking away from her home, not to it.
Right. I don't know if she's talking about that or she was talking about me talking about the 911 call. I don't know which one she's referring to. I think it's the 911 call because that's been up there for a second.
And Kathy says, so who saw her? See, that's been my question all along. Who saw her walking away from the house? Is that something that they're keeping in the investigation and they're not releasing? And I was like everybody else when I first heard it. Okay, the news reporter made a mistake. But no, then at 5 months, she says it again. And at 10 months, she says it again. And she almost says it verbatim. Summer was last seen walking away from her home.
and nobody wants to listen to that piece of the media. And I had been told that it was debunked. I'm not going to say which
Well, I mean,
creator told me that, but one creator told me, he said that the media had gotten it wrong, that she didn't walk away.
just a second.
So, you know, you go
If they
back.
did though. Oh.
That's what I thought Kathy was
And
talking
I'll tell
about.
you another thing.
One call.
And on Sheriff's panel the other day, Benny said he wanted to kill Don.
Oh dear Lord, I
He
heard
did
about
say that.
Oh my God.
I mean,
See, that's just.
yeah, she was talking about the 911 call. She said, I mean, I think that they are holding a lot of things to their vest. I hope they are.
Whenever I go back
you
and
hear
I
people
listen,
say,
and it's like I went back in my emails all the way back to the beginning, and I found some that were from locals that there were like maybe within a 5-mile radius of the Wells home, and they were all telling me about bears, and I never responded to them. I've reached out to them. I've only gotten an email back from one. I have spoken with a couple of other locals, and one person has told me that it came directly from Ronnie Lawson's mouth that they think that it was a bear that got Summer.
well, now bears are bad. My son caught he deer hunts. He caught a bear on his trail cam. And a couple years ago, he had his deer stand up in the hill across from where we live. And he had went up there to check his trail cams, and he got treed by a bear. He had to climb up and I mean, signal ain't no better up in my holler than it is on Ben Hill. So he had to climb up in his deer stand, hold his phone to try to get signal to call for help. And he said, Mom, I'm telling you, whoever saying get bear works. He said, it don't work. He said, I shot at that bear with them arrows, and it just made it mad. I mean, and then fortunately he was able to get a hold of our neighbor who came there on a 4-wheeler, scared it off. But I mean, it was a huge bear.
They took one from Tusculum University over here, which, I mean, bird's eye view is really not that far from the Wells property. You know, by road, it's probably a 30-minute drive, but for a bear, you know, straight shot. But it was like a 550-pound bear. That bear was huge, humongous.
Well, now this was a large black bear that he caught on the trail cam, and he swears it's the same bear that treated him.
Let me find this.
And I mean, when I say I'm in Kentucky, I'm close to the Tennessee line. So if we got them here, I know they got them there.
Oh yeah, they've got a lot of them.
And hogs.
Right here.
I've never saw a wild hog, but I will say this. When I was in grade school, there was a man, him and his neighbor got into it over a property line. They couldn't find his body. It was rumored that he took and fed that man's body to the hogs.
Wow.
I remember when I was younger, we raised hogs. I remember being real little, and my sister pushed me into the hog pen. My granny grabbed me by the hair of the head, pulled me out. She said, "Don't you push her in there; they'll eat her alive."
Well, I want y'all to watch this clip.
So,
Kathy, any case until they have the suspect, they will not clear anyone, because they have learned in the past whenever they do that publicly, it can come back to bite them. Defense attorneys have a field day with it, so they don't do that. And I'm going to play this right here. This was the date on this. Where did it go? It was up earlier. Let me go back. This is 1 week after Summer disappeared.
Smoky Mountains is a popular vacation spot for many of us in Kentuckiana. While the area does have bear sightings, usually it is from a distance, but a teenage girl is recovering right now after being attacked while camping there with her family. As ABC's Kaylee Hartung tells us, it happened while she was sleeping in a hammock.
A 16-year-old girl is recovering after waking up in a nightmare. A black bear attacking the teenager while she was sleeping in a hammock just feet away from her family in Great Smoky Mountains National Park.
This bear was exhibiting predatory behavior. It attacked in the middle of the night with no known provocation.
Despite injuries to her head and an incredible amount of blood loss, officials say the girl was conscious throughout the attack.
Fortunately, the family was close by and able to scare the bear away and keep it at bay until the rangers arrived.
Their backcountry campsite nearly 6 miles from the trailhead. In very steep terrain with thick foliage, Tennessee National Guard had to perform an emergency evacuation mission by helicopter.
We actually had to do the horse rescue into a very tight space. I had to drop the medic Sarvana down through a small hole in the trees. So that can be a pretty intense operation.
After the attack, 2 bears were spotted in the area. Officials say one larger male repeatedly tried to enter the campsite despite attempts to scare it off. Rangers then shooting and killing the bear the family identified as the one responsible for the attack. Park officials saying the family of 5 properly secured their backpacks and food, as visitors are instructed to do, and unable to distance themselves from the animal, responded appropriately to this kind of black bear attack.
If a bear continues to approach you or it shows aggressive behavior, as in this situation, we encourage everyone to fight back, do everything they can to discourage that behavior. And in this incident, the family was successfully able to thwart that bear from any more serious attack.
This comes just days after a woman in Alaska was chased off a hiking trail by a group of grizzly bears. She fended them off with bear spray, but it took 40 hours for her to find her way back to safety. As national parks across the country are flooded with guests, encounters with bears are on the rise, but attacks are rare. Black bears are the most common in North America, grizzlies more scarce.
Okay. That was, are you still there? Hey, everybody. Hey, Aurora. I think everybody is asleep, McCrow. That was a week after Summer went missing. I mean, bears were active, and they do attack, you know, and there is, if you Google black bear, Great Smoky Mountains, there's one story about a decade ago where some Boy Scout group was hiking, and they came up on the carcass of a bear eating a woman. And just last year, I think it was last year, well, no, not last year, 2020, a man's body was found down there in Gatlinburg somewhere across the creek from his campsite, and he had been devoured by a bear. So it's like not unheard of.
Just a second, and I'll send you a picture of this trail cam bear. It was straight across the road from my house. I'm trying to pull it up on the computer.
But, you know, I don't know. It's just, you know, I went back to square one because everybody is like saying, you know, go back to square one. So I go back to square one and I start looking at it, and I've only got, you know, really 2 arrows, you know, to point, and one is at a bear, and I'm not going to say the other one. Everybody knows the other one.
Okay.
But it's not unheard of for a bear to attack in East Tennessee.
Okay. Now, this was straight across from my son's house. This was his trail cam, and it was straight across. Now, this was in 2018 when this happened. Just a second.
But, you know, the emails that I got from a few of the locals, and then what PBI and law enforcement and local media say about her walking away, and then the person that told me that it came directly from Ronnie Lawson's mouth that, you know, they felt like it was a bear. It really makes you wonder.
It's a loading squall when I send it to you.
But I mean, could you just imagine, you know, what if, you know, it turns out that it was a bear? What if there's some kind of evidence found to prove that it was a bear? You know, and it's possible if it was a bear, she'll never be found.
I hope it can be proved.
Yes. Answers.
If that
Just
be the
some kind of
case.
Closure.
Yeah. I mean,
but you know, there's so many little missing boys and girls that have been missing for decades and decades, and and kids that have been missing for like a year. But all of the attack is on the Wells because they saw a mental illness. You know, that's what has differed from other missing kids that have not been found in Summer's case, or the other parents do not have the mental illness that is evident in this case. And the people that have went after the parents have pretty much gotten almost everything they've wanted. They've gotten everything except for answers that find Summer. And it
I declare.
just, I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was talking about. I had a message come in and I
Well,
thought
I'm
it was
trying.
you, and I looked down and it wasn't you. And
Well, I thought I had that picture saved to the right folder. Now I'm having to go through my folders. I'm so unorganized. But I give now in my defense, I wasn't expecting to talk about a bear either. But easier.
but you know, if she walked away, if somebody told them, you know, and if somebody came out and said, you know, she walked away, they could have came out and tried to tell YouTube and Facebook that in the beginning too. You know, hey, I'm the one that saw her walking away from the property. But the way that everybody attacked in the beginning, everybody that came out that was local, it.
And who's to say, since everybody's a suspect, that the person that said they saw her walking away is not somebody that's being investigated?
Right.
I mean, we have no clue. They could think that maybe they did something to her. But it's being put in the news for a reason.
That she walked away.
Yeah. And I mean.
So, I mean, the most logical thing is that she walked away. That's the reason they're putting it in the news, is because she actually walked away.
And they were told that. Because it says she was last seen walking away. So she was seen walking away from her home.
Yes.
What in the world?
So it's like nobody wants to listen to that part.
Can you pull that up at Squall?
What am I pulling up?
The 10-month.
Where'd you send it?
No, I'm talking about this thing while I'm saving this picture with this many Wi-Fi.
Oh, the 10-month of Summer Wells.
Yeah, because it's right in there. It shows like the church and like the outside of the church when it says that.
Okay, let me see here. This is a wait one from 2 weeks ago.
Months. This little Summer Wells reported missing. Now 6-year-old was last seen June 15th of last year. As you might remember, the initial ground search lasted about 10 weeks. Crews from the local sheriff's office and the FBI scoured the rough terrain around Summer's Beach Creek home. They also launched a search to find the driver of the Tacoma, but to no avail. Ground search operations were scaled back, and as the lead detective told our sister station earlier this month, law enforcement is no closer to finding Summer than they were last June.
We've gone through hours and hours and hours of interviews, of video footage, of electronic data, just trying to find a specific direction to go in towards. Nothing has narrowed that down. So everything, as the sheriff has said, is still on the table.
Last month, the sheriff said Summer's family was no longer cooperating with authorities. So far, no criminal charges have been filed in the case. Now, if you have seen Summer or you know anything that can help investigators find out exactly what happened, you are asked to please call 1-800.
What's your email, Squall? Squall.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
What's your email?
I
What's your
accidentally
email?
deleted myself from the screen. It's squall.tit@gmail.com. I found the right one, I think.
Mark, thank you very much. This Friday marks 10 months since family members said they last saw 6-year-old Summer Wells at their home in Hawkins County, Tennessee. Tonight, still no answers as to what happened to little boy. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel has been following the case and tonight walks us through what has happened since Summer disappeared.
Josh, thousands of hours have been spent searching and investigating what happened to Summer Wells that night. But since the night of June 15th, there have been no changes and no one charged in relation to her disappearance.
Summer Wells is missing. She's 5 years old. She's 4 foot tall, blonde hair, like seen wearing a pink shirt and gray pants.
That description ingrained in the minds of law enforcement, searchers, and those in the Beach Creek community over the next few days, with a ground search lasting almost 2 weeks.
We know she wouldn't leave the property.
The investigation, though, going into the next 10 months.
While every case is different, this one is definitely outside of the norm. Typically, in an investigation like this one, we have some idea of where the case is headed and what might have happened within a few days.
On June 26th, law enforcement started looking for the driver of a red or maroon Toyota Tacoma. The following Monday, ground search operations scaled back, and Summer's mother spoke on camera for the first time.
I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
Late July, Child Protective Services removed Summer's 3 older brothers from the Wells home. On October 30th, Don Wells was arrested for DUI and violation of probation charges.
I have lost control. I've done stupid things. For that, I apologize.
The day after that interview, the TBI said multiple search warrants had been executed and potential digital evidence was collected.
In her mind, she's being interrogated.
That's not interrogating you. We're trying to help you find your daughter.
On November 11th and 12th, Summer's parents appeared on Dr. Phil. At the 1st of December, police returned to Beach Creek again for a planned search. February 4th marked Summer's 6th birthday. A few days later, her father was jailed after pleading guilty for driving under the influence last year.
Is the family still cooperating? I know you said obviously they're there, but like the mother and all the other people, are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now. We have attorneys.
In March, search crews hit the ground in Beach Creek again, and Summer's grandmother, Candace Hare, spoke on camera for the first time.
Mr. Lawson stated that Candace and the whole family is lawyered up. I can't speak for Donnie, and I know Candace hasn't because she's told me she hasn't, and I have not.
In April, the lead detective for the case said that they are no closer to finding answers than what they were on June the 15th.
We've gone through hours and hours and hours of interviews, of video footage, electronic data, just trying to find a specific direction to go in towards. Nothing has narrowed that down. So everything, as the sheriff has said, is still on the table.
Along with no answers, also no arrests.
It's a case that has implications of the legal system and the law, but you couldn't classify it right now as there's no criminal charges been filed.
You can view all of our reports on the disappearance of Summer Wells, including more in-depth looks on the Search for Summer section of WJHL.com.
Ansley, thank you.
Did you get that, Squall?
About which part? Oh, my email?
The email I sent you.
Let me look.
The subject is bear.
Cat. Let me know if
Nope,
I
it's
get.
bear.
Let me know if I get disconnected or something because my cat's walking on my keyboard and stuff. Gmail. I'm going to the wrong email. Yeah, let me pull it up on my desktop. So the DA said there, I remember somebody going off on something that the DA said about there were implications, but no charges have been filed. Implications are accusations. Like speculation. Implicated, yeah, I guess. I mean.
And the minute that Evelyn Boswell started lying, people, they took her in.
They did. The second she started lying.
And I mean, that was about a polygraph. She said that they wasn't able to give her a polygraph because she's pregnant. Well, they found out she was lying about being pregnant and lying about that. So they locked her up. And that campsite, yeah, to me, I think they really need to look into that. Now, that is directly across from my house.
Wow.
Not a football field away from my front porch. And like I said, I'm in Kentucky. If they're this close, they're there too.
Yeah. They're all over Rogersville, all over the mountains. I don't think moonshiners nowadays, they wouldn't set up a camp like that. There'd be other stuff up there besides just the camp and what was found up there.
And a lot of times nowadays, moonshiners don't go to the mountain.
Yeah. They're in a garage.
I mean, yeah. Now, my dad, when I was growing up, a minute ago I was saying that my dad was my best friend. When I was growing up, my dad was an alcoholic. And this is how I know there can be alcoholics that are functional. Because my dad was one.
Mm-hmm.
He was not a stereotype alcoholic that just come home drunk, beat on his family, mistreated his kids. No, my dad wouldn't like that. He never laid a hand on us, especially if he was drinking. Matter of fact, us kids would find that time to do our meanest because we knew if he had one drop, we wouldn't in trouble. We wouldn't get whooped. And my dad used to be a moonshiner. And I'm here to tell you, they don't put up a campsite where people they can be spotted.
I like a little bit of room. Move.
When a moonshiner went into the mountains back in the days to make moonshine, they wanted to be concealed as much as possible. They didn't.
Jackson,
They didn't put up tents and stuff.
Oh, I got a 150-pound boxer on my lap.
Oh, well, mine ain't 150 pounds. He's about 80 pounds. My outside dog's a boxer pit.
Oh, honey, sorry. You're gonna have to get down.
Now, when my dad was alive, and we used to laugh until this showed up on his trail cam, and this is the footage he prints it out in the corner over here. But when this showed up on the trail cam, before it did, my dad said that he was driving by my house one day and a bear walked through my yard, and he swore it crossed right in front of him. And we were like, okay, Dad, so bears are camping out in my yard. Well, my husband, who's a very, very, very experienced hunter, he found the tracks. And there was scat. I mean, so, and then, like I said, my son, he went to check his trail cam and got treed by the bear. And I picked at him too after the scare ran down. He said, Mom, I swear I think it's the same bear. I said, well, did you get its name? Because I tend to think if there's one that big, there's probably babies somewhere.
Yeah.
Especially by him coming up the tree at him.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a good little size bear. But my animals are going crazy. They're wanting me to go to bed. He's came in here and wallered me. He's been sitting in there in the doorway whining a little bit, and he came in here and crawled in my lap, but then he's back in there in the doorway just sitting there crying. And that's the signal that he wants to go to bed.
Might be appeared on different sides. But when push comes to shove, these boys and those boys, if they got Mamaw still living, they all end up around the same kitchen table. And if Mamaw still ain't living, then they end up around several different tables up and down the holler. But one thing's for sure, they're all from the holler, and at the end of the day, they're all family. That means they'll cover up for each other. These boys and those boys. No matter how far apart they seem, they'll always stick together. And that is the Hollerticks. That is absolutely Candace, Jody Sue, for sure. Andy. That weird womanizing son of a bitch. Frank Lott's fucking ass. I knowed he was weird when he dressed too clean. Fuck him. That son of a bitch molested children. Fuck y'all. His thing was full of child porn, weirdo. But these boys and those boys all have a long history. And there's one of them that can't seem to keep their mouth shut. Y'all know her. Now, she's the one that comes on the scene as Candace and Dawn's big buddies. At first, everybody's like, oh, that we don't know her neighbors. Jody Sue said, oh, well, I don't fool with them. But yet, in the very beginning, she was their best friends. These boys and those boys. The local news tells us that no one's been ruled out. Everyone's a person of interest or a suspect. Absolutely. If you remember, she's the one that said, she's in charge of who buys what up in there. Because that land's somehow her business. These boys and those boys. And no, honey, we ain't forgot about you, Jody Sue. Just because you had a shitty man does not mean that you ain't part of these boys and those boys. It just means that you have motive and opportunity, along with Candace and Dawn. And Andy, and your son. The world just don't get these boys and those boys. These boys and those boys are just simple as this: the past and the present, where two morals collide. That's all.
Keep dismissing since day one and trying to make it seem like it ain't something it is. And those fucking dogs are the key. Those dogs are the key. You wanna know how I know that? Because they're partly my pups. Because I sat there for over a month listening in the dark as footsteps left that driveway, as gravel crunched below Dawn's heels, as I listened to boards lift up and things move around in the dark, as I watched things disappear off of my trail cams after y'all suddenly realized I had them. All these little pieces. But that is exactly where I saw Summer last. And she was yelling, kind of being a brat. Nobody couldn't get her a towel. And I had to ask. I was like, is that the voice? Because the shadow behind her, right? And her hair. And then here you are on that live, chatting me on Facebook the other night, telling me that, no, it was you that had gotten out of the shower. So remember? No, because that ain't true. It's not true. I remember the truth, which is exactly where and how I saw Summer last.
Well, I seem to remember how fucking mad you was over all the noise that you had to fucking hear. I can't stand you. You might be a fucking domestic violence victim, but you're a piece of shit. You was bitching because of all the noise that come up before Summer and after. What kind of Appalachian bitches over church people coming to pay their respects or give comfort? I might not like Dawn and Candace, but I damn sure don't like you either. Yes, it all boils down to these boys and those boys.
Of the way I worked, because I'd have to leave while Earl wanted to take track.
If y'all check that thing out, oh, we're live. Go ahead.
We're live right now. Yep.
We're live right now. I do want to say, since you just reminded me, we watched your video as everything was ending, and great job.
Yeah, that was an awesome video.
No, thank you guys.
Yeah, it's nice to put some like images
Mhm.
with the stories.
Brilliant. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm getting like my system. All right, mods. Today, I know you guys have been on high alert, but there's been things that have been deleted that don't need to be deleted. We want all opinions respectfully, so only real nasty stuff is going to be deleted. There was weird comments being deleted that maybe it was a mistake, but there was definitely comments earlier on the premiere that did not need to be deleted. So if they come in here and they have a question that's clearly like it doesn't align with what any of us think, that's okay. We're here to answer the questions and stuff, but don't just block them because maybe they have a different opinion or they have a question. Questions are welcome. If they're asking their question and they're like sincerely asking because they're curious, it's okay. But I know that with all of the attacks and stuff, you guys are on high alert, but please be mindful because I don't want to take anyone's wrenches. I went through them today to see who do I need to take wrenches from, but I like you all, so please just mind what you're blocking. I can take a little bit of criticism, I promise. So it's okay. We have all decided we won't be, and I talked it on, we aren't going to be addressing what happened on a different channel tonight. This is a Q&A that we had planned.
that his past and Summer are connected. We don't necessarily think that's the case. So, as far as we're concerned, all those questions are null and void. We're not going to get into the he said, she said, the fact that they have two very different stories, all that. It's just, this is about Summer, actually about Summer, not about what happened years ago. So if you have questions about Summer and the events surrounding the days of her disappearance, those questions are welcome.
Hey
See
there,
what everybody
Doug.
was doing tonight.
Anybody got big
Hello,
wild Friday night
Babs.
plans?
Hey, Darlene. Channel Surfer. Destiny Grant. Bama Fan.
Hey, Music City Mom.
Moonlight View. Leandra. Again.
I had some
How's
articles I was
everybody
going to look
doing?
at and everything, and I closed out all my
Ronnie,
tabs
Angel,
by
Classic,
accident.
Chatty.
So I'm just sitting here now, like I want to take a break.
How's everybody doing today? I think I might do a little bit of an open panel here and drop a link if anybody wants to come up. They are more than welcome to grab a link.
Oh, it's kind of a good day. It's always good to have a broken caliper fixed. Woohoo!
Hello, juniors. And I'm gonna.
Oh my goodness. I was scrolling through YouTube for the last couple of days and
So if,
Go right ahead,
yeah,
man.
go ahead and you guys say whatever.
You know, I want to stress this too. What me and my wife do on our channel is strictly for Summer. We do not condone SA whatsoever. We just want to stick with Summer and the facts about Summer's case. That's what we're doing. That's what we're looking into. And yeah, you know, that's the most important thing in this. I'm not saying anything that happened before is good or anything like that. I just want to stress that that is our stance on it, is to try to help bring some kind of justice to Summer or bring some things more clarity to it. That is all.
Also, while we're in this little segue, real quick, Mr. Mark and Ms. Scher, can we qualify the fact that Don has not hired Cam and Allie to do any investigating, and Cam and Allie are not investigating. That's not what they're doing. So that's, you know, moving on.
Yeah, we don't even personally know Don. The only time I have spoke to Don is on a live that was previous on here. We don't know him personally. We don't know Candace personally. We don't know the family personally. Nothing about her. Nothing. Yeah, at all. At all.
The chat flew by, but someone had asked, why aren't we talking to Candace? It's because Candace doesn't want to speak to anybody.
That's right.
Well,
Given
yeah.
everything that's happened, she's gone low profile.
Trust me, she's hollering in the background, or we see her on video calls. We know some things of what she thinks. We hear it. It's just she's not on camera and whatever. She's been burned too badly. She doesn't trust anyone after letting people in that they thought was, you know, gonna.
well, hello everybody. I've got a full house already, it looks like. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you so much. I had to turn the air purifier off. Grandbabies were here earlier and I never turned it off. How's everybody doing? So I'm the cornbread chicken mafia now. According to Crystal's Crime Time. I've got 117 people in here. Oh my goodness. I
hope everybody is doing absolutely wonderful and beautiful today. I see everybody. I see so many people. Hello, everybody. There's no way I can go through and call you all out by name. I've had a sore throat from allergies the last couple of days. Yeah, let's go. I see that I've got a lot of people in here. Well, there's been another innocent victim, a couple of them actually, a few of them doxed this week and since I came live last. And, I thought she's put in a couple of her posts that she, had overreacted and reacted on her feelings and everything, and she was going to stop, and then she just kept on going and kept on going. And I've had a lot of support in my messages and my messenger on my Talkatone and in my Gmail all over. Oh, TT, honey, you did not have to do that. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Don't make me cry this quick. But I am not a Crawford. And I guess the latest post, she's saying that I have to show my face in order to prove that I am not this Crawford woman that she is claiming that I am. And no, I don't have to show my face to prove anything to her. I don't have to prove anything to anyone except for the TBI, local law enforcement, and other people, that are actual authorities. Oh, Jackie, honey, thank you so much. Y'all really don't have to do that. I'm serious. But I have reached out to a couple of the people that have been, well, actually, I've only made contact with one in person. But there is information that is being sent to the others that have been wrongfully doxed by mistaken identity, on how they can take legal action, because this is a case of a 5-year-old missing child, and I'm not able to press charges on her or Jody Sue until they drop my real name. But, all of their lives are being screen recorded with chat on. Crystal Crime Time just joined that group. There's a couple of creators that have that happen whenever they go live, but Crystal Crime Time just now made that list. I see you. Oh, I don't know about the best hugs because I get hot real easy. So it's like I hug and break away real quick. But I want to appreciate everyone for the support. Again, all of the messages of support and love that I have been getting are absolutely wonderful. They really are wonderful. And again, the women, and there is I guess she's also calling out a local guy, and apparently he commented on something in one of my groups, and I'm not sure who he is, but I am spreading the word for people to, if he would like to, he can reach out to me. That is wonderful. I have found out that in some instances you can contact your state's legal aid, and depending on how severe the doxing is, if they put a picture of you up and accuse you of being someone that you are not, and everything that you can possibly. Oh, Music City Mom, thank you so much. You can actually file charges against these people that do the doxing in the manner that they're doing it. In the manner that she's doing it, she is falsely accusing people of being me. And if she did it to me, it wouldn't be no big deal. But these innocent people have families, they have jobs, they have businesses, they have children, they have grandchildren, they have elderly parents. And when you dox the wrong person, you could possibly have blood on your hands. It is straight up crazy. I mean, I don't understand. I do not understand why people have to do that. I mean, and unfortunately, Miss Candy Harrer is also possibly going to be served papers as well, because Crystal Crime Time has said in the post that Candy Harrer said that the photo was me that was sent to her of the Miss Crawford lady, and Miss Candy Harrer got it wrong. So the wrong individual was identified and doxed. And just a message for Miss Candy Harrer. They can do check. They can check your device and see who you have and have not been talking. Frank Lott's. This is Frank Lott's Facebook. Anyway, this is Frank Lott. This is his Facebook page. Whenever I went to see Frank in 2013, we had reconnected on Facebook, and we had been talking for several months. And I did go over there with the intentions of having a couple of beers, a few beers. And, the intention was that I was going to spend the night so I wouldn't have to drink and drive. I didn't go over there with the intentions of being tied to his bed. I did not go over there with the intentions of things happening the way that they happened. I feel like I was drugged, and it's hard to talk about. I never thought that it would be like really, really hard to talk about, but it is. It is super hard to talk about. I sit here and I practice saying it out loud and everything when I'm home alone, and then it's like I get on here live and my brain just starts wanting to tear me up on it. But I don't know if you can see. I believe this is like a old photo of Frank's family, his brothers and sisters, all of them. They're a big family and they're very tight knit. If I'm not mistaken, there's like 4 girls and 3 boys in all. I'm not absolutely positive. But just to show you real quick what really freaked me out on his profile right here, that made me throw up. Looking at that face that he was making just absolutely made me sick to my stomach and made me throw up. I don't know about anybody else, how they feel about it. This is his son, and right here, I don't get a good vibe from that. But at the same time that I don't get a good vibe from that, just because I don't get a good vibe, it does not mean that Frank is guilty. Everything that Frank did to me, yeah, I thought I had put it in my past. I thought I had moved on. I had not thought about it in years. I was fine. I was dandy. Nothing in my heart. It didn't bother me anymore after that. I went to a friend's house, spent a couple of days there. It was like during the holidays, and then I went back home, and my best friend, I told her about it, and like, oh my God,
is a freak, and at least you're still alive. And I think the only thing that saved me was he lived in a trailer court, and when I got loud and everything, he stopped. And again, the women, and there is I guess she's also calling out a local guy, and apparently he commented on something in one of my groups, and I'm not sure who he is, but I am spreading the word for people to, if he would like to, he can reach out to me. That is wonderful. I have found out that in some instances you can contact your state's legal aid, and depending on how severe the doxing is, if they put a picture of you up and accuse you of being someone that you are not, and everything, that you can possibly, oh, Music City Mom, thank you so much. You can actually file charges against these people that do the doxing in the manner that they're doing it. In the manner that she's doing it, she is falsely accusing people of being me. And if she did it to me, it wouldn't be no big deal. But these innocent people have families, they have jobs, they have businesses, they have children, they have grandchildren, they have elderly parents. And when you dox the wrong person, you could possibly have blood on your hands. It is it. Hear me squall. Okay. And Barb, honey, I don't know why you did this. I mean, I can't understand it. It does not make sense to me why you would assume that someone is someone else without getting your facts first. Okay, a lot of people don't even know who Frank is. And they don't know who Frank is. So I am going to introduce everybody to Frank. Barb, you brought smudge into it, and I really disrespect you now for that. But they would brag about him and his sister Beach Creek, and they would do stuff, talk about being badass, and Frank would talk about being badass, and they would talk about their ancestors hiding bodies in caves that went straight down in the ground. Nobody knew where it was or anything like that. It will haunt you later on in life if you act that way. So if you're a youngin' right now and you're watching this, just know whenever you start acting that way and stuff, it will come back to haunt you, and it won't be pretty when it does. It will not be pretty at all when it does. They would brag about that stuff, and that's one of the things why I was scared when I had my experience with him to even report it. Another reason is because I was worried that, I didn't want to be laughed at. I didn't want to be mocked or anything like that. This right here is Frank's media release. It says, on 12/19/2015, Officer Dunworth and I responded to a 415 Allen Drive, apartment 102, in reference to a possible child pornography. Officer Dunworth and I met with Michael Siernick, who advised. I was worried that, I didn't want to be laughed at. I didn't want to be mocked or anything like that. This right here is Frank's media release. It says, on 12/19/2015, Officer Dunworth and I responded to a 415 Allen Drive, apartment 102, in reference to a possible child pornography. Officer Dunworth and I met with Michael Siernick,
who advised that Frank Lott is his brother-in-law and had been staying at his residence for approximately 2 weeks. No big deal, but you know, these innocent people have families, they have jobs, they have businesses, they have children, they have grandchildren, they have elderly parents. And when you dox the wrong person, you could possibly have blood on your hands. Mr. Cernak stated that his wife Annie, Mr. Lott's sister, was putting up some of Mr. Lott's laundry and located the 2 thumb drives that Miss Cernak thought had a video from their mother's funeral. Miss Cernak looked at the thumb drive and saw sexual images of what she believed to be young children. Miss Cernak contacted Mr. Cernak, her husband, who contacted the police. I spoke with Mr. Lott, who advised there were images of young children on the thumb drive. Mr. Lott agreed to come to the police station with me to give a statement. I brought the 2 thumb drives with me to the station. Once at the police station, Detective Martin Taylor responded out and took a statement from Mr. Lott. Officer Dunworth took written statements for Mr. and Miss Cernak at the residence. Officer Dunworth brought the statements, a tablet, and a phone to the station. Officer Dunworth gave the statements to Detective Taylor and turned the phone and tablet over to me. I placed the tablet, phone, and thumb drives into the Kingsport Police Department evidence. Mr. Lott was released pending further investigation per Assistant D.A. William Harper. Okay, let's talk about that. Annie and her brother used to be really, really, really tight. And I'm sure she loves Frank very much. But Annie, if you hear this, I want to give you a shout out. You did the right thing, you and your husband both. And I absolutely applaud you. You deserve a standing ovation for this, for turning in instead of covering up and letting it continue. I really do appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. And I am sorry if I mispronounced your all's last names if you're watching this. But, you know, going on from that, again, I want to thank you, Annie and Michael Cernak, for doing the right thing when this came to light. No offense, or no pun intended there with the light thing. But y'all did great. And I mean, I don't understand. I do not understand why people have to do that. I mean, and unfortunately, Miss Candy Harrer is also possibly going to be served papers as well, because Crystal Crime Time has said in the post that Candy Harrer said that the photo was me that was sent to her of the Miss Crawford lady, and Miss Candy Harrer got it wrong. So the wrong individual was identified and doxed. And, you know, just a message for Miss Candy Harrer. They can do check, you know, they can check your device and see who you have and have not been talking to. And there's a couple of creators that are involved with that on the Candy Harrer side. I'm not talking about Candace. I am talking about Grandma. I don't understand why she's doing it. I have always supported her. I have always been on her side. And I don't understand what Grandma Candy's problem is, or if Kathy 117, I don't know. I do not know. The problem is, though, is the two creators are saying that Candy Hair is, allegedly helping them. Now, I did look at the picture of Miss Crawford's Facebook, and I showed my old man, and I said, I guess, we could pass for one another. Oh, Lady R, thank you so much. Yeah, coffee, definitely. Coffee is absolutely a must in my house. If the sister and the brother-in-law of Frank here are getting hate from the family, but when another lady who was Frank's soon-to-be ex-wife came out and started talking and voicing her suspicions and saying, hey, there's another high-risk suspect in that area very close to the home. Frank's niece, and I do not know her name, his niece and everything, she came out and started attacking the ex-wife. That really upset me. And it upsets me even more now after seeing this right here, because it validates everything that the ex-wife said, and it discredits her because she was telling everyone on Facebook and in those groups that the sister Annie set Frank up. And right here, I spoke with Mr. Lott, who advised there were images of young children on the thumb drive. I want to tell Annie and Mike that I am sending prayers to y'all, because I don't know what you saw. I didn't see it, but I can only imagine, and you are in my prayers. I hope y'all don't have nightmares from that. I really hope you don't. That's as close as it's going to let me get in there. But are you able to see there I don't know if I read it, so anybody that comes back by and through, they'll watch my video and they can but I think it took a lot for Annie to just come up and say, hey, my brother's into some bad stuff, and it needs to be brought out, and he needs to be dealt with accordingly. And I'm going to take everybody on a stroll through his Facebook next, if I do this right. All right, here we go. I found it. All right. I need to make some more muffins. But, please don't get it confused with Candace, with Summer's mom. It's the grandmother that is allegedly doing this. And it has been recorded by, coming out of these other creators' mouths that she is allegedly trying to assist them. And that really breaks my heart. That's what really pisses me off, because I have done nothing to her. I have supported her and backed her and defended her. I have been dragged through the mud for defending her. I know a lot of us have different opinions on the innocence and the guilt and everything of the Wells family, and I have always stood by them and never put anything on them without, I'm not going to do that without proof. There are ways that you can help. It can be found out when people start, like in Miss Crawford's situation, and the screenshot that I had up earlier you know, that came directly from Chris Sims's group on Facebook, Crystal Crime Time. And she said that Candy Harrer, you know, said that that was me, that 3 pictures were sent to her actually. And, you know, cease and desist letters are going to be going out. That is very possible, Kim Holmes. That is very possible. You know, and it wouldn't be the first time they lied, you know. It would not be the first time that they lied, but anyways, I showed a picture of Miss Crawford to my old man, and I said, "Do you think that could pass for me?" And he said, "Well, maybe, possibly." He said, to an old lady with bad eyesight or something, or, you know, if she's under duress to give an answer, I guess, you know, Miss Crawford could pass for you. She has not been in touch with Crystal Crime Time directly, I don't believe, but Crystal Crime Time is, you know, alleging that there is another creator that has reached out. But, you know, to get to the bottom of it, you know, all of these people will be served, and there are laws against it. She is claiming that I am Miss Crawford and claiming that I'm part of a chicken fighting ring and all of this other stuff. I don't believe I actually know any Crawfords. If I do, you know, I've never associated with them. This is Frank Lott's Facebook. Anyway, this is Frank Lott. This is his Facebook page. Whenever I went to see Frank in 2013, we had reconnected on Facebook, and we had been talking for several months. And I did go over there with the intentions of having a couple of beers, a few beers. And, you know, the intention was that I was going to spend the night so I wouldn't have to drink and drive. I didn't go over there with the intentions of being tied to his bed. I did not go over there with the intentions of things happening the way that they happened. I feel like I was drugged, and it's hard to talk about. I never thought that it would be like really, really hard to talk about, but it is. It is super hard to talk about. I sit here and I practice saying it out loud and everything when I'm home alone, and then it's like I get on here live and my brain just starts wanting to tear me up on it. But I don't know if you can see, I believe this is like a old photo of Frank's family, his brothers and sisters, all of them. You know, they're a big family and they're very tight knit. If I'm not mistaken, there's like 4 girls and 3 boys in all. I'm not absolutely positive. But just to show you real quick what really freaked me out on his profile right here, that made me throw up. Looking at that face that he was making just absolutely made me sick to my stomach and made me throw up. I don't know about anybody else, how they feel about it. This is his son, and right here, I don't get a good vibe from that. But at the same time that I don't get a good vibe from that, just because I don't get a good vibe, it does not mean that Frank is guilty. Everything that Frank did to me, yeah, I thought I had put it in my past. I thought I had moved on. I had not thought about it in years. I was fine. I was dandy. Nothing in my heart. You know, it didn't bother me anymore after that. I went to a friend's house, spent a couple of days there. It was like during the holidays, and then I went back home, and my best friend, I told her about it, and like, oh my God, that was a freak, and at least you're still alive. And I think the only thing that saved me was he lived in a trailer court, and when I got loud and everything, he stopped. He did untie me, and that was like another thing. If I go to the police and I say I got mad because what he was doing to me and he stopped, it's like it was just, I didn't report it, and I don't know if anybody knows, a lot of times around here we take stuff into our own hands because a lot don't. Well, I figured, that it wasn't that bad to even take care of in my own hands. I just moved on and let it go. I did not let it bother me after that until the day that Summer went missing. Like I did, I waited until something happened and before I came out. And like Jeannie did, I don't really want to get into a lot of the talk about Jeannie because I know what it's like to be a muted SA victim. But I do want to say some stuff about that situation. It's not about her and it's not about Dawn. Every single home has a traumatic normal. Now, the level of that traumatic normal is going to vary greatly. And I mean, it all depends upon the person, on the child, and it all depends upon the parents. In some homes, people are screamed at and yelled at and cussed. They live with the complex for the rest of their life. Some homes are hoarder homes. We've seen plenty of that on TV where you can't even walk through their home because everything's stacked up. Well, there are kids in our country that live in those homes that if one of those stacks of junk fell over, they would be crushed. Then there's the homes that are bullying, but then you've got your homes that normalize bullying because the kids see their parents bullying and the kids see their parents cyberbullying. So whenever they go on social media and whenever they go out into public and go to school, what are they going to do? They're going to act like the parents. And that right there is mostly what my video is going to be about, is the bullying. Because I have been bullied since I started trying to get my voice heard about Frank. And you give the hashtag #MeToo to one SA victim, survivor, but you won't give it to anybody else that doesn't, if their SA story does not fit your narrative. And that's what I have been seeing here. And again, if the girl ever comes in here and she hears my voice, I saw what they did to you when you spoke about Frank. I can't send you a message and I can't send you a friend request, but you know who you are. I saw him attack you and I saw you delete the post. Now, Sherry is not the one that found the thumb drives. It was his sister Annie. But Frank's niece, okay, you're thanking me for clearing up the rumor. Yes, it was Annie that found the thumb drives. And it is Frank's niece that is accusing Annie of setting Frank up. But she found it and she told her husband, and her husband took it and said, well, here, let's call the police. So he called the police and the police came, and Frank admitted when confronted, he admitted, yeah, there are inappropriate, pictures of children on there. So he admitted it from the get-go. He wasn't set up. I think it's disgusting, Frank's niece, what you have done to Annie and to Michael. That's messed up. I think it's also messed up because you're not only doing it to them two, you're doing it to Summer, and you're doing it to every single child that was in the photos on those thumb drives that Frank had. Yes, Sherry has been given death threats. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. So it's like right there tells you, Sherry's getting death threats. Sherry is the ex-wife. Sherry didn't even do nothing. Sherry wasn't even there or nothing. She just says, hey, there's a neighbor of the Wells that needs to be looked at. And I'm sitting here, hey, there is a neighbor to the Wells that needs to be looked at. And then there's another victim out there. I seen her post and she got attacked and she removed it. If you're seeing me, honey, message me. I'm Squall on Facebook. Reach out to me. I will give you a platform to speak on. I promise you. And we will keep your name anonymous. I do have that option here in my studio to keep you anonymous, or if you just want to send me a message, I will read it out loud and I will keep your identity. I'll keep it secret. Nobody will know. But I just think that, that little girl there I think she needs to be checked on. People can say everything that they want to about the Wells family. I support the Wells family because I do know. Right here is another photo I want to bring into attention. I'm hoping everybody can see these. Right here in Frank's photos, or Frank's Facebook, we're going to focus on this fella right here, Daniel Sharfie. Now, Daniel Sharfie has never shown me any kind of ill tendencies or anything. He has always been respectful to me. Every time that I've ever encountered him, Daniel has always been, spot on nice. But him and Frank have all, I don't know if they still are today, but back in the day, they were very, very tight. And see, right here's his profile. He's got him a little family. But in Daniel's friends list, we've got a dude by the name of Donald Sharfie. And again, none of these people are giving. I mean, I can't think of any, like, right off the top of my head that I would know. I've heard a few Crawford names throughout this case. But just because, I know them through the case or something, or know their name because of this case, it does not mean that I know them personally or that I'm kin to them. And Crystal's Crime Time is saying that I went off the deep end whenever she sent a article to me about a Wayne Morlock. I'm very confused on that too, Shay, honey. I'll be dropping a link here in just a second for anybody that wants to come up. I have never seen in real life a fighting chicken or fighting. I think they actually use roosters, don't they? I don't think they're actually like hens. They're roosters, I think, from what I've watched on TV and stuff, because they do get arrested around here for doing that sometimes. But as far as I know, I've never even seen them. I've driven by homes and have suspected it just because of, certain things that you see, like the amount of traffic coming and going. And then, on certain nights of the week, they'll be down in the backfield with a bunch of cars pulled around and lights turned on. And I have never spoken to Marlena Crawford. I did send her a message at one point, and I warned her, to lock down her Facebook and her photos. But at that time, I believe it was too late. And, she did respond to me, thank you and everything. But that's pretty much been the majority of that conversation with Marlena. Like, I don't know. I mean, some of you creators know what it's like wanting to interview somebody or just to even warn them. And, you don't even have to be a creator to want to reach out to somebody and warn them that, the lynch mob may possibly be coming after them. But type of guilt at them. I am just wanting to put this on the table to show you all that there are other suspects in this area. Here's the Donald Sharfie. I believe it's Daniel's brother, but you scroll down and you see all of his work. I mean, he's got it all in there. Right here, former corrections officer, deputy sheriff at Hawkins County Sheriff. Donald Sharfie Sr. has worked there. Where else has he worked? He has worked at Sullivan County Sheriff's Office in Kingsport, Tennessee. All right, we've got Donald Sr. here. There's a picture of Donald Sr.'s, and I'm not talking about Donald Wells. I'm talking about Donald Sharfie. I'll say Sharfie Sr. Here is Sharfie Sr. with his two sons. Okay, that had 11 comments on it, confirmed those are his sons. And I do have a point that I'm getting to. Here's another one where one of his sons graduated. He's a proud daddy. I've been a proud mommy, so I absolutely understand. That's awesome that he graduated. And right there, wow, you look like you have a twin Donald. Congratulations on your graduate. Acts just like him, too. You know, they're typical family stuff. But this is where it gets difficult. This is where we have a Blunteville man arrested, allegedly admitted possessing child porn. His charges, you can't see it on there, is May of 2021. I'm going to have to scoot up here because I can't really read all of this. So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to put this like this, and then I'm going to try to pull it up on my phone if I've still got it on my phone. And I'm going to read it. But anyways, Donald Sharfie Jr., he was arrested in Blunteville, Tennessee because someone, he was doing Snapchat and Instagram, and so they traced him. They tracked his stuff and everything, and they got him. They got him and they arrested him. That's a month before Summer went missing, but they're all tied to the Light family. Every one of them are tied to the Light family in some way, either by family, by kin, or by friendship, you know. But he was arrested. You can easily look up that, and it's Times News Online, Donald Sharfie Jr., Blunteville, Tennessee. There are just so many people that's tied into the Light family that have a history of SA and children. I mean, just children, period. There's more that we found. I saw somebody talk about another member of the Light family, and that member of the Light family coming up. This is what Crystal's Crime Time. Let me get my bug off the screen, make us a little bit bigger. She is also calling for swatting. Swatting, while doxing is not necessarily, it could be a misdemeanor. It starts out as a civil suit depending on the degree of doxing, and can move up to a misdemeanor, and just depending on exactly how far they take that doxing, it can result in felony charges depending on the level of doxing that they do. Yes, Cold Case Crystal is not Crystal's Crime Time. They are two separate entities. Cold Case Crystal is a wonderful person. She's got a very pure heart. She doesn't cuss. She's, she's a wonderful, wonderful person. So please do not get the two confused. Absolutely do not get them two confused. But lips. I did not know that she was on there. I'll be dropping a link here soon. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show this about Mr. Wayne Warlock. She's like, what a tattoo. Wonder who. And as you can see right there, that is like a lip right there. And that's like his chin line right down through here. And that is a star tattoo. We go to comments and look right here. Right there's my comment. I said, someone sporting that under a beard, because I thought maybe it was another person that inserted himself into this case early on and has had the spotlight on him for other reasons. And right here, it's like Bama Fan 1 says lot. Down under Crime Talks response, my thoughts also, probably about someone sporting that under a beard. Someone says, here's Frankie, red flags. Amy Lou Who says, yuck, because it is gross. I agree with Amy Lou Who. But right there it is. What a tattoo. Wonder who. I didn't even know who it was. And, if it had been someone that I knew what they look like, then I would have known instantly. I've accidentally X'd out his link. Let me switch screens now. But I just wanted to show that. That was how many weeks ago? I forgot to look at that part. That was actually 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago, about the time she started her attack on me. But Hawkins man accused of putting drinking buddy in coma, charged with aggravated assault. June 22nd, 2018, updated July 6, 2020. Right here's the guy that she is accusing me of knowing. I didn't know anything about him or nothing until she had posted that, and then I'm not sure if she actually sent me the link or someone. I was wanting to think someone else sent me the link, because I told her that I had heard about it after she sent it to me. But all I said was, in her post was like someone sporting that underneath their beard. And what was it she said? That I went all ballistic and everything when she put his picture out. And it's like, it couldn't be further from the truth. Is this man a suspect in Summerwell's case? I do not know. I have never heard his name brought up other than whenever Crystal's Crime Time mentioned it. If anybody wants to come up and have a little powwow with the Cornbread Chicken Mafia, go ahead and grab that link. I almost got tongue-tied there. I almost said corking. But if anybody wants to come up, they can and talk about this. But there are ways that you can protect yourself. And my victim advocacy group, it has been absolutely wonderful with me since 2013. The ones that I work with are absolutely
Mom,
one.
let him help you. Let him help you. No, because
Shay.
Yeah, I'm here. Give me
Hey,
just a
honey.
second. I'm trying to get my headphones fixed, okay?
All right, honey. I'll be here.
Okay,
But
just give me just a second. I can tell you lots about this. This is nuts.
but
it is
anyway, that
nuts.
website.
Yeah, I'm gonna
fucking,
connect some dots. Just give me just a second.
rotten.com.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
There
can
was
hear you.
in America, which I
Okay,
didn't know
I
because
can
I
was
hear
can barely
somebody
hear.
talking in the background
I
too.
need to hear. Huh? Yeah, yeah, that's my son. I gotta go in here with the wire or something. I know.
You know what it is.
Okay.
Give
Do you
me
want
just a
me to
second.
move
Let me
you?
knock out and then I'll come back.
All right. But right here, you can Google, remove my information from Google search. And up is Rory Light. This right here is just his Google or his not Google, his Facebook photos, you know. He goes horseback riding a lot. And what concerns me about this is I don't know where Rory lives at. There is rumors about stating that the Light members of the Light family went searching for Summer the evening that Summer went missing. And we got to find out if that's true. I mean, why would if that rumor is true? So if there's any pictures or videos of the searchers on horseback, you know, we need to look into those and see who's on those horses. And then we need to find out why law enforcement allowed the family of a registered sex offender that live right there in the same community as he does go searching for a missing 5-year-old child. But I want to come back to this taekwondo picture. But you can see here there's just a lot of horseback riding, horse trails, and Beach Creek is those mountains. Yeah, there's no roads in those mountains, but there are tons of horse trails up through there, going to caves, going different places. And if the Light family, if members of the Light family start, in fact, if that is truth and not just a speculative rumor or whatever, we need to look into that. We really need to look into that. Now, that taekwondo picture that's right here in Rory Lott's Facebook pages, I think I've got a better picture of it, actually. I think I saved that picture. Right here it is. It says Rory Lott. That's his Facebook picture. Just wait for it, guys. Wait for it. There's a close-up of this man. Let's see how close we can get. Do y'all see this? Is that a kid? Or is that a grown man? What do y'all think? But this picture here came from Roy Lott's Facebook, and then we've got this guy. Kingsport business owner charged with sexual assault on a student. Let me get up here and see if I can read this. It's too far away. I'm going to pull it up here online, and then I'll just read it completely off the internet, off of Google. But you know, we send our kids, we want to protect our kids, always wanting to protect our kids. And this disturbs me a lot because some parents sent their child to taekwondo classes. And, you know, you think that, and it's so they can protect themselves against harm. Bluntville. The owner of a martial arts school in Kingsport is jailed on charges of aggravated sexual battery and continuous sexual abuse of a child, according to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, which provided the following. The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office began an investigation in early August after being notified of an alleged sexual assault that occurred over a period of time. A female advised investigators she had been a student at Grosso Martial Arts. I don't know if it's Grosso or Grosso. Looks like Grosso. That business is owned and operated by Joseph Frank Grosso, 64, of Kingsport. The female provided details of multiple incidents in which Joseph Frank Grosso allegedly sexually abused her over a period of time while she was taking martial art lessons. The indictments occurred when others were present. However, the suspect would have the alleged victim step away from others who were receiving lessons. Based on the investigation, the Sullivan County grand jury indicted and charged Grosso with his 6 counts of aggravated sexual battery and 3 counts of continuous sexual child abuse. Grosso was arrested Tuesday and as of Wednesday afternoon was in the Sullivan County Jail on a $200,000 bond. Now that's what I'm talking about. You put them on bond that they cannot afford. But didn't we all just get in trouble for doing that? Didn't they? So now it's like, oh, you can go out and hurt somebody and your bond is going to be based on your income. Is that where we're at today? There's not enough ginger ale in this world to keep me happy. All right. So now we've got Frank Lott, who best friend's relative just got busted, a month before Summer disappeared. We have that. And then we have this guy here who is in the Lott's family Facebook's photos. It just seems like a big circle in a way. It's coming around and there's a lot of pieces that I'm missing, but this is how you solve stuff. You just keep going around and you get all the information about everybody and you go from there. You do not tunnel vision on one person just because they live differently than you. And whenever you do that, I mean, you can pick an article, whichever one that you want, and like a lot of them, there's even videos on YouTube on how to do that. A lot of those sites that you go to, what you do is you scroll down to the very, very, very bottom. Let's see if this one has it. Right here, they've got a list of topics right here that you can pick that will, walk you through how to remove information, on certain things. But there are also links that you can go to that will teach you how to remove your information from those people finder searches. The majority of those people finder searches on those websites like True People Search, White Pages, Yellow Pages, all of those. And again, I learned this in 2013. You scroll all the way down to the bottom and you read you click on the privacy policy. That is your number one key that you're looking for at the very bottom. Just click on the, don't look up anybody, just Google, people search, and then, go through all of those websites, scroll all the way to the very bottom, click on privacy policy, and then you can scroll through the privacy policy and you will come across the part where it, tells you, request for removal of information. Now, what you'll have to do is you'll have to follow those instructions and you'll have to copy and paste a link to the page that your information is on. So you would have to, search for yourself in one tab, copy that link, and then go to the very bottom and exactly opt out. But when you go to the bottom of the page, you're going to have to go to the privacy policy link. And then once you're on that page, you're going to find the opt out button. I don't really want to click on any of these because I don't want, I don't know if names will come up or whatnot. And I don't want anybody to be doxxed by me doing that in that manner. But there are lots of websites out there that will walk you through that and talk you through that. If you are a victim of being doxxed, there is a government organization that you can contact, the cyberbullying.gov. You can has been lies and rumors because nobody knows anything. There is a gag order on the boys. So everything that they're saying about the boys, nobody knows if that's true or not. Nobody knows at all if it's going to be true or not. But, you know, with my experience with Frank, what he did was I did wake up. One of the problems that we've got, you know, is we've got a 5-year-old girl in Rogersville, Tennessee that's missing now for way too long. And we've got to find her. And it doesn't seem like anybody wants to find her at all. It seems like they just want to be tunnel visioned in on the parents, and they're not looking or even accepting anyone else's voice. And I feel like everybody that goes and talks about Frank, that right there ought to tell y'all something. Look at all the hate people get for talking about Frank. You know, it's one thing to get bashed because you support the parents, but when you come out and say, hey, look at this guy, I know something about him, I have an experience with him, then when everybody like starts attacking and everything, and then trying to discredit your actual identity by saying that you were Don, it really makes me feel like they're protecting Frank. And you know, I could be wrong, but that's the way it feels. I feel like they're protecting him because they discredit my actual identity. They remove my posts when I post in their group about Frank, and then they block me, if they even allow my posts to be posted at all. Groups, you know who you are. I'm just going to say this. I've got screenshots too of some of the admins, so I can throw that in there at a later date. And I am just learning how to do this. I just wanted to come on here and get my voice out. You know, I mean, it bothered me back then, and I got over it quickly about Frank wanting to put the diaper on me and having me tied up. And I got over it quick enough. I did. But the day that Summer went missing, every bit of that came back to me. Every bit of it. And nobody wants to hear it. But those people that don't want to hear it, they want to run their mouth and they want to lie, make up lies, and start rumors and spread gossip on the parents when the parents are not the only suspect. You got to look at all of them. And the cyberbullying, oh my God, you all just, that's what it is cyberbullying. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. We've got enough kids in this world committing suicide, and you're sitting here teaching your kids how to bully, because if you don't think your kids get on your social media account and see what you're doing and how you're acting, you're wrong. You were wrong. You're probably the same parents that go to the school and threaten to beat up the teachers because they smarted off to your child when your child probably deserved a hell of a lot more than that. You have got to stop. 40. So, yeah, there are so many sex offenders in Hawkins County. It's terrifying, you know, and you don't know. And the thing about the property there, it's like whenever I look at the Wells property, I pull it up on Google Maps and everything. And if you look at it in satellite view, you see all of the forest and you see the land. There are trails. If you like are able to really scroll in on maps, you can see all these trails. And I can't imagine what they're going through. I don't know, with all of the hate and stuff on there. You know, why? And then everybody's saying, well, why doesn't Candace come out and talk? Well, I don't blame Candace. I do not blame her a bit, and I support her 100% for not coming out and saying anything. Because look at how you all are acting. I mean, it is worse than anything I've ever seen. All right, I told you that I had a few other suspects, and I am going, as soon as I figure out how to do this right, I'm going to go back into my photos here, and I've got more photos to show you all. What I'm going to pull up is someone, probably several people of Frank's family, and something that I discovered right here. And let me go back over here. James Light. James Light, 65, of Rogersville, Tennessee, was sentenced to serve 150 months in prison, followed by 4 years of supervised release. The Honorable Leon Jordan, U.S. District Judge, Light pleaded guilty in December 2012 to conspiracy to distribute and possess with the intent to distribute 500 grams or more of cocaine, and a conspiracy to distribute and possess with the intent to distribute oxycodone. This is a member of the Light family, and we've got Dox here. We've got so many different people here, but the one that I'm really, 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 really wanting you all to see is not on this page. Ha! Imagine that. Right here, we'll go to Times News Online. Right there's the man. Yes, that was federal time. That first article, this is Times News Online that I'm on now, but that first article, that was the government website, U.S. Department of Justice, USJusticeDepartment.gov. Okay, let's see if I can share that other link. Oh, here's the one I want. But this one right here, I've got the Times News Online right here. So let me go back to that one. We're going to scroll down. I want y'all to read this part right here. And I want to make sure y'all can see this. Yep, you can see it. I hope it ain't too small. Charles Thomas Lang, 30, of Rogersville, was sentenced on March 4th to 157 months in prison for conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute oxycodone pills, possession of a firearm, and furtherance of a drug trafficking offense and money laundering. Lang, a part-time Beach Creek resident, opened a Liberty Wellness Pain Clinic in Norcross, Georgia in 2010 and began using the clinic to obtain oxycodone for distribution in East Tennessee. In April 2012, the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration in Georgia raided the clinic and shut it down. Wait a second. Did you all hear what I heard? Did you all hear what I heard there? I heard Georgia. Do you all hear Georgia? I know I did. Do y'all know who's from Georgia? You don't know who's from Georgia? This is how far he is. How about now? Do y'all know who's from Georgia? An hour away from the pain clinic in Georgia that got busted? Yes, JD, Jackie Dobbs. And now I'm going to give a shout out to Cracking Cases. Everybody's been to Cracking Cases, I hope, and remember the JD alibi video they have. Do you all remember the JD alibi video that Cracking Cases has? They put on there about Elvis alibi. The Elvis alibi at the Roadway Inn that was not taken when Jackie Dobbs claims it was taken. And if you look at the dates, that is like the most important thing. He said that timestamp of 2021 first, whenever the photo was dated 2016, but then there was another date in there somewhere of 2012 with Elvis being in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to go and nitpick on their video and everything and nitpick through pictures, but if in fact the 2012 date is correct with Elvis being in the state of Tennessee in Rogersville, then that was before all these drug busts went down. And can't help but wonder and ask, was Jackie Dobbs a pill mule for the Light family? That's speculation only. I'm not saying Jackie Dobbs was a pill mule, but being an hour from the Norcross, Georgia pain clinic back then in 2012, and he's got a photo in Tennessee of Elvis that has a date of 2012 on it before he changed it to different dates. I just wonder if maybe he, that brings a big old circle, and that might be the link that Dobbs knows the Light family. And he's got property right there up against the Light family. Why did he pick Beach Creek? It goes around and around and around and around in circles. But for anybody that's late, I just wanted to tell you about the Dawn and everything. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the bullying that people do, and it's no sweat off my back. And you all can say everything you want to about me. You can try to mute me. You can take my voice away from me, but you're not doing that to me. I want y'all to know that. You're not hurting me. You're not hurting me. Property right there up against the Light family. Why did he pick Beach Creek? It goes around and around and around and around in circles. But for anybody that's late, I just wanted to tell you about the Dawn and everything. It goes around and around and around and around in circles. But for anybody that's late, I just wanted to tell you about the Dawn and everything. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about it goes around and around and around and around in circles. But for anybody that's late, I just wanted to tell you about the Dawn and everything. I want to Creek. It goes around and around and around and around in circles. But for anybody that's late, I just wanted to tell you about the Dawn and everything. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the bullying that people do, and it's no sweat off my back. And you all can say everything you want to about me. You can try to mute me. You can take my voice away from me, but you're not doing that to me. I want y'all to know that. You're not hurting me. You're not hurting me one bit when you block me from your groups just because I talked about Frank Lott. And you are not hurting me at all. You're hurting Summer. You're hurting all the kids. When you do this to any family that has a child go missing. Yes, we know that children can be responsible, and we also know that parents cannot be responsible. I mean, there's plenty of them out there where parents are not responsible for their children going missing, and they are getting attacked. They have gotten hated on. They have been attacked, and it's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. I don't know if I've showed this right here yet or not. This is something right here about Frank Edward Lott. And let me go back to my page on the photos. Now, in the paper, the media release paper, the date was December the 19th, 2015. And I'm going to give a shout out to Chasing Truth. Somebody see what time in the video that we're at right now that I am giving her a shout out, because I found this for her. It is at 1:08. If somebody wants to tell Chasing Truth, I've got some information for her. I think she may have already seen it. I don't know. I can't remember if I sent it to her or not. The filing date was March 22nd, 2016. That's like approximately 3 months after the thumb drives were found. So that means it took them 3 months from the time that Frank's thumb drives with the and go to their website. They have email. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they have live chat where I believe it's 741-741. And you can report people for cyberbullying and remain anonymous. That way you can protect your identity and without letting that person know that, you were the one that reported them.
Squall, I'm glad you let me come up here just for a minute.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I wanted to talk to you anyways, and shoot, I see a lot of our viewers that, me, you, Scott, a lot of us in here, we, the creators that we have, we all kind of have some of the same. And I wanted to address the guy that you just posted with the star on his face.
Yes.
Okay, I was going to tell you what happened to me and my experience. I'm kind of confused. But anyway, back when I was talking to Kristen, I honestly, we talked, kind of clicked because we had some views about the mayor. And we started talking. And like we would message each other and that sort of thing. And I told you a lot of times that sometimes I push the record button and I record my text because my hand hurts, where I had those
right.
broken
You do that
fingers.
with me. You do that in Messenger with
Yes.
me a lot.
Yes, I do, because
and I
of my
usually,
hand.
and a lot of times I'll say I'll get to you in a minute. I can't listen.
Yeah.
I gotta
Yeah,
have some
because of the baby. Yeah. But anyway, it, to me, when I was talking to her, it was like basically, it was my understanding we was working together, sharing information that maybe the other didn't have and all that. And it was totally innocent. We talked about old theories, debunked theories, and new theories all through this case with Summer, on different topics. And one night, and I started noticing she started asking me a lot of direct questions like, what do you think of this creator? What do you think of that creator? And I started getting funny feelings. But anyway, I continued. And then one night, and I didn't even know this guy with the star thing was an issue. But I had seen this picture before, and I was starting to do a little research in him. And I don't know if it was coincidental or something she was working on. I have no clue. But I can tell you that I was showing different pictures of these guys, you know, that are either violent RSOs or just got out of jail. I mean, it was totally an innocent thing on my part. But when I showed that guy's picture there, she kind of blew up on me, and she's like, "Why did you send that picture?" And she started acting really like aggravated with me. And I'm like, "Well, I think this is a guy that just got a pen, or you know, I was wanting to research him, and that's all it was." And she was like, "Did Squall tell you to send that?" So I mean, I'm just gonna be flat out open and honest about it. There's no
She put
reason
it
to
on.
push me around.
She put it on her community post.
Well, see, I don't get community posts. The only time I do, if you go, I never post in the community post because I don't have that on my device
Well, you can
for some
see
reason.
her community post. You should be able to.
Okay, well, a lot of times I can't on this device, but I can go on my son's or something and get it. But anyway, I'd sent her other pictures that same night and sent this picture in particular, and she was like, she blew up kind of and got upset with me. And she's like, "Why did you send me this picture?" And I'm like, "Well, because we're sharing information, you know, sharing information is what I understood." And she's like, "It's Squall put you up to send that picture. She knew I was researching this." And she totally kind of like blindsided me because I didn't know what in this world she was talking about. I mean, honestly, I didn't. And so she wanted me to know, figure out. I mean, she kind of like got really pressure and pushy. And she's like, "Well, just go back and make sure." And I went through a mess. I said, "No, Squall's never shared this picture. What is the deal?" And I never did understand the deal with this. The only thing she said to me is something about you're connected to this guy. And it was like she got real suspicious of me for no reason. And I was really kind of confused, you know? And then there were a few times that she asked me, because I'd say something, and she's like, "Could you say that again?" Well, by that time, that was already after the picture of the man with the star face. I was already getting suspicious then because she started acting really funny. And I got this feeling that she was recording me and stuff. And so I have no clue what she's trying to do. But this chicken stuff, it's kind of, in a way, funny because I think Scott was in there, you was in there, there's a couple other country folk in there. We got to talking about chickens. And I got to talking about back when they used to have chicken fights, you know, how they go up in the hills and they do it up there, and you know how the fights was done. Because yeah, I've been to them when I was living, when I was young, and I know shady stuff went on. I mean, it was just a conversation in a live about chickens, you know, and I think she's just trying to blow it up out of proportion, like some big ring or corruption or some shit's going on now. I do not know. I don't understand it. But if you remember and recall, Scott H was in our chat, and he's like, "Yeah, you could win a lot of money and these big trophies." And I agree with that. And then you started talking about chickens, and we had a few conversations. You know, you were in my chat, and I was chatting with you. And one of the last things I said was, "Well, Squall, we'll have to get together sometime and, I don't know, look at chickens." Or I don't know, but I think you would remember that, wouldn't you? That was just not my very last live today, but the one before. And it was kind of like a running joke, you know. And so she took something that was kind of on the silly and lighthearted side and trying to make it into something else, because a lot of my private conversations with Crystal, Jody Sue has.
Right
They have
here,
been
3 hours
huh?
ago, 3 hours ago, Crystal posted, "I hope Squall is going to show her face to prove me wrong. Just remember, anyone can say they are someone. No
Oh
proof
my God.
till face is shown. Unhinged my ass."
That's
Now,
bull.
that was 3 hours ago. And
Yeah.
let's scroll down to 7 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 days ago. 4 days ago. I just had it up here.
Yeah, I seen where Music Mom said she done a lot of screenshots and stuff because she deletes things. Yeah. But, you know, You see, if anybody
Right here,
knows or if there's
7 days ago,
let's
she
see.
doxed a woman from West Virginia because the woman
Oh
from
my
West
God.
Virginia had a photo of a dog on her Facebook page. Now she went through her Facebook group to
Yeah.
find and went through the people, the members in her Facebook group. So if you're on her Facebook group, just know she's going to click on your profile and dig through your pictures. And
Well,
if you have anything in your Facebook profile that could
yeah.
possibly look like something that I have posted, she's going to
Hmm.
accuse you of being mean probably next. So be very
Well,
careful of that.
I've already, well, I'm trying to, I haven't had time today. It's been really busy, but, I'm going to make sure I'm not in her group anymore. She's already blocked on my regular. But, yeah, I've got accused of all kinds of things. I told it on my live. I got accused of taking a lot of vacations when it was my damn distant cousin's vacation pictures I was sharing on my Facebook. And, I even told on my last live of why I don't share a long time, why I didn't share, exactly where I lived. And it was for two reasons: because of an abuser that had put me in the hospital for 10 days, a few years back. And I didn't show where I lived at all because I moved away to get safe and, kept a low profile. But I would take pictures of other people's places, like the big fireplace picture. Hell, that was sorry about the cussing, but that was the woman that I used to work for's house because I thought she had a beautiful house. It was nothing. And then the second reason I didn't post pictures of my home is because, back when I left my abuser, I really literally started from scratch. And where I live is not nice. It's just an old trailer. And my landlord don't like to do nothing with it. And so, it kind of made me embarrassed. But if anybody had any skills of looking up anything, you can go in my videos. And my video of my raccoon, it's called Shade Home Invasion. It shows you my old broke down bathroom. And that's exactly where I live. But that was so funny about the coon that I went ahead and posted it and just said, hell with it, let it be. Because it's in my crappy bathroom. But they're trying to make me out to be some kind of secret. I don't know. And I don't know why. It was like, she wanted my information and she was sharing some information with me, but it seemed like, once she got what she wanted, she done a 180. And I'm not used to that stuff. I really am not. I'm just used to being me and being straight up with people, and that's the way it is. I don't know what she's trying to do, Crystal. I'm sorry. I don't know what Crystal's trying to do, Squall. Lord, I'm tired.
Well, I had her
My
blocked.
baby, my son. Go ahead.
I had her blocked in the beginning because she was calling me names because I was trying to support Don and Candace.
Yeah.
And because their daughter is missing and the allegations have been made, yes, I am very well aware that Don and Candace could still be, and Grandma, one of the three or all three or two of the three. I firmly believe, I am aware that, in the end, they could be charged. I'm aware that they could be responsible for Summer's disappearance.
Yeah.
But until there is evidence, there is no evidence of
Right.
anything that law enforcement has
Well,
disclosed with the
that
public.
is, and that's another thing. People that are mature adults like me and you, I really like you, Squall. I've got to know you. I feel at home talking to you. We call each other and everything, and it's nothing nefarious. It's nothing like devious, like because we kind of clicked. And even though some of the things we don't have the same views on, that doesn't mean that we can't still be friends or share information and help, because Summer's the most important thing. It doesn't matter. I don't judge by that. But it's got to the point where my son when I go live, my son, who is disabled, and he is legally disabled and has been for a few years, is getting bullied in the chat. My brother that passed and got killed, they're saying horrible things about him. The mayor is saying things about him that's not true, saying that he was killed by feds in a shootout. And I don't know where in the world Jody got that, but she's like adding to the story in real time. And it makes it hard because the last few days I've been really happy because the man that was responsible for killing him was arrested and indicted for reckless homicide, you know. So my wheels of justice are coming, but to have somebody disrespect somebody that's deceased and lie,
She's attacking you
that's
because
the
you stood
low.
up. She's attacking you and she's attacking Scott
I know.
because you all, backed me up and took up for me.
Yeah, because that was wrong. I mean, it was just flat out. If you've got any morals, that was just the wrong thing to do. But yeah, have I done things that ain't very couth? Yes, but there's certain lines you don't cross, like what she did with you, and like what the mayor is doing about my deceased murdered brother. I'll be talking. They wasn't in the office today, but I will be talking to my victim advocate tomorrow about this because we are, we are officially got charges. We're officially victims, and we've got a victim advocate that was issued from the state police by a detective. So this needs to stop. I don't want my brother's name disrespected. He has nothing to do with this. Nothing at all.
Right.
He's patty and he can't speak for himself. I'm sorry I went on so long. But you know how it is.
8 minutes ago, CCT, so she has no proof. LOL. Becca, your letter, I'ma show them who you dox. Charges will be dropped. Letter.
I don't even
Because
know what she's talking
it's not
about.
me. It is not me.
I don't know. Yeah.
She's getting ready to. She's screwing up because it's not me.
Right. And it's an innocent person.
I'm not going to give her I'm not going to prove who I am to show that I am not this Becca Crawford girl. Becca Crawford, I don't know if anybody has gotten in touch with her yet. I have messaged people, from her Facebook group, and they said that they would try to get her the message. And, we'll just have to wait for her to come out. But there is other people that she has been mentioning. And I guess because these people, I guess they follow me and they are in my group on Facebook. That means that we have been stalking Jody Sue. And no, we have not been stalking Jody Sue. I have not been down the road Jody Sue lives on.
I have never been around her home. I've never been on her road. I've never messaged her. I have never emailed. I've never communicated with her because I have a rule about not. This is where menus a little different. But, I do not communicate to people I think that are possible suspects. It's just the way it is,
Right. I never expected Candace to invite me up to her house.
Right. That was kind of surprising.
It was surprising when she did. It was absolutely surprising to me when she invited me to come up. And, I've told everybody, that I had got her some, I printed off all of her family photos that she sent me. And I bought her some scrapbooking supplies because I wanted her to have a healthy hobby.
Right.
And
I remember you telling us.
you know, she called me, you know, she started messaging me after that. And the next week, you know, she called me up and she was like, well, I'm here by myself today. You want to come over? You
Right.
know, she's like, I'm scared of being here alone. And, you know, I understand that feeling. I know how that feeling is, being scared, being at home alone and being scared.
Oh yeah.
And it went
Did
through
she
my
ever
head
say why? Let me ask you a question. Did she ever say why that she was scared to be home alone?
because of
Exactly.
the things that people were doing to the property and the threats that they were getting. They were getting death threats.
Okay, I got you.
And so I went over, and I guess Jody Sue said that every time that she got on the phone with Candace, I drove up to her house. No, honey, that first day that I went over there, Candace told me that she was home alone. By the time I got over there, Kathy, the friend, was sitting there.
Yeah.
I want to say it was Kathy. It was either Kathy or Dale. I want to say it was Kathy.
Right.
But we sat there and we talked and everything. And, you know, it was about once a week. Candace would say, well, can you come on over? I'm going to be home alone on this day. Can you come over? I'm going to be home alone today. You
Yeah.
know, I would only go over there on days that she was home alone. You know, whenever
Right.
I pulled up, I could not help that Jody Sue was on the phone with her every single day. And
Oh
at the
yeah.
moment that I pulled up in the
She
driveway, I mean,
she
I could
seemed
not help that.
she
That was,
seemed I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to these. She seemed like she's been Jody Sue seems like she's been a helicopter in every person close to this case. Like she's been directing Dawn about the dogs, the search, and which way they went. And she's hoovering over Candace, and you know, just unbelievable.
right.
Matter of
But
fact, did you all see the Chris M last night? There was a viewer that done a super chat, and they said, and I quote, why would a suspect
I put that
stay
on my
on
community
YouTube?
post. That was my
Yeah,
first clip.
yeah. Why would a suspect stay on YouTube and talk in circles? Well, everybody knows who she meant. I knew exactly. And then Chris McDonough said, because they're being deceptive, and he went on to explain some stuff. I thought that was hilarious because that's
Hey,
exactly the way I feel too. You know,
yep.
so, so I don't know. I mean, it's just crazy.
Actually, I can pull that up on my phone.
I wish you'd show your viewers that if you can find it.
It is, I've got it clipped and it's on my community wall.
Can you share it on here?
I can, but I don't want to be struck by the interview room, so I will just play it on my phone.
Well, I can tell you something. I have shared. I put the fair use up, and I even tagged him in it because of that. Uh, I have shared actually. I've shared clips of Chris McDonough, and you know more than one, and I've never been struck, honey.
I'm going to
I
go ahead
really
and
haven't.
play this.
I mean, I wouldn't lie to you for it. You know, like you can look.
Here
I've
we go.
got them on
Why
my
would suspects stay online talking in
screen.
circles all the time? For deception.
Oh,
You tell a story long enough?
Just slow it down just a little bit.
yeah. I was going 2 times speed on everything that I watch, and I forgot.
Yeah, understood. I've done that too. Yeah.
Why would a suspect stay online talking in circles all the time? For deception. You tell a story long enough and you get other people to start telling the story for you? Why would a suspect stay online talking in circles all the time? For deception. You tell a story long enough and you get other people to start telling the story for you? Why would a suspect stay online talking in circles all the time?
But you can go to my community post. It was on the interview room last night. I wonder. I hope everybody heard that.
I could hear it well.
But I will go ahead and drop a link in case anybody else wants to come up and chit chat with us.
Okay, I can go back down.
Oh no, you can stay up, honey.
Oh, well, either way, it don't matter. Don't matter.
Yeah, if a mod could, if there are mods, if anybody could, any creators that are in the chat, you are welcome to drop your links.
That's what I do. Squall, if creators come in there,
Yeah,
I feel like if they can come in and watch
Feel
me, they can
free.
drop their links. Sure.
Drop your links, absolutely. Oh, I'm gonna check my messages real quick.
Well, True Crime and Coffee said she posted again, and it was for me. What am I? True Crimes and Coffee and Cornbread Mafia or something? I don't think these people get sarcasm. It's going over their head or something. I don't know. But yeah, drop that down there. What'd she say? That's okay with Squall. Lord. Well, I was mad at first, and then I thought, well, I'm glad it happened, and I'm glad it happened this early because, you don't want flying monkeys running around in your chat and messing with your channel, and it's best to take the trash out early. So,
Yep, but I've got news for her. I do
no
not
integrity.
have to prove myself to her. She is nobody.
It's none of her business.
She is.
No.
She's proving her. She's showing her true colors.
Yes. Well, and
That
what
is
makes
what
me
she's doing.
so blows my mind is these creators that act like that and does that. They talk about having all this integrity. What a joke.
She posted an article about the Chicken Head Mafia, and I'm the Chicken Head Mafia's mistress.
Are you serious? Well, what'd she say about me? Am I the livestock mafia? What the hell? What you post while you're tickling me? I mean, it's getting so ridiculous that it's getting kind of amusing, and I think that's how I'm going to try to look at it because, I got a little sunshine in my life that happened for us and for my family, and I'm not going to let anybody take my shine and upset me. I've had a hard year, and this right here ain't worth getting upset, but it's hard not to. It's
Marlena
just very
says,
hard.
so Ziggy has a new interview with Fred.
Yeah.
And Jody Sue is saying that she paid Fred to lie to Ziggy.
You know why? Because Jody Sue's
Sue
trying to
paid Fred.
discredit him. I don't
Jody
believe that.
Sue paid Fred or Ziggy paid Fred?
I don't know. I can't see it. But I don't believe it. Because the mayor, Jody Sue, tries to discredit every damn every person that is talked that's local, just like she did with Jose. The whole time with the Jose fiasco, she talked about him like a dog, tried to discredit him. She called him a predator, that he acted like a predator, and just trashed him. And then as soon as he passes away, she's back on YouTube. Hell, she never leaves. Back on YouTube, blaming YouTube for bullying him and blaming all these creators to be the cause of his death. So now if you don't think that takes somebody that's about half off the rockers or just flat
I don't
evil.
even know the people that they're talking about. I have
I
no
don't
idea.
either. That's
I've
the thing.
never
I
heard
don't
any of
know.
their names. I mean, I've heard of
Gee.
Marlena Crawford because, of the weekend before Summer went missing and
Yeah.
everything. I have heard about that.
Right.
The other night,
I'd
Jody
like
Sue
to.
said that Ziggy was paying Fred for interviews, and she said, "Go ahead for it and take Ziggy's money." Him and I was just laughing about it, anyways.
Down here in the comment it says, "I'm just me, Lady R. Do be you." She said, "Oh my God, she's saying bad crap about Shay." I don't know what she thinks she can say bad about me. I have no scandals in my life. I'm not felon. I never have been. I'm not perfect by any means.
Ziggy said she
There's,
tried to offer it, like pay Fred, and Fred refused it, and Ziggy kind of forced it on him. She made him take
right.
it.
Okay. But I'd sure like to know what she's saying if somebody put that in chat. I'd like to know what's next in my big adventures. I mean, whatever.
It's hard telling what's gonna come up with them. It really is. I mean,
Well, it's probably something pretty bad, but oh well.
but the only reason that she is attacking you all is because you all, stuck up for me when
Yeah.
she
And
accused me of lying. And
there's other I don't know, for some reason she's got it in her head that you all closer there to Beach Creek and some of us other creators that's a little far away is trying our best to set Jody Sue up, because that's what ignorance that she's spewing. But it's not us
we're
setting
not
Jody
trying
Sue
to
up.
set Jody Sue up. I
No,
mean, YouTube is for
I'm
commentary. We're just talking about what Jody Sue says.
out of her own mouth.
Right. We are.
We're not trying to set her up. We're simply sitting here and showing people what she's saying out of her own mouth. And she's getting a little uncomfortable, maybe. Maybe she's feeling a little heated, as she likes to say. And she's trying to divert attention and saying people's trying to set her up. But it's not us trying to set her up. It's her own mouth that's setting her up because, well, you heard my opinion the other day. So it's in her own mouth, and that's all she's got to defend herself with is trying to convince people, just like that other video that was dropped about me. When I was mad, just like, well, I see you was in my live and stuff. Well, shoot, I was mad
Right.
over the protest, and I was mad over something else, but, she presented that video like that I was mad over the vigils, because it's kind of funny. She would post that the day after the vigils, which I fully supported. And I have some good plans and ideas for next year. But, you notice the timing of that. And she's got people in there, the comments saying, "Oh, God, why don't she want me to come down here? She's maybe a suspect." It's crazy.
Who was shaking in her video the other night? Jody Sue or?
What do you mean? I'm lost. See, I ain't seen all this crap. I'm trying to catch up. What do you mean somebody's shaking? What these
Justice
people
for all.
do?
I'll drop the link, Justice for all. If you want to come up,
Yeah,
you can.
please.
You're more than welcome.
Justice.
You don't have to turn your camera on if you don't want to. I don't require that. If I know who you are, I don't. Like if
Right,
somebody,
me too.
a stranger is somebody I don't know, grabs
Yeah.
the link.
Yeah, you don't want
Then
to have what happened to me.
Yeah, Jody Sue was. Well, I don't know why she was shaking.
When was she shaking? At what point? What made her shake?
Chris just posted that Shay threatened to kill Jody Sue.
What?
See, that right there.
That is no. Oh my God. Huh? Why would I want to do time for something like that? That is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I would not waste my time doing something that evil. I don't. Jesus Christ. Well, this is just ridiculous. The only thing I said that I'm aware of, that I remember, I've never said anything like that, is, yeah, I'd probably, if we were neighbors, I'd probably be fighting and whipping her hind end. That's all I said. But okay. I guess the chicken head mafia will help me. That's crazy. Shit.
I'm wondering what was happening. Somebody
I
sent
don't
me the
know.
link.
Huh? Well, Jody Sue was even playing my video, or my, not videos, my personal recordings that apparently Crystal gave her, and playing them out of content in the first place. You know,
Right.
she wasn't playing it all. She wasn't playing it in order. She was just screwing it up. Hey, but it's like this. If I said it, I'll own it. Because if I said anything that was wrong, it's because I didn't know it.
Well, hello, everybody. I've got a full house already, it looks like. Thank you all for joining me.
She wasn't playing it all. She wasn't playing it in order. She was just screwing it up. Hey, but it's like this. If I said it, I'll own it. Because if I said anything that was wrong, it's because I didn't know it. Yeah. So
Somebody was messaging me about Pickle the other day, saying that Pickle does not even meow right.
oh my God, he don't. He really.
Inappropriate pictures on it was found. It was investigated. They looked up everything. And I'm pretty confident that whenever they look at them pictures, a lot of those pictures you can find a location of them and stuff. People don't realize that all these new devices have that technology to timestamp it and stuff. You have to do a lot to that picture to get the original IP address off of it. The day that they actually came out with the grand jury indictment is March 22nd, 2016. And then the status date here, it says April 17th, 2018. That's under the Generals tab. And if you go underneath the Charges tab, it's sexual exploitation of a minor, 316. The violation date, 12/19/2015. And the disposition date was 4/17/2018. So he did not go to jail until 2018. He had a couple of attorneys. And look at this. These are his hearings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want to skip 9. 10 10 court continuances granted and 2 case reschedules. Now, mind you, they did change judges there. It was over a year before they changed judges. And then after they changed judges, it looks like it took, it was over a year. And then it pretty much went, I just can't make sense of this, another year almost, 8 months. Yeah, I think it went 8 more months before he got charged. That just doesn't make sense. I mean, how many continuances is a court case allowed? I mean, now this is his fees right here. He had some fees to pay. He probably got, it looks like maybe $5,000. I'm not good at math. There's under $5,000 were his fees for child porn. I mean, that's my cat and that's Smudge. Barb, get a grip. Don't bring Smudge into this. I don't understand. I don't understand how they did the court date. I mean, 2 years and all those continuances. And it looked like he went to jail for a couple of years, less than 2 years on that. There ain't no way that I can pull up there about the actual jail time. I don't know how to do that yet. I don't know where he spent his time at or anything like that. I always end up deleting it because I don't like it, and I just wanted to get this out there that I am not Donald Wells, number one. And I figured, well, since they have brought me back here to this spot to make me do this, to say that I'm not Donald Wells, then I am just going to add to that y'all ain't going to shut me up on this. I'm looking for another photo and I can't find it. And for y'all that are late and don't know what I'm talking about when I say I am not Dawn, everybody needs to tell Barb to get a grip, Barb. I'm on Facebook as Squall Tit. If you all want me to continue, and if I put and if I continue, I will be doing the missing flyers, one per, and do it like a little roll through it. And then if any of those families want to come out and talk to me and let their voices be heard, regardless of the situation, if they want to come forward and let their voices be heard and talk about the public's response to their missing and everything, and share who they feel is a suspect, maybe somebody can hear it better on this platform and do something about it. But when you go to this extent right here, everyone, this is Don and his fake Facebook page. Just look at the cat in the photo. You're not only taking my voice, you're just trying to distinguish me completely. So it makes me wonder, Barb, who are you protecting? Or who, somebody in that group I feel is protecting Frank. And it just needs to stop. Y'all don't want to give any protection to Don and Candace when they've got a 5-year-old daughter missing and you have no evidence whatsoever that they've done anything. And until the evidence comes out, I might dig up some stuff on you all, throw it out there. But, I wouldn't do that. I'm not that low like you all are. I'll let y'all continue your cyberbullying and stuff, and I'll just tell you, you're teaching your kids bad habits, and when you got bad habits like cyberbullying and stuff, all you got to do is look up the statistics. We've got too many suicides in our kids. We've got too many suicides in our U.S. vets. We've got too many suicides, freaking period. And a lot of it comes from hate. And that's exactly what a lot of y'all are doing, is hating. And it hurts. You don't realize how bad it's hurting. And you're also pissing people off. And you're distracting from the main goal. I'm not saying Frank is guilty, and I'm not saying that he's innocent. But what I am saying is every suspect needs to be looked at. Every single suspect needs to be looked at. But until then, I doubt this will go anywhere until people start, take away their tunnel vision. And I think it needs to be gone through, post by post, and nobody's got that kind of time in the world, because I just feel like somewhere out there somebody has commented. And oh my goodness, see what I mean? You've been accused of helping to hide Summer. We can't do that. I need to go over here to my banner and hide that, because there we go. How's that? I'll leave that on there. Yeah, just anybody and everybody that actually comes through and tries to show the family support become the guilty ones. If I just want to give them a big old hug around the neck and tell them I'm sorry, because I didn't report Frank. I would love to be, which, they do know about Frank. And the reason they know about Frank is the night that, the evening that Summer went missing. They were told by officers then that, what they were going to do, to proceed with the search, that they would check in all the sex offenders and stuff. And they found out about the sex offender registry and found out that they seem like wonderful, wonderful people. They really do. I want to give people the platform when they get knocked down. I want to give, I just got a whole bunch of pictures. I'll have to save them and put them on my computer. I just want to give victims a platform to stand on and speak when they're falsely accused and when they're muted and everything. There's so many different ways that I could take this, and I'm thinking I'm just going to take it in a lot of different ways. And I'm even talking about cyberbullying, mental illness, the missing. Now we've got various types of missing people. Now we've got missing people that are victims, and we have missing people that are like suspects. I know one case that is close to my heart is Janina. Let me see if I can, in true crimes, something, justice for Janine. I'll have to come back with photos for that. Oh, I'll look up his name. He's the one that's missing. So this one here, we've got more than just one typical type of missing people. We got people who have committed crimes and hurt others, and they are on the run, running from the law. And we need to do an unsolved type thing to get them caught. Right here, Eric Monroe Jones. He's wanted for killing a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lady. And I have a personal story with Janine, the lady that he killed. We've got to find this guy here and serve justice on him. But I do have a personal story that one day I might go into it. I don't know, but Janine was there, and this happened in Appalachia, Virginia. I went to college with Janine to support the 3 children who were the center of her life. 38-year-old single mom Janina Jefferson worked multiple jobs, including a daily 4 p.m. to midnight shift at the water plant in the Virginia town of Appalachia. On November 27th, 2016, the water plant was also where Janina Jefferson's life ended. On that evening, police say Janina's ex-husband, Eric Jones, allegedly shot her to death while she was headed to work. It was the Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend. Since then, Eric Jones has been on the run. Brianne Lomax, Jefferson's daughter, remembers her mom's glowing telling in Pursuit with John Walsh. She was a selfless person. She was too. I mean, that statement right there just hit my heart so hard. I'm not going to be able to read this. She was a selfless person. She was always wanting to help others. She was the light of my life. I can't read it all because I'm a Squall tit. I come by my name earnestly. I cry too much. But we've got to find this guy. We've got to find a lot of them and bring them home and bring them to justice. All of these missing people. That might be what it is. Find the one justice, needs to be served. Cold case files. We got to work on it. And if y'all want to be a part of the journey, just let me know and we'll go from there. But I'm not done. And I am a victim. Whether I reported it or not, I'm a victim too of Frank. And y'all need to lay off the parents. And if Don and Candace are hearing this, if they can hear it, I'm so sorry. And I pray for you all, every single one of y'all, night and day. And I'm going to let it go at that. I've got 2 dogs and they keep coming up, and one jumps on one side of me and one jumps up on the other side of me. And then I've got a cat that I keep having to pull down off my keyboard. So I'm going to wrap it up and let you all go. Thank you. And you all have a good night.
Really don't. Oh my God, I forgot about that. I've seen that. I have seen that. That was just, wow. It was bad. He don't. I didn't see him, but his meow was like a meow of like he was hurt. You know what I mean? He was kind of, I don't know, different.
Yeah, Jody Sue is the one that's always saying stuff about people disappearing and getting toe tags.
Yeah, I mean, it's not me threatening to kill people. It's her. She's the one who talks about toe tags. She's the one who talks about getting gone. So we're watching, guys. We're watching in real time. Character assassination, twisting people's words, and flipping it. Because I'm not the one done that. Jody Sue's the one done that. She's threatened a lot of people. She's made a lot of insinuations. She's kind of crafty with that too, and conniving, because she'll word it in such a way that it's very intimidating. You know what I mean? Like, you keep doing this, you can get gone. Because she's not actually coming out and saying, what it is, but she's saying enough to where you know exactly what it is. And if people were more mild mannered and stuff, that would be very intimidating to them. So that's pathetic.
You can get a screenshot and strike the channel making that accusation. YouTube and Twitter responds fast.
Well, Sandra Fondren, are you talking about the community post? I tell you what's going on, and I noticed it from both channels. Crystal's always put the copyright disclaimer on every video she's ever had. I don't know as much about the lives, But
Oh my gosh,
did
vet
you
girl,
all?
you did not have to do that, sweetheart.
Oh,
Thank
vet
you.
girl. Thank you, vet girl.
Thank you.
Uh,
YouTube, stop the threats. Doxing is getting
exactly.
out of control. Let Jody Sue Brown do her thing and let Ellie handle that. No threats, no doxing. White flag, true crime is better than this. I absolutely agree.
Amen, vet girl. Amen.
Thank you so
Amen.
much.
Uh, but
You
they
make me
are.
cry.
I think I'm so happy for you. I think that they're wanting us to strike their channel because it's my understanding if you strike a channel when you're a creator, then they get a lot of information from you. I don't know exactly, but she posted that video about me quarreling about them going down there. I quote was being sarcastic, hunt for summer when they went and protested back in the fall, winter, whenever. But she didn't put a copyright disclaimer on it at all. Period, on the beginning or the end. And so I know she done that on purpose, so I would strike her so that she could get some info, more info. Because am I wrong? Do you when you strike a channel, they get your info? Am I wrong about that, Squall? Or
I have tried to strike one channel
Mm-hmm.
and it does ask for like your full name,
Yeah.
and I am not putting my full name on there. I do not know how that
Yeah.
works. If they get your information, maybe
Mm-hmm.
one of our other creators
Address,
should
maybe.
chat.
Right.
Yes, they get all of your information.
And do they get your address as well? They do get your real name for sure, right?
Name and address.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'll tell you another thing.
That
And
right
another
there would
thing.
be that right there I think would be a good petition for YouTube to stop that
Yeah, I
because
do
of
too.
the
There's no
level of
point in it.
doxing
Mm-hmm.
and harassment that goes on. People, vile creators will do stuff in order to get struck so they can get that info.
I agree.
I never knew that there was so much hate. I thought the hate was just like in comments, you know,
Right?
and I never knew that people actually went, well, I did like, but I thought it was like always in politics and stuff. I never knew that,
Yeah.
it existed. So it was so widespread, like in every genre. It's in every genre on YouTube.
Yeah. Man. Sad too. Sad. Because I'll tell you what, the one last thing she asked me, she's like, "What do you think I should do about Squall?" And I said, I think you should leave it alone. I said, you know, uh, you don't know those details, and that's going to make you lose subs. And I was honest with her about what I thought about it in a nice way. I mean, I was very nice about it. And that's the last time I talked to her because, she also asked me what I thought about BK, what I thought about Scott H, and I think she recorded those things. But, I'm not too worried about it. So
I mean, I wonder, with the
she was trying
petition,
to
if
leave
we
me.
if we
You know
did a
what I mean?
petition, would we have to like, take it to Congress or
Lord, I don't know. You're talking about a lot of work and a lot of legal process, too. It'd take a while. Sure would. But maybe it would spread the idea. I don't think that's a good idea. If you strike somebody, that person gets your full address. I don't even think it's. I don't even make no common sense, anyways.
my real name is not out there because my
Right.
victim advocacy, my case manager through my victim advocacy,
Mm-hmm.
I am in frequent contact with her.
Right.
She is wonderful. She is a godsend.
Do
And
you
I
think?
know, I know, I mean, if anybody ever needs help, you can reach out to me, and I will, if you can't find a good link, if you find on if you're trying to remove your information from one of those people finders and you can't figure out how to do it, send me the link and I will, try to walk you through it. I wouldn't, I would not ask you for your personal information. I would just take screenshots of that link and then I would edit it and circle what links or what buttons you have to push to get to the page in order to remove your information.
There's a lot of crazy people out there. It's awful. They are just
I
stupid
love you,
nuts.
Toaster Oven. I absolutely do love you, honey.
No, go throw it in your ice. I wouldn't look at the chat. What's
Yeah, she says Walmart
oh,
even knows me as Squall Tit.
oh my goodness. Yeah, you know what? I done a live here a while back, and I was aggravated at Jody for mispronouncing your name and trying to make it into something vulgar. Best I can say it. And I told him, I told my viewers, I said, look, her name is Squall Tit, or T, however you're going to pronounce it. People pronounce it different. I said, it is a bird. Let's do
Yes,
some
it
lessons
is.
here. It's a bird. I said, it has nothing to do with the female anatomy. It is a bird. They don't get it, I guess.
Yes, you can have a link.
I love truth and justice.
The jack on my computer on my laptop broke, the earbud jack.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I can't use earbuds. So I hope my audio is okay. And I also was concerned I wouldn't be able to hear you guys.
Right.
Well, thanks for coming on, Scott.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity for sure. Definitely.
Hey, Shay.
Hello, honey. I'm
How
so
are
thankful
you?
that I'm doing good. I just got off vacation. God, I'm so refreshed and rested, I think. Ready to go.
You got
I
your land
appreciate
legs
you.
back. You got your land legs back on?
Uh, yeah, but I never really got the sea legs. I couldn't even really tell it. I really couldn't.
Really?
Yeah, I never got seasick or anything.
Oh, really?
No,
See,
I was pleased. I was
that's
pleased.
why I've never done, well, there's a couple of reasons I've never done a cruise, one of which I don't like feeling that out of control,
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
You're out to sea.
Well, there's so much going on, and the boat's going so slow that you really can't even tell it because it's
That's
just
what
different
they
scenery.
say.
Yeah, and you can't. I really appreciate you having us tonight.
Hello,
well,
and thank you for the invite.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
there's some
guys.
Sissy.
There's Squall.
There's my Squall.
The gang's all here.
The gang's all here. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. So, well, this is what I thought we would do because, well, first of all, I way overslept. And Shay and Scott, I appreciate you guys waiting on me. I didn't wake up until like 8 minutes till 9. And I was like, oh, holy crap. And I still had to get my laptop from my youngest, and so I was like, oh boy, this is gonna I hope they realize I am gonna still do this live because I'm prone
Right.
to delaying lives. That's kind of one of my things I do. So anyway, I just appreciate that you guys showed up today last minute, and I didn't have anything real formal, to do today. But what it just made me think this morning, Shay, when you were doing your live and you had a question, and of course we couldn't even get the question answered because
I
silly,
know.
YouTube or whatever wants to
I
work
don't
only
know.
half
I don't
the
know what's
time.
going on with that. I have no clue. No clue. I've been
It's
waiting
so
on a modem
frustrating.
for like 3 weeks because I've got a computer. So hopefully I'll be on that soon.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Hey,
But
perfect.
sorry to interrupt there, Popper.
It's okay.
Somebody just emailed me here and said that there's some jerks are coming out in the chat. Maybe you might want to add some at least temporary mods for tonight.
yeah, none of my labs or my mods are here. So let me see. Oh, I need to get on YouTube, don't I, to make some mods. Let me get
Yeah.
on there real quick.
Yeah, if you're on
We
YouTube.
better do that because I think once Ellie Mae shows up too and her gang
Yeah.
stalkers,
More than that, too. So
I've already
I get
heard
to
that she's watching, so
Oh, I'm sure. She probably had her alarm
you
set.
know she is.
Oh, she's all
Yeah.
over this like a hobo on a ham sandwich.
And you know that you're going to get drugged for at least the next week or so anyway.
I've been getting drugged since I started talking to Andy, so
Right.
it's I'm pretty much getting a little used to it. And I think the big thing to remember is that this is a virtual space, and people can go real life and do go real life, but what are they going to do to me? Like, I don't do anything illegal. My kids are older. You can't really call CPS. I mean, you could, but my kids would laugh in their face, so I don't know. I just can't think of, I don't know. I shouldn't say, well, what are they going to do to me? They'll find something, but it's just, it's
throw
silly.
eggs at your house or toilet paper your trees or something.
Well,
Take
that's
your
fine
birthday.
too. Yeah,
Take
happy
your
birthday, Scott.
Yeah, it's belated now. It was the other day, but my days kind of run together. So actually, when I realized that it was my birthday, it was already after midnight. But to me, it was the same day because I hadn't been to sleep yet. So
yeah, exactly. I tell you, I think us here in YouTube land, our sleep schedules are probably the worst.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, we stay up all night, So
we do sometimes, don't we?
I've been
lover.
sitting here. I sit here and talked a few times, said a few words, and I didn't realize I was on mute.
No!
Whenever I got your all's message this morning to invite me up here and everything, I read it wrong, and I thought, well, it's at 9 a.m. and I missed it already. And then I go back and I look, and then it's like 9 p.m. and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I didn't even wake up until 5 minutes before. So that's why we're here today, and that's what we're going to do is just I kind of started that thought and didn't finish it, but Shay was trying to ask a question and we couldn't get her stuff going. So I thought, let me just do a live.
Thank you for this.
And
appreciate it so much.
And I did not get to get anything organized for it or get any kind of visual aids or anything to make the video nice. But there's it's something that's been I think people have had questions for a long time, and then with everything coming out finally about Jody Sue, this is information people want to know, so, and I think it's fair that we, I don't understand why Jody Sue has ridden out her victim status, and finally the wave has come to the beach and is breaking. It
did that a long time ago. It's just not been addressed.
Right.
I felt that long ago, months ago, and I didn't say anything,
Well, heaven forbid if you say anything, because the the one time that I, really did come out and started to say stuff, I got attacked,
I did too.
Hold on. So Lip Lock No More and Country Christian, y'all are mods. Just wanted to let them know. So if there's anything crazy going on in the chat. But sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I wanted to let them know. Oh shoot, I got distracted and then forgot what I was saying. So yeah, I got attacked. What happened was, and I'll tell the story and then we'll go from there. How's that? To kind of start things up here. So what happened was I'd been talking to Andy and what's her name? Ellie Mae was on Ziggy's panel. And she was up there playing her victim role and it just, and I'm going to tell you tonight at least one thing. Shay, you touched on it today, but Squall confirmed that, someone else has confirmed it. I was really concerned to tell this story that Andy told me, just because it is just so unbelievably terrible. I couldn't, number one, believe that she,
It punched me in the gut. It punched me in the gut.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe that she had done that. And, she can be quite an evil person. And so, I was wanting to really kind of tell the story for a long time, but I was very worried. And when, on Ziggy's chat, they started saying that I was supporting her abuser. And I was just believing everything her abuser said. And it's like, listen, you guys, you don't, none of us know the whole story. We weren't there. We don't know what happened behind closed doors. And I'm going to be honest, this thing with Johnny Depp kind of inspired me because finally, before if you went out and said, listen, this big man who's 6 whatever tall, who supposedly hit his girl and, how are you going to come out and say they were actually the ones who are being victimized?
Right.
And I thought nobody is going to believe this. But then when this whole thing came out with Johnny Depp, I was like, you know what? This is the time. It's almost like, it was paved. The way was paved for.
It happens more often than not than what people believe. It happens a lot.
Yes, my brother went through it bad. Really, I couldn't believe it. It's unheard of, kind of.
It is. It's men. And I'm not trying to make this a social issue tonight, but men have dealt with this kind of. We as women have gotten away with a lot of really bad behavior when it comes to how we treat men, and men have gotten away with bad behavior too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, one way or another as a general blanket statement. I'm just saying in every situation, we really need to keep an open mind because men have been abused in they tend to be abused in more subtle psychological ways, more so than physical, but they are still abused. It doesn't have to be you get socked in the mouth to call it domestic abuse.
That's what I was going to say. I did a short live right before this, just to kind of, let more people know. I wanted as many eyes on this as could be. And I was pointing out, you've been wrong. Squall's been wrong. Shay's been wrong. I've been wrong. Yep. Every creator on YouTube has been wrong.
Yep.
We've been wrong about everything, the weather, the creek, the way sound carries. We've been wrong about the cars. We've been wrong about the basement, the house. We've been wrong about everything. All of us. For 11 months, we've been wrong about everything. But Jody Sue has been right about everything. Now,
right.
In Andy's defense, could you imagine living for 26 years being wrong about everything that you ever did.
Well,
Exactly.
Now,
let me tell
I'm
you
not
something.
giving him permission to hit him,
No,
but
no.
here's the thing about psychological abuse is you never know how someone is going to react based upon their emotions that are caused by that psychological abuse. Unfortunately, he chose to hit her.
Yeah.
He could have chose to get in the car and drive off. He could have chose
Right.
to go out in the woods and go hunting. He could have chose
Yep.
a lot of different things.
Yep.
But that's the thing. We never know, male or female, when we're placed in a situation of abuse, any form, psychological, emotional, physical, how that person is actually going to react until after the fact. And I know if I were to live in a situation where day after day after day, I was being told that I was constantly wrong, everything that I tried to do, like all of us for 11 months have tried our best to find out what happened to little baby Summer Wells, but yet we get attacked for trying to do something that could be no more right in the world than trying to find a missing girl.
Right.
We get attacked for having a very successful fundraiser that raised $32,000 to hopefully find this girl. We get attacked for it. We get attacked for everything, even when you're doing good or bad. So you could imagine,
Yeah.
if he goes to the grocery store and, buys all the right groceries and doesn't forget a thing, I can assure you she found something wrong with it.
Yep.
If he mowed the yard, I'm sure she found something wrong with it. If he raked the leaves, I'm sure he did something wrong. If he washed the dishes, he did something wrong.
Yes.
On every level you could imagine, because we see it and we've seen it for 11 and a half months from Jody Sue. And we're going to see it after this live stream.
Yep.
Yep.
Sure are.
I
And
did notice one of the car videos. There's a car video before they had separated. And what I noticed is she was in this car and she was talking to whomever. That's when she was on the Facebook. And he come out there and he talked to her and he's like, suggesting she go to bed because she woke him up. Well, I'm sure he was working,
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let
And
me
I
tell
know
you
how it
something.
is if you have to go to work and you can't get no sleep because it's so, disturbing in your home.
Yep.
And I picked up on that. I picked up on the other times he was in the car with her and she's just going plumb in left field.
Well,
And he's
let me
just
tell
sitting there
you.
listening quietly. And so is her kid.
Yeah.
I am going to put this out here. One of the locals that I've been talking to told me the other day that Andy is happy. He
Good.
is with another woman who
He's
has
very
a job.
happy.
She has a job. He comes
Yep.
Oh,
home
wow.
to a hot meal. He comes home to a
Yep.
clean house. He
Yep.
comes home to a loving woman that does not bitch at him and use
And,
psychological warfare on him.
and he considers, I'm not going to say his girlfriend's name. I think we all know her as Ellie Mae's name that she gave her, Coleslaw.
Right.
Yes.
But she seems to treat him really well. And she has a daughter who he considers he calls her his stepdaughter. They have a really good relationship. And, he's happy and he just wants to move on. And that's why he's not here on YouTube blabbing his mouth and everything else, because he knows you can't say anything on YouTube. It's going to turn into a huge deal, no matter how innocent it is. So that's why he doesn't want to deal with this shit. He wants to live his life.
He's moving forward. He's moving forward.
Yes, he's been dealing
And
with
that's
this
good. That's good.
Yeah. But I do want to say, Shay, you were talking about the car. And
Mhm.
since this is what I'm going to do, since I don't have, stuff all set up and, don't have anything really formal to show anybody, I thought that as we talk and as stories come to me that Andy has shared with me, I would just share them with you guys. And so one of the stories that he shared with me was, and it's not necessarily, a story or something that happened in particular, but he said that all the time that he would, work all day and then he'd get home and Jody Sue would want to be driven somewhere so she could get a signal so she could do her live on Facebook. And so he said that he would sit in the car, he said, all those videos on Facebook, he said he was in the car. He had to drive her.
All of them?
Wow.
All of them.
Yeah.
And let me
You
tell you,
could see every now and again his elbow, come into the
Yeah.
screen. Yeah.
now I will tell you, whenever she told me to go back and find the information about Randy Haas that she had said, I went back, I scrolled back before July or June the 15th because I decided I was going to go to June the 15th and start with her videos right there. And I accidentally scrolled back a little bit too far, and that's how I come across the videos that I dropped. But she had hundreds upon hundreds. I mean, I would promise you that there was over 1,000. Wow. Before Summer disappeared.
1,000?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
I think, how do you feel about mentioning creators in your?
Well, first of all, I want to I don't mind that, because let me tell you guys, and I'm not a YouTuber, I'm a researcher. So
Right.
I'm not going to get on YouTube and have a video every week. That's not who I am. That's not my gig. I come on and I do a video when I have something that and
Well, I'll just say it this way then. A creator.
okay. But yeah, I don't have a problem with talking about creators as long as we're not like being out of pocket yucky or something like that. If you're stating facts are facts, and it is what it is.
Well, this creator did a live, and I can't remember if it was, again, it was either early this morning or late last night, sometime within this 24-hour period. And they mentioned that they had went back, and since Jody Sue had started her YouTube, it was either 439 or 479 videos. He figured it out to where it was like 1.001. Well, he was giving an example. He said it was at least 1.001 videos per day.
Wow.
There's a lot of, and a lot of those have been, yeah, that's what I was going to say, Squall. Exactly. I don't know if this creator knows that she had deleted some. I don't know. But just based on that figure, 439 or 479, not counting
the jack on my computer, on my laptop broke, the earbud jack.
The deleted ones. My goodness, it hasn't even been 365 days.
The jack on my computer damaged. So with internal radiation, when you're swallowing those radiation capsules, you can't be around people for extended periods of time because you're exposing them to radiation. We can all have a little bit of radiation exposure and still be okay and not have bad outcomes. We get radiation every day just from the sun. Shay, if you flew, you were exposed to radiation on the airplane. We get radiation all the time. But once it reaches a certain level, it becomes a critical level, and that's when it starts to do damage to your tissue. And that's why you have to limit exposure. Well, Andy woke up one morning and realized that he had like these red looking like blisters on his penis. This is very personal. So I hope that people don't get nasty and
trigger warning.
Yes.
Trigger warning. Major trigger warning.
Yeah, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. This whole thing's a trigger warning. I should just name my channel Trigger Warning. Okay. So he was very concerned, obviously. And he had Jody Sue's sister or somebody is a nurse. And so he didn't send a picture, he wasn't sending dick pics, but of the skin, you have to know how embarrassing that was for him to send that. First of all, let's just say that and say I've got a problem. You know what I mean with your penis. I mean that's terrible. He, you know, it was embarrassing.
She tried to lose it, destroy his manhood. You know.
Yeah, yeah. And
That's
then
evil.
he, you know, so he didn't know what was going on, and so he went to the doctor, and the doctor was kind of baffled over it and was like, well, you know, I don't know, it could be this, could be that, and in conversation he mentioned, you know, because his doctor was asking him about sexual activity, of course. And he said, no, I've got a girlfriend. I'm with one person, blah, blah, blah. And she's going through cancer and had radiation. And the doctor was like, wait a minute, and it came out that, wait, so she has radiation now? Like and he said, yeah, they were radiation burns.
Oh
They were
God.
radiation burns.
Yeah.
And
she was
I think
aware
it's so
that could happen.
That's stupid for YouTube to do that.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Texas Gal made a good point with JSB and monetizing her channel and putting it in her son's name. Yeah, that is government fraud because she has her own income. And, that boy, I mean, it's not me threatening to kill people. It's her. She's the one who talks about toe tags. She's the one who talks about getting gone. So we're watching, guys, we're watching in real time. Character assassination, twisting people's words and flipping it because I'm not the one done that. Jody Sue's the one done that. She's threatened a lot of people. She's made a lot of simulations. She's kind of crafty with that too, conniving, because she'll word it in such a way that it's very intimidating. You know what I mean? Like, you keep doing this, you can get gone, because she's not actually coming out and saying, what it is, but she's saying enough to where you know exactly what it is. And if people were more mild mannered and stuff, that would be very intimidating to them. So that's pathetic.
You can get a screenshot and strike the channel making that accusation. YouTube and Twitter responds fast.
Well, Sandra Fondren, are you talking about the community post? I tell you what's going on, and I noticed it from both channels. Crystal's always put the copyright disclaimer on every video she's ever had. I don't know as much about the lives, but
oh my gosh, Vet Girl, you did not have to do that, sweetheart.
Thank you, Girl. Thank you, Vet Girl.
Thank you. YouTube, stop the threats. Doxing is getting out of control. Let Jody Sue Brown do her thing and let Ellie handle that. No threats, no doxing. White flag, true crime is better than this. I absolutely agree.
Amen, Vet Girl. Amen.
Thank you so much.
But they are, I think I'm so happy for you. I think that they're wanting us to strike their channel because it's my understanding if you strike a channel when you're a creator, then they get a lot of information from you. I don't know exactly, but she posted that video about me, Portland, about them going down there. I was being sarcastic, hunt for summer when they went and protested back in the fall, winter, whatever. But she didn't put a copyright disclaimer on it at all, period, on the beginning or the end. And so I know she'd done that on purpose. So I would strike her so that she could get some info, more info. Because am I wrong? When you strike a channel, they get your info? Am I wrong about that, Squall? Or
I have tried to strike one channel, and it does ask for like your full name.
Yeah.
And I am not putting my full name on there. I do not know how that works. If they get your information, maybe one of our other creators should chat.
Right.
Yes, they get all of your information.
And do they get your address as well? They do get your real name for sure, right?
Name and address.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'll tell you another thing.
That right there, I think, would be a good petition for YouTube to stop that.
Yeah,
because of the level of doxing and harassment that goes on. People, vile creators will do stuff in order to get struck so they can get that info.
I agree.
I never knew that there was so much hate. I thought the hate was just like in comments, and I never knew that people actually went. Well, I did, but I thought it was like always in politics and stuff. I never knew that, it existed. So it was so widespread, like in every genre. It's in every genre on YouTube.
Yeah. Man. Sad too. Sad. Because I'll tell you what, one last thing she asked me, she's like, what do you think I should do about Squall? And I said, I think you should leave it alone. I said, you don't know those details, and that's going to make you lose subs. And I was honest with her about what I thought about it in a nice way. I mean, I was very nice about it. And that's the last time I talked to her because, you know, she also asked me what I thought about BK, what I thought about Scott H. And I think she recorded those things. But, you know, I'm not too worried about it. So.
I mean, we wonder, you know, with the
She was trying
petition,
to leave me.
if we
You know
did a
what I mean?
petition, would we have to, like, you know, take it to Congress? Or
Well, I don't know. You're talking about a lot of work and a lot of legal process, too. It'd take a while. Sure would. And maybe even spread the idea, you know. I don't think that's a good idea. If you strike somebody, that person gets your full address. I don't even think it's. I mean, make it common sense, anyways.
my real name is not out there because my victim advocacy, my case manager through my victim advocacy, you know, I am in frequent contact with her.
Right.
She is wonderful. She is a godsend. And
Do you
I know, I mean, if anybody ever needs help, you know, you can reach out to me and I will, you know, if you can't find a good link, if you find on a, if you're trying to remove your information from one of those people finders and you can't figure out how to do it, send me the link and I will, you know, try to walk you through it. I wouldn't, you know, I would not ask you for your personal information. I would just take screenshots of that link and then I would edit it and circle what links or what buttons you have to push to get to the page in order to remove your information, you know.
There's a lot of crazy people out there, you know. They are just.
I love you, Toaster Oven. I absolutely do love you, honey.
No, Toaster Oven in your eyes. I wouldn't look at the chat.
Yeah, she says Walmart even knows me as Squall Tit.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know what? I done a live here a while back, and I was aggravated at Jody for mispronouncing your name and trying to make it into something vulgar. You know, best I can say it. And I told I told my viewers, I said, look, her name is Squall Tit. Or T, how are you going to pronounce it? People pronounce it different. I said, it is a bird. Let's do some lessons here. It's a bird. I said, it has nothing to do with the female anatomy. It is a bird. They don't get it, I guess.
Yes, you can have a link.
Hello, Truth and Justice.
Hello, Truth and Justice.
But yeah, I done.
She did not dox by name. She doxed innocent people. Those people that she's doxing are not me.
She's doxing the wrong people.
If she doxed me, it wouldn't be so bad. You know, I'm not going to put my name out here for her to harass me or, you know, for my ex to find me or anything. But the thing is, she is doxing innocent people. She is doxing the wrong people.
And see, that's why I am a little, I don't know what you call it, when I do my Facebook. She even said I was shady because I had more than one Facebook because she said I had 9, which is a lie. I think I'm up to 4 because I had one for years and years. And I'll just be honest with you, every time I fix up a Facebook or something, my son kind of does it for me because I'll be honest with you, it gives me some anxiety trying to do all that stuff. And honestly, I would just forget it or something to go on in my life and I'd forget it. And I guess I was too lazy or never thought about writing it down. And it's as simple as that, you know?
Yes.
I had to change it one time on account of my ex got into it, you know, and I just shut it down, you know, start another. But yeah, that's my situation too, Squall. I've got an ex that I daggone sure don't want to know my business and where I live. So I don't post where I live. I post other things, you know. And if she shares certain pictures, that is showing people a home and the place I used to work. And those people are elderly. The man is in his mid-70s or almost 80, and he still works every day.
Wait just a second. Truth and Justice, you're on mute. Unmute your mic. It won't let me.
Oh, I know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was just waiting.
Oh, okay.
Till you got
sorry, honey.
No, that's okay. Well, first of all, I just want to say, Squall, I am so sorry for what Crystal's done to you. And I know
don't apologize to me. Apologize to the ones that she is getting wrong, and she's doxing the wrong people.
Well,
and she is attacking my followers, people that follow me in my group. I mean, my group is little on Facebook, and she is doxing people that are in my group on Facebook.
Is she still in your Facebook group?
No, she's not even in my Facebook group. I'm going to have to go in there and figure out the settings and set it to private to where I can protect the people that's in my group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I guess that's what I have to do too, right?
I was going to get there, but she keeps apologizing, you know, every time she goes live or in her post, but she's not taking accountability, and she denies what she did to you. She outright, you know, on that live said that you went there looking for something. And then she said that you know, lied about your story.
Like she would know.
Then she went on another panel, and Piper went up there, and she did what she did to her, and Piper was misunderstood. And then she's going after Shay, and then she's going after Scott, and saying Scott talks to women bad, but he won't talk to men. Well, Scott defends himself, is what he does.
Correct.
These women come after him and at him like she's doing, and Scott called her out on her bullcrap. But these women attack Scott, so he defends himself.
Exactly.
And then she's doxing people. And then she turns around and accuses you or other people for it. And I don't understand what she's doing either. All this stuff she's doing. I really liked her. I thought she was a great creator. And
I did too.
I don't know what the heck she's doing. But she's totally flipped because she was doing all this stuff, researching Jody Sue, and then boom, like Scott said, Dirty deletes everything, and now she's trying to buddy up with. Well, first she says, "I don't think Jody Sue's guilty of anything." Well, then now she says last night because Tiffany came in there and questioned her. Why now?
Yeah, but I also seen Tiffany, kind of helping her with her story too in another live.
Oh yeah.
So
but then she said last night she does think Jody's a suspect. Well, if she thinks for 1 minute that Jody's, like Scott said, that Jody Sue's going to trust her and buddy up to her, it ain't going to happen.
Jody Sue don't like anybody.
And if Jody Sue does or is, she's just playing her for a fool.
It almost seems like somebody is, paying Crystal to be a mole, to go to different creators, see what they know, and this and that, and then bring it back. And then Crystal spews it on her channel, and this and that, because just like that thing with me, he was targeted.
Well, I just want to say one thing about Jody Sue. I'm not from anywhere. I'm not from Tennessee at all. And like I told Scott H the other day, because we had a little talk. No creator, no sub, nobody made me think what I think about Jody Sue.
Me neither.
I was watching in the background for a long time. I came to you. Delphi is what brought me to YouTube because it's in my backyard. I took a long break from there. A lot of things in my personal life, my mama's health and everything. And so at night when I go to bed, I'd watch Summer Wells.
Right.
And I watched Jody Sue. You don't go from wanting somebody off that hill to then defending that family to the ends of the earth to then saying they're responsible for their child.
Yep.
I said from the start, there's not something right with her.
No, absolutely not.
And not nobody put it in my head. And then I started seeing people say, okay, she's sus. And I was like, finally, somebody's seeing it.
Yeah, me too.
I dropped videos.
Yeah, Squall. And then you put those videos out. And I was like, thank you, Squall. So you guys aren't trying to set her up. You guys aren't doing anything. I'm from Indiana, and I saw it.
There is no way that I'd even think about setting anybody up because we absolutely want the person that is responsible for Summer Wells. I don't want somebody fake trying to set it. Matter of fact, I think modern technology and science and forensics, I don't think me, Scott, or none of these other creators, Squall, can trick forensics or anything like that. That's not what we're doing at all. It almost makes me think that she could possibly be connected. Crystal could possibly be connected somewhere down here. Why all of a sudden this flip? Gathering all this information and then going back and flipping. That's shady.
There's something because just all of a sudden, bam.
Boom. Yep.
And then
I pinned, somebody asked for my Facebook group, and I've got it pinned up there.
Oh, do you?
I'm not very active in it because I have to deactivate my Facebook ever so often because of harassment. And
yeah, I know.
I went to make someone an admin of the group, and I accidentally made the wrong person admin and did not realize it. And because I accidentally made her an admin, she is now being attacked by Crystal's Crime Time and Jody Sue. I don't know about the other person that is, yes. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. There's another person, I'm not going to say his name, but I guess he must have been in my group. It's an open group. Anybody can follow the group. And I am going to change the settings on that. That way I can see who's coming in, I guess.
Oh, yeah. You want it on private, and then you can add who you want and vet them.
That's what I will do. But because she has attacked several people that are in my group, and I've had a couple of them message me asking me, why is she attacking me? And I'm like, I do not know. But the ones that she has mentioned on YouTube have not reached out to me. I don't know if they're aware fully of what's going on. Well, one of them I do know is now aware. The one that I accidentally made the admin, she's aware of the attacks on her. And I
I can do game coding on private game servers because it's like copy and paste. People will be like, well, if you can do that, you can do anything. Well, all it is copy and paste. I've got, my Discord that I follow, the ones that are really tech savvy in game coding, and, they drop the cheats, and all I do is I copy those and I paste it over, one of the current codes in the game. And that's all there is to it. I mean, it's really easy. And I do that, I started doing it for the grandbabies because, I would game with them. And one evening we were online gaming, and, it was their bedtime, time for them to get ready for bed so they could go to school the next morning. And I stayed on playing. And I ran into a couple of other online gamers, and, I turned my mic on and spoke to them for a minute, and then I went back on mute. And they were like following me, and they were telling me, that my voice was sexy and everything. And I was like, what the crap, and
Yeah.
and it was just like, I was just like moving along and everything, killing zombies and stuff, and they were following me. And one of them said, how old are you? And the other one was like, oh, she's not an adult. You can tell with that voice, she's not even an adult. And I was like, what the heck? I'm pushing 50. And like, just listening to him in my headset, and then they said, well, she's probably a virgin. And the guy's
Oh
like,
my
oh, be
God.
quiet. She probably don't even know what the word virgin means,
Jeez.
and I am just sitting
Oh
there
my
like,
goodness. It's dangerous out there,
I
man.
mean, the
Yes, it
chills,
is.
I mean, the hairs on my arms and my
Mhm.
neck. Well, hello, everybody. I've got a full house already, it looks like. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you so much. I had to turn the air purifier off. Grandbabies were here earlier, and I never turned. It's time for some changes, with the grandbabies. I don't want them hearing that kind of language. And I got to look, and online gaming is a high,
I'm
very
sorry.
high human trafficking organization.
Yep.
For online gaming. And
It's a nest of predators.
I looked up how to rent a private game server for just, select people that you want to game with, and nobody else, no strangers. And it's only like $13 a month. And you can rent a game server, and you can switch your game over. It's like we were playing DayZ, and, we got the games Conan Exiles, and they were wanting to play that. And so I switched the game over. I took off the DayZ and I put up Conan Exiles. We played that for a month, and they was wanting to go back to DayZ, and I was able to reinstall our DayZ game right where we left off, so it didn't even wipe that data. And I was like, heck yeah, and I've told friends about it, and they've kind of hired me, to help them with their children's game servers. And I charge them, what I do is I've rented them for a year, and then ever how much, they can afford to pay at a time, I charge them the actual price of the game server. And if they want to donate me any extra money for doing the settings and everything and controlling it, and I teach them how to download the gaming apps on their phones, and they can log in on their phone at any time and listen to what their kids are talking about in game. And I do it for donations. I don't charge. I do it, I charge them for the cost of the server, of course, because I can't afford that.
Right.
But for all the other services and stuff, I just, they give me donations. And it's something, if you're a parent or a grandparent or an aunt or uncle out there and your child is into online gaming, I highly, highly, highly recommend. For $13 a month, you and a couple of other parents of your child's friends can get together and pitch in on that. And it's even cheaper than $13 a month. And that's for a 10-person server. 10 gamers can get on there, usually for that price. Sometimes it's less depending on the game. And you can protect your child. They can get on there and play with their friends, and it's stress-free. You don't have to worry about them learning bad language or being sought after for human trafficking. And that's every person's worst fear when it comes to their child or to a loved one that's a minor.
Yes.
And, certain person wants to call me immature for doing that, for gaming with the kids. Go ahead. I'll take that. Yeah, I'm immature because I protect
Hey, man.
the minors in my
I'm telling
family.
you what, they can call me immature too, overprotective, everything else, but I am with my grandkids.
And it's just, and it's worth the price. I mean, if you can afford the $60 a year or ever how much it is a month for them to play online, because you do have to have like Game Pass for Xbox, or for PS4 you have to have the PS Plus or the PS Now. They all cost extra money each month on those. So I mean, if you're going to pay that for them to play online games, $13 a month is going to protect them from human trafficking. It's completely worth it. Totally worth it.
I was going to answer Sarah Mee's question. She asked, who is Luke that Jody said she talked to today or last night or whatever. He is a local that is in that little circle. Pretty nice guy.
Thank you
I
so
think
much.
she does. Oh, that girl, look at you. Nice.
She says, Squall Tit, that is what needs to be taught on your channel. Here's my donation.
Yeah.
Education and prevention. Good things.
Oh,
Yep.
that's
It
nice.
is small. It is good things. It helps protect our kids. It educates the parents because the big thing is it's really fast paced and, you need to keep up to date.
Well, Chris has
like
been talking about that Luke guy too.
Yeah, because I guess because I mentioned this
He did
morning.
comment on something.
Yeah.
I think actually it was on one of her videos or her community posts, because I remember somebody was like sending me screenshots.
He told me
and
about it.
asking me who Luke was, and I was like, I don't know. And because I think he was taking up for Jody's sister.
Yes.
He was taking up for Jody Sue's sister.
Yes. He is friends with Jody's sister.
And hell's raining down on him now. And
Why? What did Luke do?
She brought up this other guy's name. She's bringing up this other guy's name. That was
Luke's
found
a good guy.
dead in the
I
mud
talk to him
puddles.
all the time. He told me about how she kind of, well, I'll just be honest with you, it's like Jody Sue kind of stalked him because she wanted him. Now, that is not my words, it's his. So let her chew on that fat. That's how I know that.
Yeah, it was we do have to be careful with our figure of speech, but that's
it's being twisted and turned to something it's not,
Yes, it's $60 a year for the PS4, but you get free games every month. If you're going to pay, and $13 a month, that it's well worth it to get a private server. And if I ever, like in my Facebook group, I might do that. I might go through, and then if I see somebody that's got their profile open with their kids' pictures, I might send them a message and all caps, lock your pics down.
Yeah.
And if you need help, let me know and I'll walk you through that. But you've got to lock your. Oh my goodness! It cost me $113 to fill up my tank just a bit ago.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
It's horrible.
I'm sorry. Don't take me the wrong way on this, but I want mean tweets back because my dog food is a 12-pack of canned dog food because I free feed my dog's kibble, but a 12-pack of canned dog food has gone up. It's almost doubled. It has absolutely. Oh, thank you. Not built to educate parents and children. Squall. Thank
I
you
don't
so
know.
much.
Are you seeing this? Squall, it says True Crime and Coffee that JSB has now requested CCT to first call the FBI to report me and send her the evidence via Facebook. I have no idea what that is. Jesus.
She's watching this stream. That's why she's posting today.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why she don't take
Everybody
a link.
drops
She
some
wants everybody
squirrels
else
for Jody Sue.
She needs to take a
Yeah,
link.
and listen, we got to drop some monkeys.
Oh Lord.
Squirrels and monkeys.
It just.
Another thing that gets me, and this went on in the Delphi too. I'm subscribed to a lot of different creators, and I don't agree with everything all of them do, but certain people don't want you watching this person or that person or that. I'll watch who I want to watch. And
yeah, me too.
These are all for you, Jody Sue.
Lord.
It is very sad.
it is. This what's going on right now is I was telling Scott the other day. It's heartbreaking. It's really just heartbreaking. This is supposed to be about a missing little girl, and
Andy Stoner has a good point. Yes, the comment I think was removed, but it was there, and I want to know why she hadn't made Jody Sue privy to that before now, if she truly felt that she was in danger. Yep, and we've got this live, and everybody that's in chat that has talked about it and everything, and the harassment. So go ahead and call. Yeah, go ahead and call the TBI or the FBI.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You can
I like Scott's the spiders in the webs.
Yep. Hey, they're more than welcome to call the detective that's working with me. His name's Detective Baker. So let him do some research.
Swatting is a felony.
Mm-hmm.
That is when doxing goes from civil and misdemeanor to a felony.
Right.
So go ahead and call the FBI because you have doxed, and I have got proof that you have doxed innocent people that are not me. And I will show the FBI my real information. If they come and talk to you, Shay, you holler at me. I will show them my real ID, and I will give them the videos where Jody Sue and Miss Chris Sims are, doxing innocent people and accusing them of being me and putting their information online. And not only their information online, but videos of one of their children running across her yard that she stole off of that woman's Facebook. That was not me.
Right. They're also bullying and making accusations against a family that are victims of a crime. You just think you hear of all these people that has to go to jail because they've committed something horrific and someone's made unalive. And you're sitting here on your YouTube and you're bullying their family for no reason.
People, yeah. And Scott's getting doxxed, or, you know, they're trying to dox Scott. They're so worried because, you know, everybody wants everybody to show their face. For crying out loud, this is the internet, people. This is 2022. Why should people show their faces?
Yeah, really. Why don't you show hers? Well, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's a distraction because it seems like every time we get close to certain people looking bad in a bad light, this distraction game starts every time. Every time. It's a distraction game. That's all it is. And
Coffee Crayons and Crime says to get the Upside app, cash back on gas and food. I'm definitely going to have to look into that.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if they give me the cost of inflation back, but we all know that won't happen. we put our stimulus checks and savings and haven't touched it because we thought it was a trap. And
really?
Yes. We was like, you know, like this is all a trap. You know, we're not falling for this. And
really, just
it's going into the gas tank now.
I'm just a small channel, and I mean, I never planned on ever monetizing ever, so I don't have to worry about it. But for those that do, but that's stupid for YouTube to do that.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Texas Gal made a good point with JSB and monetizing her channel and putting it in her son's name. Yeah, that is government fraud because she has her own income. And, you know, that boy's going to have some issues come next year at tax time because here it's all got all this income in his name. There you go. It's one big mess.
Yeah.
You know, she could possibly financially ruin her son's credit even by doing things like this. Or he could end up on the IRS, you know.
Yep.
That's not right. Not right. It's kind of dumb. Actually, I mean, it's easily, you could easily be caught up in it. It's not like it's like hard to do, you know. So I don't. If I had a reason to call TBI or FBI, I'm sure I would. I, talk to people when I feel it's necessary. So those kind of comments don't bother me a bit. None.
She, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, some of the screenshots that I was sent, that Crystal Crime Time accused me of murdering someone.
Yes. Yep, I've seen that.
And I don't even know the guy. I have no clue who he is.
Well, you might have met him at the chicken fights, Crystal. Or Crystal, I'm sorry, Crystal thought you met him at the chicken fights. I'm sorry. I meant to say, well, tell Crystal you met him at the chicken fights up there with the coleslaw group.
Right. I reckon he was found deceased on the day after Summer went missing.
Who was he?
I've got to look it up again.
Oh,
Earl Taylor.
What was the name?
Earl Taylor, according to her.
Is that the one that a couple years ago we had got in a little trouble and he ran and was in a car and ran from the law? Is that the same one?
I'm not sure. You'll have to ask her. She seems to know everything.
Well, I don't need to ask her. I'll just do my own research because I don't think she's very credible. I have to do my own research. Thanks. Goodness, girls. Makes you wonder if Crystal and Jody Sue's connected. I mean, this is just kind of blowing my mind. You never know. So you don't go from what part that Crystal was putting out for months. You don't go from that to this without good reason. You're either a mole for another creator, or another creator's paying her to do all this crap to dig out and get information, or she has connections to Jody Sue. I don't know of any other reason why she would do this. Unless it was any of those reasons. I don't know. I mean, if y'all have an idea of else, I don't know. I mean,
if that's the case, they better watch out because she'll be turning on them eventually.
Oh, yeah, that's not without a doubt. That's without a doubt. I'm just glad I had plenty of fly swats in the baby's garden. Sometimes it don't take much to have somebody reveal their true self, and then what you're dealing with.
Here's another contradiction. She says, I was thinking about this on the way home when I was listening. She says, Squall, I've always been in your corner. But then she turns around right after that and says, I've never liked Squall. I didn't know.
Okay. She might be intoxicated. I don't know. I don't know, man. It just don't make any sense. It's just strange. It's weird.
She said, and then she said one night, Scott started all this. I said,
I
said, no, you started this.
Yep.
When you attacked Squall, read her story regarding her story. That's when this all started.
They have no couth, no morals. And I know I ran a lot, and I don't sound as gloomy proper, but I can be. But they just have no manners.
I mean, I was just blown. I was blown
Oh, yeah.
away when she came out. I mean,
Well, I'll tell you
where
what.
is it coming from?
I don't know. That's what I was asking. I was trying to come up with theories of why this happened, you know.
Well,
So,
and she misunderstood chicken on a stick too. I don't know how many creators have tried to tell her that.
Yep.
She didn't call her a parasite. She said she's opened up the door for parasites.
It was, it was like a generalization, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
It's my paradigm. You know, it wasn't targeted at anybody. I don't know.
I'm looking for something right now, and then I'm going to pull up after I do that. I've got one thing to do. I'm looking for somebody that's blocked. I don't see them in here. I don't see anybody that's blocked, or the person that's blocked. They're not in my blocked.
Wendy Bearcat says Ellie is not cool.
Dating sites and Tiffany Marie. Green Eyes is blocked because he doxed Jody Sue's daughter in my chat.
Jody Sue doxed her own daughter way back when.
Yeah, that's true, but saying minors' names, and he
that's true.
He was timed out once. He was timed out once for it, and then he turned around, and the second time he dropped a name, he got blocked for it.
Yes, Parody Patty. So true.
So I'm not seeing that. Okay. And what was the guy's name that I'm being accused of taking his life?
Earl Taylor.
And he's from Rogersville?
That I can't really remember without going back and looking. And I don't even know if she still has it up now.
Now, see, if he lives close to you and he was an evil man and somebody's out here spreading that kind of stuff, and he gets it in his head that you're going to harm him.
But I am being accused of this man's death, according to Crystal's crime time.
So what's she trying to prove, or what's she trying to instigate? That by telling people on YouTube that you were responsible, is she hoping that, you know, somebody that liked that man that passed away, bless his soul, that somebody would come and take revenge for him? I mean, what is her purpose of this? You know, let me tell you, I can see right through a lot of
Earl Taylor, he's allegedly related to Marlena Crawford. I was going to say MC. Marlena Crawford is okay. Yeah, I think that's what I remember. Yes, what I remember now. I can't remember. It's like new information. It takes me like a day or two to remember it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine though? I mean, for real. I mean,
I don't even know this man.
Ellie is.
I don't. Not only do I not know him, I don't know anybody that's mentioned his survivors. I don't know any of them.
The craziness that they have to deal with.
Yeah, and the time they have to be wasted on these people like that, it's pathetic. It takes away from summer when they have to deal with nonsense like this. Then they lose time of helping people that really needs help, or these investigations that need solved. But no, they want to waste their time and do this crap. I think it's disgusting.
I see you. I don't know. I have never heard his name until Crystal Crime Time accused me of his death, being responsible for his death.
I agree, lean on me.
It's unreal.
Take me back.
Oh.
Yes, she does, Bex.
Not built to break. Neither one, from what my understanding, and this was told to me by a local that knows Jody Sue very, 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 very well. This person told me that neither one of Jody Sue's kids have been to school for 7 years.
I've been told that by two locals. The same thing. Absolutely. And even their opinion of why they didn't go to school.
Neglect.
Yes, it is. You know, there's all kinds of neglect. There's educational neglect, there's medical neglect, physical. You know, the list goes on and on. And, you know, part of being a good parent is giving your child an education and taking to the doctor for checkups, those kind of things. You know, it ain't just one or two.
In Truth and Justice, if you want to drop your link, you can.
Oh, well, I can't because I'm not a mod, but that's okay.
Oh.
I wouldn't even know how to talk.
I don't know when I'll be going live again because my grandson, oh my gosh, his football stuff. I mean, I'm just running all the time.
There we go. Oh, wow. That's funny.
That's reality, though. You know.
Let her do it. She's just showing how immature she is. I was told that the truancy officers are scared of her.
Shit. Oh, goodness.
They don't want to deal with her because she's so much drama.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there should, you know, whoever the truancy's, if that's true, the truancy officers need to be dealt with for that because that is educational neglect and it's a felony.
Yep, it is. It's a funny thing. She never, she pretended, I think, to call this Luke today or yesterday, whenever it was, when she heard me talk about him on my last live. I think it's kind of ironic. But yeah, I do talk to Luke. He's a good fella. He likes to build houses and, you know.
Thanks, Squall. That's sweet. Giving me a wrench.
Okay, I'm going to work on something. Let's see here.
Right, Fizzle? I know. I don't know how she gets away with it. I feel really bad for her kids, though. I mean, I do.
If anyone has a screenshot of that, because I know I've got it somewhere.
Scott must have went to make coffee or something. I heard him the other night.
You're saying on your community post that you did not accuse me of being responsible for Earl's death. I have a screenshot of it somewhere that someone sent to me.
I might too. I don't know, but I know she doggone well did. What, she dirty delete it so she can say she didn't?
Yeah, that's probably what she's done. But I've got a screenshot where she was insinuating that I was one responsible for his death. I don't know where it's at, but I've got it. I mean, I don't know if anybody in chat has been on her Facebook group and saw it. Drop a 1 if you saw it. I mean, I know a lot of people that sent it to me. Oh, there she is.
Hey, Casey.
Is that Miss Tiffany?
Where?
Oh, Lord.
All of the.
Where?
The adult dating sites.
Yeah. No, that's the mayor. She's advertising again. Shit.
Oh, okay.
I agreed there with that Fizzle, her last
oh, wait.
There.
I just done something
Hmm.
wrong.
Yep. Advertising. I'm trying to
Did anybody listen to Chasing Truth this morning?
Yes.
I commented on her video because I was late getting to watch her.
I was too. I didn't get a notification, but I watched the playback.
And I commented in her chat. Let's see here. Timestamp 136. I will pull that up on my phone. And on my last live, I know that some people have, I said it on my last live, some creators, have talked on their channels, on their panels, about visiting there on Ben Hill Road. And they all have said that whenever they got there to Ben Hill Road, like right there around the bottom of the Wells driveway, that there is just a heavy sensation, a heavy feeling, and it's something dark.
Yes.
I believe it was my last live or one of my last 2 lives. I talked about that. And I said, I thought, maybe it's just me. And I talked about how every time I went around that one curve, you feel it.
Well, I've been all the way up to the house, and once you get up to the house, that feeling as you're going up the driveway, like right there where that split is, it kind of starts dissipating. But when you're on the property, I mean, you can still kind of sense it, and it's almost like it's reaching out to you. And I want you all to listen to what Chasing said. I'm going to pull it up here.
Grandma, when was the last time you physically saw Summer with your own eyes?
Okay, she's reading comments.
Who was she with, and what time was it? That's what I would ask. It didn't feel empty. It felt very heavy. It was like an actual weight, like a pull. Remember when Ernie came in my chat that day and said magnets? I didn't know what any of that meant or what he was talking about with Tim Mullen or whatever he was saying, but
I know you'll always be with me, but I can't change the heartache. Even if the day don't end, it's gonna be okay. I know it's gonna be okay. What is the future? What will be alright? Take my hand away. Don't look back, don't let
Why not? Come on, just for a second. That was Walk Off the Earth. That was my own personal recording. That's why I won't get copywritten for it. They're a Canadian band. My son had a wish to go meet them, and this organization, doitforthelove.org, paid for him to do that. We got to meet them backstage. Of course, it was a bunch of other people and stuff, but they are the most down-to-earth people. Dude, I love them. They were amazing. That song was written for a band member that they had that had passed away from a heart attack. It was released the day they sang it for us. So we got a live performance of it the day it was released. That is like one of my most memorable moments in life. Okay, back to these assholes. Just wanted to share that tidbit. That's why I keep sharing it. It's going to be okay.
it was almost like you're being sucked down. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Could everybody hear that?
Rocco, what did my bracelet say?
Did everybody hear that?
Yep, I did.
She said it felt like a heavy, and that's what I described it as, is like, and it's, so Dolly said it was an evil feeling.
Well, I have a friend that lives in Tennessee. She did not know the Wells. She doesn't know Jody. She doesn't know none of y'all. But when this case first hit, she drove down there in the area, down right in there. And she said the most awful feeling came upon her. And she said that, it just came upon her, told her to get out, go. And she's never been back. Well, she did go to the vigil and she met Chasing, and I don't know who else, but other than that, she's never been.
I believe when Chasing was talking about it, she was talking like down there at the bottom on Ben Hill Road at the bottom of the driveway in that area.
Yeah, because she said she sat down.
The feeling made her sit down.
Yeah.
Right. It's on her Chasing Unplugged, and I've got a timestamp in her comments. If you go to look for my comment, you can click on 136, and then she talks about what if she could talk to Grandma, what she would ask Grandma.
And then right after that, she talks about that feeling.
Yeah. There she is. Hey, Chasing.
Yes, we're talking about you. We're talking about yes.
Oh, I love Chasing Truth. I'm telling you.
But it's like
Because,
I
she
kept
just,
hearing other creators that went there and they were talking about that feeling, and I was like, well, I'm glad that I'm not like crazy for feeling it, because I felt it, and I just mentioned it. If anybody wants to grab a link and come up, they can. But
Hey, Squall,
I think I described it as heavy, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and go down. We're going to try to cook a little bit of dinner. I think we're going to have quesadillas tonight.
Oh, that sounds good.
Ooh.
Shay, we
yeah,
love you. Keep
Hey
your chin
guys,
up,
I
girl.
love you all too. I see so many people in here that I watch all the time, or they come and we all come in the same chats, and that's the way it should be. You build a little community, and you should feel well when you come in there. And I do. I
Yes.
think I
I
just
appreciate everybody
love this
coming
little
here
community
and
here.
supporting us.
Absolutely. I think we'll just hang in there, hang tight, let them hang themselves with whatever they're trying to prove. I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. I guess. I mean, well, me and you one of these days. Oh gosh, that's this. But me and you one of these days, we'll have to go to the stockyards, or you know what I mean, and pick us up a bunch of chickens. Oh goodness, I love Polish, by the way.
Well, I remember my great aunt. She had a bunch of chickens, and she was in a wheelchair. And
Mhm.
we had chicken a lot growing up because we was poor, and she would just reach over and grab a chicken and just shake it.
Oh my
And then
God.
she would throw it over. She would throw it over to my great uncle, and he would grab it and he'd throw it in the big old pot
Yeah,
that they had out there over the
I've
fire.
seen a lot of grannies snap him necks and pluck. That reminds me of that. My son's husband, his grandma, she wanted me to come over there and help him one day, and I thought, well, I'm just going to clean or something. She wanted me to help her kill chickens and pluck them. I'd never done that in my life, and I got married really young, and buddy, that was an experience, and I never did it again. Better stinkiest job I ever had. Anyways, guys, I'm going to get off here and get me
Do you
something to
enjoy
eat,
your
and I'll be watching.
quesadillas?
Huh?
I said, enjoy your quesadillas.
I will, Squall. And if you want to, holler at me later. It's good to be on panel with you, always.
Thank you for coming up.
All right, honey.
Absolutely. And I'm
All
sorry I missed
right.
you earlier. I had a house full.
Oh, honey, that's fine. That's fine. I know how it is. Earlier, I had a last one too, and I was trying to do a live, so I was like walking and dodging. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. Love you guys.
Bye, Shay.
Love you.
Bye, honey. Bye bye.
But yes, it was like whenever I got to the actual, got up there on the actual property and I got out, that feeling dissipated, but it was just like, you could almost feel it like nipping at you in a way. And then whenever I left, it's like whenever I hit the bottom of the driveway, it was just like I stopped one day and I'm just sitting there like feeling it. And I was just like, I want to get out of here because I don't want to I don't like messing with the unknown like that, because the way that, I was raised, I was taught, you can't open doors to, evil and
Right.
everything.
Mhm.
And it just, people tell me all the time that I'm very, I've got a lot of empathy. I don't know. I've had someone talking to me about, extra senses and everything. And I've never attempted to tap into that because I don't know. I don't, what are the words? I believe that you can't. I believe that, some people have that. And I don't want to open a door that I cannot control what comes through that door. I don't want to mess with it. If that's, what the empathy means on that aspect. And that's, Shay's okay. Shay is all right. She's got a good heart and everything. She gets excited, and Chasing Truth says to her it did not feel negative. It was more like persistent. But if anybody has been up there, I don't know how many people have drove up Ben Hill Road, but if you have driven up Ben Hill Road and you felt something, kind of, ever how you want to describe it, you just felt that sensation there at the bottom of the driveway. And I felt it whenever I went around that first curve is when I started feeling it. And it was just like, it's kind of like you drive into it. It's like each time that every time I went there, I could feel it every single time right there in the same spot. But, if you want to drop a one and if you felt it, Duchess discussions, are you raising? I don't know if you're raising your hands on feeling it. Lean on Me says, I explained it as a dark and heavy, and that's where I felt it in the same spot in the road. a sense of urgency. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, I don't know, because, you know, like I said, I've never messed with that type of thing, you know, and but there's definitely something about that spot. I don't know what it means. Nan says, my sister ran away to Ben Hill when she was young. My dad told me till the day he died to never go there. Jason, I held off for a long time talking about it because I didn't want people to think that I was cuckoo. But, you know, whenever I started hearing like other people talking about it, I think JLR talked about it. I can't remember who else, you know. Some of the psychics that went up there, they were talking about it. And Dolly talked about it. And, you know, the more people that I heard talking about it, it kind of relieved me. It like, because, you know, just knowing that I wasn't the only one. I talked about it, I think either my last live or one of my last 2 lives, I talked about it. Scott H says, years ago, we called it entering hell when we turned off of Lone Star.
Yeah, I'll have to go listen to Duchess too. I just subbed.
But it was, you know, to me, it was kind of evil, I guess, because of the fact that, you know, a 5-year-old little girl is missing off of that hill. Hey, Chase.
So that is so weird. You guys have felt that too?
Yes, absolutely.
Chasing is here.
I have told a couple of people about it privately. I know.
I felt crazy even thinking that at all or saying it, but they were like, "Oh, what was it like?" I'm like, it was like you're carrying something. Like you, right when you get to maybe 10 feet, right at the driveway, like right there. I walked across to where Dodd's place was supposed to be, and was not physically pulled back. I don't want to sound like poltergeist or something, but it just felt like I had to go back over there and sit down. Let me see, buddy. And I sat and felt like, I don't know, it was a really, really weird feeling. And I didn't feel sad or scared or anything. I felt like, I don't even know the word. I mean, it was overwhelming to go there just to see how big it was, but that feeling has nothing to do with that. The feeling was like we were supposed to stay there, right there. You know, I don't know. I wish I could describe it. A feeling better.
Well, that's kind of like when I said, you know, whenever I was up at the house and got out of my truck and I'm on the property and I'm outside in the front yard, it's like I couldn't feel it, but it was like almost like it was reaching at me and nipping at me, like it's wanting me to come back down there.
Yeah, it's like a pull. Like it's. I guess that's how I tried to describe it too. It's like, and I don't want to say something. I don't know what the word is, but it's a physical thing. It wasn't like, oh, I feel like, no. It wasn't about how I felt.
You could physically feel it.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with how I felt at all. It was a different, like, how do you describe it? It was a physical feeling, like a physical fullness, like you feel full. Not like you ate too much, but everything feels
heavy.
Heavy, yeah. Yeah, it was a very strange feeling. And I just sat down and was like, okay. And I thought it was because, you know, nerves or excitement or anxious or something, but I wasn't feeling any of those things at all. I didn't feel anxious or excited or sad or anything. I just felt like, okay, let me just sit down here for a minute. And I did. And I got up and walked, and that feeling like stayed there the whole time. And then once we got past a certain point, past Jody Sue's house, you know, past their house, right past Jody Sue's house, it kind of lifted a bit and it wasn't really there. So I did attribute it to, oh, maybe I just feel funny. But I went back the next day and it was the same exact feeling. And then I had eaten already, so I knew, you know, it wasn't some weird physical thing that was me. Like, oh, maybe I'm hungry or maybe I'm getting sick. It was the same feeling. And the more I thought about it, it was just a very strange thing. I don't know what it was.
Toaster oven, you stay put. Don't you go popping all over Ben Hill Road.
Oh, if you want to feel, I'd never heard anybody say that. So when somebody asked me, I was like, how do you even stay? I probably would have never talked about it. And somebody was like, oh, what did it feel like to be up there and see it? And I think they were asking me a totally different question. Like, so what was it like seeing where Summer Wells and the Wells lived? But that wasn't the first thing that came to my mind. The first thing that I thought about was that feeling of just, it's almost like being grounded.
Right.
Like being planted, grounded there, right in that area. I don't know how odd is it? You know, maybe it's just something in the atmosphere there. I have no idea what it is. I didn't feel like that any other place. While I was there the entire time, I didn't feel that way at all. Just in that specific small little area. It's really weird. It was really weird. And it wasn't like an eerie feeling or scary or bad or negative or, you know, this isn't right. It just was what it was. It didn't feel like any of those things. Like, I don't want to portray it as it was like this negative thing.
The air was even kind of thick to me.
Well, yeah, because it was so, you know, it was very hot and humid, but the next morning it wasn't, you know. So again, me thinking about it that night in the hotel was kind of just like, you know, it was hot. It's been a hot day. It's humid. I didn't eat a lot. It was probably just all of those things, whatever. But I mean, I felt the same way when I went the next day, and it was almost like being pulled to stay in the area, kind of like it wasn't an overwhelming thing where it's like, no, don't leave, because that would be terrifying. It was more just like, yeah, you're supposed to be standing here. Don't go over there. Don't go over there, because this is the right spot. I have no idea. And I probably sound absolutely crazy, like a crazy person. I feel crazy saying
Well,
that.
I felt crazy myself at first because, you know, at that time I had only heard the psychics talk about it that had been up there. So it's like I wasn't about to say anything, you know, while they were saying it. But it was like as I started hearing about other creators and just, you know, even locals that I've spoke to talk about it, you know, it was just like it went through my head like, wow, you know, I'm not the only one and I'm not crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I never knew the psychics talked about it. I've never heard anybody else even say it, or, you know, I feel less strange now, but it still feels weird, because how do you even describe it without people being like, yeah, okay, weirdo. I don't know. It was just like a feeling of heavy, just a heavy feeling.
Right.
Maybe it's because, you know, of all the time we have all put into this, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because just, you know, walking for 2 or 3 minutes didn't feel that way. It just kind of went away and got lighter, and I didn't feel that in that chest and stomach thing. I don't know. Maybe it is anxiety. Maybe that is what we're feeling. It's just like an anxiety feeling.
Did everybody feeling it at the same spot?
Yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? Because I never said exactly where my spot was, but you said when you were at the house before I got on here, you felt like you should go back down. And as I walked up the road, I felt like I should go back that way. And I'm like, why do I need to go back that way? But I felt like, okay, maybe just go back that way and stand, because I knew I couldn't go up the driveway, and you know, what do you do standing there? Nothing. Kind of just, and it's really like a specific area, a very specific part of it. It's weird. I don't know. I feel stupid.
Yeah, don't feel stupid, because you're not alone. I mean, you're not alone. Did I drop the link? If anybody wants to come up and talk about their experience, their feelings, their sensations they had, you know, we can, because it for so many to feel that right there.
Odd. Yeah. I was just reading, the Forest Pond had a beautiful, peaceful feeling. It was the most peaceful, serene place. And, you know, personally to me, I thought Ben Hill itself was a very pretty place. Like, that's the kind of place I like. It's just all trees and country. And so to me, it was beautiful. So I didn't feel driving in there like, what am I going to see? Is this how it's going to set me off? Or, you know, am I going to see the bus through the trees? I wasn't even thinking about any of that. I just drove up, parked, got out, and I didn't have any weird feelings when I got out at all. And then we walked up to the driveway, you know, to that area. And Cam was like, oh, that was the Dobbs property. And I was first standing in that spot, and I walked over and was like, this is the Dobbs property? And that blew me away. I'm like, who sold this poor man this? And I walked right back to that spot and just sat for a second like, ooh, this is heavy. This whole place just, I don't know, it was weird. It was probably nothing, but it was definitely strange. So.
Oh my goodness. My phone just vibrated, and I picked it up and kind of like turned the screen on. And a lady from Virginia reached out to me last night. And it was just, her messages were open on my screen. I haven't opened her message since last night.
But she wanted me to call her, and I was scared to call her at first because I was scared with everything going on, people trying to dox me and everything. But I went ahead and I called her, and she was talking about the video that Don made where he went down the dog trail and he got off, there on Ben Hill Road.
Yeah.
And so when he started walking up Ben Hill Road, right there in that area, that the dogs came off. They went up on Jody Sue's property on 125, and they came off with a shoe in their mouth.
Oh,
wow.
Now wait a minute. Okay, so I was on.
And I just looked at my phone. And I swiped my phone because it vibrated. I thought it might have been my old man, and it was like open on her. It's open on her messages.
Oh gosh, wow.
Ooh, chills.
Yeah, is at the end of what would have been the dog trail. That's the area.
Yes.
But I hadn't thought about that until just now, because when you said the dog thing, so I thought the dog trail was like further down, going to if you're walking towards the creek. But Cam said no, it's all overgrown now. The dog trail would have been right here. And now if I'm thinking about where I was sitting, it was at the bottom of the dog trail.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That it was at the bottom. Yeah, that's odd too. Putting that together. All right, I feel like some weirdo psychic now, so I need to just shut up and.
It was a strange feeling for sure.
Yeah, it's weird. So
Yeah.
you felt that way too.
Yeah, I went there. I went there by myself to just ride the area because it really puts things in perspective from seeing it on YouTube or on a map. When you're actually there seeing it for yourself, it really is a game changer to be there and to see all the things. But when I rode by there, I went there at night the first time just to ride by there, and it really is kind of spooky at night because those roads are so winding and it is pitch dark out there. You can't see anything. But when I went the next morning at 9 o'clock, somebody told me that they had Ben Hill blocked off. So I rode out there, and that wasn't true.
Was
Then
that
I went back.
the
That was that was on Wednesday morning, the day of the vigil.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like,
We were told that there were people sitting out at Candace's driveway blocking Ben Hill, but that wasn't true. I didn't even pass a car when I was out there at all. So I didn't get out of the car, but I just kind of stopped and rolled my window down, just kind of observed everything. And it was that feeling of urgency. It really kind of brought me to tears because the feeling was so overwhelming sitting there at the bottom of their driveway. I just, it was overwhelming. I went on down Ben Hill, it kind of subsided. And when I went to the other places, like I went down Light Hollow, and I just want to say that the girls that were with me, there were 6 of us in 2 different vehicles. And when we went down that road, one of them got in the other car, had a stomach ache. One of them started feeling sick to their stomach and nauseated.
Yeah.
And in my vehicle, I just felt a real heaviness. Like the further we went down, the more intense the feeling got. And then we almost got ran off the road by this guy flying through there on his truck. He almost hit me head on. And there was a guy on a lawnmower, which he stopped on his lawnmower, and then he just watched us go down the road, and he just sat there on his lawnmower. And then there was a guy on the front porch, and he just kind of gave us the eye, and I was thinking, we have to get out of here. But I wanted to see, when I went to the end of Light Hollow, how really close that was to Ben Hill. And on my car's GPS, I could see the checkered flag at 110 Ben Hill Road, and it was the arrow on Light Hollow was literally touching that.
Yeah.
It was just so close.
Yeah. Cam brings me to the end of this road. Can we get down there? And there's basically nowhere to turn around at all.
Right.
You got to like drive onto somebody's property back out. It was ridiculous. And he says, "Oh, that's Don Sharfie's place." I said, "I just got the car onto Don Sharfie's property." Dude, what are you doing to me? Like, I was baffled. Like, no, don't bring me to Don Sharfie's place. Yep.
Yeah, we went by there too.
That's the parking area. Hold on. I can tell you exactly. Let me pull you up on my computer.
It definitely does make you have a nauseated feeling. That I just thought that was really weird. That just because I didn't get that in a lot of other places, but there is when all of us started feeling that way at the same time, I just felt like that was really unusual because I'm like, what are the chances? I wonder if anybody else that's ridden down here that feels the same way. And then when I started talking to people, they were telling me they had the same experience, and I thought, well, that is interesting. So I feel like it's something that's telling us something.
Now,
like, don't leave. There's something here. I don't know.
I wish I could control this video. I'm going to open this on my screen too, because I want to show you exactly.
Okay, he's going towards Beach Creek actually right now.
A
little bit faster.
Well, no, if you go slower and rewind it a bit, because it's near the driveway. That feeling is near the driveway.
Okay.
Right.
Right on
Yeah.
your right hand side. Come. Okay. Get that thing off. Oh crap. Right there. Stop. Okay. Do you see where the Y is?
Mm-hmm.
It's right there.
Yeah.
The Y letter on driveway. If you back it up like 10 seconds, it's like right there.
That's where I pulled over at on the side of the road. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like right there.
What did I do?
You're doing all kinds of stuff.
I don't know if you can see my mouse.
Yeah. Just a tiny bit back. Yeah, right there. Right there where the Y is, directly there.
Right here.
Yeah, where the Y is. Driveway. See what your Y is?
Yeah, that's where
Right
I
here.
pulled over.
No, the
The
Y
word
is
Right in
not
the area.
beyond. There you go, right there. That area, right there. So from there,
Wow.
Now watch this. Watch the dogs. The dogs just came out
now do they go
of this area.
Do they run that way? Straight down? No, that's Dobbs area.
I believe they did.
You're pointing to Dobbs area now. If you keep playing it, are they running past the mailbox the other way or towards Beach Creek?
Okay, they're just. But look, there's a shoe
Hold
in
on.
the dog's mouth.
I need to. Summers sent and to just be on the dogs who are at the driveway, so just past the mailbox.
Ah,
Summer sent went down this trail, fading on the road. Summer sent ended just beyond the dogs who are at the driveway. So you see how that the trees on your left go up? That's
yes.
dog's property. Can you imagine?
No.
Like, how are you even going to get anything up there, sir? I don't know. Because that feeling went that way, down that way, not this way towards Beach Creek. It went the other way.
Up here.
Yeah.
That's. I'm gonna pull up maps for a second.
CCT is calling the TBI. Who is CCT?
Crystal Contown.
Yeah.
Why? Why is she about what?
Me, Scott, and Shay.
But nobody's doing anything wrong. We're looking at the video that Dawn Rose officially put out. I don't know.
She's been on it all day.
About what?
She's been on it for a while, ever since she attacked Squall about her story.
Okay.
It's been a mess for sure.
It's heartbreaking.
It really is.
So that's I've
She
probably
has-
seen
she
this
has
video
now-
10 times. And I don't even remember. That's why I'm like, wait, what? What is going on? I don't
She has
know.
now doxed 3 people claiming that they are me.
Well, but we're not even talking about her. So what is happening right now? Nobody's talking about her.
I have not talked about her. I did my video before Summer's Day, about 2 to 3 days before Summer's Day. I did my video to address it. And then I have not said anything until today, and she has been nonstop. She has doxed more locals. She targeted locals that were in my Facebook group. I've got a Facebook group called The Length of My Mind. She has targeted people in that. She targeted a man that commented on one of her community posts when she put out about, I think it was about Jody Sue's sister, Amy. It's one of Amy's friends. She's targeted him.
Gosh. See, that's why I said, this felt like to me because I couldn't, I don't know, because we couldn't stay. And that feeling was like, stay here. As, I don't know. The feeling, I felt like,
right.
Shouldn't we stay here? Shouldn't all the people be here so we can all go search? But then I also felt like we can't. There's too much land. It felt helpless. Do you know what I mean? It felt helpless. Like we're not going to be able to do anything. When I got back to Solomon's Temple, I parked there for a bit and I prayed and stuff. And I just thought, we're not going to be able to do anything. And
That was a lovely prayer garden at that church.
It is beautiful.
It really is.
Every bit of that was so beautiful. Every bit of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's absolutely gorgeous.
I think Lean on Me is in the back chat. Okay.
Who is she?
She wants in.
Oh, I see her.
Who is it?
How can I get my screen down there to find her? I see her. But my screen won't scroll down. Wait a second. I think I found the button to scroll down. I found you. I got you in back chat.
It's me.
There's like a little scroll down button over here. I couldn't find it on the side where I could.
Oh, thank you all. Thank you. And I feel so special right now being on here with Tracy.
I know, right?
Make my day, yeah. But yeah, I had the same exact feeling, and it's weird, yes. So I never even told anybody. This was back July, I think, at the 27th, something like that, in July when it first happened. And the reason I don't think it's overwhelming, like from everything I know about Summer and everything, because I didn't really know much about Summer. All I knew was we had the same birthday, and I just had this overwhelming feeling to go find her. And I had that weird feeling at the driveway, and at that time they was really monitoring everything, but I did get out for a minute and I felt so weird, and it's like the feeling I had was like heavy, like something happened right there. And that's before we knew every single thing too, and that's what's so weird about it.
Yeah, and I'd never, here's what I hate about this whole conversation, right?
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast.
Whole conversation, right? I almost feel like if I was watching, and I'm going to just be 100% honest, if I was watching other people, if I didn't feel this and I didn't go, and I was watching you guys talk about this, in my head, I would be thinking, did they run out of content?
Right.
Did they talk about how they felt at the end of the driveway?
Right. It's so weird. It's the only time I ever mention it is when somebody else does. And then I think, well, because I thought I was crazy too. Because, I always feel like I have special gifts, but I don't use them because I do love Jesus. But I have a weird feeling. The other feeling, she said on White Holler, but not for me. I felt real strong right there at the driveway. And the other place that I got the real heavy feeling again, y'all, it was over on Simpson. They even made videos about it.
The Simpson loop area.
Yeah. It was weird.
A Simpson loop
Yes.
3 times, 3 different times, and I have it on video. I passed Ben Hill Road and ended up on Simpson Loop. I'm like, how did I end up here again? Why do I keep ending up on this road? Times with my GPS on, mind you, and my Wi-Fi in that area, my GPS never turned off. My GPS was perfectly fine, and I kept missing the turn, and I would end up at Simpson Loop, and I'm like, okay. The first time, I didn't want to do a U-turn. I was nervous because the way people drive. So I went up a little bit and was like, oh no, if I go up there, I'm definitely going to get lost or something. So I would just turn around. So then it happened 2 more times. I'm like, are you kidding? What is wrong with you? Because once I totally missed a turn.
It's so strange.
On there, on Simpson Loop. And I'm like, how did this happen?
My GPS went out as soon as I got to the Hawkins County sign. My Infinity said, GPS can no longer map this area. And when I had to turn around to come off Ben Hill, it took 7 miles before my Verizon picked back up where I could make a phone call or receive a text. Yeah. And so when we went to Solomon's Temple, we did a test up with our phones.
Well, hello, everybody. I've got a full house already, it looks like. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you so much.
When I had to turn around to come off Ben Hill, it took 7 miles before my Verizon picked back up where I could make a phone call or receive a text. Yeah. And so when we went to Solomon's Temple, we did a test up with our phones. Some people had Verizon and someone had AT&T. On Ben Hill, they had one bar with AT&T, but could not keep a phone call going. When we got to Solomon's Temple, none of us with Verizon had any signal. We could not place a phone call, only an emergency call. So when we got up to Solomon's Temple, the person who had AT&T had 4 bars, full signal, could access anything, and we had 0.
Somebody go get Dolly. I want to see what he has to say. I'm just curious.
That thing about where it says emergency call, sometimes where I live now, I don't have signal sometimes, but it says you can only call emergency call. But when you dial 911 or whatever, it goes beep, beep, beep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's scary.
At the Solomon's Temple, if you notice that peak in the background, that is called Devil's Nose in Rogersville. And there's actually some folklore behind that. The story says that apparently a young boy went missing while they're, because that's a very popular area, I guess, where people hike. And I guess there was some people that were on the mountain that day, and a young boy went missing. And so they had a big search to try to find him, and they didn't find him. And when they went back to the family to ask if they knew where he might be, they said, well, only the devil knows. And I was so creeped out when I read this story about it. We stood there at the church and we just looked at the Devil's Nose, and I was thinking, isn't that something that there's a story, and Beach Creek and Ben Hill are at the base of this place where there's this storyline that goes along with this area. And I talked about it on my live last night, and I just thought, okay, I'm done. It's time to get back to town so I can rest my mind.
I think that's why Don keeps getting religion, because he feels it too.
As soon as
it's just a heavy presence in just the area. I mean, it's not like any place I've been.
wanted to move to Utah was to get away from that feeling, maybe.
It's possible. There's a lot of stuff I think that has gone on in that area, and people don't talk about it. But I think people feel that there's been some things that have transpired in that area that's probably not good.
I can tell you that when I first started watching the Summer Whales, there was this couple, and I looked all day trying to find their channel. And it makes you think about what Fred said about the monkey thing, because it's this couple, and I'm going to keep looking for it, y'all, that they lived on Beach Creek before, but they don't know more. But they took us down Beach Creek, like maybe July, August sometime. And they were talking about this. They swear by this monkey arm looking thing, y'all. That's so weird, ain't it? Like a beast. They call it a beast. They had a name for it. And it's like folklore or something. But I think that's what Fred's talking about.
Oh my goodness.
More stories. I want to see what this says.
I would have to hear his story exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep on. or something. What's about what it made me think of though. But maybe they were telling the truth. I don't know. Like they was telling stories about how they seen it before and
Justice for all. What are you
how that
talking
could
about?
be what took Summer and stuff. Crazy stuff.
Wow.
But it made me think of that when he said that. You know what I mean? I thought about them people's video, and it was a couple, and they took us down Beach Creek and stuff in their car, and they talked about that. They was saying that could have been what got Summer.
Oh, Justice for All is saying he doesn't believe like the whole thing, and neither do I. Like I was so against all the paranormal, the psychics. I mean, if
Mhm.
anybody watched my channel, y'all know how I felt about that. I'm like, don't even bring it in here.
I agree. I mean, because I believe in Jesus. You know, I just don't really get down with that kind of thing. But when you get this feeling,
Yeah.
I think in order to believe in the Lord, you got to believe in the evil because they're both real.
Yeah.
And I think,
energy.
you know, it is definitely, it is.
Yeah, we're all
So,
have energy. The whole world is full of energy. We're all made up of vibrations and energy. You know what I mean? So that's what we're feeling. Some
100%.
kind of
And
energy.
I didn't feel any evil at all. I felt a very heavy, very deep. It wasn't just a surface like, oh, it was deep. Like
now, I did feel that on Light Hollow. I'll go ahead and tell you. I didn't feel that necessarily on Ben Hill, but when we went down Light Hollow, that was a whole different feeling. It was 10 levels above everything. It was so escalated, like everybody in 2 different vehicles. We had 4 people in one vehicle and 3 people in another, and every one of us were sick. And we're sick for about an hour after that trip down that road.
Wow.
It was, I never want to go back down there again. Not on that road. No, miss me with that. Miss me with that. Because I'm telling you, that is not a good place to be. And everybody had 24-hour surveillance on their property. They lived in these rundown homes, but they sure were driving some fancy brand new convertible sports cars and some big backed up trucks. It was quite interesting. It was all I ever seen.
Most of the time when you live out in the country, you do have a very nice vehicle because you have to have a good one. You know what I mean? But not those convertibles.
I know this was a brand new convertible sports car, and I was thinking, boy, that looks really out of place right there. What's going on here? It just, I don't know. I got the weirdest vibes. And then when the 2 guys came down the road, one was a red, like a Dodge Ram truck, and it was jacked up on these huge wheels, and he was flying down the road. And I was thinking back to that video where Don was driving. Y'all, everybody drives like that. That's a local down those roads. It is crazy.
That truck, it's like up with black wheels, really nice black wheels. Is that
the jacked up Ram truck?
The red one, yeah.
Yes. And then the truck behind it was a white, looked like a work truck. And he was the one who almost hit me head on because, you know, those back roads like that are only like 1 lane and it was a curve. And when I came around that curve, I mean, they almost ran me off the side of the road. And the people in the car behind me was like, he was mad. He was so mad. And I was thinking, I'm just putting along at like 30 miles an hour and they were blowing through there. I mean, it literally scared the daylights out of me. It was terrible.
That's how my road is now. You got to pull over.
Well, Virgo, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that if somebody lives in the country and their house isn't as fancy as mine, they're not allowed to have a nice car. I'm just saying it looked very out of place.
Right.
It looked very out of place.
When your car costs more than your
I'm
house.
from the country where people don't have a lot of money, you know,
Yeah.
where I grew up. And, you know, I mean, you just, my intuition says different. So it's not a judgment about that. It just seems
it was
really
the company
weird.
that pulled up, probably. You know what I mean?
You know, it just, I don't know. I just had questions, you know,
There's a reason why I said
because remember, everybody that lives on that road, this was the house, I think that was beside of Frank Light's where this car was sitting. So it was, I just felt like it was just unusual to see that. I mean, it just.
Is Frankstown at Grady, like the Grady Road, or is it at Light Hollow?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Justin. What are you talking about?
Okay, can y'all hear me? Okay.
Diamonds or dimes?
Hey, Justin.
Hey,
Justin.
Hey, guys, I'm going to step down.
Hey, Justin.
It's
Okay,
nice to
and
be here with y'all, though.
thank you for coming up and talking, and I really do appreciate your support.
Well, thank you. Bye-bye.
So, I never did believe in paranormal or anything whatsoever, like ever. The only ghost I believed in was the Holy Ghost, and that was it for me personally. But I was in my hotel room the other day alone, and I was in the shower, and you know, I'm doing my showerly things, and you know, washing my head and everything, and the bathroom tub it was like metal, the hotel bathroom tub, and I hear ding ding like that, and I look down. And
Where'd you go? We lost you.
Oh my gosh, I think he's going to say pings from heaven.
Last thing that we heard was you looked down.
Okay, so I look down, and after I hear the ting ting, 2 different tings, and there is a dime and a penny in my bathtub. Now, I've taken, anybody that knows me knows I take at least 2 showers a day. You can ask Marissa or anybody. I take a lot of showers a day. And so I had already taken 2 showers from the night before. And, you know, where the hell's a penny and a dime going to come from? And
have you looked at pennies from heaven? It's a real thing.
Yes, but I look like I pull up the shower curtain because I lock the bathroom door still, even if I'm alone. It's just, that's just the way I do it. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I look up. I'm like, where the hell did this penny and this dime come from? And I call one of my friends, and after I get myself together, and because I feel stupid talking about this, like I feel ridiculous. Because honestly, if somebody would tell me what I'm telling you right now, I would not believe them. I would not believe them. And I still feel stupid. But anyway, someone said 110 Ben Hill.
Wow.
You got a penny and a dime, 110. And then I'm down at the creek, or the watering hole, after I leave what is it, Walgreens. And then Ziggy and I had like, I don't know, like 1,800 people in my room like that. And people's like, what is that sound? What is that sound? They could hear like voices or something. And then one of my friends calls, like during the live, they're like,
It broke out
You
again.
cut out again.
oh, sorry. What's the last thing you heard?
You guys.
Are you there?
She heard something. She could hear something on your live. Ziggy could?
Yes. Ziggy actually did a clip of it. She clipped it and put it to her channel. I don't know. It would just freak me out, especially after the dime and the penny thing.
Yeah.
And
But there was
then what?
talking in the background?
There was what?
There was nobody there talking in the background? I could hear people talking.
I talked to people when I was down at the creek and stuff, and then and then after all of that stuff happened, Toaster Oven, which she's in here, she came by and said hello. But that's when when it happened is right when I spotted Tim Mullins.
Could you make it out any?
I don't know. Some of the paranormal people in here can tell you but it was like, I think they said like, are you okay or something? I don't know. I don't remember.
Did anybody else see Tim Mullins
I just don't
cry at
believe
the
it.
vigil?
What's
No,
that?
but I didn't see him crying.
Yeah, he walked away. He walked over to the side of this van, and I just happened to be signing Summer's poster, and I saw him walk away and turn his back, and he took his glasses off and pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and started wiping his eyes, and he blew his nose, and he was shrugging his shoulders. He had his back to the vigil, and I just kind of stood there because I was really shocked that I was watching, that, and I thought, I wonder why he's crying. And he continued to wipe his eyes, and then he cleaned off his glasses and put his handkerchief back in his pocket and took a deep breath, and then he, composed himself and turned back around and walked over there back to the vigil. And I thought, what did I just witness? It was very unusual. Hmm.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
it was bad.
It was just, I didn't know if anybody else saw that.
They just said he has a little bit of mental issues too, so maybe he's feeling a certain way or something.
Maybe. I just observe. I try to observe everything, just picking up everything. And I just thought it was interesting.
Men cry too.
They sure do. They sure do.
A lot of them want to hide to do it, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Well, when I was in the shower, I'm like looking under any folds or any crevices.
Did you know?
Like where did it come from?
No, I've had to wear shorts and had a coin sticking to my leg all day one time, but yeah, that's crazy.
I have light colored eyes.
Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Yeah, I have green eyes.
I have blue
light
eyes.
blue. Yeah.
I have green, light green.
Yeah, mine are like bluish gray, I guess.
Mine turned
That's
gray.
interesting.
Mine turned
Yeah,
gray from sick.
I just found a dime on the ground, y'all. Just now. I'm outside. Look, wait. I can't get it lined up.
Find a penny.
Yeah, I look down. There's my dime. That's pretty cool.
I saw a lot of pretty butterflies when I was down at the Horse Creek, the vigil. There was a lot of really pretty butterflies down there, and it just made me emotional.
Well, I feel like my baby comes to me in butterflies, and every time I see like the golden ones, the yellowish gold ones, I always have a weird feeling. It's weird.
Yeah, they
My
say
boyfriend came
butterflies
to my
and
room.
certain birds, I guess.
Yeah.
3 days after his suicide, I asked him why. He shook and dropped his head, shrugged his shoulders. He was smoking a cigarette. It was like a blurry projector image. And I said, I forgive him.
Thanks for sharing that, Justin. That was a really beautiful story. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had anything paranormal happen to me. Like if I saw a ghost, I would run.
Me too.
Well, we were trying to pick out the funeral picture, and we had chosen some, and we took off, and the pictures were all over the kitchen table when we left. We came back, and it was all cleaned up, but one picture. So we turned around and took it down there. It was very weird.
Yeah, I won't discuss all my paranormal stuff. You guys will be like, okay, we can't ever talk to her again. But there's some of it on video. I swear there's a ghost in this house. You can't tell me there's not. He walks around the house all the time.
Don't it say in the Bible, spirits walk the face of the earth with us or among us or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't know, but I wish it could leave.
But,
He's
I live
scary.
in my boyfriend's, the house I live in now is my boyfriend's brother passed away, and I feel him here with us all the time, but it don't scare me or anything.
I've met Tim Mullen in person, you know, up at the wells, and you know, I've said before, you know, I can see how he comes off as creepy and everything to some people, but you know, he's eccentric.
Yeah.
Is what I would describe him as.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But as far as like, you know, considering him a suspect in Summer's disappearance, I just don't get that. Not at all. I don't feel
Yeah,
that.
I don't either.
I don't either.
There, you know, I did have people whispering stuff in my ear for a little bit, and I was listening to it, and then I just kind of backed away from that and thought about what I knew personally, and I was just like, no, I'm not going to let them talk me into that. You know, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, he has his own ways, but like for videos and
But
stuff,
he did.
we all make videos.
But he did try to drive a wedge between people, you know, coming and visiting the wells. You know, he did try to do that, and he even admitted to doing that. You know, and I guess it's like, you know, whenever I heard him talking about trying to push people away and the reason for him doing that, you know, I kind of understood, you know, because, you know, he was talking about all of the attacks and everything on the wells, and he was just more or less trying to shelter them and protect them.
Right. Guys, I'm going to jump down. My phone's going to die, so I'm outside. So.
Okay. Well, thank you
All
for coming
right.
up here and sharing, Justin.
Yes,
No
that was a
problem.
beautiful little story, even if it creeped you out a little bit. It's just saying
It
you're in
really
the
creeped
right
me out
spot.
after that happened, and then they said 110. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm out
Well,
of here.
Justin, were you like really sweaty and maybe you had a hole in your pocket and the change fell out and stuck to your leg?
I was naked.
Allegedly.
Earlier.
Earlier, before you got
I didn't have cash. I don't carry cash.
See,
Oh,
I
wow.
would try to come up with that too, but I don't carry cash either. So damn it.
Like I didn't pay with cash one time while I was, you know, in
It's the pennies from heaven that sign. There's a real thing. People do it all the time. I really did find a dime just now when we was talking about it. That was weird to me.
Well, it actually, I was reading on it. I think it happens more than, you know.
Yeah.
So,
what happens? Money falls out of your naked body?
No, it just suddenly it just shows up where you know it should be. Yeah. In the shower, or like one time my mom's really on a fixed income, and she wanted to go to church, and she said she didn't have no gas money. She prayed about it, and this is weird. And when she says when she woke up, there's a $10 bill laying on her dresser, she'll know how it got there.
That's amazing.
Yeah. She said, I got up and went.
Yeah.
Penny just asked something in the chat,
Yeah.
and I wanted to see if you guys felt it at all before I say my answer. But I guess she asked Benny, like when he was up there on the property, could he feel anything from Summer there? And he said, no, not at all. How did you guys feel if you stood there in that area? Did you feel anything at all about any person? All right, Justin.
I definitely did.
Yeah, see, I think that's interesting because I definitely felt like, and I think it was more in my mind for sure, but all of them, you could almost feel all of them, but especially her. I felt like, I guess I was more thinking about probably when she used to play on the hill or something.
Yeah, and it's so quiet there now.
Yeah, I wondered what it probably sounded like when they were all there.
I felt an emptiness in my heart.
For some reason, I got stopped to go. I mean, I had planned on going, worked overtime and everything to get the money, and then someone died. My coworker's grandfather died. She had to take off out of town, so I got a real late start in the day. But I don't live that far, so I got mom's car because mine don't have air. It broke down not even an hour away, but it was weird that everything I tried kept stopping me from going. I don't know why, y'all. That was kind of weird to me.
I don't know what Scott H is talking
number
about.
2 to number 9 in our conversation we had before you leave. Yeah. So Scott had asked me a question when we spoke, and he said, you know, now that you've been there, right, what is your, on a scale from 1 to 10, what is your thoughts about a stranger abduction? And I was like, yeah, like a 2.
Yeah.
And prior, it had been like a 9, you know,
yeah,
for sure, it was there.
But a familiar.
But a familiar.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't feel that way before. I never felt like it was somebody who knew her, but there were so many people who did online.
Yeah.
And being there, that shot up 100% more.
That's
so
why my
weird.
thoughts has been where they've been the whole time, because I just feel like sometimes I think Candace might have something to do with it, but most of the time I don't. But I strongly feel a neighbor. Strongly feel somebody that knows her by the first name.
Yeah.
Somebody that's been there that knows her. And then my other feeling is that she's actually just wandered off and she's right there, and we'll just keep walking past her.
Yep, exactly, 100%.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. 100%.
Yeah,
She wandered off, and which made me so extremely sad.
when I was
Yeah.
driving away, and I knew, I have to go
Yes.
home. I really felt like, no, she's right there,
Right there. That's
right
how I
there.
felt. I
And
felt,
I felt awful. It
Me
felt
too.
awful.
and I
I
feel
don't
like,
believe if it was a stranger abduction, I feel that Summer had to have followed the dogs down like maybe towards that shed, but that's not what the footprints tell us.
right, it'd be on the beach creek side. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
And
she followed one of those dogs, and somebody who knew her
Yep.
saw her.
I have a brand new theory, but I hate even talking about it. But after, you can't believe everything Fred says, and I don't know what to think about him. But if there was 3 cars sitting up there, and if Andy really ain't on the video and all that, what if Jody Sue was such in a rage that there was an accident, trying to catch
But
her? And
didn't Jody say that there had been cars coming in constantly, and she thought like they were the CPS people? So
Right.
he's almost validating what she's saying too, that
yeah,
these cars kept coming in and out, and there are places to park there. So I
right.
definitely can believe that. What if one of them saw Summer and they waited for the right time or something?
Yeah. Or what if somebody was mad because they done think he's supposed to be at work and he's not, and he's down there chasing that girl's meeting down there and got in a rage.
True crime might have accidentally got you when I was going after that adult dating site. I'm sorry if that's what it was. I don't know if any of the other mods timed you out. I don't know what you said.
There's another
I
thing.
was chasing one of them bots a while ago, so that I might have accidentally got you.
There's another thing that bothers me so bad that if I went back this time, I was just going to jump over there and check it. That hollow tree, because how many people didn't really look in it because they think that's obvious? If she was playing hide and go seek, got stuck in it, y'all.
I mean, I pointed out probably 50 different places with Cam. I'm like, do they search there, there,
Yeah,
there?
because they're
I mean,
so
there's
obvious
so many
that
cars and trees
yeah.
and
That hollow tree
It's
that's just right.
terrain for sure. I mean, and Ronnie Lawson said the reason that we can't have the public and the citizens to come help in the search is because we have to control the searchers and make sure they check back in, and we have to think about everyone's safety. And therefore, at this time, we can't ask for, we have to get people's permission to search their property, and therefore that's why the public can't be involved. But I did speak to a firefighter in the next county, just 15 minutes north of Kingsport, and I asked him. I said, did Hawkins County call for any help when they had the missing child? And he said, well, my friend is the sheriff, and they live right there in Bristol, Tennessee, Bristol, Virginia, right on the line. And he said, we actually reached out to Ronnie Lawson and asked if they would like for us to come down and help search. And he said they didn't need any help. And they didn't ask for any help from the surrounding counties. He told me that was a fact because he works for the county right there in Bristol. And I
just
felt like
people?
that really gave them a sense of like, this is odd. And it really stuck out to me because I was like, that's really unsettling. And he said, yeah, we weren't the only ones that got turned down that volunteered to help. And I
the
just,
media divers, the media divers wanted to go search all those ponds.
I had a
Cam
couple of
drove in the
divers that were
cab to
willing to
5.
come do it for free, and he's like, well, she's not in the water. And I'm like, the only way that I will accept that is when you say that you have dragged Holston Lake and you have dragged Warriors Pond, when you have searched all of these areas and you come back and say that it's been done, then I'll believe that statement. But until then, it's off the table.
All we know is they did a 5-mile radius, and within that 5-mile radius, they searched those ponds. But Cam took me right outside of that radius.
Yeah, but what
and
if
there
she's
were
not there?
so
What if
many.
something else happened? I mean, to me, if she's not there, you guys need to start searching somewhere else.
I think they went they didn't go far enough, or they didn't look in the exact spots like down the driveway or off to that drop off, or places that they can't really get to down in, because like that drop off was so steep you can't walk that.
Right.
It's just like
We
a
just
drop
know
off.
it was a 5-mile radius. We don't know
which way or what,
how or what. We're not sure. But I can say 3 miles. They made the assumption, or maybe they were told, I don't know, that it was like 1.5 miles each direction, north, south, east, west. They went out from the property, is my understanding. I don't know if that's accurate or not at all. But 2.5 miles is another pond, and then 3 miles is another pond.
Yes.
And then you've got this lake, and then you've got this field. There was just so much.
Well, I heard
and
that
you
they had
need so many people to do this, and they'd have to be there forever because the grass is high and there's brush everywhere, and abandoned cars and little sheds.
Yes,
It was
it's
just such a
pretty
feeling of
treacherous.
dread.
It's just very treacherous. And
Okay, so let's start with, how did you meet Dawn and Candace?
How did we met?
Yeah.
We just bumped into each other at the dollar store one.
in this, I mean, any one of them could have fallen. They could have hit their head. They could have ran out in the road, and these people flying up and down. I mean, I keep playing over in my mind like all these possibilities, and I'm like, what if it's none of those things? What if it's something that we can't even begin to fathom? Because how does TBI come on and say, well, there's no evidence she walked off? there's no evidence she was abducted. In fact, there's not a lot of evidence in this case. And I'm
There's
thinking,
no evidence of foul play. There's no evidence of anything.
and I'm like, well, if you
Is what
guys
they're
can't
telling
find the
us.
evidence, then you need to start looking in somewhere different. If you need to go backtrack into all the places Candace went that day and search areas around that place, then that's what you need to do. If you don't have the resources to do it, you need to go federal. If state's not going to do it, then I mean, there needs to be somebody keeping this investigation in check, because I have to question how this whole thing is playing out, because I feel like a year into this and we don't know any more than we know. It's the only Amber Alert for the entire United States.
Yeah, and it's like they're trying to saying they want to take the red truck out of the equation, and that's what we was going on. That's the only thing we had at all.
Who knows if that's just another one of those things? I mean, it could just be one of those random things that really doesn't even apply. But they still don't. I did hear them say in the statement that they haven't narrowed down exactly what day that red truck was seen or the exact location the red truck was seen. So they don't really know if it's valuable information or not, because no one's come forward about
Well, what about in the very beginning? Didn't they find a red truck that went back to Ben Hill somehow?
Yeah, but that person had been out of town, so it had nothing.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, I was calling because I'm actually covering a story, the Summer Wells story, and I noticed that you're like on Beach Creek. So I was wondering, we're just trying to see how far the searchers searched. Can you tell me, did they search the 100 and some acres that you have?
They didn't, no.
They did not.
No.
How crazy is that?
Not that I know of. They never, I went down and talked to them a couple of times and says, hey, I've got horses and I can help search and stuff. And they says, well, we'll let you know if we need you. But I know they went down below our place. They talked to some neighbors down from us.
They did. Do you know who those neighbors were, or are you not privy to say that?
Did they go clear to Chris's?
Did they go Chris's, or I thought it was Tracy, above
Or to
Tracy.
the fire station?
I don't know. It was somewhere above Tracy's acre of the pond, wasn't it?
I don't know if they talked about going to the pond. I don't think they. I don't know if they ever did. So, yeah, I just know that they talked about going. Our neighbors had a pond as well, and they talked about searching the pond, but I don't think they ever came over. I don't think they ever did.
Aww. I'm so curious why they only searched such a short distance,
Yeah, but I don't have any idea.
All right. Well, thank you for the information that you gave. It's been very helpful.
Okay, thanks.
You have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Thing to do with them, and they had an alibi. Another thing is there's a man named Matt. He's on YouTube. Cher, he's one of Cher's mods, and he's in the area. He spoke to a former Hawkins County officer who's now working for Rogersville City or something.
I saw that today.
Did you see that? Yeah, and he said that they feel like the detectives do know a lot more than they're telling the public, which personally I think is smart after what's been done to this case. But that they feel that Candace definitely knows. And that Don had no clue in the beginning, but now he's aware of what happened. But do I know that that's true, or if the cop was just
right? I wonder if Don is aware and post stuff.
The way that Matt was saying that, it was almost like Don went to jail and kind of sobered up and got away from all the whispering in his ears, and he just started listening to his own thoughts and putting stuff together. And maybe he put things together that before he didn't have time to think on his own, because so many people were calling him and talking to him and giving him ideas.
It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
After just seeing the way that it's all played out at this point, I mean, in the beginning, we didn't really have a lot of information. We had to really get familiar with Don and Candace. We've seen a lot of things play out over this past year, y'all. I mean, people will tell on themselves with their actions, and I think we've all seen that with Don and Candace on YouTube. So it kind of feels to me like, I mean, that's kind of why I've had to change the way that I'm trying to look at things. I'm trying to be fair about it, because I still do believe in innocent till proven guilty. but I'm not convinced that the story makes sense. I feel like there's holes. I feel like there's filler in this storyline that doesn't make sense in the story. You know, the parts that do make sense, you know, when I saw Fort Henry and I saw Walgreens and Food City and you can make a left to go to Warriors Park, like all of that made sense to me. But what happened after that, you know, it was 103 degrees in my car the day of the vigil. 103 degrees. It was 97 outside. And we were sweating out there preparing for this vigil. Okay. And I'm thinking, there's no way that it was just 70 degrees.
No, it was 79.
And I was like, so when I think about Summer wearing all of those clothes in the back of the truck, like little things like that, when I start adding in these little pieces of information that I know now, I'm like, make it make sense. I just can't make it. Some things, I just can't add it all up. And so
it was 85 here the other day. And my son, you know, we have a pool here and he was in the pool. It was 85. It was really nice out, sunny, really nice. And he gets out and he's just standing in front of me with his arms. He looked like a T-Rex.
Yeah, that's me every time.
He's like, I'm freezing. I'm freezing. I'm like, you're freezing. It's hot.
That's
Go sit
me
down on
every
the
single
curb.
time.
Yeah,
Every time I took my kids, every time I took my kids swimming in the lakes around here, I always took sweatpants and like little hoodie jackets and stuff because they were always cold after swimming.
Yeah, I can remember me freezing to death after getting out, but I was always thin and anemic too. But it reminds me of Summer. She was thin and little, you know, so we can't base that. And I always say we can't base on their actions because their life is ripped upside down and inside out. So we can't really base on how they act either. So we really don't have nothing really, in my opinion, to go on like that. They acted like fools, yeah, but we don't know how we'd act. Or they probably
said it was the same day. They're asking,
they
was
went
that
about
the same day with her in the car? Yeah, it was her in the car the same day.
Well, I guess the thing that I have to compare that to, though, is I cover missing kids cases on my channel. And I can't say that I've ever had a missing child's parents go on YouTube and do all of these things. You know, so, I mean, I just tell people, you know, I have my opinions and you guys are entitled to your opinion. And we just have to really watch and see how things are going to play out. Because I know that TBI has information that they're not going to tell anybody because what's the misinformation is what is really bogging this case down. And I'm glad that they're not putting anything else out. And I don't think they should because I want them to focus on doing their job and making sure that I do hope that they will go search other areas. I do hope that they will bring divers in. I do hope that they will utilize every resource that they have possibly available to continue to expand. You know, if it's not this, well, then we've got to move on to do this. We've got to, you know, you've got to delineate and start going through all the different possibilities and where to search so that you can check off those boxes, because you can't just go, okay, well, we searched 5 miles from the house, so, you know, we don't know where to go next. I mean, that's not going to be satisfactory to me.
No, like the Maura Murray case that Gray and I are doing. I mean, they searched at least 10 miles in all directions. And then there were more searches after that. Additionally, the family, different search dog teams, different rescue teams, all searched different areas. So to me, I was like, 5 miles circumference. That's just simply not enough. And I know that it's a small area and a small team, but at the time you had all of those agencies, 1,118 people searching for her.
Real quick,
and
everybody
it's still small to me.
Sorry to interrupt. Everybody talks about the hide and seek, and you know, because everybody's like, well, they were supposed to be playing Minecraft, and now it's not that they were playing hide and seek. Hide and seek is
Who said they were playing hide and seek?
Game in Minecraft.
Who?
Chris
McDonough. Yeah, in that
no,
interview.
They weren't playing hide and seek.
It's part of a Minecraft.
No, but
it's a type of.
I think Don told Chris that sometime or something about the game.
Oh my gosh!
No, that was in some interview that he. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Chris McDonough alleged that a TBI agent or one of the officers told him that the boys were playing hide and seek.
No.
Yeah, that's what when I heard that, I was like,
No.
Hide and seek is a Minecraft thing.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, just type in your Google, YouTube search Minecraft hide and seek, and I mean, right
but
here.
I don't think that that's even what he was saying, Squall. I don't even think that that's.
That's how I took it. I didn't even understand that it was related to Minecraft, you know, at all, the way that I heard it. So,
because first they said the kids were on the internet. Then they said the kids were watching at some point they said they were watching YouTube. When asked in one of the interviews what the kids like to do, one of the things was hide and seek. And he said, yeah, Summer would hide in this refrigerator. And then months later, when Jose came out, he did say that the kids would play hide and seek and Summer would hide in there. But they weren't playing hide and seek that day. The kids were in the house and Summer went to the basement. Right? Or am I crazy that is now being mixed together?
I believe in the original statement, did it not say that Summer walked past the boys out of the house?
No.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Ronnie Lawson told the news that.
Ronnie Lawson told that on the news. I've got that video.
Oh, yeah.
I will never forget that because that has stayed in my mind when I've heard all this other circus.
Seen walking
Yes, she was. Yes.
Hill Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, at 7 o'clock or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I
remember
can't
that.
forget that. I can't forget that because
But
I'm
then
like,
when Candace and them came on and told us a different line, right?
That's when it all got confused because
Right.
the
Yeah.
very, very original report
I
said
remember.
the boys said they saw their sister leave.
yes,
Then it said she was seen around 7 p.m. walking down the
Mm.
road.
Yep.
Those were the original reports.
Mhm.
I'm like,
Yep.
when the parents came out, well, when Don came out that day with his arm around Josie and said the boys were playing video games and Summer went to the basement, and then my wife looked for her and she was gone. I'm like,
Yep.
wait, what? That's not what we heard in the beginning. And
Yeah,
that's when
we
it
were
all
told.
got confusing.
I
Yep.
agree.
And it just
I
got
agree
screwed up.
too. Yeah, it was so bad that I almost thought the news was wrong. I remember we was discussing this, the whole scenery out on the road and all that, and then I think it was Chasing that played the clip that said that she was down on the road.
Absolutely. I have a
Mm.
discrepancies video. I think that's what it was called. And
Right.
it was all the original stuff. And then the discrepancies that came after that got everything so mixed up. I was like, what happened now? She left the basement. And then
Yeah. See,
Don saying the door was unlocked in the basement. He was very clear about that. And then Candace couldn't remember if the door was locked. And then the
then she,
boys saw her,
yeah.
but they didn't ever see her. They only seen her in the house going to the basement. I'm like, no,
no.
that's not what was told.
That's
Yep.
why I'm confused about the storyline. I think there's truth. There is truth, but there's also misinformation or misleading things that are in this story that I can't seem personally to make sense of it. And I feel like maybe there's things that are put into the story because it replaces something that's possibly being left out. I have to keep my mind open to that because it is possible. It is
Mhm.
possible that's why maybe I feel like it doesn't make sense to me sometimes when I go over this and I'm like, but did that happen? Because it just
Brainstorm asked, did the media mess all of that up? Well, I can show you Brainstorm in the video where one news outlet will say she was seen on the road. Another
Mhm.
news outlet will say she was last seen leaving by the brothers. And another news station says she went to the basement and then nobody saw her again. And
Yep.
then somebody will say that they don't know if the door was locked, but then Don says the door was unlocked.
And then it was hard to
Candace
open, but
saying 2
easy to
minutes.
open.
And then we
Well,
don't know
Don
how long
also
it was.
says that he knows that she was abducted. And I'm like, how do you know? Not even TBI knows that she was abducted. So how do you know?
I
I
think
think
he's
he
saying
based
that
it
to
on the
his
stream.
father.
I don't think he thought that immediately.
So the stream.
I think
I think
that
he did. I think he thought that immediately because he felt like he trained his kid not to leave the property. I think that's where all of that came from in the beginning, but that's just an opinion that he was thinking, there's no way she would leave. I've taught her not to leave. She would not go. She had to have
right.
been taken.
Mhm.
I kind
Mm.
of think that, and I thought that in the beginning. But then, the more he got torn to pieces and everything else came out, it was just like, it doesn't even matter what he meant because now everybody thinks he's whatever. So it's too late.
Yep.
But he was so sure, he was like, I knew he was trying to get away from the police to go look, and everything was blocked off. He couldn't go. I mean, he really thought, and then what about the yellow car that was speeding by?
Yeah.
And they reported it to the police. The police officer is the one who said it. They
Yeah, but
saw
they
that
didn't
car flying by him, but he was on his way to Ben Hill, so he didn't. I
pull him
don't
over.
know. There was so
Yeah.
much in the beginning.
Wow. And then Dudley that painted his underneath his car. I don't understand that at all. That was weird.
Yeah, Helen's right. He was told by JS before he got home that she had heard the scream because
Yeah, that's what I
Candace was
said.
in the truck and Jody was at the end of the driveway. That's true.
Yeah,
So
that's
he
what I
already knew
think
that.
he's. Yeah, I
'Cause
think
he
the
said to
scream's what made
Jody,
him think that.
are you telling me my kid was taken? Remember?
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could go back in time and ask Candace a question, I would ask her, how long did you sit on Ben Hill Road talking to Jody Sue?
Well, remember she said that she drove to the church. Isn't
Right.
Solomon's Temple a church?
Yes.
Yes.
She said, I drove all the way down to the church. That's what I'm thinking. People are like, no, she meant her church. Her church is
No,
far.
that's like
Yeah,
25 minutes.
yeah, it is. Because I drove it. So I guarantee that's where she went because if she had grandma's phone that had AT&T, that's where she would have got 4 bars at. That was why we did the phone test.
Yep, makes sense.
I've been screaming that since the beginning, but nobody would ever listen to me.
Me either.
I know.
She was like, well,
Yeah.
you was
Yeah.
like,
I'm
I'm
just
like,
screaming.
if you could just get there, and it's like people would say, well, why did you throw her phone down and use grandma's? Because grandma's got AT&T. She didn't have the service, on her phone. She was using Wi-Fi,
Yeah.
on Messenger.
And I
She's
can
just
tell
making
you,
sure.
mine worked. My
and that's the
phone worked.
closest church, by the way, where you can get a signal. That's good enough to maintain the signal because there was some type of signal she had on Ben Hill, but it wasn't consistent enough to maintain a call.
Yep.
So that we went to a couple of places, and that was the first closest place that you could really get a signal, and we had none. I had none whatsoever, and then she had 4 bars. We just looked at each other like, I can't believe this.
Well,
Yeah.
when Cam was trying to call me, I was sitting at Solomon's Temple, and he's like, "You've got service," and I was like, "Yeah." and they were driving in, and he's like, we usually lose service right about now. So if we lose service, just know we're on our way. We're about 5-8 minutes out. I said, okay. Another 3-4 minutes passes and he still had service. He was like, this is really weird because I never get service this long. And they had it. It was no problem. Now I have a work phone that is, my work phone is this one AT&T? This one Verizon. My work phone is Verizon, and my home phone, my personal cell is AT&T. The live streams I was doing were on my AT&T phone. Now they were blurry, but I still had Wi-Fi signal up there, no problem. And then on my work phone, I had my GPS up, and I was able to keep both of them up the entire time. Where I had a problem was at the coffee shop in Kingsport. I was trying to refresh my stream on my Verizon phone, and nothing would happen. I was live on my AT&T phone, and there was no issue. But on my Verizon phone, anytime I tried to refresh it to save the changes on my YouTube Studio and then go back to YouTube, it wouldn't save. I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. I even signed into their network. If they had free Wi-Fi, didn't work. I'm like, all right, I give up. And I was doing that on live stream. I was showing people like it doesn't work here for some reason. So I don't know. Their cell phone service all around that area is different.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to interrupt and say I'm going to get off, drop down. My dogs are, two of them's barking to come out to pee, so I'm going to go get that situated. But thank you, everybody, for talking to me. And I love discussing this. And
thank you for
hopefully
coming on me.
you're welcome. And I love talking to everybody and listening to everybody's opinions. And I love it. Hopefully one day we'll be able to figure it out, y'all.
Hopefully so. It was good to see you, lean on me.
Oh, thank you, honey. You too. All right. Thank you. I love it. I value everybody's opinion, so don't ever think that. All right. Bye.
All right, honey. Bye.
Bye.
Gavel Geek says, so based on all of the early stories, do we think it was wrong coming from the parents, the media, LE, or a combination? Well, I think whatever the parents said initially was reported to the police, who then had to tell the media. The media puts out, whether they're talking on live camera or giving it to a journalist to print. It got screwed up because remember, she was 4. So that was probably a mistake by the parents. It had to be. I mean, how would they have guessed? They're not guessing that she's 4. If Candace said 5, Ronnie Lawson's not going to tell the media she's 4. So my guess is that was the parents. But then the story itself, I think that got confused between the family, the police, whoever the spokesperson was who was designated to talk to the media. They're hearing it now third hand because you got Candace and Grandma up there talking to whatever police are at the house. They're relaying that back to, you know how it goes, that chain, because it's not like they're all standing there together. Candace, Grandma, the detectives who were investigating on the scene with them, then down the hill was probably the media waiting to find out. They're not all there together. So it's like the game of telephone where it becomes very confusing to get the whole thing. And the police are really busy. They don't have time to get the entire story out with all of the details. And, they're just trying to get the basics. She's blonde. She has blue eyes. She's about this tall. She weighs this much. Get the information out. She was last seen early afternoon. They try to get bits and pieces to put the information, but there were so many stories in the beginning that if you do a Google search and you only you can do the time searches. So from June 15th to June 18th. No, because 18th is when Dawn talked. June 15th to the 17th. Go look at those articles specifically and you will see differences. I have copied them and I have them all in a file because I'm like, how the hell do they have 3 different stories when there's one story?
I know that Jody Sue did say like the media was down there at the road and that the LE was not talking to them, but she said that the media got it wrong because they were listening to neighbors talking.
See,
and
neighbors may have said, oh yeah, she's about 4.
Right.
And so now you've got a 4-year-old.
That's what Jody Sue said. She said that the media was listening to what neighbors were saying and then they took off and did their
because the official Amber Alert comes out from the TBI, put that to the FBI or whatever to get that out, right? So they're trying to get as close as they can. But you might have the neighbors down there on the road trying to describe her. Oh, she's like this. And, didn't they say she probably wasn't wearing shoes in the beginning? It was like they weren't sure if she was wearing shoes. And there was just a lot. It was fast paced. I mean, it wasn't an Amber Alert to begin with. And then they upgraded it. And they said they upgraded it, within 12 hours because they got new information. Well, where'd that information come from? It had to come from somebody for them to upgrade it because you need very specific criteria for an Amber Alert. People ask, why didn't Michael Monkey Vaughn get one? Well, there has to be credible information. TBI, FBI know that is credible in order to do that. Otherwise, every missing child would have an Amber Alert.
That's why the Butterfly Alert and the Serenity Alert are really important petitions because it covers alerts that don't meet the criteria like an Amber Alert. Because,
Thank you, Wendy Bear Care. She sent this. This is Hawkins County E911 Facebook. and it's June 15th, 2021 at 9:28 p.m. Hawkins County Emergency Communications currently assisting with a search operation in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County. Multiple local, regional, and state agencies are searching for a 40-year-old female from the ground and air around Ben Hill Road. Hawkins County Emergency Management, Hawkins County Emergency Communication Command Trailer is deployed assisting with the communications and command needs. If anyone has any information, okay, to contact Hawkins County Emergency Communications at 911 or 423-272-7121. Mass notification message. This is an emergency message from Hawkins County 911. Missing person alert. Summer Wells, white female, 40 pounds, blonde hair, last seen wearing gray shorts and a pink shirt on Ben Hill Road in the Beech Creek area. Subject has been missing since 7 p.m. If seen, call 911 immediately. And see,
Now,
this
how could she be
takes it even
missing
longer
since
because the
7?
calls are at 6.
6:30, and they arrived between
When
7:07 and 7:09. So how is it possible she was last seen at 7 p.m.?
Right.
Additionally, some news reports say she was wearing gray pants, and I have those too. They say gray pants, others say gray shorts.
so it's
Mm.
And
Accurate
I think
information is
somebody just
important.
said that Amber Alerts are different in each state. That's a federal system.
they have a set federal standard, but each state can adopt new criteria, add criteria to it.
Which is why it's really important about the petitions, because some states have very strict guidelines. Like if there is no evidence of an abduction or a vehicle, you can't get qualified for an Amber Alert. And
Exactly.
what do you do when you have a 5-year-old kid missing, but you can't prove there's an abduction? I mean, their life still matters just as much too, which is why the Serenity Alert is a petition to cover the kids that are missing under suspicious circumstances that may not qualify for an Amber Alert.
And that's
So
very frustrating. Yeah.
it is
We
very
need to have
frustrating.
some good systems, because I see so many missing children posters, and in the comments, you'll always see, well, why wasn't there an Amber Alert? And it's like people aren't understanding that
Right.
you can't, if you put it out for, which sounds so cold and callous, every child, you'd have Amber Alerts every, 12 hours, and nobody would pay attention to them, and it lessens the effect. When you get an Amber Alert, your phone goes off, everything goes off, so you're really heightened your awareness. So what happened? Yeah, that's what happened with Michael Vaughn. Yep.
Squall, thank you very much for having me up. I'm going to jump down. I'm going to go have dinner with the Duke, but I appreciate you allowing me to come up and tell a little bit about my experience there on my trip. So it was a pleasure to meet Chasing out there. So yeah, so thank you so much, and I hope everybody has a great week. So I'll see you guys soon.
We'll see you soon.
All
Thank you
right,
for coming up.
absolutely. Take care.
You too.
There were 2 vehicles and Monkey. Yeah, but didn't they come out later? They should have issued by now an Amber Alert for Monkey. It's crazy that they didn't. It's really crazy that they have not done that.
I've heard so many stories. I've heard that. I mean, I've heard that the tree trimming crews, a lot of them drove their own vehicles, and they were parked, from the church up and down Ben Hill. Jody Sue said that.
I can believe that.
Then I've heard that, tree trimming crews don't allow them to drive their own vehicles, that they all have to ride together in the trucks. But,
I would be sure. Hasn't somebody checked in to find out if that's the policy for the companies that were there that day?
I don't know if anyone has or not.
That would be interesting to know, right? I swore somebody did call. I'm positive. Who the hell was it? I don't remember what the answer was, but
I think Scott H. said that someone that he's related to.
okay, where the wind blows says, I called the tree service and the electric company. Did you find out if they all drove their own vehicles? That's interesting. I heard it didn't until 5 p.m. Yeah, she was seen, the answer was that they park and ride in company vehicles. They don't all meet there. I can't recall where I heard
I'm
it.
not seeing her.
1 truck on the road on Ben Hill. They do not. So 1 truck for how many people? That doesn't really make sense unless it's a bus, right? I mean, how many people were in there? I don't know. That sounds odd. Ziggy talked to them. Okay. It was Ziggy that did it. Okay. 3 people. So there were only 3 tree cutters?
I think
really feel like
that's
there were
all.
more.
That's all Ziggy talked to when she talked to him, and that's when on the same day or around that she talked to Fred Hill. That there was only 3 on the day that she spoke to them that pulled into the church and she talked to them. But
Okay.
I'm thinking I'd like to know how many were actually there.
I think Scott H said he wanted a link.
Did Scott H say he wanted a link?
I think so, yeah.
Chat's like, I was looking for something else in chat for looking for what Gabble is what she was reading. I was like looking for Where the Wind Blows, and it was actually Gabble Geeks. He was reading hers. I was like, where's she reading?
Gabble Geeks got a ton of info in her head, I'll tell you that. I felt like I knew this case backwards and forwards. If you just asked me 3 months ago, I could tell you down to the minute. But I've tried to back off of it so much. And then after going up there, you even want to back up more after all the ridiculousness that's been said. But then you want to focus on it more too. So it's so
Do you remember when I
frustrating.
told you in your chat and you read it out loud? I don't know if you remember. I said, it's one thing watching it on YouTube, but once you've got feet on the ground, it hits you in the gut.
Yep, I remember.
Hey, Scott
You were
H.
right.
Hello.
Hey, Scott. How are you?
The tree trimming crews, from my understanding, I don't think anybody has ever gotten clarification on what actually happened that day. Now, what I was talking about, Squall, you're right. My dad worked for, well, they changed it now. It's American Electric Power. It used to be Kingsport Power Company, which services that area down there. Well, they service a huge area anyway, regardless. He was over getting the tree trimmers and stuff to come out and clear out the power line easements, underneath the towers and stuff, where they cleaned it out. You can see on the maps, where they cleaned up to Mary Sexton's and up to Don's and stuff like that.
Yep.
And I just had some tree work done last fall. The way that they've always done it, whenever I was around, one of the job sites with my dad, or, the tree trimmers or the work that I had, they all go and park their vehicle at the tree trimming company. They hop in the company trucks, go to the job, do the job, drive back to the tree company. Everybody gets in their vehicle and goes home. I never
That
once.
makes sense. Yeah.
They were coming through our area here, clearing out all the tree growth from the power lines. Now, of course, I've got, I just live on a small road, but since they upgraded my road from a private road to a county road, they came in and paved it. Well, now also the power company comes in. Well, the power company always had to service it, but now it's covered under the tree trimming crews and the snow plows as well, because now it's county. Same way with the water department when they came in and redid a lot of that stuff. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. They when they were going around cleaning up all the crews here just last fall, and it was the exact same way it was, for years when my dad worked at the power company. They bring out, well, when they came out and did the jobs for me, they had 2 bucket trucks. And then they have a bucket truck is like a big, it's not like 18-wheeler size, but you all have probably seen on the tree trimming trucks that have the big boom on the back of it, where a guy can get in a bucket and go up, and, you normally see them working on power lines or whatnot. So they're big trucks. They can hold like 5 men in there with no problem. They had 2 bucket trucks, and then they had 2 pickup trucks, one that the foreman drove in that rode around and kept an eye on all the people that were working in the bucket trucks. And then they had 1 pickup truck that was pulling the chipper. So as the bucket trucks go up, they start cutting the tree from the top down. And as the brush falls, you've got groundmen, and they throw all of the branches into the chippers as they go. And then they keep lowering the buckets, and they keep cutting the tree all the way down until they get it out of the power lines.
And I think Sage Sloop is behind Squall. Sorry to interrupt you. She was asking if Scott got the link. I think she's way behind.
Oh, okay.
But every day at quitting time, they would, at 4:30, boom. Well, at 4 o'clock, the groundmen would start picking up all their tools and everything. The guys in the top would cut as long as they could cut. Between 4 and 4:30, they would come down, load all their chainsaws up, their gas cans up onto the truck. They would all pile in those trucks as tight as you could fit them in there and pull out, and they were gone, because quitting time was quitting time. Starting time was starting time, and quitting time was quitting time. So I can't see that it would be any different down there. I can't understand why. When my dad worked for the power company and they had power outages down in Beach Creek or Grassy Creek or whatever, they all drove down to Kingsport Power Company on Riverport Road, parked their company vehicles, got in the Kingsport Power Company trucks, and drove to Beach Creek. They did their jobs. They got done. They hopped back in the Kingsport Power Company trucks, drove back to the Riverport Road, put the company trucks up, and they got in their personal vehicles and drove home. And they do that for liability purposes, insurance purposes, and things like that.
That would make a lot of sense. That's what I was thinking too, that, but if she's saying, if Jody said, and I don't know that she said this, but that's what they were saying, that they were parked all up and down Beach Creek, and that wasn't actually the tree trimmers, then who were those people? Or were their cars parked there when the tree trimmers were there?
Right. Now, I don't know. Candace put up, and it, of course, we have no way of knowing what date this was unless we actually contacted Candace and had the original video. But she uploaded some videos on her Facebook page of the helicopter crews that came through that have the saws hanging out of the helicopters.
Yep.
To start the clearing, and then once they get, a certain amount of the tops cut out of the trees, where it's safer, where men can get in there to work, because there's some places you just simply can't get a bucket truck.
I remember those videos too. They were still up in the beginning.
Yeah.
I can't remember the date.
There was two different.
I don't know if maybe those guys would have came out, since it was, I was never around, and I've never had any helicopter tree cutters. Now Dad has on occasion, because they had to, when they ran the power up to the, they ran new power up when they did some work on Bays Mountain Planetarium. It's been several years back. It's probably been like 20 years back or whatever. They had to helicopter in the utility poles, because coming up the side of Bays Mountain there, the best way that the foremans, my dad and everybody, figured out to run the power lines was they had to helicopter the holes in, because it was going to end up being cheaper than it was to run and dig more holes around a longer path and stretch more wire than it was to hire helicopters just to fly the poles in and dig the holes up the mountain. So I know he used them, but it was not very often, I guess.
And we do know that the I don't know if this is on the TBI website, maybe it is, but didn't they say, or somebody said, that they talked to all the tree trimmers and utility workers who were in the area surrounding that date?
Hang on just a second, I'll pull it.
I think so. I'm almost positive they said they did speak to them.
I'm thinking
so my guess is that means check them out and ran their backgrounds, hopefully.
Let me see here. I can pull it up here.
Jody Sue did say, I think if I remember correctly, she said that there were like 50 tree trimmers there,
she
and
said
they
there were a lot. But
surrounded
I'm
her
like,
car, and they were like
how's
4 or
that
5 guys
possible,
deep
though?
around her car.
But if only 5 or 6 people can fit in a truck, then there would have had to been 10 utility trucks. Ish. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many crews they sent down. That would be something that would have to be, the tree trimmers would have records of that. How many they sent down. It varies, like I said, when the tree trimmers were out here, they had one crew that was.
Well, hello everybody. I've got a full house already, it looks like. Thank y'all for joining me.
The tree trimmers would have records of that. How many they sent down. It varies, like I said, when the tree trimmers were out here, they had one crew that was sent up my road, of course, because there's only 3 houses on my road. So there weren't that many trees that had to be trimmed to get them out of the power lines, but you could hear them on over the closest subdivision to me. You could hear, the chainsaws and stuff running. And it was like you could, they had several crews, working, of course they're trying to get it. Time is money. So they're trying to get everything done as quickly as they can.
Yeah, we had our neighbor had a tree company come out, and was, one big truck. And then they drove up into the back of her property, and there were like 5 guys out there, and they got down about 7 or 8 trees, and they were done in a day and left. It was very fast. But I saw the area behind the Wells property where they were clearing.
I mean, maybe my kids are looking at it like, well, God will bring her back, or I don't know. But statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already dead if you look at it statistically. And I hate to think that I love her with all my heart, but only God, you know, if nothing else, you know, I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see her in the commandments. If that's the case.
He came and told my dad not less than probably about 2.5 months ago that he had to sacrifice her for the sins that they had committed.
What?
That he had to sacrifice her for the sins that they had committed.
Summer?
Mm-hmm.
Did that have something to do with the church?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had to sacrifice her to get good in God's graces or something. He told my dad that they had to sacrifice her, which, you know, back in the day, they always had to sacrifice somebody they loved to get their sins washed away or whatever, or the evil away. And that's what he told my father. And yes, and she liked, I mean, in May at this time, she was talking to a boy Candace was talking to a boy that was younger than me, and I'm 35, and he went like 21. Not
You
even
know who that
21
was?
yet. Josie, not Josie, they were the boys that live right there on the corner going into the road. They're, what are their names?
Right on the corner of Ben Hill and Beach Creek?
You know, right there, if you're going into her house, that house that sits on the corner as you're going in, it's on the left-hand side. Daniel. His name's Daniel.
If you're going into their driveway or going onto the road?
Going onto their road. His name was Daniel. He lives on the left-hand side. He's got a sister. They're Chambers is who they are. Daniel Chambers. She was talking to him in May, like sexual. I know that for a fact because it's on her phone.
Did you ever see her around Hunter?
Hunter? Yeah, Hunter was around all the time.
What went on with that?
She bought him beer and stuff and liquor and smoked pot with him and all that. Now, sexual, I never seen anything sexual, but she bought him drugs and done everything. Money, gave him money, everything.
What about Allie? Does she why was she always letting her kid hang out there? Kids.
I guess because they were friends, and you know, she's a drug head just as much as Candace and all them too.
That is a very big area.
So I can see them having more than one crew, but you know.
Well, here's another thing too, is we don't know when the last time that was cleared out.
True. Yeah.
You know, if they keep it maintained fairly often, then it doesn't take them as long to come in and clean it out. That's why when, you know,
It was pretty clear when I was there.
Yeah. When they changed, you know, our road over from my road, well, my neighbors and mine, when they changed it over to and came through and paved it and brought city water in and everything, they kept everything maintained. They would cut them back far enough, the tree limbs far enough from the power lines, so that it took a good long time before they would ever have to come back out to cut them again. You know, they would cut them. I mean, a lot of times you can see, like in town or whatever, when you're driving down, you can see it. It's almost like if it's, you know, depending on the trees, especially like maple trees or whatever, you can see it's like they almost cut a tunnel out.
Yeah.
You know, by the power lines running along the road. You know, it's they come in and they cut a, you know, just a big, well, tunnel. I don't know what the right word would be, but they cut it back far enough so that they don't have to worry about coming back to do that again for a long time.
It looked pretty clear. I mean, it looked, you know, the grass and the weeds and all of that was way overgrown, but you could see there was a huge clearing there. And you could see from the road we were on straight all the way to the shed on Beach Creek. You could clearly see it. You could see the little fort that
Right.
Cam said the boys would play in the back.
I've got the TBIs up here. It says, below is an updated list of frequently asked questions regarding the investigation. Is this considered a cold case? No. Investigative work continues to occur almost daily. Is the Amber Alert still active? Yes, an Amber Alert remains active until a child is located. When was Summer last seen? Her mother reports last seeing her on the afternoon of June 15th at their home in the 100 block of Ben Hill Road. In order to preserve the integrity of the investigation, we will not provide additional information regarding the timeline. Have you searched the home and property around the residence? Yes, more than once, including the basement, crawl space, all vehicles, outbuildings, barrels, and other items located on the property. Additionally, canine teams specializing in a variety of search methods have also been utilized. Have you searched the phones and computers belonging to the Wells family? Yes, working along the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, numerous subpoenas and search warrants have been obtained, resulting in any available digital evidence being collected, searched, and documented. This includes social media accounts. Have you analyzed cell phone data? Yes, cell phone data and cell tower data have been analyzed. Have you searched the flower bed? Yes, or there was not a flower bed. Summer's mother and grandmother stated that she was planting flowers with him shortly before she was last seen. The flowers were planted in pots, and yes, the pots were examined. How many ground searches have been conducted? 3 large-scale searches have occurred. Dozens of other targeted searches have been conducted over the last year as a result of investigators following up on leads. Have you searched waterways in the area? Yes, dive teams were brought in to search bodies of water in the area on several different occasions. Have you conducted aerial searches? Yes, numerous searches from the air have been completed. Additionally, drones were used to map the area and to pinpoint bodies of water as well as any other points of interest. Will additional searches be conducted? Investigators will continue to search points of interest as they are developed, as well as follow up on all tips regarding Summer's whereabouts. Have you collected and reviewed surveillance video? Yes, we've collected surveillance photos and videos from a variety of locations. Additionally, the entire area was canvassed in an effort to locate any residential cameras that weren't voluntarily reported. Please keep in mind that the Beach Creek area of Hawkins County is very rural, with very few businesses and no traffic cameras. Have you questioned the parents? Yes, both have been questioned more than once. Have you questioned others that were in the home at the time Summer went missing? Yes, Summer's brothers has been interviewed along with others who stayed in the home in the months before her disappearance. That's important there. So TBI is acknowledging that there was others that stayed in the home months before her disappearance. So that would something to consider. Have you questioned neighbors and searched their properties? Yes. I've got some questions about that as far as the standing of that now. I'm going to talk to Penny about that before we talk about that on air.
I would be interested kind of in that conversation because
These are some old conversations that were had between Penny and the neighbor in September and what the neighbor regarded then. But I'm going to talk to Penny about that first.
I'm curious about that myself because I know what she's told me in the beginning before her first interview on YouTube.
We may have to talk offline, you and Penny and I. Have you questioned registered sex offenders in the area? Yes. Is there evidence that Summer was abducted? None that we developed at this stage. However, we continue to investigate all possibilities. Is the FBI involved? Yes, they've been involved since the Amber Alert was issued. Additionally, in the first week, the FBI Child Abduction Rapid Deployment CARD team